In the heart of Huagua's magic city, within the new urban district, lies a quaint cafe. On the second floor, seated by the window, a man and a woman regard each other across the table. The rich aroma of freshly roasted coffee beans fills the air, harmonizing with the melodious strains of a piano drifting up from below, invading Zhang Yong'an's mind. He muses that the battle songs from the front line would rouse his slightly lethargic brain far more effectively. The woman opposite him scrutinizes Zhang Yong'an with a hint of displeasure in her gaze. Before he can utter a word, she taps on her phone and begins to read aloud. Zhang Yong'an, 32, still in his first marriage. Currently the principal of the Shangwall Martial Arts Academy in the new district. Not bad looking, quite a rarity. Zhang Yong'an nods indifferently. Just returned from the front lines, the woman, unfazed, sets her phone down and adjusts her expensive wristwatch. Hold your tongue for a moment and let me speak, she asserts. In these chaotic times, my time is precious. To be succinct, she continues, I have 2 children, but my previous husband perished on the front line, thus, I cannot accept an active martial artist. Yet, in this tumultuous era, marrying someone who can protect me is of utmost importance. Zhang Yong'an places his coffee cup down, his expression neutral. I understand, she interrupts him with a roll of her eyes, brushing her hair back. Let me finish. My 2 boys are already in middle school. After we marry, they will retain their surname. I've had my fill of childbirth, so if we have 2 more, they will be your responsibility in their twilight years. Don't feel shortchanged. Although I am 7 years your senior, I still maintain my appearance and figure, which should suit you, a seasoned and retired martial artist, perfectly. Who would still want to marry a soldier like you? Moreover, I hear you returned from the front lines due to injuries. If it weren't for the fact that you have no chance of returning to battle and have been given a position by the Martial Artists Alliance, I would never have agreed to end once. Matchmaking, Zhang Yong'an furrows his brow, but given that this meeting was arranged by a relative, he takes a sip of coffee, refraining from arguing with her. I've heard you hold a first-class merit. That's splendid. Once we marry, my children won't have to go to the front lines. Zhang Yong'an opens his mouth to speak but is met with her piercing gaze. Haven't eaten. Speak with some energy. Can you let me finish? This is basic courtesy for a gentleman, she presses on. My children will benefit from your accolades. Once they enroll in martial arts school, they won't see battle. This is crucial. My children must not be sent to the front lines. I never wanted to marry an active martial artist. I sought you out only after hearing of your retirement. The active soldiers on the front lines are often clumsy and easily fall prey to becoming cannon fodder. I hear they rarely survive beyond 3 months. Losing limbs is considered a good outcome, and I have no desire to care for a disabled person. I'd rather not become a widow at a young age. Remarrying would be a hassle. As she rants, oblivious to Zhang Yong'an's increasingly stormy demeanor, he gradually rises from his seat. Seeing his change in expression, she growls, You intend to leave after just a few words. Don't use the restroom as an excuse. Settle the bill first. Get lost, truly, get lost. She prepares to grab her bag and leave, but suddenly, a blur flashes before her, with a sharp crack. The sound reverberates through the cafe, drawing the attention of everyone present. Zhang Yong'an's hand has struck her, sending her sprawling back into her seat, clutching her face in disbelief at the man who had been so silent just moments ago. His once handsome visage is now consumed by fury. The woman attempts to rise and argue, but the palpable killing intent emanating from Zhang Yong'an paralyzes her. Did I give you face? He roars. Are you finished? No, it's my turn to speak. My first-class merit was earned through the lives of over 50 brothers. It is the honor of every martial artist. I bear it with humility, not as a tool for 2 insignificant individuals to evade the battlefield. What of disabled retired soldiers? Caring for them is a noble act. They are battle heroes, the strongest bulwark against foreign threats. Without their sacrifices, do you think you could sit here sipping coffee? Moreover, marrying a guardian of our homeland is the best fate for a woman. You should witness the young soldiers at the front. Many have never even touched a woman and remain forever bound to that land. As for you, the likes of you should be shackled to a coward, not torment those who bleed and sacrifice on the battlefield. Were it not for federal laws shielding you, had you been on a foreign battleground, this slap could have shattered your skull. With those words, Zhang Yong'an extracts a $100 bill from his wallet and slams it onto the table, turning away with a flourish, leaving behind only the silhouette of his dark attire. He could not tolerate her unreasonable demands, nor could he abide the insult to martial artists. Taking a deep breath to quell the fury within, he felt a pang of injustice for the brothers who had perished at the foreign front. As he stepped out of the cafe, he glanced at his phone. It read 6:49. This familiar number dimmed his spirits. He had traversed this world of martial prowess for 32 years. The human race had battled the foreign adversaries for a century, uniting under the Blue Star Federation to confront them. After graduating from the Martial Arts Academy, he joined the Federation's 649th Army. Having fought for half his life on the battlefield against the foreign foes, he ultimately returned home due to injuries. Fortunately, he had been assigned a job as a principal at a martial arts university, buoyed by his first-class merit. Otherwise, life would have been exceedingly difficult. Reflecting on the recent encounter, the anger he had felt dissipated significantly. A vision of a figure clad in military attire, rescuing martial artists amidst a sea of corpses, flashed through his mind. She was radiant yet so far removed from him now, a dream he no longer dared to entertain. He chuckled bitterly. The foundation of my martial arts has been destroyed. I can no longer elevate my realm. My vitality will soon dwindle to that of an ordinary person. What is there to aspire to? Not even a second marriage with children is appealing to me. He laughed at his own predicament. At that moment, his phone vibrated. He picked it up to read. Position of principal at Shangwall Martial Arts Academy approved. Please sign. Zhang Yong'an squatted by the roadside. Without hesitation, he signed his name for the position he would hold for a lifetime. As the confirmation of signature successful appeared at the top of the document, Zhang Yong'an prepared to hail a ride home. Just then, golden letters flashed before his eyes. Host, Zhang Yong'an. System introduction. Your strength will equate to the combined strength of your students. Current student count, 600分. Current position, principal of Shangwall Martial Arts Academy. Do you accept the strength of all students?
Raindrops cascaded down, and Zhang Yong'an's silhouette was frozen on the street as he gazed at the fleeting words before him. His lips quivered, seemingly in disbelief. From a nearby snack shop, a song floated through the air. After waiting for so long, today has finally arrived. After dreaming for so long, I have finally realized my dream. The system. Zhang Yong'an had traversed this world for 32 years. Since his high school days, when he began his journey in martial arts, he had yearned for the emergence of a system. However, as high school concluded, then university, and even after stepping onto the battlefield, the system had yet to awaken. He had lost all hope, believing he was devoid of a system, only to discover that it required certain triggering conditions. Fortunately, he had finally met those conditions. He swiftly scanned the words before him. It turned out that he needed to become the principal of a martial arts school to activate the system. Was there a more stringent requirement than this? Zhang Yong'an felt no inclination to further criticize. At this moment, his chest heaved violently. After sustaining severe injuries on the battlefield, his foundational skills in martial arts had been compromised, leaving him with no prospect of elevating his realm in this lifetime. He had thought he would spend his days in the principal's office, living a life marked by solitude and predictability. Yet now, the system that appeared before him ignited the last flicker of passion within his heart. The strength of the school was the sum of all its students. This meant that the stronger the students became, the more power would be reflected back to him, as long as he could elevate the capabilities of all the students. His own strength would surge correspondingly. However, this was not the place to enhance strength. He needed to return home first. He temporarily tucked away his current excitement, hailing a cab from the roadside and heading toward his residence. Along the way, he contemplated the system before him. Overall, it possessed no other abilities. Merely a condition for enhancing strength. The student's diligent training would bolster his own power. It was clear that he was destined to become an exemplary principal. Before long, he returned to the Shanshui courtyard community. He had invested all his savings into purchasing a house of over 100 square meters, initially with the hopes of settling down and starting a family. With the martial path closed off, he yearned for a tranquil life. Yet, the sudden appearance of the system had completely disrupted his plans. Ding! Zhang Yong'an picked up his phone to check. It was not the system's voice, but rather a call notification. Aunt Wang. Zhang Yong'an squinted slightly. Although his circumstances were not unfavorable, this relative had introduced him to a divorced woman with 2 children, evidently pushing him into a pit of fire. Such relatives were not ones he wished to associate with in the future. Without hesitation, he chose to block and delete the contact, considering it a generous act that he did not berate her. He was a classic protagonist. His parents had perished during an invasion by an alien race, rendering these relatives not particularly close, merely connected by a thread of blood. Ignoring them, he valued his time too much to engage in petty exchanges with such individuals. The golden words flashed before him once more. Do you accept the strength of all students? As Zhang Yong'an sat on the sofa, he gazed at the shimmering golden text before him and, without hesitation, chose to accept. The moment his voice fell, the golden letters flickered and seamlessly merged into his being. In an instant, Zhang Yong'an felt a surge of formidable vitality awaken within him, diligently repairing the damaged foundations of his martial prowess due to his injuries. Could it truly be mending the foundations of martial arts? A wave of ecstatic joy washed over him. The Martial Alliance and the Blue Star Federation possessed similar restorative elixirs, albeit with exorbitant costs and high-level permissions that were far beyond the means of a mere peak third-tier martial artist. Naturally, the Federation would not neglect Zhang Yong'an. At the very least, they had secured him a position within the institution, ensuring a life of quietude ahead. He exhaled a deep breath, expelling a cloud of murky air intertwined with darkened vitality. Before long, the foundations of his martial arts were wholly restored, and he sensed clarity returning to his mind, dispelling the previous haze that had clouded his thoughts. Earlier, in the CAF, he had nearly succumbed to slumber while listening to the piano, a consequence of his compromised martial roots, primarily due to obstructed vitality. Now, however, he felt invigorated, as if all his minor ailments had been rectified, akin to being reborn in full vitality. This singular ability was sufficient to reignite Zhang Yong'an's confidence, not to mention the potential to harness the collective vitality of the entire student body. Suddenly, an even more potent surge of energy erupted, drawn from the vitality of all the students, and swiftly coursed into his body. He felt his strength escalating rapidly, his physique becoming remarkably more robust. His former peak third-tier status had diminished to the initial stage of the third tier, yet he was now ascending through the ranks. Third-tier late stage. Third-tier peak. At last, with a jolt of vitality surging through him, his realm experienced yet another transformation. Fourth-tier initial stage. Fourth-tier mid-stage. Subsequently, his internal energy settled into a state of equilibrium. The total vitality of all students has been distributed. Was that all? Zhang Yong'an opened his eyes, his expression one of perplexity. The vitality of the entire student body had only elevated him by a single tier. Why so little? Just then, his phone chimed once more. Upon checking, he discovered that he had been added as a friend by Vice Principal Chu of the Shanha Martial Arts Academy. Greetings, Principal Zhang. I am the Vice Principal of our school, and we have spoken on the phone previously. Here is the basic information about our institution for your perusal. Tomorrow marks the commencement ceremony for the new school year, and I will be at the school gate to receive you. Salutations, salutations, salutations. Zhang Yong'an promptly replied, thank you. Salutations, handshake. This individual had previously coordinated with him regarding school matters, and it was this person who had reviewed his signatures. The chat interface displayed several documents, including background information about the school and a roster of student strengths. Zhang Yong'an's interest was instantly piqued. Soon after, Zhang Yong'an opened the document, and moments later, his expression darkened. His fingers swiftly scrolled through the list, ultimately exiting the file. The collective strength of the students at the entire school had only granted him a modest enhancement in his rank. Previously perplexed, he now comprehended the situation entirely. This was solely due to the fact that among the 600 names on the list, even among the graduating third-year students, only a few had achieved the status of a first-grade martial artist. The majority possessed weak vitality and strength, some even inferior to certain high school students. However, after a brief perusal of the school's information, everything became clear. The Shanhua Martial Arts Academy, officially known as Shanhua Vocational College of Martial Arts, was a newly established institution, offering a 3-year martial arts program. Having previously graduated from a reputable martial arts university in Modu, he had assumed that all universities would be comparable to his own. He expected that a significant portion of the students would be martial artists. Yet, upon examining the martial arts college, he discovered that only 2 or 3 third-year students had become first-grade martial artists. It was no wonder that the enhancement he received was so limited. The fact that he could elevate himself by a small rank was indeed commendable. Should he ascend to the position of president at the Modu Martial Arts University, his initial enhancement could potentially propel him from 3rd grade all the way to 7th or even 8th grade. Of course, Zhang Yong'an did not dwell on this notion. Being appointed as the president of a vocational martial arts college was already an exceptional opportunity afforded to him. Otherwise, given his age of 32 and status as a 3rd-grade martial artist, how could he possibly have become the head of a martial arts institution? If he were assigned to Modu Martial Arts University, he might merely serve as a janitor. The words before him flickered once more. Daily vitality enhancement for all students will be directly calculated, reflecting the speed of improvement in strength. Upon reading this, Zhang Yong'an grasped the concept. This arrangement could be considered a daily settlement, which was rather favorable. The following day, a taxi came to a halt at the entrance of Shanhua Martial Arts Academy. The driver remarked, although Modu has developed a new district, this school is somewhat off the beaten path, right at the foot of the mountain. The surrounding area is mostly villages. Zhang Yong'an paid little heed to this observation. It was indeed true. Typically, newly established universities are situated in valleys or far from urban centers, as land in the city is exceedingly valuable. This arrangement was advantageous, providing a more suitable environment for cultivation. After paying the fare, he disembarked from the vehicle. Apart from the solitary Shanhua Martial Arts Academy, the vicinity was dominated by farmland, with glimpses of local villagers tending to their fields. In stark contrast to the bloody battlefields, Zhang Yong'an found this place reminiscent of a utopia. It was certainly better to be away from the front lines. While Zhang Yong'an reflected on this, he understood that if everyone shunned the front lines, who would stand against the invasions from foreign tribes? This generation had to endure the battles until they were concluded. The entrance of Shanhua Martial Arts Academy was not as grand as those of other martial arts universities. Rather, it resembled that of an ordinary high school. A simple iron gate, flanked by two 10-meter-long retractable doors, allowed for the free passage of vehicles. At the entrance, 7 or 8 faculty members stood. Upon noticing Zhang Yong'an's arrival, they promptly approached him. Soon after, several individuals approached Zhang Yong'an. They were all around 30 years of age. Principal Chu stepped forward, warmly extending his hand to Zhang Yong'an. "Hello, Principal Zhang. I am Chu Zihong, the vice principal of the school. We spoke yesterday." Zhang Yong'an nodded, contemplating whether Chu Zihong was acquainted with Lu Mingfei, though it was merely a coincidence of names. Chu Zihong introduced the others surrounding him. These 3 are the grade directors: Zhang Liang, Wei Qinghua, and Wang Jingjing. 2 men and 1 woman. Zhang Yong'an shook hands with each of them. Noticing Zhang Yong'an's lack of luggage, Chu Zihong inquired with curiosity, "Principal Zhang, where is your baggage?" Zhang Yong'an extended his hand, revealing a uniquely designed bronze ring on his middle finger. "It's all inside." The others recognized its significance. Grade Director Zhang Liang, suppressing his envy, remarked, "I heard from Vice Principal Chu about your accolades. This storage ring is a reward for first-class merit from the Federation. It would typically cost several million." Chu Zihong interjected with a smile. The Federation's first-class storage ring has a capacity of 100 cubic meters, valued at 10 million. The rings available on the market for several million usually only have a capacity of a few cubic meters. Such rings are typically acquired from the alien races. Generally, medium-tier strong individuals among them possess them. After a century of war, the Federation has seized many of these rings, which can now be purchased at the trading posts. Indeed, Chu Zihong was correct. The ring in Zhang Yong'an's possession was indeed 100 cubic meters in capacity, worth 10 million. Let us proceed. We wouldn't want to keep the students waiting for the opening ceremony of the new academic year. Zhang Yong'an was eager to see what his students were like, as they would be instrumental in his future endeavors. "They are all my treasures," he thought. "Please share more details about the school along the way." Chu Zihong promptly nodded, leading Zhang Yong'an and the others on a tour of the school with enthusiasm. The students are awaiting in the auditorium. There are still a few minutes left, so there is no rush. Once inside the school, Chu Zihong elaborated on its circumstances. "Our school has a total of 30 teachers, all retired warriors from the 649th Army. Like Principal Zhang, although we appear physically intact, many of us have some ailments that prevent us from advancing in strength. Some teachers have completely lost their vitality and can only teach theoretical courses. However, there are a few who still retain their abilities. Most of the martial artists settled in the new district are from the 649th, 648th, and 647th Armies, but this area mainly houses veterans from the 649th Army." Zhang Yong'an nodded, already aware of this. "We have 600 students, with 200 in each grade, as mandated by the Education Department of Magic City. Given the limited teaching resources, these students are primarily the descendants of military warriors, with 90% being orphans of fallen soldiers, their parents having perished on the front lines, thus qualifying as special admissions by the Federation." As Chu Zihong shared the basic information about the students, he seemed apprehensive that Zhang Yong'an might look down upon them. Zhang Yong'an remained silent, choosing not to elaborate further. These students were pitiable, much like his own background. Their admission scores were approximately 40 points lower than the standardized scores required for martial arts entrance examinations. However, Every student who enrolled in martial arts possessed a fervent desire to become a warrior. Their attitudes were undoubtedly commendable. The disparity between them and the students of the prestigious martial arts university lay solely in their innate talent and access to training resources. This graduating class boasted only a few warriors, which was hardly their fault. Primarily, the funding from above was somewhat meager. The annual resources allocated to the entire school amounted to. Here, Chu Zihong paused, and the other teachers displayed expressions of helplessness. Zhang Yong'an halted his steps, curious, and inquired how much. Training in martial arts was notoriously resource-intensive. Chu Zihong replied, only 5 million. That roughly translates to each student being able to consume a few qi blood pills each year. As for sending students out to undertake tasks for extra income, that is utterly unrealistic. Their combat abilities are inferior even to those of ordinary individuals. This is with the special consideration from the Education Department of Magic City. Otherwise, the amount would be even less. Zhang Yong'an frowned slightly, recalling the prestigious martial arts university he had previously attended, which received annual funding exceeding 100 million. Moreover, most students there were warriors capable of undertaking tasks to earn additional resources. This junior college, in stark contrast, seemed rather unfortunate. Yet, it was also understandable. To combat the alien races, the Federation naturally prioritized resources for those with promising potential. Allocating resources to students of average aptitude would indeed be a waste. The Federation must prioritize nurturing the strong. It cannot be deemed cold-hearted. The mere fact that these individuals had the opportunity for education was already commendable. These students could be seen as having stumbled at the starting line, unable to rise again. Zhang Yong'an pondered the implications of this while, soon after, the group arrived at the entrance of the auditorium, where the remaining teachers greeted Zhang Yong'an warmly with handshakes, marking a brief introduction. Chu Zihong remarked, there are still a few teachers. Those teachers have gone to the front lines. Zhang Yong'an asked in confusion, haven't they already been assigned to their positions? Why are they going to the front lines? Could it be that their positions were usurped? He was aware that in some areas, positions for retired and disabled martial artists were sometimes appropriated. A flicker of anger crossed his face at the thought. However, Chu Zihong seemed anxious to clarify any misunderstandings and quickly waved his hand, saying, no. Those teachers have gone to plunder resources from the alien races. Relying solely on the funding from the Education Department, we would starve. The students would be unable to enhance their skills. Those teachers managed to seize numerous resources from the aliens each year, amounting to several million, all for the sake of supporting these children. At that moment, a middle-aged male teacher with a visible disability in his left leg stepped forward and addressed Zhang Yong'an, saying, Principal, please do not hold it against them for not being present. Although those children possess subpar talents, they genuinely wish to enhance their abilities and avenge their forebears. The resources provided by the school are scant, and we teachers can only earn resources for them ourselves. Though fraught with danger, the enhancement of students' abilities is undoubtedly worthwhile. Outside the auditorium, silence prevailed. Zhang Yong'an remained contemplative, taken aback by the dismal state of both students and teachers at the current vocational martial arts institutions. This predicament primarily stemmed from the Federation's growing emphasis on cultivating elite talents, rendering institutions like theirs, of which there are thousands across Huaghua, less prioritized. However, there are notable exceptions. Some private vocational martial arts schools rival even undergraduate institutions. These schools could aptly be termed large martial arts academies, where individuals fortunate enough to gain entry possess ample financial resources and support. In contrast, the Shanhua Martial Arts Vocational College is a public institution, with tuition nearly entirely waived, catering predominantly to the offspring of military practitioners, mostly hailing from ordinary families. Naturally, such students lack abundant resources for their training. Zhang Yong'an nodded, reassuring those present, it is not a cause for alarm. We were comrades in the 649th Army, and now that we are in school, we remain comrades. I will find a way to address the students' resource needs. Now, let us not keep the students waiting in the auditorium for too long. Let us proceed inside. Observing Zhang Yong'an's amiable demeanor, the crowd visibly relaxed. Among martial artists, there are often those with fiery tempers, and a moment's carelessness can lead to severe repercussions, thus highlighting Zhang Yong'an's character. Within the auditorium, numerous students clad in black martial arts uniforms sat quietly in their seats. Even in the absence of a teacher, silence reigned. Upon entering, Zhang Yong'an immediately recognized the military-style management and strict discipline, noting the students' commendable spirit. As he and the other instructors approached the podium, they took their designated seats. With Zhang Yong'an positioned at the center, the student council president stood first, addressing the assembly. "Attention! Stand up." Instantly, all students rose in unison, their movements fluid and their gazes resolute. The student council president commanded, "Salute." The students raised their right arms in a precise military salute. In response, Zhang Yong'an and the other instructors also stood at attention, acknowledging the students with a salute. Once the formalities concluded, the assembly sat down in silence. Zhang Yong'an's gaze swept over the students, noting their commendable training. Unfortunately, the lack of resources meant there were few martial artists among them. After spending over a decade on the battlefield, Zhang Yong'an had learned a profound truth. What confines a person is never merely their innate talent. With sufficient resources, even a pig can be transformed into a formidable force. He had witnessed many poorly endowed military practitioners seize ample resources on the battlefield, rapidly elevating their prowess, including several of intermediate strength. The students gazed curiously at their newly appointed principal, a figure clad in black, standing tall, not particularly youthful, yet exuding an aura of authority. Chu Zihong rose to introduce the distinguished presence before them. Before you stands Zhang Yong'an, recipient of first-class merit from the 649th Army, a peak third-tier powerhouse, currently holding the position of a battalion commander. Zhang Principal. Now, let us invite Principal Zhang to address you all. The crowd erupted in applause. Among the multitude of students, although their spirits were high, there was a distinct lack of excitement in their eyes. They had resigned themselves to their fate. Their principal was merely at the pinnacle of the third rank, the strongest among the faculty. In stark contrast, at the prestigious Martial University of Magic City, there were over a dozen Grandmasters among the faculty, and even some fourth-year graduates possessed the prowess of the third rank. By comparison, their situation appeared rather dismal. Even with strict military discipline, what truly mattered on the battlefield was the vitality and strength of one's spirit. As Zhang Yong'an rose to his feet, he seemed to perceive the glimmer of despair reflected in the students' gazes, as if they were mired deeply in a quagmire. Although the Ministry of Education of Magic City had shown them considerable care, it would not continue to squander resources to extricate them from such dire circumstances, for they held little value. He addressed the students with a calm demeanor. For a century, foreign tribes have invaded Blue Star, opening interstellar gateways. We have sacrificed the lives of 1 million martial artists to establish towering barriers at the 10 major star gates of Hua country, erecting countless firearms and ammunition. Known as the 10-Star Guardians, our guardians in Magic City and the capital even stretch into the territories of these foreign tribes, having seized 100 miles of their land. At the Magic City Star Guardian, facing their counterattacks, our 649th Army fought valiantly without retreating, becoming a legend of Hua country. You have likely grown weary of hearing the history of the 649th Army. The students lifted their heads in unison, sensing that this new principal was somewhat different from his predecessors. Yet that was the extent of their recognition. He chose not to indulge in superfluous words, surveying the crowd before him, and declared, "I am not one to engage in idle talk." He turned to Vice Principal Chu beside him and decisively stated, "Bring forth the student resource bank cards." Chu Zihong promptly retrieved the educational funds allocated for the entire school for the year from the Ministry of Education of Magic City. Zhang Yong'an raised the card and addressed the assembly. "This is the entirety of the funds allocated to our school for a year by the Ministry of Education of Magic City, merely 5 million. According to the information I just reviewed, the Martial University of Magic City receives an annual allocation of 3 billion. Do you accept this?" The students remained silent. Was this not to be expected? Their qualifications were so poor that even their tuition fees were minimal, and thus the Federation would naturally not grant them substantial support. The president of the student council stood up and proclaimed, "The Martial University of Magic City ranks second among martial arts institutions in Hua country, while our Shanhua Martial Arts Academy ranks 4,321st out of a total of 4,322 martial arts academies. We are second to last. We accept our fate. Who can blame them for their superior talents?" Zhang Yong'an took note of this student council president, seemingly one of the few third-year students who had broken through to the first rank. He gazed earnestly at the speaker and declared emphatically, "No, martial artists never yield, nor do they resign themselves to fate. Indeed, I have been assigned as principal here due to my compromised martial foundation. having withdrawn from the front lines to lead a mundane life. I have accepted my fate. Yet suddenly, I came to a profound realization. Rather than resigning to fate, it is far nobler to struggle against it. A warrior must contend. My martial foundation, though somewhat compromised, has been miraculously restored. As these words fell from my lips, the vigor within me surged forth, unabashedly revealed. Those nearest, including Chu Zihong and several instructors, felt the intensity of my energy most acutely. This robust vitality was surprisingly of mid-grade quality. Mid-grade encompasses the 4th, 5th, and 6th tiers. Exchanging glances, Chu Zihong and the instructors concluded that Zhang Yong'an must have acquired some resources that enabled him to break through from the pinnacle of the 3rd tier to the 4th. Yet, unbeknownst to them, the former Zhang Yong'an had long since fallen from the peak of the 3rd tier, his strength diminished to the early stages of it. My voice resonated among the crowd. And now, while you have resigned yourselves, I shall not acquiesce. The miracle that has graced me signifies that it can equally descend upon you. I am your miracle. Numerous students felt invigorated. In the future, what the Martial University of Modu possesses, you shall possess as well. What it lacks, you shall also attain. I hereby pledge that upon your graduation, each of you shall become a warrior, unlike in the past when graduates were relegated to the lower echelons of society. Upon hearing this, the students erupted with excitement. The student council president called out to me once more. What, then, is your miracle principle? I smiled faintly, gesturing towards my heart. My implication was that the essence of the system lies within, inexpressible in words. In an instant, the student council president grasped my meaning. You are saying that the miracle is the unwavering heart of a warrior. It is the indomitable spirit that refuses to concede defeat. I gazed intently and declared, it is the unwavering conviction for the peace of our homeland and the safety of our land. At this proclamation, silence enveloped the assembly. I continued, what I can offer you will far exceed your desires. The resources and techniques will be on par with those provided by the most prestigious martial universities. Perhaps you find this hard to believe now, but it shall soon become your reality. You are destined to tread upon the battlefield, avenging the sacrifices of your forebears who fell in combat. As these words echoed, disbelief illuminated the faces of both students and teachers alike. What did this new principle mean? Was he truly offering abundant resources and techniques for their cultivation? Vice Principal Chu's eyes widened in astonishment, having perused Zhang Yong'an's credentials. He was acutely aware that Zhang was a man of no notable background, his meager military pension likely not exceeding 2 million. The audacity of such claims seemed utterly unattainable, unless he sold his storage ring to afford the price of his bold declarations. Yet, observing Zhang Yong'an's unwavering conviction, he swallowed the truth he wished to voice, gleaning the unsaid reality from the glimmers in the eyes of the other instructors. Although the multitude of students gazed upon me with yearning, they could not shake the feeling that this was merely fanciful dreaming. Zhang Yong'an's words were not mere rhetoric. He has now attained the mid-level of the 4th rank, and his strength will continue to ascend steadily. He ventures alone into the enemy territory to seize resources, thereby enabling his students to cultivate their skills. As the students progress in their training, his own prowess will also grow rapidly. Although this martial arts academy is a junior college, the students possess a fervent desire to cultivate and become warriors, a passion for the battlefield that is often absent in many undergraduate martial arts institutions. Among the graduates from Zhang Yong'an's cohort, only a few remain on the front lines. The majority merely use the martial arts university as a stepping stone, showing little inclination to engage in battle and achieve glory. Zhang Yong'an harbors disdain for those who have received federal resources yet refuse to confront the enemy. Just as Zhang Yong'an was about to speak further, the doors of the auditorium swung open, and a teacher rushed in, exclaiming, "The one who went to the enemy territory has returned." But only one. What? The crowd gasped, and Zhang Yong'an found himself momentarily bewildered. Chu Zihong and several teachers hurried forward, plunging the auditorium into chaos. The previously disciplined students rose and rushed towards the entrance. Has someone died? This was Zhang Yong'an's first thought. Fortunately, the entrance was wide enough, and he quickly followed the throng outside. Upon reaching the courtyard, Zhang Yong'an discovered a figure wielding a blade standing at its center, a female warrior of approximately 3rd rank. Chu Zihong and several teachers approached her first, and Zhang Yong'an sensed a profound sorrow emanating from her. This inexplicable grief was familiar to him, a feeling he had experienced countless times after the loss of comrades. Someone had indeed made the ultimate sacrifice. As the female warrior beheld Chu Zihong and her companions approaching, she could no longer maintain her composure. She collapsed to the ground, covering her face with her hands and weeping. They all stayed on the battlefield, and I am the only one who returned. I'm sorry, Principal. We could not bring back the resources. The students will likely have little to cultivate with in the future. Two female teachers embraced the grieving warrior, offering solace as silent tears streamed down their cheeks. Standing at a distance, Zhang Yong'an began to comprehend the gravity of the situation. He had reviewed the documentation the previous day. The memory of warriors is formidable, and he had memorized the ranks and names of all the martial arts instructors at the academy. Those absent from the auditorium were quickly identified. Each had gone to the enemy territory. 5 instructors had ventured to procure resources for the students, representing the academy's finest with third-rank capabilities. Now, only one had returned, signifying that the school had nearly severed its route to acquire resources from the enemy. The students' path to cultivation would become increasingly arduous. Without resources, they would graduate as failures, never having become warriors, let alone avenging their forebears. Meanwhile, the female warrior, burdened by the sorrow of her fallen comrades, was solely concerned with their inability to retrieve the resources. This signifies that in the hearts of these individuals, paving a path for these children towards becoming warriors is far more significant than their own lives. Truly, they are the pride of the 649th Army. Zhang Yong'an inhaled deeply. As several students had already gathered around, their faces etched with sorrow, some shedding tears. He maneuvered through the crowd, finding Chu Zihong, whose expression was rigid and whose lips quivered slightly, evidently fighting back his grief. After all, one cannot weep openly in front of these children. He approached the woman, silently crouching down, akin to comforting comrades who lament for their fallen friends on the battlefield. He placed his warm hand upon the trembling shoulder of the female warrior and solemnly declared, "I shall walk this path for them." The opening ceremony concluded hastily, enveloping the entire school in a somber atmosphere. Zhang Yong'an sat in the principal's office. The previous principal was a gilded scion who paid little heed to the students and scoffed at the teachers who risked their lives to procure resources for impoverished students. According to Chu Zihong, the most frequent phrase uttered by the former principal was, "A monthly salary of a few thousand federal coins is hardly worth the effort for a bunch of miserable children." While the sentiment was coarse, it held a kernel of truth. Nevertheless, Zhang Yong'an longed to slap that former principal across the face, should he ever catch him. Originally, the teaching staff comprised 30 individuals. Now, 4 were gone, and Zhang Yong'an had joined their ranks, leaving 27 remaining. These educators were more than capable of guiding 600 students, as the teachings were straightforward, merely instructing students who had yet to transcend into warriors on cultivating their vitality. A high school teacher could easily manage this, let alone a battle-hardened warrior with ample experience. What was now lacking was resources. There was no hope of relying on the education department of Magic City for assistance. Thus, the only recourse was to return to the battlefield and obtain resources from the alien races. Having endured years of trials on the alien battlefield, Zhang Yong'an had become quite familiar with it, and venturing forth to acquire resources posed no issues for him. This matter must be prioritized, as it pertains to his future enhancement of strength. Other teachers were hardly suited for such perilous endeavors, as it would be tantamount to courting death. Today marked the commencement of the new academic year. Freshmen had just completed a month of military training, while juniors were a mere year away from entering society, a veritable new beginning. Zhang Yong'an aspired to fulfill his promise within this year, though he was uncertain of its feasibility. If resources were ample, facilitating breakthroughs for students on the cusp of transcending into warriors within a year would be a straightforward task. Preparations must be made to once again traverse the Star Gate and step into the alien battlefield. This day was spent familiarizing himself with school affairs. As night fell, at precisely midnight, the golden words flashed before him, signaling the daily vitality assessment. A substantial surge of vitality power surged through Zhang Yong'an's being, swiftly permeating his entire body. In the blink of an eye, it was absorbed, signifying a small step forward from mid-level to late level in the 4th tier. Even though these students had yet to break through into warriors, the daily cultivation of vitality still allowed him to distinctly perceive an enhancement in strength. This golden finger truly was remarkable. If tomorrow each of them were to receive a blood essence pill for absorption, the overall enhancement of their vitality would undoubtedly propel my strength to unprecedented heights. Zhang Yong'an felt a surge of excitement, akin to simultaneously absorbing the potency of 600 first-grade blood essence pills. Of course, the efficacy of the blood essence pills would inevitably diminish. Moreover, for a fourth-grade warrior, the potency of a first-grade pill was somewhat feeble, yet the sheer quantity was substantial. When the daily tally occurs, the accumulated vitality would undoubtedly be several times that of the usual amount. Zhang Yong'an took a deep breath. It is truly unfathomable to consider the heights I might ascend to once everyone breaks through to become warriors. Perhaps, in the not-so-distant future, I might even attain the status of a high-grade powerhouse. It is precisely for this reason that what Zhang Yong'an spoke today was not mere empty rhetoric. While achieving the fourth grade may currently be out of reach, what if it were to be high grade instead? Zhang Yong'an resolved to invest the entire 5 million resources into the students. At that point, my strength would surely soar. Entering the battlefield against other races would become even more assured. After absorbing the energy, Zhang Yong'an lay down and fell into a deep slumber. The past few days had been quite tiring for him. He had sustained injuries on the battlefield 2 months prior, his vitality had waned, and his foundation had been compromised. A month later, he was discharged and assigned to work, spending half a month in a rehabilitation center. Having only recently arrived in the new district, he had already attracted attention for his discharge compensation, which led to an introduction for a blind date. Now, with his vitality restored and strength increased, he felt as though he were living in a dream. This dream was so splendid that he truly wished to remain in it. Meanwhile, at the Shanha Martial Arts Academy Forum, the discussions erupted following the opening ceremony of the new semester. Initially, there were tributes to the fallen teachers, followed by debates about the new principal. I believe the words of this principal may indeed come to fruition. After all, first-class merit is not something that can be obtained by mere fanciful talk. Personally, I remain skeptical, merely seeking amusement in the discourse without taking it seriously. The greater the hope, the greater the disappointment. With so many of our resources at stake, how could he, not being a wealthy individual, possibly provide for us? We have been mired in this quagmire for so long. Why must such figures, who offer hope only to lead us to disappointment, continue to exist? Is it not better for us to remain in our mire? The student council president, Lu Zilong, interjected, "Enough. I do not wish to see any more of this negativity. Let us strive diligently in our cultivation and not forget that your parents fell at the hands of the other races. Though our innate talents may be limited, the Federation has at least afforded us the opportunity to attend martial school. We cannot place our hopes solely in others. One day we shall storm the battlefield against the other races and avenge them." The following day, after having conducted 2 consecutive daily vitality assessments, Zhang Yong'an awoke from his slumber. He took out his phone and sent a message to Chu Zihong. On the other side, Vice Principal Chu, upon reading the message, immediately sprang out of bed. Convert the entire 5 million into first-grade blood essence pills, distributing 1 pill every 3 days to all students. Execute the order. The 2 lines of text on the phone implied that Zhang Yong'an intended to expend all the funding, leaving nothing behind. If that money were converted into first-grade blood essence pills, it could provide sufficient supply for all the students for over half a month. However, this amount of money is intended for an entire year. What will happen once it is depleted in just half a month? In this present day, there are no longer teachers venturing into foreign battlefields to procure resources for the school. Moreover, the relocation expenses for those teachers must be borne by the institution. They are not considered casualties in the line of duty, and thus the Federation will not intervene. Therefore, this 5 million must be meticulously budgeted. Unexpectedly, Zhang Yong'an declared that he intended to allocate all the funds solely for the benefit of the students. The image of Zhang Yong'an delivering a speech in the school auditorium to a multitude of students flashed through his mind. Could a miracle truly manifest? A glimmer of hope flickered in his eyes, yet he remained uncertain of when that hope would materialize. He promptly rose to execute Zhang Yong'an's command. It was not a matter of choosing to trust Zhang Yong'an. Rather, the order was unequivocal. Although this was not a military setting, the invocation of the phrase executing orders by Zhang Yong'an implied an undeniable authority akin to that of the military. An hour later, Zhang Yong'an appeared at the entrance of the school. After Principal Chu settled the final payment with the martial artist delivering the goods, he handed the bank card to Zhang Yong'an. "I have purchased 4 million worth of first-grade vitality pills, leaving 1 million remaining. Once these pills are consumed, we can procure more." Zhang Yong'an accepted the bank card with a stoic expression, observing the pained look on Principal Chu's face. He understood that the latter was lamenting the expenditure, retaining 1 million for any future necessities. Piled beside them were 4 million worth of first-grade vitality pills, which Zhang Yong'an swiftly stored in his dimensional ring to avoid the hassle of transportation. With a reassuring smile, he comforted Principal Chu, saying, "The school is here, and I have no intention of fleeing. Rest assured, and do not worry about the funds. If necessary, I can sell the dimensional ring. Now, let us distribute the vitality pills to the students." Principal Chu, with a resigned nod, followed in Zhang Yong'an's footsteps. In the current state of the school, Zhang Yong'an was the paramount authority, and certain matters required his decisive guidance. On their way, Zhang Yong'an surveyed the expansive campus of the Mountain River Martial Arts Academy. Due to its remote location, the land was not particularly valuable, allowing for a considerable area. With only 600 students, the school appeared rather desolate. The first-grade vitality pills could be consumed by martial artists who had yet to break through or those at the first rank, enhancing their vitality after digestion. Though not exorbitantly priced, they still cost 2,000 each. The students within the school came from impoverished backgrounds. How much could they afford to spend on vitality pills? 90% of the students had lost either their fathers or mothers on the front lines of the Startown Pass, leaving them with minimal income. Their lives were already strained, and the pursuit of martial arts was notably costly, resulting in slow progress. Principal Chu, please have each teacher from every class come to collect the pills. They can receive them every 3 days, which is just enough time to fully absorb the effects of one vitality pill. Assure the teachers that I will bear the consequences, and they should focus on allowing the students to cultivate their skills without worry. Zhang Yong'an, filled with anticipation, speculated on how much his own strength might improve after the students absorbed the vitality pills. Clenching his fists, he pondered, once I break through to the 5th rank, I should be able to venture into the unknown. His gaze drifted toward a particular direction in the Magic City, where the Startown Pass lay. Crossing the Star Gate of the magical metropolis, one can enter the territory of the Beast Dynasty. The continent of the other races is characterized by the coexistence of the Beast Dynasty and the Human Dynasty. On the side of the magical metropolis, battles rage against the demon race, while in the capital, conflicts unfold between the alien races and humans. During a previous mission outside the Stargate, the team unwittingly strayed for 100 miles due to the encroaching fog, but in this misdirection, they stumbled upon a treasure-laden locale. The area within the Stargate belongs to the Blue Star territory, while that beyond it is the domain of the other races. However, due to his insufficient strength and the pressing nature of his mission, he could not venture into that place. Yet, he was aware that numerous alien beasts resided there, with a fair number being mid-tier, implying that the forest harbored treasures of considerable worth. Just when he thought he would never have the chance to explore, fate presented him with an opportunity to enhance his abilities. Naturally, he felt compelled to investigate. Should he acquire additional resources, it would be most fortuitous. Soon, many instructors allowed students to practice freely within the classroom while they proceeded to collect blood chi pills. Before long, they found themselves before Zhang Yong'an and Principal Chu. The sight of the towering pile of blood chi pills left everyone momentarily speechless. Zhang Yong'an did not grant them the opportunity to speak. Collect the blood chi pills according to class numbers, 1 per person, every 3 days, totaling 3. The crowd turned their gaze towards Principal Chu, and Zhang Yong'an raised an eyebrow, clearly skeptical of his trustworthiness, given his recent arrival. Execute the order. The uncompromising command echoed, prompting everyone to form a line and collect their allotted blood chi pills. Before long, it was the turn of the female instructor who had miraculously returned from the Stargate the previous day. Her eyes were still red-rimmed, yet she stood resolutely at the podium. Cradling the pills in her hands, she gazed steadfastly at Zhang Yong'an and said, "Principal Zhang, we have reformed the Demon Hunter team last night. 4 instructors have volunteered to join, and here is the list." She extended a hand, offering a slip of paper. Zhang Yong'an was taken aback. Just after losing 4 individuals, others were unflinchingly stepping forward. He scrutinized the 5 names inscribed on the paper: Qin Zhan, Jiang Shan, Chen Shan, Li Changsheng, and Zhang Luna. Zhang Luna was the name of the female instructor, and he recognized the other 4 as tactical instructors at the school. Nevertheless, they were all injured veterans, and their combat capabilities could only reach the early stages of the 3rd tier at best. With such a meager group, based on his extensive experience in the battlegrounds against alien races, he knew that even a single beast could easily annihilate them. Summoning his blood chi, Zhang Yong'an crushed the slip of paper, declaring, "This matter will be discussed later. I have stated that I will take charge. Should you all depart, who will teach the students in the school?" His tone softened as he continued, "I am far more familiar with the alien battleground than any of you. If your assistance is truly required, I shall personally lead the expedition." Zhang Luna took a deep breath, expressed her gratitude, and departed clutching the blood chi pills. Before long, she returned to the classroom of the third-year students, where many eyes were fixed upon the blood chi pills she held. Amidst the perplexity of the crowd, one may wonder why the school would distribute elixirs during a time devoid of festivities. Each year, the institution allocates a handful of resources. Yet such an early distribution has never been heard of. Zhang Luna surveyed the students and proclaimed, "From today forth, the vitality pills shall be dispensed every 3 days, totaling 3 doses." The student council president, Lu Zilong, who was also present, rose with fervor and inquired, "Is that true?" After a moment of contemplation, Zhang Luna affirmed, "I swear by Principal Zhang's honor." The multitude of students, regardless of circumstances, acknowledged the tangible nature of the elixirs. Soon, the students eagerly consumed the vitality pills, experiencing the long-lost surge of energy as it dissolved within their mouths, prompting them to channel their vitality into their training. Zhang Luna bit her lip, observing the diligent efforts of the students. These individuals, lacking exceptional talent, had only just entered their 3rd year, with merely 1 or 2 having ascended to the rank of first-tier warriors. The majority remained as mere aspiring warriors. It is worth noting that the martial examination had only concluded 2 months prior, with the top scorer already reaching mid-first tier and having enrolled early in the Martial Arts University of Magic City. Now, 2 months later, it was uncertain how much further their prowess had advanced. As she understood, the first-year students, benefiting from federal bonus points, typically possessed vitality values of merely 60 or 70 units, indicating a stark disparity in student capabilities. On this day, as the students diligently digested the vitality pills, Zhang Yong'an, while patrolling the campus, wore a satisfied smile. The students exhibited remarkable enthusiasm for their training, and with the aid of the elixirs, he was eager to see how much his own strength would improve after the evening's assessment. Time swiftly passed, and midnight arrived. He settled onto the sofa, watching as golden characters materialized before him. Daily student training assessment. With Zhang Yong'an's declaration, a surge of vitality far surpassing that of the previous day flooded his being. The efficacy of the elixirs was indeed extraordinary. A gleam of brilliance illuminated his face as the assessment concluded almost instantaneously, marking a transformation in his power. He had ascended to late 4th tier. Rising to contemplate his newfound strength, he realized that within a mere day, he had broken through a minor realm. Such rapid advancement was remarkable. Even the so-called geniuses could not achieve a breakthrough in such a short span. When I was at 3rd tier, it took me over a year to progress from mid-3rd tier to late 3rd tier. Now, the speed of this enhancement was unfathomable. It appears my intuition was correct. These precious students require substantial resources for their cultivation. With a heart brimming with joy and devoid of drowsiness, Zhang Yong'an pushed open the door to the principal's office and began to meander through the campus. Even in September, the night retained a hint of warmth. Yet for a warrior, the extremes of temperature held no fear. He paid little heed to these matters. Aside from the patrolling security, no other students roamed the campus. With the dormitory gates closing at midnight, the students were no longer outside, allowing him to relish a moment of tranquility. Although the students of this martial school lacked innate talent, they possessed an unparalleled determination to train, an experience one could scarcely find in other institutions. Perhaps it is due to their lineage as descendants of martial warriors, aspiring to take to the battlefield and vanquish foes. The regulations of the Huaguo Martial Arts Academy stipulate that students who gain admission through martial examinations, whether pursuing an undergraduate or vocational degree, must engage in combat at least once as a requisite for graduation. The Federation's investment in cultivating martial artists is not without expectation. Participating in battle is an essential trial every warrior must endure. Of course, there are alternatives to combat, such as the exceptional woman he encountered during a matchmaking event, who sought to leverage Zhang Yong'an's distinguished merits to spare her descendants from the rigors of warfare. To yearn for the title of a martial artist while shunning the battlefield is a contradiction. They might as well return home to till the soil. Zhang Yong'an harbors a profound disdain for those cowards who, despite possessing formidable prowess, confine themselves to blue star, profiting from their status as martial artists. Such resources for martial cultivation would be better bestowed upon those more deserving. With a deep exhale, Zhang Yong'an found himself unwittingly approaching the student dormitory. The dormitory building, accommodating 4 students per room, felt spacious due to the relatively low occupancy. Although the Shanhua Martial Arts Academy's campus is extensive, much of it remains undeveloped. With funds lacking for construction projects, those scarce resources would be better spent on the students themselves. After spending considerable time at the academy, Zhang Yong'an noted that the existing structures occupied only half of the campus, leaving the other half as barren land. Ultimately, the institution's financial constraints hinder progress. Without support from above, self-reliance becomes essential. As he approached the dormitory, he sensed fluctuations of vital energy emanating from within, a clear indication of cultivation taking place at such a late hour. Glancing at the building, he recognized it as the sophomore dormitory. Inside, there were no shouts of gamers nor raucous laughter. Instead, students were diligently immersed in their training. Zhang Yong'an raised an eyebrow, acknowledging that the fervor for cultivation among these students surpassed his own. In contrast, students from other martial academies would typically engage in gaming or idleness during the night. This stirred something different within him. Time flew by, and in the blink of an eye, 3 days had elapsed. On this day, following the distribution of another batch of vital energy pills, the students' enthusiasm for training surged even higher. Seated in his office, Zhang Yong'an took a moment to assess his own strength. He was still some distance from reaching the pinnacle of the 4th tier. His previous night's breakthrough from the mid-stage to the later stage was facilitated by the potency of the energy pills consumed on the first day. Subsequent days yielded diminishing effects. If he were to fully absorb the current batch of vital energy pills, ascending to the next level and surpassing the 4th tier zenith should be within reach, if not entirely feasible. His heart as a martial artist burned with renewed fervor, embodying a resolute desire to become formidable. Just days prior, he had been despondent, but now he radiated a transformed spirit. A series of knocks interrupted his thoughts. Zhang Yong'an refocused, calling out calmly, "Enter." The tall president of the student council, Lu Zilong, pushed the door open and stepped inside. Lu Zilong, a 3rd-year student of considerable talent, was among the first to achieve the 1st-tier breakthrough. Zhang Yong'an was well acquainted with this information. Lu Zilong's parents were indeed warriors, tragically perishing in the defense of the Star Gate during the Battle of Modu. Recently, I had a brief interaction with Lu Zilong. After all, he is the president of the student council, and I had some tasks to hand over to him. Principal, here is the list of 1st-year students applying for membership in the student council. Please sign it. Additionally, the list of impoverished 1st-year students is also here. Their accommodation fees will be waived, and they will not need to pay tuition. Zhang Yong'an accepted the 2 documents and skimmed through them. He casually signed the student council list, but when he reached the section for the impoverished students, he scrutinized several entries. And Xingping and Xing'an, these names were indeed commendable. It seems their father hoped for the Star Gate to vanish, allowing everyone to live in peace. As he continued reading, he found siblings, a pair of dragon and phoenix twins, orphans whose parents had died in battle. Chen Bingyuan, whose parents had sacrificed 5 years ago. Zhang Yong'an covered his face with one hand and took a deep breath, feeling somewhat suffocated. He could not bear to continue reading the documents. Truth be told, all the students in this school could be classified as impoverished in other institutions. However, within this school, they had to sift through the unfortunate to provide assistance to the more unfortunate. There was no choice. The school had limited resources. It was truly disheartening. They were still short on funds. This federation had gathered all the unfortunate souls in one place, thus eliminating the competition for resources, treating these students as mere refuse. The school had become a dumping ground. Zhang Yong'an's expression darkened, and he clenched his fists. Over the past few days, he finally comprehended why the teachers at the school would risk their lives to form demon-hunting teams, venturing into the battlefield against alien forces to procure resources. The school was in dire financial straits, and these students were equally desperate. What on earth were those people in the Federation doing? In such dire circumstances, why not allocate more funds? Without hesitation, he promptly signed the lists. These individuals would receive funds from the Federation. Unfortunately, there were only 20 of them, each receiving a mere 5,000 a year. While this might suffice for an ordinary person, it was utterly inadequate for a martial artist training. After signing, Lu Zilong respectfully took the documents. Observing Zhang Yong'an still simmering with anger, he could not help but say, "It's all right, Principal, we can overcome this together. Thank you for providing us with the blood essence pills for our training. The students were eager to inquire, Principal, are the words you spoke in the auditorium truly genuine? Zhang Yong'an reined in his anger and turned to Lu Zilong, who stood half a head taller than him, gazing at him with hope. At that moment, Lu Zilong seemed to embody the collective aspirations of many students, like a lifeline they wished to grasp tightly, yet feared breaking with too much force. They were acutely aware of their burden, recognizing that no one was obligated to support them indefinitely. Reflecting on the diligent training of the students over the past few days, without a hint of laziness, the anger on his face dissipated. Zhang Yong'an rose, solemnly declaring, as long as I am alive and hold this position as principal, I will fulfill those words. The blood essence pills will be made available for the students' use. Lu Zilong stood upright with both feet together, exuding a dignified and respectful demeanor as he saluted Zhang Yong'an. This gesture conveyed gratitude more profoundly than a mere bow. At that moment, hurried footsteps echoed from outside the door. Shortly thereafter, Principal Chu appeared at the entrance, his expression fraught with urgency. Principal, the family of the fallen teacher is causing a commotion at the school. You must go and address the situation, he urged. Commotion? Zhang Yong'an immediately rose, instructing Lu Zilong to return to the classroom before accompanying Vice Principal Chu. On their way, Principal Chu briefly explained the situation, which revolved around a singular demand: compensation. The teachers who had perished on foreign battlefields were not even recognized as martyrs, which meant there would be no death benefits. In essence, the financial support for their families was alarmingly meager. Inside the reception room, numerous teachers were attempting to soothe the aggrieved family members. Zhang Luna repeatedly bowed, expressing her remorse. I am truly sorry. It was my failure not to bring them back. The situation was perilously dangerous. The families of the deceased teachers were incensed. What does your apology mean? Why did you return alive? Why didn't you die alongside them? Our third child was a stable teacher at the school, yet he was sent to a foreign battlefield. He was to be married next month. What do we do now? Why did they have to go to war? Do you think you are formidable now? A group of the frail and ill. It would have been better for them to remain at school. The Federation barely allocates jobs for my child, all because of your recklessness. As the door swung open, Zhang Yong'an could hear the heated exchanges from afar, his countenance darkening. Nevertheless, he followed Principal Chu into the room. He could not afford to show anger towards the families of the fallen teachers. This situation required a delicate approach. It must be said, the school was indeed in disarray. The principal has arrived, a teacher announced, and instantly, all eyes turned to Zhang Yong'an, clad in a black short-sleeved shirt. The relatives of the teachers surged forward. A mix of children and elderly, their faces etched with sorrow and fatigue. Zhang Luna turned away to wipe her tears, unable to bear the sight. While many teachers awaited Zhang Yong'an's response to this predicament. You are the principal, are you not? One woman demanded. I spoke with the Martial Alliance and the local Federation office, and they stated that my child does not qualify as having died in the line of duty, even though they were fighting against the enemy. Why won't they acknowledge this? They were all heroes in battle. Those Federation officials even insulted our children, calling them foolish and saying that they would have been better off dying on the battlefield than sacrificing for the school. A woman, her eyes red with grief, rushed forward, attempting to confront Zhang Yong'an, yet he gently pushed her aside. While Zhang Yong'an could offer solace to these families, he could not accept personal blame. The fault did not lie with him. Why did you send my child to the front lines, you scoundrel? Why didn't you go to the battlefield yourself? He is already retired. Our family had arranged a good marriage for him next month, and his bride is already with child. What are we to do now? What good is compensation? Can money bring back my living husband? The voices of reproach reverberated in Zhang Yong'an's ears as Principal Chu rushed forward to impede the aggrieved families. Please do not misunderstand. This principal has just arrived and knows nothing of the situation. Zhang Yong'an silently commended old Chu. He was indeed reliable in critical moments. However, as Principal Chu attempted to pacify the crowd, he received several slaps, yet he did not dare retaliate. This matter was, in truth, not Zhang Yong'an's concern. He exuded a surge of vital energy, gently pushing aside those before him to alleviate Principal Chu's burden, while simultaneously closing the door. In a deep, commanding tone, he declared, Enough. If you wish to discuss, please take a seat. If not, you are free to leave. We express our sorrow for the sacrifice of the teachers, and we shall take full responsibility for their affairs. His words, infused with a resonant energy, struck the crowd like a heavy hammer, momentarily stabilizing the situation. As he stepped before the assembly, an assertive woman from the ranks of the teachers' families pushed her way through, disregarding Zhang Yong'an entirely, and exclaimed, "My daughter has only been married to him for a year and has just given birth. You tell me he is dead now. What will happen to my child? What of my daughter? We must establish this as a work-related sacrifice. His annual salary is around 200,000, and we demand 5 million in compensation, along with support for raising the child." The faces of the crowd darkened. The school was currently in dire straits and could not afford such sums. Moreover, the unauthorized formation of a demon-hunting team, though intended to procure resources for students, was entirely a private matter. Zhang Yong'an, possessing ample experience in comforting the families of fallen warriors, maintained his composure. "I am deeply sorry for the sacrifice of the teachers. The school will assume full responsibility. First, they sacrificed for the institution, and while the public may not acknowledge this, I shall. Second, despite their sacrifice, their monthly salaries will continue to be deposited into your accounts. Considering a lifespan of 80 years, the total compensation will far exceed your requested lump sum. Third, the deceased can no longer be revived. Further unrest serves no purpose. We will construct a memorial and burial site at the school, and students will organize commemorative visits at least 10 times a year." Upon concluding his statements, a profound silence enveloped the room. The principal's resolute words, clad in black, were indelibly etched in their minds. The conditions Zhang Yong'an articulated were exceedingly generous. Indeed, the annual benefits for martial arts teachers amounted to 200,000, given the nature of higher education institutions. Over 80 years, this totaled 16 million, a sum far exceeding their earlier exorbitant demands. The justification they sought was directly provided, and even doubled. These individuals had sacrificed for the school, which would not abandon them. Simultaneously, the gathered teachers looked towards Zhang Yong'an, with Zhang Luna wiping away tears from her eyes, her gaze fixed upon the resolute figure before her. They had given much for the school and the students. No one was truly selfless, and they pondered their own fates should they fall in battle. If the families of these teachers were cast aside, they could foresee their own grim futures. Witnessing Zhang Yong'an's adept handling of the situation, the teachers felt their sacrifices for the students were validated. At least someone acknowledged their efforts, and they would not be derided as fools. In conclusion, I wish to express that they willingly stepped onto foreign battlefields for the sake of the children in this school, a tradition upheld by the 649th Army. They burned themselves to illuminate the path for the younger generation, ensuring the flame of valor continues to burn brightly. This is what makes the 649th Army so formidable. The warrior's ultimate destination is the battlefield. Though they are unfortunate, they are also fortunate. Principal Chu, you shall receive a sum of 200,000 to manage the affairs properly. Having spoken, Zhang Yong'an disregarded those present and departed without further ado. This was the extent of his capabilities. Beyond this, he could offer no more. Furthermore, he was also cleaning up after Principal Chu and the other teachers. Had he not arrived, should any misfortune have befallen these individuals, despite the voluntary nature of the demon-hunting team's engagement, their families would not have cared about such voluntary choices. Ultimately, the accountability would have fallen upon the teachers present. By shouldering this responsibility for the teachers and Principal Chu, and by placing the sacrifices of the fallen teachers on the school's accounts, he had already done more than enough. Further involvement would be excessive. After half a day, under Principal Chu's arrangement, the families of the teachers, after dining, were escorted home by car. Zhang Yong'an stood at the window of the principal's office, only withdrawing his gaze after watching the families depart in taxis. The funds for these individuals would naturally come from him. The entire school was his golden touch. Contributing to the school was a means of justifying his role. After seeing the families off, Principal Chu knocked on the door of the principal's office. Zhang Yong'an set aside the school documents in his hands and allowed him entry. Principal Chu entered with a complex smile, followed by Zhang Luna. The two approached together. Principal Zhang, while we have temporarily pacified these families, we cannot fulfill the other conditions you mentioned. Once a life is lost, the office in the Magic City will also cancel their positions, and their salaries cannot be dispersed. As for graves and tombstones, that can be arranged. There is ample space in the backyard. Zhang Yong'an raised his hand, halting Principal Chu's subsequent words. Vice Principal, listen carefully. Regardless of what promises I make, as long as I am alive and present in this school, my word is my bond. I understand your skepticism, but time will validate everything. Principal Chu chuckled awkwardly. acknowledging that some matters indeed require the test of time. Zhang Yong'an's scrutinizing gaze turned to Zhang Luna, inquiring, "And what about you?" Stepping forward, Zhang Luna, having mentally prepared her words, spoke swiftly. "I will also take responsibility for part of the funds. After all, we are teammates." In recent days, Zhang Yong'an had clarified how those individuals had perished. The 5-member team had inadvertently ventured into the territory of a 4th-tier demon beast, encountering several 4th-tier creatures. Had it not been for the timely intervention of a 5th-tier expert who saved Zhang Luna, none would have returned. To navigate the foreign battlefield without at least a mid-tier strength is to court death at any moment. Zhang Yong'an pondered for a moment, his eyes deep with contemplation, and declared, "I believe I have made myself abundantly clear. In this school, all decisions are mine to command. I will stand with you in both triumph and adversity. Do you understand? If so, return to your duties." Faced with Zhang Yong'an's unwavering authority, the two departed with a sense of resignation. Upon exiting the principal's office, Chu Zihong and Zhang Luna exchanged a glance, uttering no words. Yet, they quickened their pace and arrived at a research room on the 3rd floor, where a dozen teachers awaited, all of whom had just accompanied the families of the departed. Upon their return, 3 grade directors rose to their feet. The director of the freshman class, Zhang Liang, was the first to inquire, "What did the principal say?" With a sense of resignation, Chu Zihong relayed the entirety of the principal's words from the office to those present. Was he truly committed to his promises? Would he truly provide resources for the students or subsidies for the teachers? Surely, he wouldn't be one to fizzle out after a brief enthusiasm or merely speak empty words. Another teacher interjected, "Old Chu, are you certain you didn't misread that individual's credentials?" Chu Zihong replied, "Principal Zhang has served in the military for many years, lacks any significant background, and previously held the peak of the 3rd tier. He should now be at the 4th tier. The mission for 1st-class merit is confidential, and I have no authority to access it. However, he likely possesses little wealth. It seems he intends to leverage his 4th-tier strength to procure resources on the foreign battlefield, much like the Demon Slayer team." Another director, Wang Jingjing, countered, "A 4th-tier powerhouse, though of mid-tier strength, how much could he realistically obtain? In such a large institution, even if he could secure $1 million a month, could that truly fulfill the grandiose claims he made? It's not that I lack respect for Principal Zhang. It's just that I find this situation improbable." Zhang Luna recalled what Zhang Yong'an had said to her upon their first meeting and remembered the profound black gaze and authoritative words in the principal's office. She turned to the gathered individuals, stating, "Principal Zhang has asserted that time will test everything. We can only place our trust in him." Ultimately, the teachers' conversation reached an impasse. Indulging in fantasies was futile. Only time could validate these matters. They all hoped for a miracle to unfold. Nevertheless, in their hearts, Principal Zhang had managed to earn their grudging respect, especially regarding his handling of the sacrificed teachers. In the afternoon, Zhang Yong'an took the time to inspect the training conditions of students across various grades. Within each training room, no student was slacking. All were diligently honing their skills. A smile graced Zhang Yong'an's face. Even if their innate talents were somewhat lacking, persistence, coupled with adequate resources, would swiftly elevate their strengths. However, all of this hinged upon finances. It seemed imperative to venture to the foreign battlefield soon. At present, each student possessed only 3 chi blood pills, and today marked the consumption of the second. Coupled with the compensation given to the families of the teachers, the school was indeed running low on funds, barely managing to sustain its operations. The allocation of 3 chi blood pills per student in recent days was entirely aimed at enhancing Zhang Yong'an's strength. After consuming the chi blood pills, the students would have to wait for a while. They would need to bide their time until Zhang Yong'an secured additional funds. Yet, he was confident that it wouldn't prove to be a daunting task. After all, he had already made grand declarations. He glanced at the first-class merit reward storage ring in his hand. If absolutely necessary, he could temporarily pawn the ring for resources. This ring could fetch several tens of millions, albeit it would have to be returned to the Martial Alliance. It is not yet time to part with the storage ring, for it represents the hard-won achievements of his brothers, purchased with their very lives. Soon, as midnight approached, golden characters manifested before Zhang Yong'an. Daily settlement. The text flowed into his being, and in an instant, a surge of vitality flooded his body once more. Today marked the first administration of the medicine, and thus its effects were profound. Within moments, his strength ascended directly to the pinnacle of the 4th rank. The potency of the elixir was not yet depleted. His power continued to rise, taking another significant leap, though he remained some distance from breaking through to the 5th rank. Nevertheless, Zhang Yong'an sensed that upon fully consuming this pill, he would be quite close to achieving that coveted 5th rank. Once he absorbed the next pill, a breakthrough was inevitable. Such speed was indeed remarkable, primarily due to the current lower rank, which allowed for rapid enhancement. However, in the future, as his rank increased, the vitality from the daily settlements would not suffice for a swift ascent across major realms. 2 days later, the second vitality pill had been fully absorbed by the students. The exhilaration from consecutively consuming 2 vitality pills was palpable. Having resources for cultivation was truly delightful. Yet, uncertainty lingered regarding the duration of such fortunate days. The teachers had mentioned that the school coffers were nearly empty, with perhaps only one more pill to spare. Unless a miracle occurred, they would indeed face a resource drought this year. Thus, when the students received the last vitality pill, although reluctant to consume it, they ultimately complied with Principal Zhang's firm insistence and swallowed it for their cultivation. That evening, golden characters flickered before Zhang Yong'an once more. He was but a step away from the 5th rank, and tonight should suffice. As the golden script integrated into his being, a series of crisp sounds echoed from his body. Zhang Yong'an opened his eyes, astonished. Early 5th rank. The realm once deemed unattainable had now been reached in the blink of an eye. The speed was truly remarkable. Rising to his feet, he approached the office window, gazing out at the nocturnal campus. For these students, should they cultivate in a conventional manner, it would take at least a month of daily vitality settlements to achieve a breakthrough to the 5th rank. Perhaps even longer. 2 or 3 months was not out of the question. However, with the aid of the vitality pills, this duration was significantly shortened. Thus, it was evident that martial cultivation relied heavily on resources. Without them, even the most gifted would find their progress painstakingly slow. Zhang Yong'an chuckled to himself. Reflecting, some say that those strong individuals built up by countless resources are merely facades, with unstable foundations and lacking true combat prowess. Yet, such sentiments are mere excuses of the impoverished to soothe their own insecurities. Who wouldn't yearn to ascend to strength through abundant resources? Not overly contemplative, he withdrew his gaze from the campus, observing the student dormitories nearby, where fervent training persisted. These students, driven by unwavering dedication and passion, truly embodied the legacy of martial warriors. Having now ascended to the 5th rank, it was time to venture beyond the Stargate of Modu to seek out resources. Otherwise, the school would soon face closure. Upon reflection, he returned to his desk and retrieved his notebook, meticulously recalling the myriad experiences he had encountered over the years on the battlefield. Throughout this time, he had indeed come across some remarkable opportunities. Yet his lack of strength left him only to gaze longingly at a mountain of gold. After a night of silence, Zhang Yong'an opened his eyes. He had napped for 2 hours in his office chair and found little lingering fatigue. With his 5th-tier vitality, he was capable of enduring prolonged periods without sleep. A 5th-tier warrior, positioned among the mid-tier fighters, was indeed a formidable presence, his combat prowess exponentially surpassing that of a peak 3rd-tier fighter. Rubbing his temples, he declared, "Today, I shall set forth." Zhang Yong'an was never one to linger unnecessarily. During the past weeks, he had diligently worked overtime to resolve the issues left behind by the previous principal and had organized various school affairs. In the short term, entrusting the school's management to Principal Chu posed no difficulties. Moreover, he had reached the standards of strength he aspired to, thus feeling thoroughly prepared for departure. He was resolute in his determination to train diligently and eradicate the foreign tribes. With unwavering commitment, he aimed to become a true martial artist. In the distance, the chants of students resounded, as the school implemented a militarized management system, requiring students to gather at the martial arts arena by 6 in the morning to commence their day of training. Zhang Yong'an approached the glass wall of his office, gazing at the multitude of young figures clad in black martial attire. A wave of sentimentality washed over him. In contrast to some martial arts universities with laxer management, where students often exhibited lethargy and instructors focused solely on their physical prowess and grades, neglecting other aspects, these individuals had grown complacent after extended periods within the safety zone. For them, becoming a martial artist was merely a step toward ascending the social ladder. From Zhang Yong'an's extensive experience on the battlefield, he He understood that such complacency would inevitably resemble a frog slowly boiling in water, leading to the downfall of the new generation of martial artists. Of course, there remained a few exceptional individuals, though they were exceedingly rare. After brewing a pot of tea, he called Principal Chu to his office. This expedition to the foreign battlefield required him to entrust the school's affairs to Principal Chu, and he had no intention of informing the other teachers about this mission. He understood that they harbored doubts regarding him. After all, the grandiose claims he had made previously seemed quite far-fetched. Only by presenting tangible results could he fully win their trust. These teachers were all veterans from the 649th Army, a force comprising tens of thousands, and it was impossible for Zhang Yong'an to know them all. Nevertheless, he held faith in their character. Before long, Chu Zihong arrived at the office. After Zhang Yong'an invited him to sit, he poured a cup of tea for him. As Chu Zihong rose to accept the cup with both hands, he was about to inquire further when Zhang Yong'an interjected, "Let me be succinct. I will be heading to the Demon City's Stargate battlefield today. Please manage the school affairs in my absence. I shall return within 3 to 5 days at the shortest, or at most, half a month." Zhang Yong'an refrained from mentioning the possibility of not returning, for the reason was simple. Having declared his intention to return, he would undoubtedly keep his word. His principle was one of integrity. A promise was as binding as a nail. Principal Chu's pupils widened slightly, and for a moment, he felt the cup of tea in his hand was rather hot. However, being a martial artist, he could endure this level of warmth. It was not the tea that made his hands feel warm. Unable to restrain himself, he spoke up. "Principal, there is no need to take such risks. I have asked Zhang Luna and the others to accompany you for support. This matter is inherently dangerous and requires careful deliberation." Zhang Yong'an's gaze remained calm as he turned to look at Chu Zihong. "This is a notification, not a discussion." Chu Zihong fell silent, realizing Zhang Yong'an's temperament. His position as vice principal was not solely based on personal strength, but rather on his discerning eye for talent. Clearly, after days of interaction, his assessment of Zhang Yong'an could be summed up in one phrase. His words were resolute and left no room for doubt. After some time, he finally took a sip of tea and said, "Rest assured, Principal. The school is in my hands." Zhang Yong'an nodded, finished his tea, set down the cup, and walked towards the door. Only after he left did Chu Zihong realize that Zhang Yong'an was preparing to depart. The two arrived at the school gate. Although the duty teacher did not understand what the two principals were doing at the gate so early in the morning, he politely greeted them. "Good morning, Principal and Vice Principal." Zhang Yong'an nodded in response. At that moment, a taxi pulled up at the school gate, prearranged while brewing tea earlier. Zhang Yong'an opened the door and got in, then lowered the window halfway to look at the approaching Chu Zihong, saying, "You should head back." The window rose again, and the car swiftly sped away towards the distant Star Gate in the Magic City. At the gate, the duty teacher approached and noticed Principal Chu standing still, watching the taxi disappear down the road. He finally came back to his senses. The teacher asked, "What is Principal Zhang doing so early in the morning?" Principal Chu's expression was complex as he sighed deeply. "He has gone alone to the Star Gate." The teacher's pupils widened in shock. "I can't believe it. I thought he was boasting, but he truly went. I must inform Luna. We need to send a few teachers from the Demon Hunter team to follow him and ensure the principal's safety." Although these teachers usually did not believe Zhang Yong'an's grand declarations, seeing him take such a risk, how could they allow him to face it alone? Chu Zihong called out to him, his tone unusually solemn. He said he would go alone. "We must trust the first-class meritorious veteran of the 649th Army." Upon hearing this, a solemn expression flashed across the teacher's face. The car sped swiftly toward the Star Gate in the Magic City, established in the old urban area. When the alien portal first appeared, the once thriving city plunged into chaos, and all its splendor was destroyed. Ultimately, it was only through the suppression of advanced weaponry that the extraterrestrial beings were temporarily driven back to their portal. Subsequently, the imposing Star Gate was constructed, enclosing the entire portal. Through the car window, on a clear day, one could see the towering walls from afar. The area surrounding the Star Gate was relocated within a 20-kilometer radius, becoming the present Magic City area, which has a history of nearly a century. It is noteworthy that once firearms enter the Star Gate, they become ineffective, and even technological devices succumb to the same fate, seemingly due to the peculiar forces of the alien continent. Within its confines, one can at most utilize a mechanical wristwatch. It is rumored that some formidable individuals are impervious to nuclear weapons. However, at his current level, Zhang Yong'an would only be untroubled by ordinary bullets, though he would not be foolish enough to stand idly as a target. Soon, the vehicle could progress no further and had to be abandoned at this point. Ahead lay the 649th Military Control Zone, into which my car could not venture. The driver alerted him, and Zhang Yong'an disembarked after settling the fare. He gazed into the distance. Even from afar, the imposing walls of Jinqing Pass radiated an overwhelming presence. Drawing a deep breath, he inhaled the familiar, faint scent of blood that permeated his lungs, a sensation that seemed to awaken a dormant gene within him. A subtle aura of lethality began to emanate from his being. He found himself in the buffer zone between the urban area and the controlled zone, where numerous parking lots had been constructed. Occasionally, martial artists would stop here, unable to access the controlled zone, and thus had to leave their vehicles temporarily. Others, like Zhang Yong'an, arrived by taxi and disembarked in the buffer zone. The area was populated by numerous martial artists. A casual glance revealed many of low rank, with a notable presence of first and second-tier practitioners. While third-tier individuals were considered relatively strong, there were some mid-tier warriors, albeit in fewer numbers. Ahead, a structure resembling a toll booth marked the entrance, with green-arrowed lanes allowing martial artists to queue. Soldiers dressed in green uniforms were stationed here, enforcing strict controls to prevent ordinary citizens from entering. Most ordinary martial artists ventured into the Stargate to hunt for beasts or seek valuable herbs and ores within the beast-infested forests, driven by profit. Essentially, anything of worth could be exchanged for currency, provided one remained vigilant against the beasts lurking within the forests. Failure to heed this could result in losing one's life without ever earning a dime. The Federation supported these martial artists' incursions into the Stargate, as it not only facilitated resource acquisition, but also diminished the strength of the alien forces. Unlike the ordinary martial artists who languished at the end of the long queue, Zhang Yong'an opted for the adjacent military passage, which was less crowded, an exclusive privilege afforded to retired military practitioners by the 649th Army. After registering his fingerprint, he seamlessly traversed the passage, surrounded by ruins that were remnants of the old city, now dilapidated after a century. Fortunately, the roads remained passable. Walking forward for approximately 2 kilometers, he finally spotted a row of military green jeeps stationed in the distance, designed to assist martial artists by providing convenient transport, allowing them to traverse the controlled zone freely to reach the Stargate. The fare was rather steep, charging 200 yuan for less than 20 kilometers. However, one could also choose to walk to the Stargate, as no one was compelled to spend. Everyone was there to make a profit, and ordinary martial artists were naturally reluctant to part with such sums. Round trips would amount to 400 yuan, which could be better spent elsewhere. However, Zhang Yong'an made his way directly to a military vehicle, for retired warriors are afforded certain privileges. After the driver verified Zhang Yong'an's veteran credentials, he graciously invited him aboard. The document did not indicate any first-class merits, only the rank of his martial prowess. Records of his achievements were solely contained within his martial dossier. Hence, the driver regarded Zhang Yong'an as an ordinary warrior. Both men shared the same martial background, yet the driver refrained from initiating conversation. The atmosphere within the vehicle was enveloped in silence. The journey proceeded smoothly, with the imposing gray walls drawing ever nearer, flanked by numerous structures at their base. These formidable walls were composed of a unique metal, impervious to the attempts of ordinary powerhouses to breach them, and the airspace above was similarly secured. From a vantage point in the sky, one might perceive this as a colossal fortress of steel, ensnaring the Stargate within its fortified embrace. At the foot of these walls lay the warriors' service area, resembling a small town, equipped with comprehensive facilities such as hospitals, banks, and hotels, all dedicated to serving the hunters who ventured forth. Any spoils from the exotic lands, be it the remains of beasts or precious materials, could be traded at the Federal Exchange within the town. The pricing there was notably fair, earning the favor of many warriors, for within the confines of the exchange, one would not be subjected to extortion. As Zhang Yong'an approached the service area, he discerned an increasingly oppressive atmosphere within. For every warrior that entered, another emerged. Some bore grievous wounds, teetering on the brink of consciousness. Others rejoiced in the sale of their valuable treasures, while some appeared utterly despondent, evidently mourning the absence of friends or comrades. In essence, a myriad of circumstances unfolded before him. The warriors preparing to enter the Stargate had long steeled themselves for such realities. For who would willingly embrace the peril of the Stargate, if not for the sake of survival? Upon reaching the service area, Zhang Yong'an established an account at the Federal Exchange, ensuring that any future earnings could be directly deposited. He also procured provisions for half a month, water and food, that he stored within his spatial ring, allowing for more agile movement. It was customary for warrior squads on missions to carry a spatial ring as a mobile repository. Thus, many warriors were well accustomed to their presence. Having completed these tasks, Zhang Yong'an proceeded toward an open entrance beneath the towering walls of Jinxing Pass. A mechanical watch now adorned his wrist, a device capable of functioning in the exotic lands, facilitating his timekeeping. With Chu Zihong temporarily overseeing the school, the Ministry of Education in Magic City would hardly concern itself with the principal's absence. Thus, he found himself with ample time at his disposal. Zhang Yong'an ambled forward, uncertain of how long his stay in the exotic realm would last, primarily dependent on the outcomes of his endeavors. Nevertheless, as a fifth-tier powerhouse, he had access to numerous places for exploration, and he anticipated considerable rewards. Casting aside further contemplation, he soon arrived at the main gate of Jinxing Pass. After once again confirming his identity through fingerprint recognition, he stepped through the entrance. Crossing into the gate, he traversed a 30-meter tunnel, only to behold at its terminus a vivid crimson light, the stench of blood permeating the air with a palpable intensity. Soon, Zhang Yong'an emerged from the tunnel, his pupils reflecting a crimson halo. Each sight was a jolt to the senses. Before him, within the iron-forged town Star Pass, a luminous membrane, towering at a height of 100 meters and stretching a kilometer long, emanated a resplendent crimson light amidst the scarlet mist. The membrane, gleaming like rubies, flowed with silvery radiance akin to a constellation of stars, visibly shifting with a deliberate slowness, indicating that the surface of the Stargate was in motion. Occasionally, silhouettes of martial artists emerged from within the ruby membrane. The moment they touched the Stargate, they were transported to the lands of the alien races. A multitude of military warriors was stationed within this town Star Pass, ever vigilant in their watch. Zhang Yong'an took a deep breath and approached the Scarlet Portal. After a century of conflict with the alien races, the Human Federation remained oblivious to the nature of the Stargate that linked two worlds. Nor did they understand its emergence. Even the divine entities of the alien continent were equally perplexed. Without delay, Zhang Yong'an stepped into the Stargate, a journey he had mastered long ago. As he crossed the threshold, his vision blurred momentarily before regaining clarity. He arrived at the town Star Pass of the alien continent. Presently, among the 10 town Star Passes of Huagua, only the cities of Modu and Jingdu had established their own on the alien continent, serving as sanctuaries for humanity. Thus, Modu boasted 2 town Star Passes, one within its own borders and another at the alien Stargate, the Dragon King's Beast Clan Forest. Zhang Yong'an surveyed the surrounding open space of the Stargate, where numerous martial artists were returning from the Beast Clan Forest, taking a brief respite. The ground was strewn with the carcasses of monstrous beasts and the fallen warriors who had perished in the forest, a pungent odor of blood pervading the air. Zhang Yong'an's expression remained impassive. He had long grown accustomed to such sights. The number of military warriors stationed here exceeded 10,000. Zhang Yong'an had also served in this location for a time, having encountered several acquaintances, but regrettably, after over a decade of warfare, most had either perished or were grievously injured. Consequently, he had become increasingly aloof, hesitant to forge new friendships for fear of facing the loss of cherished comrades once more. Thus, he had no familiar faces within the 649th Army. Without lingering on sentiment, he proceeded toward the checkpoint. Here, electronic devices were rendered useless, and fingerprint scanning was unnecessary. The process was thus expedited, as long as one ensured they were not of alien descent. The humans here differed from those of Blue Star. Their ears were pointed, and their pupils were green, reminiscent of the elves from Western tales. However, being of a different race, encounters inevitably led to conflict. Neither side would ever sit down to negotiate. Having fought for many years at the Modu Stargate, Zhang Yong'an had encountered few alien beings. As this region belonged to the Beast Dynasty, predominantly inhabited by beastmen and monstrous creatures, he was aware of some basic information regarding this continent. Yet the extent of its expanse remained a mystery to him. Currently, it is known that the dynasties are in close proximity, and it is said that as long as there is a single practitioner at the 9th rank, a dynasty can be established. Consequently, there exist numerous human and beast dynasties. Though there are occasional frictions among them, they rarely engage in fierce conflicts, for they are all under the watchful gaze of a higher race, the divine race. The divine race governs the entire continent, and both the human and beast dynasties must heed their commands. Legend has it that the divine race bestowed the spark of fire upon the ancestors of both humans and beasts, guiding them in the establishment of civilization, which has led to the current scale of existence. One might say that it is a matter of faith. Hence, the land is also referred to as the divine gift continent, due to the oversight of the divine race. Even though there are skirmishes between the various dynasties, they seldom escalate into full-blown wars. The declaration of war against the Blue Star humans is also at the behest of the divine race. After more than a decade of warfare, Zhang Yong'an had the fortune of encountering a member of the divine race. Much like the other races, the divine beings resemble humans, but they possess fairer skin and are more towering in stature, with each individual boasting strength above the mid-tier. Regrettably, Zhang Yong'an's realm had been too low over the years. Although his combat prowess reached the pinnacle of the third tier, he was ultimately still a low-tier warrior and thus remained detached from significant military missions. Upon stepping out of the military encampment, Zhang Yong'an gazed at the vast beastkin forest before him, his eyes shimmering with golden light. Previously, his inadequate strength had hindered him from discovering valuable treasures within this forest, and he had refrained from wandering recklessly. However, circumstances had changed. Compared to several days prior, he had ascended 2 major realms. The early stage of the 5th tier was now sufficient for him to traverse this forest with confidence. Taking a deep breath, he lifted his gaze to the sky, noting the temporal discrepancy between this realm and Blue Star. With 20 hours of daylight and 20 hours of darkness, the young warriors who had just arrived in this alien land might find the passage of time perplexing. Yet, seasoned individuals like Zhang Yong'an, equipped with mechanical wristwatches that displayed the date and time, were able to swiftly adapt to this 40-hour cycle of the otherworldly continent. Zhang Yong'an glanced at the position of the sun in this world and made a mental estimation of the time. He had arrived at the perfect moment. With 16 hours remaining before nightfall, he had deliberately chosen this time to enter the Stargate, as it was daytime in the Beastkin realm, making it considerably easier to search for treasures or find paths. The experience cultivated in the military was now proving invaluable. Zhang Yong'an chuckled to himself, thinking he would never utilize these skills again in his lifetime. It was surprising how, after a period of disuse, he could still wield them with such finesse. It seemed that fate would not allow him to depart from the battlefield of the other races. Previously, Zhang Yong'an had been despondent, contemplating marriage and settling down in the new city of magic capital to enjoy a peaceful retirement. It was unfathomable that he would now find himself in the otherworldly continent, continuing to struggle. One could only say that the whims of fate are unpredictable. This has led him to act without meticulous planning, entirely unconcerned about what the future might hold, for the variables were too numerous, rendering any plans futile. Returning to the matter at hand, he ventured into the forest. Not long after entering, he retrieved his trusty companion from his storage ring, a long, ebony blade. Having polished the blade just yesterday, this dark long knife had accompanied him in slaying numerous beasts, yet he had yet to strike down even a mid-tier beast. He gazed at the long knife in his hand, a smile gracing his lips as he proclaimed, "This time, I shall ensure you taste the blood of the demon clan." Securing the blade at his waist, he retrieved his notebook, consulting the meticulously drawn map that had been etched in his memory. As a martial artist, his recollection was exceptional, and the impressions from that time were vividly etched in his mind. He tucked the notebook away and cast his gaze towards a certain direction, silently hoping not to be disappointed. With purpose, he swiftly set off towards his destination, moving with remarkable speed. Witnessing Zhang Yong'an's velocity, nearby low-ranking warriors could not help but widen their eyes. Such swiftness suggested he was at least a first-tier martial artist. Among the crowd, several exchanged glances, retracting their greedy stares. They had set their sights on Zhang Yong'an's storage ring, initially contemplating the possibility of killing him for treasure should he prove to be weak. However, confronted with a formidable opponent, they begrudgingly abandoned their intentions. Zhang Yong'an navigated through the forest, which stretched safely for over 30 miles. He felt no need to deliberately avoid perilous areas, for the woods near the town of Jinxing had been traversed by countless martial artists. Had the trees held any value, they would have been uprooted long ago. Thus, to procure valuable items, one had to venture deeper. This was precisely why several third-tier teachers from the academy had met their untimely demise. After traveling 40 to 50 miles, he soon encountered traces of blood. Yet no demon beasts or beastmen appeared. Instead, he discovered signs of other martial artists' activities. Taking a brief respite, he consumed a modest meal before resuming his journey towards his objective. The location he sought lay a further 1 to 200 miles away, in an exceedingly secluded area that would be impossible to locate without a map. The brothers who had once accompanied him in the discovery had perished, leaving him as the sole bearer of this knowledge. That place was fraught with danger. Previously, he had refrained from recklessly charging in with his third-tier strength, but now, as a fledgling fifth-tier martial artist, he felt emboldened to explore more of this forest. Within several hundred miles, the strongest demon clan or beastman barely reached 6th tier. While the most powerful beings were only of the 6th tier, they were still formidable adversaries. Beyond a few hundred miles lay the territory of the Zhao dynasty, where one would find beastman cities, a stark contrast to the forest, which served as a buffer zone between the beastman civilization and Jinxing Pass. Regaining his strength, he hastened towards his destination. As dusk approached, Zhang Yong'an consulted his map, discerning that the treasure he had previously glimpsed lay merely a dozen miles ahead. Along the way, he encountered several low-tier demon beasts. However, prioritizing his journey, he chose not to engage with them. He needed to ascertain whether the treasure had been claimed by another before attending to any other matters. From the moment he had first seen that site, he sensed that its contents would undoubtedly hold immense value. In this realm, beastmen and demon beasts were no longer a rarity. Zhang Yong'an proceeded with utmost caution, aware that the beastmen held dominion in this forest, possessing a degree of intelligence. The intelligence of the demon beasts may be low, however, their corporeal forms are far more precious than those of the beastmen. As darkness enveloped the sky, Zhang Yong'an's gaze was as sharp as a hawk's, allowing him to discern his surroundings with clarity even in the night. A mid-tier warrior possesses the ability to see in the dark, rendering the night relatively safe for Zhang Yong'an. He strode purposefully into the depths of the forest, remaining vigilant as he scanned his surroundings. He detected a hint of sanguine aroma in the air, reminiscent of a scent etched in his memory. It was this peculiar scent that initially alerted him to the potential treasures hidden within this realm. In his current state of financial desperation, he knew that fortune often favored the bold. Suddenly, the sounds of battle echoed ahead, compelling Zhang Yong'an to halt and steady his breath. The clash of combat was accompanied by the roars of demon beasts. Had warriors discovered this place? No, he discerned the presence of foreign tongues, beastmen. Zhang Yong'an swiftly deduced the identities of the two factions involved. In this world, both beastmen and humans communicate in a common language, believed to be derived from the divine tongue of the gods. After a century of conflict with the foreign races, the language had been deciphered, and it was now taught to warriors in universities, where courses in foreign tongues were offered. Zhang Yong'an, having studied this language diligently in the military, understood it with clarity. He advanced cautiously, the voices becoming increasingly distinct. This purple-striped pig is a fine catch. Its meat is exquisite. Hurry and slay it to present to the chief. You'll be the one to curry favor while neglecting your own meals. Do you know why you remain a low-ranking guard while I am a second-tier one? It's because your mind is consumed only by food. I emerged from the Langlang Mountains to earn merit, and upon my return, I shall marry Xiaohua. Do not speak so carelessly. In the lore of the foreign races, this is known as planting a flag, and uttering it invites death. The conversation reached Zhang Yong'an's ears, easing the tension in his furrowed brow. Two beastmen were present, one a first-tier warrior, the other a second-tier. They were hardly formidable. Without hesitation, he burst forth from the thicket, witnessing the two beastmen engaged in combat with a first-tier demon beast. The beastmen were tall, adorned with twisted horns, their faces grotesque, clad in armor. Zhang Yong'an recognized them as soldiers of the Zhao dynasty, currently besieging a demon beast. Having spotted them, he would not allow the opportunity to slip away. He swiftly charged towards the two. Who goes there? The beastmen were evidently unprepared for an ambush within the dense forest. As they turned, one beastman felt a fleeting shadow before his body became weightless, collapsing to the ground. His familiar form stood frozen in place, the light fading from his eyes. The other beastman widened his eyes in shock, but all he could perceive was Zhang Yong'an delivering a second strike. The blade flashed, leaving only a singular thought in his mind. It is true that planting a flag can lead to death. Regrettably, These two beastmen emitted no cries for help, nor would they ever be able to claim Xiaohua as their bride. They fell lifelessly to the forest floor. Zhang Yong'an hurled the black gold long knife with precision, striking the wild boar squarely in the neck and swiftly ending the creature's life, depriving it of any chance to emit a cry of agony. The execution was characterized by its decisiveness and efficiency. He stored the beast's carcass within his ring, recognizing that a first-grade beast would not fetch a significant price, and it was far more prudent to keep it for sustenance. As for the corpses of the beastmen, they held little value. Yet, adhering to the principle of taking advantage of every opportunity, he stripped the soldiers of their weapons and armor, tossing them into his storage ring. Zhang Yong'an could not help but lament his own poverty. These items could still benefit his students and should not go to waste. Upon discovering two small pouches at the waists of the fallen, he discerned their contents with a mere touch: blood crystals. A cursory examination revealed the pouches contained smooth, red orbs the size of peanuts. These served as currency and could absorb vitality for cultivation. The blood crystals he held could only be sold for a few tens of thousands at most, indicating that these alien soldiers were rather weak. For some low-tier martial artists, such an income would indeed be considerable. However, acquiring such wealth necessitated the elimination of similarly ranked beastmen, a grim reality for ordinary martial artists entering the Stargates. Therefore, the higher one's rank, the more likely one was to prosper on the battlefield against alien foes. The benefits of being at the 5th rank were undeniable. This marked Zhang Yong'an's first harvest since entering the Stargate. Albeit modest, it was better than nothing. The presence of beastmen suggested that the fabled treasure site might have already been discovered by them. Contemplating this, Zhang Yong'an's expression darkened, yet he felt compelled to investigate further. At the very least, he needed to ascertain the nature of the treasures concealed within that land. Ignoring the two corpses on the ground, he pressed deeper into the wilderness. After traversing about 7 or 8 miles, the distinctive scent of blood grew increasingly potent, a promising sign that indicated the treasure might still be within reach. However, he suddenly realized a troubling fact. There appeared to be a conspicuous absence of mid-tier beasts in the vicinity. During his previous visit, he had encountered numerous mid-tier and a plethora of low-tier beasts drawn to this area. Now, not only were there no mid-tier beasts, but he had scarcely encountered even a single low-tier one. What could account for this anomaly? With such questions lingering in his mind, Zhang Yong'an continued his exploration. The alien night lacked a moon, yet the starry sky was resplendent, showcasing a river of stars more beautiful than that of Blue Star. However, this was hardly the moment for stargazing. With danger seemingly absent, Zhang Yong'an quickened his pace, noting the terrain around him rising, suggesting an ascent. Still, there were no traces of other beasts. Had they been cleared out or driven away? Having come this far, he was unwilling to retreat. He suppressed his aura and advanced swiftly, ultimately reaching what appeared to be the summit. The intense scent of blood was now overwhelming. A premonition surged within him. The treasure lay at the mountain's peak. Excitement surged through him as he hastened toward the summit. A rich, sanguine aroma enveloped the mountaintop, manifesting as a crimson mist. Yet visibility remained remarkably high, merely veiled by a delicate haze. He inhaled deeply, feeling a subtle tremor coursing through his veins, a mere flicker of disturbance. For a martial artist of intermediate rank, the entities residing here might indeed hold some value. Leaning forward, he observed intently, and suddenly, he discerned an ancient stone altar 100 meters away, its weathered patterns testament to the passage of time. Upon this altar stood two imposing figures, two peak 5th-rank warriors. Zhang Yong'an's expression instantly turned grave, and he dared not draw a deep breath. Under normal circumstances, his team of 53rd-rank warriors would face certain demise against even one of these foes. Though he had recently ascended to the 5th rank, he was merely at its nascent stage. Recklessly approaching would only lead to his demise. A wave of despair washed over him. It seemed the coveted treasure would elude his grasp, claimed instead by these alien powerhouses. It appeared he would have to retreat and hunt some beasts, rendering his journey not entirely in vain. At that moment, he overheard the exchange between the two above. "Hu Wei, why are you here in my Jiao dynasty instead of remaining in your White Tiger dynasty?" Zhang Yong'an's brow arched. It seemed the two beastmen harbored some discord, prompting him to halt his retreat. The robust man clad in white, known as Hu Wei, replied, "I was expelled after failing to compete for the crown prince. The White Tiger dynasty has become untenable, I've come to the Star Town to vent my frustrations by slaying a few blue star aliens. Yet, I have stumbled upon this exquisite treasure. Jiao Man, this beast blood pool should be your opportunity to break through to the 6th rank. This relic left by the divine race is for all to enjoy in the God-given continent. Dressed in a black robe adorned with golden embroidery, Jiao Man's eyes gleamed with murderous intent. Your nose is quite perceptive, having tracked the scent here. I advise you to leave promptly. This is my dynasty's territory, and should your advancement be disturbed, my kin of higher rank shall not hesitate to eliminate you. Hui chuckled. The White Tiger dynasty has also dispatched high-ranking warriors to hunt me down. Do you think I fear them? The true enhancement of strength is what matters. If I slay you and consume this blood pool, I shall ascend to the 6th rank and depart from here. Besides, I have already eradicated your guards. No one will know of your demise. Jiao Man's expression darkened unexpectedly. He had not anticipated Hui's audacity. A sinister smile crept upon his lips. It seems there is no room for negotiation. With that, his arms morphed into scaled dragon claws, and his figure vanished as he lunged toward Hui. Unyielding, Hui summoned his own vital pressure, transforming from a 2-meter-tall muscular man into a 3-meter-long silvery white tiger. The battle was imminent. At this moment, Zhang Yong'an found himself rooted to the spot. The two beastmen had scarcely exchanged a few words before engaging in combat. Such was the nature of the demon race, decisive and brutal, devoid of superfluous dialogue. Beast blood pool. Zhang Yong'an seized upon the key phrase in their discourse. As a seasoned veteran of the battlefield, he had encountered numerous treasures of alien origin, and although he had only heard whispers of the beast blood pool, he had never before laid eyes upon it. The beast blood pool, also known as the beast blood altar, was crafted by the ancient deities adept in the art of formations. Regrettably, as time passed, the knowledge of these formations waned, and many crucial materials were exhausted. The stone platform itself serves as an altar. Initially, the pool was devoid of any substance. However, when the blood of demonic beasts is introduced, it has the extraordinary ability to purify the blood, eliminating impurities and violent energies, thus leaving only the most refined essence of blood. Although this sounds promising, it possesses numerous shortcomings. Once established, the beast blood altar cannot be relocated, and the conversion yield of demonic beast blood is dismally low, often resulting in a mere fraction being usable. Over time, it became more advantageous to directly refine demonic beast blood into medicinal pills, leading to the gradual abandonment of the altar, falling into obscurity and neglect. Moreover, the process requires an extensive duration of over a decade to yield a single pool of blood, which is only beneficial to mid-tier martial artists or demonic beasts. For instance, it could potentially enable the two formidable beasts before him to surpass the pinnacle of the 5th rank. It is, in essence, a relic of obsolescence. While it still holds some utility, it is merely marginal at best. With this in mind, Zhang Yong'an's gaze ignited with fervor. He had witnessed the sale of the beast blood pool's essence in the Federation's marketplace. A mere 10 milliliters could equate to the value of a first-tier vitality pill. Although this is not exorbitant, it is noteworthy that the beast blood pool's maximum worth is intrinsically limited to mid-tier. Nevertheless, it remains a viable resource, capable of aiding the students in their cultivation. The blood contained within is refined and entirely natural, far surpassing the efficacy of the vitality pills sold in the marketplace. A small dosage of this beast blood could yield effects comparable to consuming the pills. However, he lamented, it appeared he was no match for the two 5th-rank peaks. The confrontation ahead was intense, with the two powerful beings engaged in fierce combat. The Jiao Man had even manifested its true form as a dragon, while the Hui had transformed into a white tiger. Engaging in battle in their true forms unleashed the full might of their demonic lineage. As Zhang Yong'an observed the dragon up close for the first time, he was struck by its extraordinary presence, truly befitting a descendant of the 9th-tier demonic race. The dragon, being mid-tier, measured only 20 meters in length, while a high tier could reach hundreds of meters, still in its immature stage. The clash between the dragon and the tiger was nothing short of riveting, with both creatures exerting their utmost strength. From their exchanges, Zhang Yong'an gleaned that the Hui was undoubtedly desperate. Enhancing its power had become paramount, thus setting its sights on the beast blood pool. Should it achieve the 6th rank, it would enhance its chances of escape. Meanwhile, the Jiao Man, infuriated, was equally unwilling to witness the beast blood pool it had safeguarded for so long being usurped. Before long, the two engaged in a relentless exchange of blows, each sustaining significant injuries, displaying no mercy in their combat. Blood spilled upon the mountaintop, glimmering like stars. Ultimately, the white tiger found itself ensnared by the Jiao man. Both adversaries drained of strength. Unwilling to succumb to being slaughtered by the Jiao man, the Huwei summoned its remaining power, sinking its fangs into the Jiao man's neck, sending a torrent of blood gushing forth. The Jiao man felt the passage of life, while simultaneously clenching the neck of the white tiger with fierce determination. Ultimately, the white tiger succumbed, releasing its grip on the Jiao Long and losing its vitality. Exhausted, the Jiao man collapsed onto the ground. Yet it found solace in its victory, and a flicker of strength remained. If it could reach the beast blood pool, its injuries would swiftly mend. A glimmer of human-like pride emerged on the Jiao Long's face. Just then, a figure clad in black, wielding a black-gold long knife, materialized from the shadows, swiftly approaching with lethal intent in the Jiao man's wide, terrified eyes. The shadow struck with decisive efficiency, leaping high into the air, raising the black-gold blade, and delivering a forceful blow to the already severed neck. With a sickening squelch, the battered neck was cleaved in two by the man's full force. Blood from the Jiao Long surged forth like a wave, drenching Zhang Yong'an's entire body. Bathed in dragon blood, a grotesque smile of triumph flickered across Zhang Yong'an's face. After retracting his blade and taking a step back, the tip still glistening with sanguine energy, it seemed as if he reveled in his victory. The Jiao man's eyes widened in disbelief, unable to fathom that its life had been extinguished by this sudden apparition in black. Yet, such was the reality, like a mantis catching a cicada, unaware of the lurking yellow bird. Only regret remained for the Jiao man and the tiger's might. Zhang Yong'an burst into laughter, exhaling a sigh of relief as he surveyed the spoils before him. The corpses of the white tiger and Jiao Long, along with the pool of beast blood, constituted an unexpected bounty. The night was silent, yet Zhang Yong'an's heart surged with excitement. This harvest was indeed monumental. Simultaneously, golden text flashed before him. Daily vitality settlement. Moments later, the golden words merged into his being, and within an instant, they were wholly absorbed. Feeling the surge of this invigorating vitality, Zhang Yong'an's spirits lifted. The absorption effect of the second day's vitality pill, while not as potent as the previous day, nonetheless propelled him forward in strength. He estimated that with a few more vitality pills, he could break through to the mid-stage of the 5th rank. Time was of no concern. Indeed, it could be said that joy upon joy had come. The lifeless forms of the white tiger and Jiao Long lay before him. Both at the pinnacle of the 5th rank, their essence contained within their corporeal forms a treasure of considerable worth. Though both were colossal beasts, they still fell short of their complete potential. However, Zhang Yong'an was careful not to be overly greedy. These two corpses would sustain the students for quite some time. Indeed, Zhang Yong'an intended for the students to consume the flesh and blood of these two magical beasts. The flesh of magical beasts is a great nourishment for martial artists. For an ordinary martial artist, consuming the flesh of a first-rank beast would be a significant boon. Now, allowing these students to partake of the flesh from the pinnacle of the 5th rank was truly a luxury beyond imagination, even for the former Zhang Yong'an. Moreover, the most crucial point was that both creatures were pure-blood descendants of their respective royal lineages. As previously mentioned, typically, only 9th-rank magical beasts could establish a dynasty. For numerous martial artists, these creatures are regarded as supreme divine beasts. The bloodline of such divine beasts, along with their flesh, holds a value that far surpasses that of other demonic beasts of the same realm by several magnitudes. The worth of this flesh is immeasurable, in comparison. The blood pool of beasts appears somewhat meager. Nevertheless, the essence contained within the blood pool is pure power, making it more accessible for lower-tier martial artists to absorb. The value of both is not vastly disparate. For ordinary students, who have yet to attain even the 1st rank of martial arts, the flesh of a peak 5th-tier demonic beast is limited to morsels no larger than a peanut each day. Any larger intake would overwhelm their bodies with an excessive surge of vital energy, proving more harmful than beneficial. Thus, they can only consume a small piece, sufficient to meet their daily energy requirements. However, for Zhang Yong'an, a 5th-tier martial artist, he could easily consume dozens of pounds without issue. Unfortunately, he found no necessity for such indulgence. His cultivation no longer relied solely on himself. Allowing his students to absorb the energy would yield a higher conversion rate, as they would also harness the vital energy present in the surrounding environment. Consequently, the replenishment of his strength would be significantly augmented. It would be akin to him consuming the energy of two demonic beasts, thereby propelling his power to new heights. Should his students fully digest these two beasts, coupled with the blood pool, his cultivation could potentially break through to the 6th tier or even advance further. Zhang Yong'an did not harbor excessive aspirations. Recognizing that transcending to a higher tier is a protracted journey, with significant challenges separating high tier from mid-tier. His innate talent, while commendable amongst the common populace, had its limits, confining him to the realm of mid-tier martial artists. Without a miraculous turn of events, a breakthrough to higher tiers seemed improbable. However, the present circumstances were different. He was now supported by his devoted students, who could propel him forward substantially. Without further contemplation, he approached to retrieve the corpses of the two demonic beasts into his storage ring. However, he soon encountered a slight resistance. Unable to secure them, Zhang Yong'an felt no confusion. Instead, a look of delight emerged on his face. His storage ring could easily accommodate the 100 cubic units required for the two corpses. The resistance arose because both beasts possessed their own storage rings. A storage ring cannot contain another storage ring due to a simple reason: the repulsion of special spatial forces. Forcing one storage ring into another would result in spatial collapse, causing all contents within to be lost in a unique spatial void, unretrievable. Storage rings. Zhang Yong'an immediately examined the corpses, discovering indeed that both bore storage rings within their claws. Despite being stretched large due to their beastly transformation, this posed no issue, as storage rings are designed to expand and contract to cater to their owner's needs. His expression brightened. These two were undoubtedly nobles or heirs of their respective royal courts, possessing esteemed status and the means to afford high-quality storage rings. Upon dismantling the two storage rings, which had expanded to the size of collars, they reverted to their original dimensions. Zhang Yong'an extended his vital energy to inspect, discovering that the original owner's demonic power was temporarily inaccessible. However, in a couple of days, the demonic energy within the rings would dissipate without the owner's sustenance, making them accessible then. Of course, one could forcibly break them open, but Zhang Yong'an lacked the strength for such brute force at present. Thus, he could only wait a little longer. He was unconcerned, for he had already acquired the rings. Whatever treasures they contained would eventually belong to him. With a wave of his hand, he swiftly stored both corpses within the rings. With a sense of relief, he turned his attention to the stone platform not far away, for it was this object that had drawn him here. Zhang Yong'an ascended the stone platform, where a pool of pure beast blood shimmered with an amber glow. One could only wonder where the surrounding demonic beasts had fled. They were likely within this essence. Nevertheless, this fortuitous circumstance benefited him. Lacking a suitable container at the moment posed no challenge. He resolved to take the stone platform itself, as it could not be relocated once established without losing its ability to condense beast blood. Yet, Zhang Yong'an did not require the platform for that purpose. For the process of refining beast blood takes decades, a luxury he could not afford. Moreover, he needed an appropriate vessel to transfer this beast blood, and the platform would serve perfectly. Although it bore the semblance of overexploitation, this territory belonged to otherworldly beings and posed no threat to him. Guilt was unwarranted. He knelt to sample the beast blood, which was devoid of impurities and bore a unique medicinal fragrance. The blood melted upon contact, releasing a formidable surge of vitality within his mouth. Zhang Yong'an swallowed it, striving to harness this potent energy. After considerable effort, he managed to temporarily seal this vitality within his body. "Damn it," he exclaimed. "The beast blood sold at the Federal Exchange is diluted." The potency exceeded his expectations. A mere drop daily would suffice for rapid advancement. What a treasure! 3 drops equated to a first-grade vitality pill. Zhang Yong'an's face illuminated with joy. This was indeed a substantial gain. He then leaped from the platform, severed its foundation, and stored it within the storage ring. Today's bounty alone would sustain the school for quite some time. It must be said, greater strength indeed leads to greater profits. As Zhang Yong'an reflected on his fortune, a roar from a distant dragon echoed through the air. Roar, roar. The sound seemed to intimidate something. Zhang Yong'an's body jolted, and without a moment's hesitation, he sprinted back down the path he had come. His survival in the military thus far had been attributed not only to luck, but also to his agility and speed. Clearly, a lesser threat had summoned a greater one. As he raced down the mountain, Zhang Yong'an calculated quickly. The dragon was still several kilometers away, undoubtedly of a high rank, and with his current abilities, he could not hope to defeat it. Moreover, considering the distance, the nearest demonic city was a daunting 400 miles away. If I am not mistaken, at the moment the dragon and the white tiger were engaged in combat. The dragon had already sent out a distress signal. The high-grade dragon arrived with remarkable swiftness, yet it was still a tad too late. For the dragon had already been slain by Zhang Yong'an, whose corpse was subsequently stowed away in his storage ring. As long as Zhang Yong'an departed the scene swiftly, the dragon would remain oblivious to the identity of its assailant. Only the traces of the battle between the white tiger and the dragon remained, leading to the inevitable conclusion that the white tiger was the one who had executed the dragon. He felt the storage ring that belonged to the dragon on his hand. It was merely an ordinary storage ring, devoid of any tracking capabilities. Moreover, the demon race possessed no means of locking onto him, unless it was through blood. At this thought, a shiver coursed through Zhang Yong'an, for he was nearly drenched in the dragon's blood. He was, in essence, a living target. This was the singular thought that occupied his mind. How could a fifth-tier powerhouse hope to escape the pursuit of a high-grade beast? Yet, he was unwilling to accept his fate so readily. Without hesitation, he promptly removed the blood-stained garments from his body and placed them into the storage ring. The storage ring could mask his scent, but his skin was still tainted with copious amounts of blood. Even if he washed it off, a scent would inevitably linger. Disaster struck as Zhang Yong'an turned to see a massive shadow swiftly approaching the mountain peak. Should the beast fail to locate the murderer amidst the dense dragon's blood, it would immediately deduce the identity of the culprit and chase after the one stained with blood, namely, himself. He had to devise a countermeasure. Otherwise, even if he ran with all his might, he would never outpace a high-grade powerhouse in pursuit. His mind raced while he navigated swiftly among the living. Not long after, he had distanced himself considerably, yet Zhang Yong'an was acutely aware that no matter how fast he ran, he could not match the speed of a high-grade powerhouse. Soon, a look of immense joy illuminated Zhang Yong'an's face, for he had conceived an excellent strategy. Without a moment's hesitation, he halted and retrieved the corpse of the purple-patterned pig from his storage ring. A spark of vitality flickered in his eyes. Unexpectedly, this creature could still prove useful. Without delay, he seized his black gold long knife and began to skin the purple-patterned pig. As he peeled back the hide, a peculiar aroma of meat wafted into the air. He then plunged the knife into the belly of the beast, extracting a lump of bloodied flesh to smear upon his body. After completing this task, he draped the pig's skin over himself and stored the meat in his storage ring. Having tidied the scene of the chaos, he then sprinted away into the distance. Although he had squandered some time, every moment spent was well worth it. As for the rationale behind his actions, he had previously overheard two demon soldiers discussing that the purple-patterned pig was renowned for its exquisite meat, scarce in number, and highly favored by the nobility. Consequently, the Blue Star human race sought to experience the delectable taste of the purple-patterned pig for themselves. After a delightful tasting, it became evident that this delicacy from a foreign race was indeed unparalleled, even raw pork eliciting a profound salivation and an endless aftertaste. Researchers discovered that the skin of the purple-striped pig differed remarkably from that of other exotic beasts. Its hide bore natural, intricate patterns capable of masking the inherent aroma of its flesh. If the skin remains unpeeled, the purple-striped pig appears as an ordinary wild boar, exuding a foul stench. However, once skinned, an intensely rich fragrance of meat permeates the air. It is this unique ability of the pigskin to conceal scents that has allowed the purple-striped pig to survive. Presently, this pigskin serves to obscure the sanguine scent emanating from Zhang Yong'an. Notably, the efficacy of this pigskin lasts only a day or two. Once detached from the flesh's blood supply, the skin will gradually shrivel and lose its special masking power entirely. Zhang Yong'an had previously heard in the military that researchers aimed to transform this pigskin into an extraordinary treasure for concealing one's presence. It was rumored to be capable of obscuring the aura of high-ranking warriors. However, subsequent studies revealed its effects were short-lived, and the endeavor ultimately faded away. At that time, Zhang Yong'an merely regarded it as a jest, not giving it much thought. Now, faced with impending doom, he recalled this marvel with great astonishment, feeling as if he had stumbled upon a glimmer of hope. With the pigskin and the blood upon his face, he could effectively veil the scent of dragon blood. The aroma of dragon blood also dissipates quickly. With a few washes, it could be eradicated. Yet, the immediate priority was to evade the pursuit of the high-ranking warrior behind him. Armed with the pigskin, Zhang Yong'an felt a sense of reassurance. Yet he dared not slow his pace as he sprinted towards the distance. From afar, an anguished roar echoed from the mountaintop. "Who killed my son?" This was in the language of the foreign race. Zhang Yong'an did not dare to look back, swiftly fleeing while draped in the pigskin. Currently, he bore no scent. Even if nearby beasts passed, as long as they did not see or smell him, they would not initiate an attack. It could be deemed a miraculous tool for concealment. However, its utility was limited solely to scent masking. Above, a dragon circled rapidly, seemingly in search of the murderer. Yet it could not sense any fluctuations of dragon blood nearby. Who? Zhang Yong'an, filled with trepidation, felt a shadow sweep overhead as the dragon soared past him at great speed, failing to notice his presence. The dragon had entered a frenzied state, desperately hunting for the culprit. Zhang Yong'an paid no heed to this, focusing solely on his frantic escape. Before long, he had traversed a considerable distance, even spotting several martial artists who, witnessing the dragon's relentless circling above, abandoned any thoughts of continuing their hunt. They immediately fled towards the direction of the Townstar Pass. Zhang Yong'an had initially moved slowly, unfamiliar with the terrain. However, the situation had changed. Now, he navigated with the ease of familiarity, propelled by the urgency of survival, thus returning swiftly. Several hours later, Zhang Yong'an finally beheld the Jinxing Pass, letting out a sigh of relief. The formidable dragon dared not approach this place. Jinxing Pass was home to numerous high-ranking warriors, and even a 9th-grade demon would think twice before recklessly intruding. At the same time, he cleaned the pigskin from his body and the bloodstains from his face before hastening towards Jinxing Pass. Concurrently, many martial artists, like him, were racing through the air, the oppressive presence of the high-ranking dragon above them instilling fear that kept everyone from lingering in the forest. What was happening? Was the Dragon King's court preparing for war? Damn it, it was truly relentless. We must flee. Just a glance at that high-ranking beast left me feeling weak. The crowd was frantically escaping while simultaneously hurling curses at the alien races. Zhang Yong'an remained silent. Clearly, the dragon had become somewhat deranged, indicating that the slain dragon had been of considerable importance to it. However, that dragon's carcass had become his trophy. There was no possibility of returning it. Not even the Heavenly King himself could change that. It was the King Chun. He had mobilized. Fantastic. Let us slay that dragon. Zhang Yong'an looked up at the swiftly moving figure in the sky, a glimmer of admiration flashing in his eyes. This King Chun was indeed a 9th-grade powerhouse of the 649th Army and the military commander, serving as the shared faith of all warriors within the 649th Army. A 9th-grade king could easily handle a high-ranking dragon. Although the dragon was formidable, Zhang Yong'an felt that its strength was not as overwhelming as that of King Chun. Before long, Zhang Yong'an arrived beneath Jinxing Pass, where a multitude of martial artists had already gathered. A brief scan revealed that most returned with their quarry, many accompanied by the corpses of low-ranking demon beasts. Typically, the demon hunting teams did not capture high-grade beasts. Although the teams from the Mountain and River Martial Arts Academy consisted of 3rd-grade fighters, they did not dare venture deep into the forest recklessly. Zhang Yong'an's haul equaled that of their 100 expeditions. Fortunately, he had this storage ring. Otherwise, he would not have known how to transport the carcasses back. Zhang Yong'an was just about to depart Jinxing Pass with the other martial artists when he realized that numerous military warriors had blocked their path. The leader, a 5th-grade captain, addressed the assembled martial artists. Due to the unrest caused by the alien races, the exit from the Demon City Jinxing Pass is temporarily closed. All civilian martial artists are to be conscripted for duty. The passage will only be reopened once the crisis has been averted. We will notify your families via text message regarding your participation in the conflict. As the words fell, the expressions of many martial artists changed drastically. It was only then that Zhang Yong'an recalled this particular stipulation. Those civilian martial artists who had entered here seeking fortune would be forcibly conscripted in the event of warfare. After all, one could not seek wealth without paying a price. This was the duty of every federal warrior. The unrest must have stemmed from that high-ranking dragon, thus placing Jinxing Pass in a state of war readiness. No one dared to voice complaints. Even those unwilling to engage in battle could not oppose the soldiers. not even the powerful among them. After all, how could one's strength compete with that of an entire army? If your background surpasses that of the formidable Chen Tianwan, then it may indeed be possible. Alas, with the high-grade demonic beasts besieging the city, we low-grade warriors are but cannon fodder. My wife has just given birth, and I came to earn money for baby formula. What will I do if I cannot return? Fear not. She will utilize your death compensation to marry into a wealthy family. Hasn't the short drama stated that affluent families now favor divorced individuals with children? The conversation between the two nearby caused Zhang Yong'an's lips to twitch as he recalled the exceptional individual he encountered during a matchmaking event, confidently bearing 2 children from a divorce. Zhang Yong'an dismissed such thoughts. His strength had increased, and his fate had transformed, rendering such reflections futile. He gazed up at the alien sky, still adorned with radiant stars, though few warriors took the time to appreciate such a nightscape. Their sole desire was for this turmoil to swiftly subside, enabling a safe return home. Compared to life, nothing else held significance. Within the forest, warriors continued to stream forth, gradually gathering into a crowd of over 1,000. The scene became chaotic in an instant. Is there a military doctor? My brother's chest has been pierced by a thorn beast. The bleeding won't stop. My leg is broken. I need to go to the hospital. The military personnel promptly dispatched individuals to escort the injured warriors into the Star Gate, exhibiting a commendable degree of humanity. However, those who could not reach the hospital in time could only receive immediate treatment from military doctors on site. A team of military medics swiftly accepted the wounded, commencing treatment directly on the open ground. The bodies and vitality of warriors surpassed that of ordinary individuals, thus the conditions for treatment need not be overly pristine. Makeshift remedies sufficed. Zhang Yong'an's gaze fell upon the military doctors, almost instinctively sweeping across the faces present. Upon not spotting that familiar visage, he averted his eyes, though a hint of disappointment lingered within. Just as he turned his head to observe the situation ahead, he heard someone shout, "Dr. Chen, come quickly. This person has been pierced through the chest and is on the verge of collapse. The bleeding won't stop." At this call, Zhang Yong'an immediately turned back, spotting a tall figure clad in white weaving through the throng of warriors, resembling a white lotus swaying amidst a dark, murky swamp. The figure came to a halt not far in front of Zhang Yong'an, crouching before the injured warrior. A sharp thorn still protruded from the warrior's chest, its long barbs making removal exceedingly difficult. The individual had already lost consciousness, likely beyond saving. Companions nearby were still channeling their vital energy into him, preserving the last flicker of life. It was she, Chen Anlin. Zhang Yong'an unconsciously shifted his steps forward, silently observing the blood-stained figure in white. Chen Anlin, of the Chen family, the daughter of Chen Tianwan. This was a well-known secret among the 649th Military Unit. Her strength was formidable, a 4th-grade warrior. For Zhang Yong'an, who had just emerged as a 3rd-grade warrior, she was naturally a notch above. As a rare flower on a lofty mountain, even amidst countless geniuses and powerful figures in the military, none dared to approach her. Merely catching a distant glimpse was sufficient. The narrative of the king's daughter falling in love with a mere soldier belonged solely to the realm of television dramas, an impossibility in reality. This pure admiration dissipated along with Zhang Yong'an's retirement. Currently, Zhang Yong'an is solely focused on enhancing his prowess. Alas, this individual is suffering from insufficient vitality. A low-tier martial artist's life force is too feeble. I alone am inadequate. Are there no mid-tier martial artists available to assist in replenishing this energy? Chen Anlin addressed the multitude of onlookers, yet everyone could only shake their heads in resignation. Mid-tier martial artists earn money with relative ease. Who would endure the hardships of entering the Star Gate to hunt demons like them? However, there are indeed several mid-tier military martial artists nearby who could be called upon for assistance. Chen Anlin swiftly dispatched someone to summon the mid-tier military martial artists, but at that moment, a figure clad in black pushed through the crowd, proclaiming, "I shall assist." This individual was none other than Zhang Yong'an, who without further ado, knelt down and grasped the wrist of the gravely injured martial artist, channeling his life force into him. Chen Anlin cast a glance at him, her eyes clear, but quickly averted her gaze, focusing instead on extracting the barb lodged in the man's chest. With a swift motion, she deftly withdrew the thorn from the martial artist's body. Blood gushed forth, splattering onto both Zhang Yong'an and Chen Anlin. Yet, Zhang Yong'an emanated a wave of energy, successfully warding off the blood and preventing himself from being stained. Simultaneously, he intensified the infusion of life force, staunching the man's blood loss. In Zhang Yong'an's perspective, the timing of this intervention was fortunate. The martial artist's robust physique should enable a swift recovery. However, his journey in martial arts would be stunted at the second tier, with no further advancement possible. This exemplifies the disadvantage of low-tier martial artists. Severe injuries can irreparably hinder their martial path if not treated effectively. Effective treatment entails addressing the injury while also nurturing the foundational aspects of martial arts, and merely preserving this man's life is a commendable feat, let alone attending to his martial foundation. After several minutes, Chen Amlin ceased her efforts, exhaling in relief, having managed to save the man's life. Zhang Yong'an continued to channel his life force. The vitality of mid-tier martial artists is pure and serves as an excellent remedy for ordinary injuries. Zhang Yong'an merely wished to sustain the man's life, not wanting Chen Amlin's efforts to be in vain. Chen Amlin expressed her gratitude warmly. "Thank you. You must be Zhang Yong'an, the captain of the Night Owl team." Zhang Yong'an responded with curiosity. "You remember me?" Chen Amlin instructed the accompanying military medic to escort the man to the medical facility before engaging in conversation with Zhang Yong'an. "I possess a good memory. You previously brought your comrades here for treatment. Your brothers mentioned that you typically sport black hair, wield a black blade, and wear a black jacket, earning you the moniker Night Owl in the name of your team. Where are your brothers?" Zhang Yong'an nodded, acknowledging the truth of her words. It had indeed been several years since. Typically, he had no interactions with her. Meanwhile, a nearby assistant chimed in. "I recognize you. I was the one who processed your discharge paperwork a few days ago. I also handled your retirement formalities." Zhang Yong'an suddenly recalled the assistant, though he found it difficult to distinguish among the young women in white attire. The assistant then tugged at Chen Amlin's sleeve and whispered, "Sister Amlin, he retired with first-class honors. His brothers have yet to return." Zhang Yong'an remained silent, while Chen Amlin stepped forward and whispered, "I apologize. I've been studying at the Stargate in Kyoto for the past 6 months and have just returned." Zhang Yong'an gazed into the distance at the Beast Clan forest and replied, "It does not concern you. They need you over there. You should attend to your duties." Having just treated the injured for several minutes, more individuals were emerging from the forest, many of them wounded, reliant on the military doctors to sustain them. It appeared that, aside from the high-grade dragon, other creatures in the Beast Clan forest had also gone into a frenzy, likely sensing the presence of the high-grade beasts and launching frenzied attacks on these ordinary martial artists. Chen Amlin immediately took her leave, leaving behind a simple farewell, "Until we meet again." In their brief interaction, Zhang Yong'an felt little stirred within, having survived the battlefield. His heart towards love had grown more indifferent, and he would not easily allow it to blaze anew. He took a deep breath and found a spot to sit, seeking to restore his vitality. Since the Stargate had entered a wartime control phase, a minimum requirement was to maintain a state of readiness for a full day. Even if the distant conflict had subsided, they would have to wait until the designated time to resume normalcy. Thus, everyone was left in a state of anxious anticipation for a day. The fingerprint information they had provided upon entry included contact methods and emergency contacts. Ensuring that information would be dispatched via text to their families or emergency contacts, providing their loved ones with some insight into their situation. In the Magic City, it was precisely 3 o'clock in the morning. Chu Zihong was resting in the Vice Principal's office when the desk phone vibrated, instantly rousing him from slumber. His vigilance, honed on the battlefield, kicked in. This was the Vice Principal's office phone, unlikely to receive any unsolicited calls. He swiftly rose to check and discovered it was a voice message. The contact number was out of service, but the emergency contact number connected successfully. The voice message relayed the following. "A riot has erupted at the Stargate in Magic City, with high-grade beasts appearing. Civilian martial artists are being temporarily integrated into the military to repel foreign entities." It was evident that this was a message left by Zhang Yong'an at the Vice Principal's office. Chu Zihong's expression shifted drastically. This was dire news. The principal was indeed unfortunate. With his 4th-grade prowess, could he possibly survive? All that was known was that a riot was underway, but the extent of the chaos remained uncertain. Naturally, he assumed the worst. He promptly disseminated this information to the faculty group, igniting a flurry of activity despite the late hour. "Zhang Luna, a riot has broken out just 1 day after entering. Why didn't you stop the principal?" Chu Zihong, "He is a force of nature. How could I intervene?" Zhang Luna, with high-grade beasts appearing, and him being of medium grade, he will undoubtedly be pressed into the frontline brigade. If the principal perishes, what shall we do? Chu Zihong. Do not ask me. The principal wandered into danger willingly. What can I do? Zhang Luna. What do you mean by wandered into danger? Chu Zihong. He sought trouble. Taking a deep breath, Chu Zihong cast his phone aside, staring out at the moonlit night, towards the direction of the Stargate. Though his words were somewhat harsh, he discerned something extraordinary in the new principal. This elusive quality had the potential to instigate a profound transformation within the school. He experienced an unprecedented confidence emanating from the principal. Like the students who were on the verge of drowning in despair, he felt as though he might be destined to wallow in stagnation for the rest of his life. Yet, Zhang Yong'an appeared like a beacon of hope, revitalizing the murky waters around them. He silently prayed that this lifeline would not easily fray. Meanwhile, other teachers shared similar sentiments. In the teachers' dormitory, hushed discussions ensued. Despite the principal's unreliable proclamations and grandiose visions, there was a sense of optimism about him. Indeed, how could they expect a new principal to alter the status quo? The Federation had already abandoned vocational schools, let alone the principals. They hoped for his safe return, finding him quite intriguing. For now, it was best not to inform the students, who seemed to take a liking to him. As the night passed without incident, time flowed steadily within the Stargate. Qin Tianwang and the high-grade Jiao Dragon were likely engaged in combat hundreds of miles above, rendering the scene below devoid of any visible action. Yet, there was no sign of a beastly uprising. An hour later, Qin Tianwang returned and announced to all present that the Jiao Dragon had fled rather swiftly. The temporary containment status was lifted, and they would be free to depart in 24 hours. The crowd rejoiced, realizing it was merely a false alarm. Zhang Yong'an remained unfazed. He had anticipated that chaos would not ensue so easily. The high-grade Jiao Dragon, unable to locate the slayer of the monsters, was solely intent on finding the white tiger, as it posed the greatest threat to its kind. Soon enough, the 24 hours elapsed, and everyone surged toward the exit, eager to leave. At this moment, Zhang Yong'an sensed that the auras of the two rings on his hands had dissipated, allowing him to explore the treasures within. With the state of war lifted, everyone evacuated in an orderly fashion. Thank you for your cooperation. Shuttle services will be provided free of charge to transport you out of the military-controlled zone, announced the martial warriors from their elevated positions, addressing the jostling crowd. They had not remained to fight merely to save a couple of hundred yuan in fare. Yet this could be considered a special privilege. Zhang Yong'an utilized the retired martial warriors' passage, bypassing the queue. He was the first to step through the Stargate, returning to Blue Star. Although only a little over 2 days had passed, it did not feel like an eternity. Yet, he had encountered those he wished to see and had gained significant rewards, leaving little room for regret. Upon exiting the Stargate, Zhang Yong'an activated his phone, finally receiving a signal. Instantly, a flurry of messages appeared. Magic City Town Stargate. The state of war has been lifted. Thank you for your cooperation. Chu Zihong, Principal. Please confirm your safety upon your return. We are all quite worried about you. Zhang Luna. Be sure to include us in the next operation. It would be good to have each other as support. Taking them along would only hinder progress and create chaos. It was far more convenient for him to act alone. As Zhang Yong'an perused the messages on his mobile device, a staff member from the exchange approached him with enthusiasm. Out of the corner of her eye, she caught sight of the 3 storage rings adorning his fingers. Instantly, her gaze brightened. She was certain these were either genuine artifacts or exquisite replicas. She approached him, her voice soft and inviting. Greetings, I am a consultant from the Federal Exchange. We sincerely welcome any acquisitions you may have from the foreign realms for exchange. Zhang Yong'an put away his phone, realizing that this particular bounty did not necessitate conversion into currency. Whether it be a corpse or the essence of a beast's blood pool, both could be directly utilized by the students. The resources procured with money paled in comparison to these treasures. He had little need for money himself, yet was mindful that the school still required funds for various expenses. Thus, he must find a way to procure some currency. The items available for sale were limited, and while the pork was exceptionally delectable and he wished to savor it rather than sell, the only items he could likely sell were those contained within the 2 storage rings. However, he had yet to investigate their contents. Though he surmised that some items might indeed be marketable, it seemed prudent to examine them and dispose of anything unnecessary to avoid the hassle of inventory upon his return. Let us proceed. Prepare a private room for me, he instructed. The exchange consultant beamed with delight, aware that transactions involving storage rings typically yielded substantial returns. Ensuring her share would be considerable, she promptly escorted him toward the exchange. Along the way, Zhang Yong'an accessed the faculty group chat, where numerous messages expressed concern for his safety. The teachers, commendable individuals, would not risk their lives entering the Star Gate if not for the sake of those children and the resources they sought to procure. Zhang Yong'an replied, I have exited the Star Gate, do not worry. Instantly, a flurry of responses flooded the screen, and he prioritized addressing the most pressing inquiries. Curiously, no one inquired about the resources he had acquired, only expressing concern for his safe return, which brought him a sense of comfort. Before long, they arrived at the exchange, and Zhang Yong'an pocketed his phone. Inside the bustling hall, numerous martial artists engaged in trade, the air thick with the lingering scent of beastly blood. The primary commodities exchanged here comprised a plethora of beast corpses and various herbs and fruits that could enhance one's vitality. This way to the room, the consultant indicated. Zhang Yong'an nodded and entered, stating, I shall call for you when I require your assistance. The young woman understood and nodded, adhering to the established protocol. Once the door was closed, Zhang Yong'an eagerly concentrated his vital energy, directly erasing the residual beast essence from the two storage rings. Only then could he truly claim them as his own. Martial artists possess mental energy, yet its significance only becomes apparent at higher tiers. Beyond a certain level, the transformation of mental energy and vital force occurs in tandem, amplifying one's strength, and thus, they are referred to as master-level warriors. The mental energy required to utilize storage rings is minimal, allowing most ordinary martial artists to wield them effortlessly. The rings, gleaming with a white luster, were adorned with a tiger head motif, while the dragon-themed storage ring was crafted in the form of a dragon, its head and tail elegantly intertwined, exuding a commanding presence. In contrast, his original ring was rather unremarkable, featuring merely a simple design. Nevertheless, this is of little significance. What truly matters is the contents within the ring. In an instant, Zhang Yong'an found himself engulfed in excitement, akin to unboxing a mystery box, where the allure of the unknown rewards naturally stirs anticipation. He fervently hoped he would not be let down. He first examined the white tiger ring, and the moment his spiritual energy penetrated it, the items within materialized before him. Foremost among them were two formidable axes, of medium quality, each capable of fetching 1,000,000. These were undoubtedly the weapons of the white tiger, though the beastmen preferred to engage in combat using their physical forms. Weapons of foreign races are categorized by quality, ranging from low to high, with the legendary top-tier weapons, usable only by 9th-tier experts, being exceedingly rare. Additionally, there were a few animal skins and some blood crystals, which were disappointingly meager. Zhang Yong'an furrowed his brow. The contents of the ring were scant, but soon he recalled the reason. Having overheard their conversation, he learned that the white tiger had fled in haste, constantly evading capture. Any items of even slight utility had likely been consumed in its desperate plight. Overall, the white tiger could be likened to a destitute runaway. The total worth of everything within the ring might reach 5,000,000, primarily due to the high value of those two weapons. It seemed prudent not to harbor excessive hopes. However, the ring itself held considerable value, and selling it for 10,000,000 would not pose a problem. After all, a storage ring is a precious artifact, best kept for personal use. If financial need arose, it could indeed serve as a temporary remedy. With a sense of resignation, Zhang Yong'an proceeded to open the next ring, acknowledging that the beastmen were significantly poorer than the foreign races, and thus he did not dare to expect anything remarkable. As his spiritual energy delved into the dragon ring, Zhang Yong'an's eyes widened in astonishment, as if blinded by a dazzling array of treasures. It was not some peculiar offensive mechanism, but rather a multitude of valuable items. As he surveyed these treasures, he quickly discerned their worth. 3 dragon blood fruits, capable of rapidly healing injuries and restoring hidden wounds, each valued at approximately 5,000,000. Truly priceless in the market. There were 20 medium-grade blood crystals and 3,000 low-grade blood crystals. The medium-grade crystals could be sold for 100,000 each, while the low-grade ones for 1,000, effectively constituting a small treasury. Moreover, there were 2 medium-grade weapons and a vial of 7th-grade golden dragon marrow, which could restore one's martial foundation. These items were evidently prepared by the Jiao man for a breakthrough to the 6th tier, and now they had fortuitously fallen into my hands. I have struck it rich. Zhang Yong'an rose in exhilaration, for the treasures within the dragon ring exceeded his wildest expectations. Just the dragon marrow, capable of restoring martial foundations, could be sold for 10 million. It is undoubtedly an invaluable asset. Previously injured, Zhang Yong'an had sustained damage to his martial foundation. Even acquiring half of the golden dragon marrow would enable him to reforge his path as a martial artist. Logically, as a recipient of first-class merit, the Federation should provide him with medication free of charge to restore his martial foundation. However, the Federation has transformed from its former self. It now prioritizes resources for the powerful. As a mere peak third-tier individual, he found that the medicine to restore his martial foundation was far too precious and scarce, typically reserved for elite experts. The so-called third-tier powerhouses are as numerous as the stars in the sky on the front lines. In simpler terms, Zhang Yong'an is unworthy of utilizing those elite resources to restore his martial foundation. Nevertheless, the Federation has compensated Zhang Yong'an with a university president and a storage ring. One can only surmise that the treasures within the dragon ring are so precious that they stirred his excitement. However, he quickly suppressed his exhilaration, taking a deep breath to reassess the contents of the storage ring. The two formidable beasts within it are considered noble figures in their respective dynasties. Had the white tiger not been expelled from their kingdom, the treasures within the ring would likely be abundant. The identity of the dragon is even more esteemed, especially as it teeters on the brink of a breakthrough, hence the availability of such resources. Apart from these resources, there are also various trinkets. Many of these items hold significant resale value. For instance, the 7th-tier golden dragon essence is currently unsellable. Although his martial foundation has been restored and he no longer requires it, the teachers at the school do. These educators, all former warriors who have withdrawn from the battlefield due to injuries, evoke Zhang Yong'an's empathy, as he too has faced his share of lows. They harbor an earnest desire to once again tread the path of martial arts and yearn for someone to extend a helping hand. Zhang Yong'an is that person capable of offering assistance. Having spent several days in their company, he has observed their temperaments and dispositions. It is worthwhile for Zhang Yong'an to utilize these resources to restore their martial foundations. Naturally, the daily cultivation of the teachers does not fall within the realm of calculable benefits for him, yet he remains committed to this endeavor. Such is his principle. In the future, as these teachers regain their strength, their ability to earn will increase, and they will be able to repay him, rendering it a preliminary investment. Should any ungrateful individuals arise, Zhang Yong'an will not hesitate to take action. The empowerment of the teachers will ultimately enhance their capacity to guide students in their martial training. He is resolute in his ambition to transform the school into a prestigious institution, and this is not mere rhetoric. It is all part of his grand design. The dragon blood fruit also possesses the ability to heal hidden injuries, rendering it unsellable. There is no rush regarding the weapons. Selling the blood crystals and miscellaneous items will surely yield a substantial sum. With this in mind, Zhang Yong'an summoned the individuals who had been waiting outside. "Have you completed the inventory?" he inquired. Nodding, he instructed, "Fetch your manager. We have a considerable amount to deal with." Upon hearing this, the consultant's face brightened, and he promptly left to summon the trading post manager. With a grand gesture, Zhang Yong'an cast forth the items prepared for sale, effectively emptying the contents of both storage rings, as if discarding refuse. The useful items were then placed into his own storage ring. After half an hour, Zhang Yong'an glanced at the text message on his phone, a smile gracing his lips. 20 million, sufficient to sustain the school for a while. Aside from the blood crystals, there were various miscellaneous items, and to his surprise, the haul was quite substantial. Even more valuable treasures lay within his storage ring. After a quick wash and changing into clean clothes at the service area, he boarded the vehicle and set off towards the outside. Upon arriving at the buffer zone, he found it bustling with activity. Most of the crowd consisted of the families of martial artists, who, upon receiving text messages regarding the wartime status of the Magic City's Stargate, were filled with concern and gathered in the buffer zone to await the return of their loved ones. The atmosphere was chaotic. Zhang Yong'an alighted from the military vehicle, waved goodbye to the driver, and after verifying his fingerprint once more, stepped out of the controlled area. Not long after, two figures emerged from among the waiting crowd in the buffer zone. Leading the duo was Chu Zihong, accompanied by another individual whom Zhang Yong'an recognized as a teacher from the school. "Principal Zhang, over here," Chu Zihong called out, and Zhang Yong'an made his way toward him. Seeing Zhang Yong'an unharmed brought a sense of relief to both men, and soon the three gathered together. "This is Teacher Qin Zhan," Chu Zihong introduced. "I have no vehicle, so I'm hitching a ride with Teacher Qin to pick you up. It's challenging to get a taxi with so many people around." Zhang Yong'an nodded in agreement. The crowd was indeed overwhelming, making it nearly impossible to hail a cab. "Thank you, Teacher Qin," he expressed gratefully. Qin Zhan, somewhat reticent, managed a smile and replied, "It's nothing, just fulfilling my duty." The trio entered the vehicle, with Zhang Yong'an seated in the back. Chu Zihong joined him in the rear, and before he could ask a question, Zhang Yong'an spoke directly. "The gains from this expedition to the Star Gate were significant. The students need not worry about resources for the time being. I also found some treasures. After you return, please compile a detailed report on the martial arts conditions of all the teachers, noting their injuries and foundational skills." Chu Zihong promptly nodded, while Qin Zhan glanced at Zhang Yong'an through the rearview mirror, a hint of surprise flickering across his typically impassive face. Chu Zihong, understanding the situation, refrained from inquiring further about the specifics of Zhang Yong'an's findings. However, Qin Zhan, despite his usual reticence, was quite concerned for the students and bravely interjected, "Principal, did you manage to acquire 2 million? A third-tier demon hunting team can earn several 100,000 on a single outing, and with good fortune, even 1 million. Having been away for only 2 days, Zhang Yong'an's actual haul could not possibly amount to that much. 2 million would be considered substantial." Chu Zihong immediately sensed something amiss and anxiously glanced at Zhang Yong'an, fearing any sign of displeasure on his face. He admonished Qin Zhan, "What nonsense are you spouting? The principal's safe return is what matters most." Zhang Yong'an, however, was unperturbed, leaning back comfortably as he softly replied, "I was fortunate. It's indeed around 20 million. Fortunately, Qin Zhan's usual slow reactions meant that his surprise had already passed. His demeanor remained somewhat wooden. Had it been Chu Zihong driving at that moment, he would have likely pressed down on the accelerator immediately. Once Qin Zhan processed the information, he exclaimed, "That's a lot." Zhang Yong'an couldn't help but twitch at the corner of his mouth. It wasn't Qin Zhan himself that concerned him, but rather his slow reactions behind the wheel that instilled a sense of unease. Chu Zihong seemed to discern the thoughts etched on Zhang Yong'an's face and explained, "Qin Zhan was once a truck driver in the 649th Army. Although he sustained injuries that affected his cognitive abilities, he remains adept at driving and combat." Zhang Yong'an exhaled in relief. This was the best outcome. He had contemplated mentioning that the resources at hand could potentially remedy Qin Zhan's aftereffects, but thought better of it, fearing that Qin Zhan might not grasp the situation and could inadvertently lead to disaster. Fortunately, as martial artists, they would sustain no serious harm in the event of an accident. Before long, the vehicle came to a halt at the entrance of the Shanhua Martial Arts Academy. A multitude of teachers, led by Zhang Luna, awaited the return of Zhang Yong'an and his companions. From a distance, Zhang Yong'an spotted them, and a warm feeling blossomed within him, reminiscent of the camaraderie he had experienced in the military, where comrades awaited his return. Regrettably, the Night Owl squad had met a tragic end, and he was no longer addressed as captain. A fleeting glimmer of despondence crossed his gaze, a testament to the brutality of battles against foreign foes. The vehicle, driven steadily by Qin Zhan, came to a stop at the school's entrance, though Zhang Yong'an resolved not to ride with him again. "Principal," the teachers promptly gathered around. Despite the academy's modest size, it exuded a genuine sense of community. With a smile, he reassured them, "I am fine. Thank you all for your concern." Zhang Luna stood at the forefront, her eyes gleaming with determination as she proclaimed, "Next time we head to the Stargate, you must take me with you." Zhang Yong'an nodded, choosing not to dismiss her request for the moment. He exchanged a few pleasantries with the other teachers. Chu Zihong instinctively reached to assist Zhang Yong'an with his luggage, but suddenly recalled that Zhang Yong'an possessed a storage ring. His gaze then fell upon Zhang Yong'an's hands. He had long admired such artifacts, but had never had the opportunity to acquire one. Much like luxury cars and opulent mansions, they remained a distant dream. However, in that fleeting moment, his attention became fixated on Zhang Yong'an's fingers, which adorned 2 additional rings, trophies of conquest. Immediately recognizing their quality, Chu Zihong's heart raced with excitement. Could it be that Zhang Yong'an's assertions were true? Had he indeed made a significant gain? He composed himself, recalling the task Zhang Yong'an had entrusted him with, to gather fundamental information about the academy's teachers, particularly focusing on their martial arts and personal circumstances. Was he perhaps considering investing in remedies for the teachers' injuries? However, that notion quickly dissipated. After all, The potions to heal hidden wounds or strengthen martial foundations were exceedingly rare, and Zhang Yong'an had only recently become acquainted with the teachers. Why would he extend such assistance? With that thought set aside, Chu Zihong returned to his usual demeanor and stepped forward, declaring, "Everyone, please disperse. Though today is Sunday, you must remain vigilant in your duties. The principal has just returned. Let him rest first." Only then did the teachers follow Zhang Yong'an into the campus, while the students relished their rare day of leisure. On ordinary days, the institution operates under a militarized management system, yet on Sundays, students are granted the liberty to allocate their time as they please. Consequently, the campus is relatively quiet. Chu Zihong accompanied Zhang Yong'an to the principal's office, while the faculty observed their departure. Zhang Luna playfully poked the oblivious Qin Zhan's arm, her eyes sparkling with curiosity as she inquired, "What did you discuss along the way? Did the principal gain any insights this time?" Instantly, numerous teachers turned their attention toward them. After a brief pause, Qin Zhan spoke, chuckling. "I subtly inquired. The principal mentioned that the recent venture through the Stargate yielded 20 million in gains over just 2 days. Upon hearing this, the crowd collectively rolled their eyes, dismissing such claims as ludicrous. Who could believe that such a substantial gain could be achieved in merely 2 days? They were not strangers to the battles fought at the Stargate. Disheartened, they dispersed one by one. Qin Zhan, puzzled, wondered why this seemingly good news was met with skepticism. Zhang Luna playfully tapped Qin Zhan's head, sighing as she departed. Inside the principal's office, Chu Zihong ushered Zhang Yong'an into the room and presented him with a cup of pre-warmed tea. Zhang Yong'an glanced at it, then turned his gaze away, expressing his gratitude. "Thank you," Chu Zihong replied. "Very well, Principal. I shall proceed to organize the detailed faculty information. Please, do take a moment to rest." Zhang Yong'an nodded, inquiring, "Will you be able to complete it today?" Chu Zihong paused momentarily before quickly responding, "Absolutely." He sensed Zhang Yong'an's eagerness to review the materials. Subsequently, Chu Zihong exited the principal's office. Once outside, Zhang Yong'an reclined in his chair for a brief nap, pondering the specific allocation of resources. The healing potions for mending hidden injuries and restoring martial foundations were naturally intended for the faculty, with plans for a contract to be established later. He now contemplated how to distribute the 2 corpses and the beast blood pool among the students. The beast corpses would not decompose in the short term, which was a relief. Safely stored in a spatial ring, they posed no risk. He would personally dissect the corpses, meticulously separating the flesh and blood for preservation. Just these 2 beastly remains could immensely benefit the students. There was no rush. The corpses were secure in his possession. Overall, the gains from this Stargate venture were quite commendable. Once the students absorbed the essence from the beast remains, their vitality would be significantly replenished. In the forthcoming period, his strength would likely ascend rapidly, and a multitude of warriors could emerge among the students, a promising prospect. Today being Sunday, he resolved to announce these encouraging developments to the students during the flag-raising ceremony the next day. In typical universities, flag-raising occurs only at the start of each semester, whereas in a militarized institution, it takes place almost weekly, fostering a stronger sense of belief and unity among the students. As night fell, Chu Zihong delivered the comprehensive faculty information to Zhang Yong'an. While he possessed a general overview of the teachers, the details were lacking. For instance, while some were noted as having damaged martial foundations, the specifics of their levels were omitted. He would need to investigate each case thoroughly. Zhang Yong'an, upon receiving the list, cast a quick glance and immediately regarded Chu Zihong with a newfound respect. It was evident that he was naturally suited for a position of authority, though it was unfortunate that his previous military service had led him down many convoluted paths. The information contained in the list would undoubtedly allow him to judiciously consider the allocation of various resources. In the vibrant metropolis, the president of the Martial Arts Academy Student Union, Lu Zilong, made an appearance at a gathering of former classmates. This reunion, comprised of those who had attended high school together and now pursued their studies in the city, was a regular occurrence, typically held once every semester. Since they hailed from the same hometown and fortuitously gathered on a Sunday, Lu Zilong always attended. However, he often felt like a mere shadow among them, as he was enrolled in a vocational martial arts academy, while his peers were attending prestigious universities. In high school, this disparity was negligible, but now it rendered him feeling somewhat inferior. This phenomenon is what one might call academic inferiority among the dozen or so attendees. The most formidable individual had already reached the mid-second rank, while Lu Zilong had only just stepped into the first rank. The difference was stark. As the dinner commenced, the group reminisced about their high school days, discussing the remarkable achievements of a certain student at a martial arts university, eliciting a wave of nostalgia. Before long, the atmosphere grew lively, with drinks flowing freely. Lu Zilong, however, abstained from alcohol. He came from a humble background and had never had the means to purchase liquor. Furthermore, the military-style management of his university prohibited smoking and drinking, resulting in his complete unfamiliarity with alcohol. Yet, in a social gathering centered around drinking, his sobriety rendered him somewhat an outsider. At that moment, a voice broke through the chatter. I believe that attending a vocational martial arts academy is utterly pointless. It's merely a means to obtain a diploma. It was said that many students failed to even reach the level of martial artist, leading one to question the purpose of their education, merely to cultivate their physical strength and engage in manual labor. In this era, those in vocational martial arts schools were often seen as students seeking to escape the realities of society, with little value to offer. Such statements, however, were unfair. Some vocational schools implemented strict military management, focusing solely on physical training, and perhaps they would be better served by distributing more vital energy pills. Laughter and derision filled the air, while Lu Zilong furrowed his brow, choosing not to engage in their disputes. This was a stereotype, a reflection of the harsh realities of their federation, and arguing would only tarnish the bonds of camaraderie they shared. Within the confines of the private room, Lu Zilong listened in silence to the careless mockery directed at vocational martial arts students. Although he held the position of student union president at school, outside its walls, his status diminished to nothing. Here, he was simply one of the high school classmates. Our prestigious martial arts university recently produced an outstanding graduate who reached the pinnacle of the third rank, rivaling the achievements of those from the martial arts universities in both the metropolis and Kyoto. Truly, there are many heroes in this world. Just days prior, their mentor had captured a fourth-rank beast, allowing them to partake in its flesh and blood, which they unanimously agreed was remarkably nourishing. A fine university truly stands apart. It is incomparable. Envious glances were cast in their direction, as the prospect of tasting the flesh of a mid-grade beast was something none had experienced, including Lu Zilong, who pondered when he might also indulge in such a delicacy. However, upon reflection, he realized that none of the teachers at their school possessed strength beyond the fourth rank. Save for the principal, who was at the mid-grade level, it was unlikely they would have access to such precious resources. As the conversation continued, the focus inexplicably shifted towards Lu Zilong. Hey, Lu Zilong, why do you abstain from alcohol? Attending a mere martial arts college hardly necessitates adherence to the school's regulations, especially the prohibition on drinking. The principal must be utterly foolish. Come, let us drink. Lu Zilong's expression darkened. Even a clay figurine would have its temper. Just then, a cool, delicate hand grasped his, momentarily tempering his ire. Turning to his side, he found it was the class beauty seated beside him. Her bright eyes conveyed a silent plea for him to remain calm. Given Lu Zilong's first-rate prowess, he was simply no match for the individuals present. The class beauty, possessing commendable strength, had reached the pinnacle of the first rank and was attending a reputable university in the bustling metropolis of Magic City, which was rather commendable. In such a large city, martial arts colleges were sparse, leaving him as the sole representative of a junior college among them. He and the class beauty had harbored feelings for each other during high school. However, due to their disparate martial arts talents, any potential relationship was doomed. Compelling Lu Zilong to conceal his affections, he gulped down a mouthful of lukewarm water, suppressing the anger within him. After entering society, he was even more cautious about instigating trouble. With limited strength and finances, any misstep could lead to dire consequences. Among those present were two male students from prestigious schools, both of whom had already attained the second rank. Seeing the class beauty conversing with a mere junior college student ignited their competitive spirits. They had come to the gathering with the intent of attracting the class beauty's attention. Otherwise, what was the purpose of cultivating such formidable strength? Their gazes intertwined, and they instantly understood each other's intentions, mocking Lu Zilong with disdain. Our school's bar has several junior college girls who serve as karaoke companions. I wonder what the Federation still keeps junior martial arts colleges around for. Lu Zilong, it has come to my attention that your school employs a militarized management style, forbidding smoking and drinking, and is located far away with a faculty consisting of disabled veterans. What sort of quality students can emerge from a cadre of inept teachers? You must be aware of your former principal, Wang, who is now our mentor. Lu Zilong's gaze shifted towards them. He knew of Wang's negligence towards students, merely coasting through for credentials, unlike the new principal. That mentor remarked that your school is filled with trivial matters, lacking resources. Yet a multitude of students toil away in vain, and the teachers are equally foolish. Wouldn't it be better for them to simply collect their salaries without meddling in your affairs? They are already a collection of the incapacitated, yet they insist on complicating matters, as if determined to exhaust themselves completely. I heard that several teachers recently met unfortunate fates due to their reckless pursuits. And it seems the newly appointed principal is also a cripple, reducing the institution to a mere dumping ground. The speaker's words dripped with unfiltered sarcasm, igniting Lu Zilong's fury, transforming him from a mere shadow into a figure of intensity. His piercing gaze radiated with rage as he rose and approached the offender. The class beauty grasped his arm, seemingly attempting to dissuade him. They are intoxicated. Do not engage with them. Let us leave together, shall we? The mocking individual also stood, noticing the class beauty's defense of Lu Zilong, and could not help but scowl. What a sight! A junior college waste hiding behind a girl. You're all trash. Yet you managed to become the student council president. What a role for managing refuse. They laughed heartily. Lu Zilong turned to face the class flower, his gaze earnest as he declared, some matters cannot be tolerated. I have no regrets about my actions. Upon finishing his statement, he attempted to free himself from her grasp in order to strike the instigator a resounding blow. Alas, his strength paled in comparison to that of the class flower, rendering his efforts futile. She swiftly gathered her belongings and, fueled by indignation, pulled the furious Lu Zilong out of the private room, amidst a chorus of laughter from the onlookers. As they reached the entrance of the restaurant, noticing that Lu Zilong still bore a countenance of defiance, the class flower delivered a sharp slap across his face, leaving him momentarily stunned. A flicker of sympathy crossed her eyes, yet she pressed on. You cannot allow yourself to act violently. You've already fought them and damaged the hotel. Do you wish to jeopardize your education? Think of your grandparents back home. Lu Zilong fell silent. She hailed a cab at the roadside and, with determination, pushed Lu Zilong into the vehicle. The two sat in silence as they made their way to the Shanha Martial Arts Academy. Shortly thereafter, they arrived at the academy's entrance. Meanwhile, Zhang Yong'an, having finished organizing the teacher's materials, stepped outside for some fresh air, contemplating how to allocate the limited resources among the faculty. Although scarce, the resources would suffice to restore martial arts training for up to 8 teachers. Unbeknownst to him, he wandered to the entrance, where he spotted a male and female engaged in a heated dispute. The male, a familiar face, was the president of the student council, but the woman was unknown to him. Such beauty was rare within the school. Noticing that the altercation might escalate, Zhang Yong'an furrowed his brow and approached. Before he could intervene, he noticed tears streaming down Lu Zilong's face as the two embraced. Zhang Yong'an raised an eyebrow, puzzled by the dynamics of young love. Upon seeing him approach, the class flower's cheeks flushed, and she quickly pushed Lu Zilong away. The anguish that had built up within him could no longer be contained. It mattered not who arrived. As Zhang Yong'an drew nearer, Lu Zilong hastily wiped the tears from his eyes, yet his face remained stained with sorrow. Zhang Yong'an inquired, what transpired? The class flower offered a brief explanation, and Zhang Yong'an quickly grasped the situation. Lu Zilong had suffered humiliation at the class gathering. However, she refrained from disclosing the students' derogatory remarks about the school, recognizing Zhang Yong'an's position as a teacher. Zhang Yong'an remained silent, not viewing Lu Zilong's reluctance to retaliate as a sign of weakness. Rather, he saw it as a means of self-preservation. In moments of vulnerability, aggression could lead to dire consequences. Coming from a disadvantaged background, Lu Zilong could ill afford the repercussions of retaliation. A sharp slap echoed through the night, and the class flower, her own eyes glistening with tears, grasped Lu Zilong's hand. No, he exclaimed, responding by striking himself twice across the face, his tears flowing freely as he choked out, I am powerless, principal. I cannot endure this. Those people insult our school, calling it a garbage dump, labeling our teachers as fools, and even declaring you to be disabled. What is wrong with being a college student? The students here may lack resources, yet their character is admirable, and the teachers are equally commendable. Among them are several individuals of remarkable talent. Their peers are diligently striving without a hint of complacency, often matching or even surpassing the efforts of their undergraduate counterparts. Our teachers, in their quest to bolster our vitality, risk their own well-being by venturing to the Stargate to hunt magical beasts. They deserve our utmost respect, yet they are unjustly derided as simple-minded. This I cannot tolerate. As for you, I perceive your genuine concern for our school, your kindness towards both students and teachers. I cannot condone the slander directed at you. Lu Zilong, tears streaming down his face, grasped Zhang Yong'an's hand, his expression filled with hope, and exclaimed, "Principal, are your previous words truly sincere? Can we stand shoulder to shoulder with those elite martial academies?" Although Lu Zilong understood the improbability of this, Zhang Yong'an nodded emphatically, gently wiping away Lu Zilong's tears. He assured him, "It will certainly happen. We shall reclaim our strength." In his heart, Zhang Yong'an mused that he must employ a more rigorous approach with these students. After seeing Lu Zilong off, he returned to his office and noticed a significant issue. The students seemed to harbor feelings of academic inferiority. With inherently less talent and modest backgrounds, they naturally felt dwarfed in the presence of their peers from previous martial arts universities. This sentiment is detrimental. The path of a martial artist requires clarity of thought, and such feelings of inadequacy could plague them for life, hindering their martial pursuits. Zhang Yong'an must reverse this mindset. Unlike other martial academies that merely issue empty proclamations, he understood that abundant resources were essential to shatter the inferiority complex of these aspiring martial artists. Initially, he viewed the students merely as tools for his own advancement, but he has now fully embraced his dual roles as both teacher and principal. He bears responsibility not only for himself, but also for these students, which in turn enhances his own clarity of thought. The following day, Zhang Yong'an rose early, completed a brief morning routine, and descended to the dining hall for breakfast. He still possessed the delectable purple-striped pig meat from his ring, but alas, the principal's office is not a place for butchering. Given that the pork weighed several hundred pounds, it could certainly facilitate a student gathering. Having replenished some vitality yesterday, he experienced a slight enhancement in his strength. However, to break through to the mid-stage of the 5th rank, the students' daily training alone would not suffice. They would need to resort to medicinal aids. Naturally, it was imperative that they did so judiciously. Utilizing medicinal aids must adhere to a scientific regimen, with their foundational martial skills still unsteady, and without fully entering the realm of martial artists, a gradual approach is essential. At 5:30 in the morning, the students could be seen bustling between the dormitories and the dining hall. After their meal, they would proceed to the grand field for the flag-raising ceremony at 6 o'clock. Time was of the essence, and the students wasted none of it on their journey. Typically, Zhang Yong'an frequented the staff canteen, where the meals were quite satisfactory, consistently featuring meat in every dish. In the student cafeteria, he had only passed by a few times, merely casting a fleeting glance without disturbing the students as they dined. However, today, on a whim, he decided to venture directly into the cafeteria. Within, numerous students were queuing for their meals. The school had a modest number of students, and the cafeteria itself was not particularly large. "Good day, Principal." Several students approached him warmly, wearing the insignia of first-year students on their black martial arts uniforms. It was evident that these students were freshmen, grateful to their principal for distributing vitality elixirs right as classes commenced. This experience diverged significantly from their expectations. Online discussions had suggested that resources at vocational martial arts institutions were scant, with only 1 or 2 graduates becoming martial artists. Yet, in this school, the reality was markedly different. Zhang Yong'an nodded, smiling and acknowledging the students, who retained their innocence, untouched by societal corruption. At that moment, their former high school classmates had only just entered the martial arts academy. They stood on equal footing with students from prestigious martial arts institutions, benefiting from abundant resources that allowed them to compete with their peers. For instance, Lu Zilong, now a third-year student, had seen his high school classmates, armed with the advantages of renowned institutions, surpass him considerably over the past 2 years. Otherwise, such scenes as yesterday's would not have unfolded. As Zhang Yong'an scanned the students' breakfasts, he furrowed his brow in concern. Most students' morning meals appeared rather frugal. In simple terms, they were reluctant to spend money. The majority of plates were piled high with the cheapest steamed buns, accompanied by a few shreds of potato. Typically, such a breakfast would be commonplace for an average family. However, These individuals were martial artists. They expended considerable vitality in their daily training and ought to replenish it with substantial nourishment, namely, high-energy foods such as meat, eggs, and dairy. If financially feasible, they could even consume the flesh of exotic beasts or federally preserved energy bars. Instead, the students' plates were filled with 4 or 5 hefty buns, as they believed that consuming more would sustain their daily training demands. While this approach had some merit, its efficacy was minimal, aside from staving off hunger. It offered little in terms of enhancing their strength. The path of martial cultivation was intrinsically linked to nutrition, and with their choice of food being devoid of richness, how could they expect to excel in their training? It was almost laughable. Yet soon, Zhang Yong'an heard the faint murmurs of conversation. 3 in the morning, 5 at noon, 3 in the evening. These buns are a bit pricey, but they're quite large, almost a pound each, for 1 yuan apiece. Turning around, he discovered a tall, slender female student in line, her fair skin and well-defined features making her quite attractive, certainly the belle of an ordinary class. However, she appeared somewhat malnourished. Her fingers, as she counted, revealing prominent joints. Zhang Yong'an was keenly perceptive, instantly catching her words. Oh dear, skip the potato shreds. Perhaps eat 4 buns in the morning instead, or else you'll feel famished after a morning of training. Just eat less in the evening. But then, training in the evening would become impossible. Never mind, let it be. Zhang Yong'an stood momentarily taken aback. He was well aware that the prices of meals in the student cafeteria were quite reasonable, even relatively low. The students are quite financially constrained. It dawned on him that most of these students come from impoverished families. Martial artists require significant expenditures, leaving little for their living expenses. Many of their parents have perished on foreign battlefields, resulting in a lack of income at home and consequently a life of hardship. One could say that with the absence of a family pillar and a source of economic support, they have been burdened with the weight of poverty. No matter how exceptional one's martial arts talent may be, merely subsisting on plain buns will not yield substantial vitality. Upon noticing Zhang Yong'an's presence, the supervising teacher at the student dining hall promptly set down his bun and approached him with haste. Principal. Zhang Yong'an nodded, his expression tinged with a hint of displeasure as he inquired, what troubles these students? It seemed the supervising teacher discerned Zhang's concern. Lowering his voice in a manner that suggested he wished to keep the conversation discreet from the surrounding students. Principal, as you can see, the students are financially strapped. Principal Chu can only arrange for the chef to prepare meals that are plentiful and affordable. Zhang Yong'an's furrowed brow eased slightly. You have not witnessed the previous dining hall queues. The prices were exorbitant, leaving the students reluctant to spend, and they were left starving, unable to focus on their cultivation. Even our teachers had a confrontation with the then manager of the dining hall. That manager covertly hired 2 thugs, who retaliated against our teachers. We escalated the matter to the Ministry of Military Affairs. Zhang Yong'an was taken aback, and the teacher continued, in the entire city of magic, there are no meals cheaper than here, all thanks to Principal Chu's diligent efforts, overseen by his father. The students have very little money, so these meals are relatively affordable for them. Zhang Yong'an recalled the employee dining hall, where meat was served at every meal, and angrily questioned, what about the employee dining hall? The supervising teacher replied, that is funded by the contributions of the teachers and subsidies from the Magic Education Department. The teachers are severely depleted in vitality and need to consume something substantial. If they do not replenish even this modest amount of vitality, their health will deteriorate further. For ordinary injured soldiers like us, monthly expenditures on food consume a significant portion of our salaries. Zhang Yong'an fell silent. Even if he wished to provide the students with more substantial meals, the dining hall only offered buns, which were insufficient. He gazed at the students, recalling the 2 magical beasts within his ring, and thought, it is time they had something better to eat. Subsequently, he purchased a plate of shredded potatoes and a bun, seeking out an unoccupied corner to sit down. In a corner of the dining hall, Lu Zilong and several members of the student council were also nibbling on buns. Lu Zilong, still simmering with anger from the previous day's events, glanced at the bun in his hand and recalled someone mentioning having consumed mid-grade beast meat at school, amplifying his sense of disappointment. He muttered under his breath, when will I also be able to eat beast meat? Even the low-grade variety would suffice. One of his companions, hearing this, took a bite of his bun and laughed. We can't even afford ordinary meat, let alone beast meat. What a jest. If our school could serve beast meat, you would be my father. Numerous schools, clad in black martial arts uniforms, have assembled in their designated positions. Some teachers are diligently ensuring the alignment of the ranks. Lu Zilong, as the president of the student council, naturally stands at the forefront, tasked with summarizing the students' situations from the previous week to the school leadership. This includes trivial matters such as the hygienic class representatives and tidy dormitories. His ears perk up as he overhears two teachers conversing quietly ahead. Did you hear? The principal made a trip to the Star Gate and brought back something extraordinary, yet hasn't disclosed anything. Who knows? Didn't Teacher Qin mention that the principal returned with 20 million? Nonsense. That thick-headed fool can't even discern a jest. Principal Chu hasn't said much either. He seems rather oblivious. Our principal does care for the students, but he only knows how to paint grand visions. Enough chatter. The principal is here. Lu Zilong averted his gaze, pondering. If there truly is 20 million, there's no need to squander it on us, the seemingly inconsequential students. However, 20 million could certainly afford sumptuous feasts of monster flesh and blood. At that moment, Zhang Yong'an's figure appeared outside the playground, accompanied by Principal Chu. The crowd's attention shifted towards them. Zhang Yong'an maintained his usual attire of black hair and black clothing. Yet his simple garb could not conceal the aura of valor he exuded. The playground, expansive in nature, was befitting a martial arts academy, with 600 individuals occupying merely a fraction of the space. Zhang Yong'an surveyed the scene, noting the youthful faces before him, each exuding potential. Yet none had yet crossed into the realm of martial artists, remaining mere mortals. He nodded inwardly, recognizing the need to provide these students with resources to inspire them. Approaching the gathering, he beckoned Principal Chu closer and stated, "Have the students step back, create a sufficiently large space for me. I have important matters to attend to." Move quickly. Chu Zihong hesitated momentarily but complied, promptly instructing the student council to organize all classes to retreat. After a distance of over 50 meters was cleared, Zhang Yong'an commanded the assembly to halt. The bewildered gazes of students and teachers fell upon him. Taking a step forward, he declared with a resonant voice, "Raise the flag." As his words echoed, a solemn atmosphere enveloped the crowd. Several student council members hoisted 3 flags and proceeded towards the flagpole. 3 flagpoles stood erect in the center, each progressively lower than the last. Raise the flags. Under the deft management of the 3 flag bearers, the flags ascended gracefully. The highest flag displayed the blue emblem of the Federation, the second bore the flag of the Huagua, and the third was the black school flag. As the flags rose slowly before the assembled onlookers, the black school flag, devoid of any intricate designs, simply bore the words, "Mountains and rivers shall not yield." This is the school's motto, signifying that every inch of land is worth bloodshed, and it shall not be surrendered to foreign races. It is a banner earned through the sacrifices of their forebears, and these students too must shoulder the responsibility of this motto. Many students gazed at the flag with fervor, but their spirits soon dampened, realizing that with their current lack of prowess, how could they ever bear the weight of this banner? As the flag reached its pinnacle, the crowd turned their attention away, anticipating the customary speeches from the teachers and representatives of the student council. However, Zhang Yong'an stepped forward, positioning himself at the center of the vast open space, prompting the surrounding teachers to retreat to a distance. He faced the multitude of students, his gaze serene as he proclaimed, "The unnecessary procedures can be discarded in the future. I prioritize efficiency." A wave of confusion washed over the crowd, perplexed by Zhang Yong'an's intentions. Gradually, he raised his hand and declared, "Now, let us cut to the chase." The teachers exchanged glances, their attention shifting toward Chu Zihong. Chu Zihong quickly shook his head, asserting that this was merely Zhang Yong'an's whim and had nothing to do with him. He was entirely in the dark. Yet, he sensed something amiss and immediately focused on the several rings. Could they be connected? Although he noticed that Zhang Yong'an wore 2 storage rings, he refrained from disclosing this to the other teachers, wishing to spare them from false hopes. A miracle occurred. As Zhang Yong'an's words settled in the air, the resounding thud of heavy objects hitting the ground echoed around them. A potent scent of blood wafted through the air. Soon, the attention of the crowd was drawn to the 2 monstrous beast carcasses on either side of Zhang Yong'an. On the left lay the corpse of a 3-zhang-long white tiger. Even in death, its faint aura of dominance deterred many students from approaching. To the right, the sight was even more daunting. A 20-meter-long Jiao dragon lay quietly before them. The fierce visage of the Jiao dragon loomed before the students, an overwhelming sense of pressure enveloping them. For a moment, the playground fell into an eerie silence. Chu Zihong blinked, seemingly bewildered by the unfolding events. It was only when Zhang Yong'an's voice resonated in their ears that the teachers and students finally grasped the situation. On the left was the heir of the White Tiger clan, a 9-tiered beast with peak 5th-tier prowess. On the right was a noble of the Jiao dynasty, equally a 9-tiered beast of the same formidable rank. As the realization dawned, the students' gazes became fixated on the beast's corpses, unable to look away. Many of these students had only glimpsed such creatures online, never having set foot on the battlefield against foreign races. Now, witnessing 2 5th-tier great demons in the flesh, they were understandably shaken. Suddenly, it struck them that these 2 formidable beings were, in fact, lifeless. Who could have possibly slain them? Beside Chu Zihong, Zhang Luna covered her mouth with her hand, her eyes widened in astonishment. As a member of the demon hunting team, she was acutely aware of the immense power and rarity of the Jiao dynasty's dragon-blooded beasts. Normally, even a sighting would compel one to flee 100 miles away, let alone engage in direct combat. The likes of these 5th-tier great demons were foes she could never hope to vanquish. Had the last attack on the demon hunting team been by such a 5th-tier powerhouse, she would have had no chance of escape. Yet, that shadowy figure had placed the 2 corpses before their eyes. What a staggering visual impact! What sheer terror! Just how formidable was Zhang Yong'an's strength? In the foreign race battlefield, there may exist those fortunate enough to claim victory, but none could boast such extraordinary luck as to acquire 2 corpses without effort. Yet, this was the undeniable reality. The shadow clad in black, positioned between the 2 ferocious behemoths, has indelibly etched itself into their minds. The striking imagery ignited within them an unprecedented fervor. The legendary strongest dragon-tiger demonic beasts now lay lifeless beneath the principal's blade. In the arena, silence lingered, with no one daring to speak. Their gazes struggled to detach from the corpses of the monstrous beasts, ultimately converging upon the man standing before them. A miracle had indeed descended. Zhang Yong'an observed their reactions with keen interest. He parted his lips, his voice imbued with a resonant vitality that reached every ear present. "Today," he proclaimed, drawing closer to the students, his gaze ablaze with intensity. He raised his hand, and the crowd's attention followed suit. "You all have but one task: devour them. Devour them." These 4 words struck heavily upon the hearts of the assembly, akin to a mighty hammer shattering the walls of self-doubt that had confined them. Luzalong, standing near the front, flushed with excitement, could not suppress his question. "Do you mean eat them in the way we think?" No one laughed, for they were still grappling with the revelation. Zhang Yong'an responded with a smile. "What lies before you is yours to claim. The flesh of these demonic beasts will become your staple food." He continued, "In the future, not only the flesh of 9th-grade demonic beasts, but even that of genuine 9th-grade creatures will grace your tables. Just remember this one thing." The crowd perked up, eager to hear his next words. With an undeniable authority in his voice, Zhang Yong'an declared, "As your principal, my word is my bond. I shall never go back on what I have promised. What I have pledged will be fulfilled, and time will bear witness to it. Is there any dissent now?" His final statement resonated not only with the students, but also with the teachers present. Following this day, it was unlikely that anyone would question his words again. "What prestigious schools can offer you, I can provide. What they cannot grant you, I shall also deliver. All that is required of you is to strive diligently in your cultivation. Prove to the world that our institution shall become the finest in all of Huagua, and indeed, the entire Federation." Was this possible? Clearly, it seemed improbable. However, Zhang Yong'an's preceding words had ignited a flicker of hope in those students accustomed to mere bread. Perhaps one day, their school could ascend to become the premier institution in the Federation. The flesh of the demonic beasts required preparation. The remains of these 2 formidable creatures would soon grace their dining tables. Today we feast on dragon meat, tomorrow on tiger meat, alternating until it is all consumed. The students' eyes sparkled with increasing fervor. The blood and flesh of these peak 5th-grade demonic beasts promised to significantly enhance their cultivation speed, far surpassing the meager sustenance of bread. The opportunity to partake in the flesh of 5th-grade peak demonic beasts was likely a privilege reserved for esteemed institutions. Yet here it was realized in a mere vocational martial academy. Dismissed. Upon Zhang Yong'an's announcement, the crowd surged towards the carcasses of the demonic beasts. Chu Zihong immediately instructed the teachers to step forward and maintain order. "Keep your distance. The ferocity of the beast could be detrimental to your frail bodies. Standing 5 meters away will suffice. To those taking photographs, please upload them to our official website for promotional purposes. Esteemed educators, in 10 minutes, have the students return to class. In no time, Chu Zihong was bustling about. Zhang Luna approached to touch the scales of the dragon, feeling its chilling texture. Still somewhat incredulous about the sight before her, the once mighty corpse of the dragon beast lay before them. Zhang Yong'an did not prevent the students from capturing images of the beast. After all, a 5th-grade pinnacle beast was not particularly formidable. There were plenty of 6th-grade and higher beasts being sold online, making this encounter far from rare. Allowing the students to boast about this on social media could indirectly bolster their confidence, which had its merits. That morning, Zhang Yong'an organized a group of teachers in the school auditorium to dissect the beast's corpse. Unfortunately, the school's facilities were inadequate, with no professional dissection room available. Thus, the auditorium served as a temporary venue. Despite the gruesome scene, one could see the smiles on many teachers' faces. It was akin to the routine slaughter of pigs, as they collected the beast's blood and dismantled its hide and scales. These educators were seasoned veterans of the battlefield, and butchering beast meat was a skill they had honed. The tiger hides, dragon scales, and other materials were collected into Zhang Yong'an's ring. This had originally belonged to him, taken by the principal, yet the teachers bore no complaints. Every part of a 5th-grade pinnacle beast held significance, and Zhang Yong'an was reluctant to waste any of it. Fortunately, his storage ring allowed him to accommodate all of this. His battle knife proved useful, as ordinary cleavers could not sever the meat. Indeed, each piece of this beast's flesh was brimming with vitality. If sold externally, it could fetch tens of millions. However, regardless of the price, what the principal brought back was meant for the students' consumption. The teachers worked fervently, engaging in private discussions. Zhang Yong'an sheathed his black gold long knife, surveying the neatly arranged beast's blood and flesh before him. Chu Zihong and Zhang Luna were both covered in the beast's blood, but showed no disdain for the sanguine mess. Chu Zihong addressed Zhang Yong'an. Most of the students have yet to become martial artists. They can absorb around 10 pieces of beast meat daily, considering it is from a 5th-grade pinnacle divine beast. If it were an ordinary 5th-grade pinnacle beast, they might consume a bit more. A 1st-grade martial artist could manage around 50 pieces. Principal, will we truly supply this daily? Zhang Yong'an nodded, his tone calm. Let us adhere to this standard, unchanging each day. Once they have consumed their share, I will venture to the Star Gate to hunt again. The other teachers listened intently, and upon hearing Zhang Yong'an's reaffirmation, they couldn't help but feel a sense of admiration. The principal is indeed a man of his word. When he speaks, his words carry weight. His pronouncements hold more authority than imperial edicts. The crowd could not help but cast admiring glances, for they were all martial practitioners who naturally held great respect for the powerful. At that moment, Zhang Luna finally spoke up, voicing the question that lingered in everyone's minds. Principal, how did you acquire these beast carcasses? 2 pinnacle 5th-grade beasts must have been quite a challenge to slay. Curiosity enveloped the crowd as they pondered how Zhang Yong'an had managed to conquer such formidable beasts. Without hesitation, Zhang Yong'an revealed, I have attained the 5th grade. A wave of astonishment swept through the crowd. Had he not just entered the 4th grade? Surely, there must have been some misinformation. Yet, they quickly recalled Zhang Yong'an's first-class merit, hinting at undisclosed secrets behind his achievements. Perhaps it was a stroke of luck, encountering the beasts in a state of mutual destruction, which inadvertently benefited them. With their doubts dispelled, the crowd turned their focus to the meat before them. Zhang Yong'an instructed, Principal Chu, please inform all students that we will host a barbecue party tonight. I have a 2nd-grade pig demon carcass, along with some dragon and tiger meat. This should suffice. And to all esteemed teachers, do not hold back. There will be plenty of meat and drink. The teachers erupted in cheers. The entire day passed in anticipation for Lu Zilong and the students. They could only watch as several teachers dissected the beast carcasses, their appetites whetted. Unable to concentrate on their training, it was not until dusk that a teacher called out to him, snapping him back to reality. The teacher, brimming with excitement, said, Gather your student council members and come with me to set up the venue. Also, have the student council notify everyone not to dine out tonight. The school will host a barbecue party with ample provisions. As the sun set, the playground buzzed with the diligent figures of the student council, busily preparing the venue. Assisted by several teachers who were in high spirits and answered the students' curious inquiries with enthusiasm. Yes, indeed. We have completed the dissection today, I assure you. It was quite a mess. Yes, we will be rotating the supply of beast blood and meat daily, and there will be plenty. Besides dragon and tiger meat, we have an abundance of other beast meat and regular meats. In no time, the student council members were filled with vigor, eagerly awaiting the night. At that moment, Zhang Yong'an stepped down from Qin Zhan's car, accompanied by Chu Zihong and Zhang Luna. With no other vehicle available, they had to rely on Qin Zhan's car, as other teachers had failed to secure a license plate from the magical city. Earlier that afternoon, Zhang Yong'an and the others had visited a processing factory, transforming some of the beast blood and meat into bite-sized chunks akin to beef cubes, making distribution to the students more manageable. They also procured some ordinary pork and lamb, along with a multitude of barbecue grills and beverages, determined to ensure no one went hungry. The students were often too impoverished to afford meat, which underscored the rarity of those ordinary qi blood pills. Zhang Yong'an's generosity in providing them at the beginning of the school year was indeed commendable. Now, the students regarded Zhang Yong'an with reverence akin to that of a second parent as they entered the school gates. Several teachers had been waiting here for some time, initially intending to assist with moving items. However, upon recalling the existence of storage rings, they realized their help was unnecessary and thus followed behind silently. After pondering for a while, Zhang Luna suggested, "Principal, the provisions we need are rather costly. Perhaps we could pool our resources?" Zhang Yong'an shook his head, continuing his stride without pause. Luna persisted, "Given the school's current financial constraints, why not sell some beast meat?" Beside them, Chu Zihong wiped his brow. He had refrained from voicing this notion. Zhang Yong'an's tone left no room for debate, asserting that the beast meat was intended solely for the students, implying that none would be sold. Yet, the school undeniably required funds, and it seemed unnecessary for the principal to subsidize the expenses. As these thoughts coursed through his mind, Zhang Yong'an abruptly halted, suddenly recalling the over 10 million he had in his pocket. Upon returning, he had been preoccupied with the beast meat and investigating the martial arts injuries among the teachers, along with the incident involving Lu Zilong and the students eating buns, causing him to overlook this matter. Qin Zhan, with his typically slow-witted nature, finally chimed in, "Indeed, the school is in need of funds. We could sell some of the beast meat." The sentiments echoed among the others. After all, the students could not consume it all, and selling some would be inconsequential. Zhang Yong'an then retrieved a black bank card from his pocket and handed it to Chu Zihong, stating, "There are 10 million in this card. I still have some funds left. I haven't given it all." The teachers gaped in astonishment. To casually produce such a sum was a testament to the boldness of his claims. In private, some had even dubbed Zhang Yong'an the master of illusions. Chu, the principal, quickly waved his hands in refusal, saying, "Principal, you need these funds for your own advancement. This amount could elevate you to the 6th tier. We cannot accept this. The beast meat is already sufficient." The teachers swallowed hard, feeling that Zhang Yong'an had offered too much. Furrowing his brows, Zhang Yong'an pressed the card into Chu Zihong's hands, insisting, "Just take it. No need for further discussion. The password is the last 6 digits of the card number, and I'll need to review all expenditures." He then strode towards the playground, leaving the teachers in a state of bewilderment. Zhang Luna blinked in surprise, taking a moment to process the situation. The domineering principal, Chu Zihong, hurriedly tucked the card into his pocket and hurried after him, calling out, "Wait for me, principal." Qin Zhan, typically slow to react, felt a wave of astonishment wash over him, but once the shock subsided, he scratched his head and quickly followed suit. On the playground, under the brilliant hues of the setting sun, the scene was breathtaking. A number of seats had already been arranged, with a clear space left in the center. Contemporary music resonated from the speakers, and the students, clad in black martial arts uniforms, had gathered, engaging in playful banter, reveling in the rare moment of leisure. A gentle breeze swept by as Zhang Yong'an inhaled deeply, taking in the vibrant atmosphere before him, feeling as if his spirit had rejuvenated by several years. "The principal has arrived." A student spotted Zhang Yong'an, and instantly, the students excitedly surged towards him. Their eyes sparkled with enthusiasm, the golden light of the sunset reflecting brightly in their gazes. "Principal." Zhang Yong'an was instantly surrounded by numerous students, all taken aback by the fervor of their enthusiasm. Even in the presence of formidable high-tier monsters, he had never encountered such a reaction. Nevertheless, he greeted the eager students with warmth. "The principal is so handsome. We love you, principal." Behind him, Chu Zihong and his companions approached slowly, observing Zhang Yong'an ensnared by the throng of students. For a moment, they paused, and the teachers couldn't help but smile. Zhang Luna whispered, "He is quite popular among the students. He is a great principal," Chu Zihong remarked. "It must be his unique charm, a charisma that is distinctly masculine." Qin Zhan stepped forward and naively blurted out, "Too bad I'm not a woman." Otherwise, at that moment, several teachers covered Qin Zhan's mouth. Sunset. The lights illuminated the playground, and the aroma of grilled meat began to waft through the air, stirring the appetites of the students. Everyone eagerly anticipated the feast. Zhang Yong'an organized all the teachers to set up the grill. The high-powered federal grills could cook the meat within a minute. The meat of the pinnacle-grade monsters required a bit more time, and in front of Zhang Yong'an lay the meat of a pinnacle-grade monster, sized like sugar beans. It wasn't that Zhang Yong'an was withholding. It was simply too rich for them to digest if they overindulged. The aroma of this pinnacle-grade meat was delightful, yet it paled in comparison to that of the pig monster. The entire playground was filled with the enticing scent of the pig monster, and Chu Zihong, an aficionado, immediately recognized it as soon as it was revealed, exclaiming to the crowd, "This is the meat of the purple striped skin pig. It is so delectable that it could make one lose their tongue. Only the nobility of foreign races can afford to eat such meat. It is far more precious than the meat of pinnacle-grade monsters." Hearing this, the students hesitated to indulge in such a luxurious delicacy, initially believing that Zhang Yong'an had merely presented ordinary low-grade monster meat. They were astonished to learn it was even more valuable than pinnacle-grade monster meat. Unfortunately, they could not contest Zhang Yong'an's orders. Once it was served, there was no taking it back. For a moment, the students swallowed their saliva in unison, gazing longingly at the grills roasting the pig monster meat. The aroma was intoxicating, requiring no seasoning. Each person would receive half a pound of exquisite monster meat. They could never have purchased it. This was a delicacy for the nobility, yet here they were, college students, able to partake. The grills worked swiftly, and soon the meat was ready. As it was distributed among the students, they looked at the meat in disbelief, pinching themselves to confirm they were not dreaming. In that moment, they lifted their portions and cheered, "Long live the principal! Long live!" Under the night sky, the campus resonated with the jubilant cries of students, the fragrant aroma of grilled meat wafting through the air. Surrounding them was a sea of darkness. Fortunate to be situated in a remote area devoid of residential neighborhoods. Otherwise, they might have tempted passers-by. Zhang Yong'an was generous with his students, ensuring they enjoyed the finest fare, as he knew it would eventually be returned in kind. From today onwards, the students' vitality will significantly increase with their daily cultivation, and the potency of the vitality they accumulate each day will become even more robust, leading to a rapid enhancement of my own strength. Zhang Yong'an mused inwardly, then instructed a teacher to carry a tray, upon which he placed pieces of top-tier monster meat for each student. These students had already consumed half a pound of monster meat, and now they could only manage to eat a gram or so of the pinnacle-level beast flesh. Yet, it counted as nourishment. Any more would be indigestible. Before long, Zhang Yong'an completed the distribution. The students were aware that they could not endure a large amount of high-vitality flesh, so they were indifferent to the top-tier meat in their hands. They understood that as their strength improved, the quality of meat they could consume would naturally elevate. Their gaze shifted towards the few first-tier students among the third-year cohort, who each received a piece of pinnacle-level meat. Warriors could absorb this meat far more effectively. In that moment, many students silently resolved to exert themselves in their training and break through to become warriors sooner. They also contemplated the day when they could give back to the school and express their gratitude to the principal. The barbecue feast of the day would be forever etched in their memories, a cherished recollection even years down the line. Zhang Yong'an raised his glass and approached everyone. All eyes, both students and teachers, turned towards him. Having consumed the top-tier monster meat, they could feel a powerful vitality surging within them, yet it remained within tolerable limits. At that moment, Zhang Yong'an addressed the crowd. "Follow me, and there will be meat to eat. As your principal, I assure you that all I have promised will come to fruition. You shall become figures of envy not just in Huagua, but across all martial schools in the Federation." Tears welled in their eyes, and Lu Zilong swallowed a piece of the pinnacle monster flesh, his face already stained with tears. They had longed to hear such words, yet the outside world regarded them as mere societal cast-offs. Only the principal valued them as treasures, bestowing upon them the dignity and resources that others could not offer. They prioritized dignity above resources. At times, they did not necessarily crave resources, but rather the respect that others could extend to them. That evening, Zhang Yong'an concluded a rather substantial tally of vitality. However, this was merely the beginning. In the future, his vitality would ascend at a meteoric pace. Having savored the previously unexperienced monster meat, the students felt no inclination to sleep. They meditated on their beds, cultivating their vitality, or practiced standing postures in the corridors, diligently working to absorb the vitality from the beast flesh. Fortunately, having previously consumed several vitality pills, they could withstand the potency of the monster meat. The vitality gained in just these few days could rival that of several months' worth of regular training. It is evident that only through resources can true strength be forged. Zhang Yong'an had never encountered a genius warrior who thrived solely on consuming large bonds. Nonetheless, this was still far from sufficient. The following day, Zhang Yong'an arrived at the school's abandoned swimming pool, with Chu Zihong trailing behind him, clutching the key to the facility. Principal, the maintenance costs for the swimming pool have become rather exorbitant, which is why we shut it down several years ago. However, the facilities within remain functional. As Zhang Yong'an surveyed the interior, he noted the two swimming rooms, segregated by gender, which aligned perfectly with his intentions. Chu Zihong was perplexed by Zhang Yong'an's sudden interest in the swimming pool. Could it be that this principal had a penchant for swimming? Aside from that possibility, he could think of no other rationale. Surely the swimming pool could not serve as a sanctuary for cultivation. Last night, inspiration struck Zhang Yong'an. He recalled the beast blood pool he had previously confiscated, which still awaited its purpose. Initially, he had contemplated administering it to the students daily. However, upon reflection, he realized that consuming the flesh and blood of magical beasts was already sufficient for the students, negating the need for additional nourishment. Thus, he set aside the idea of having the students consume beast blood and instead conceived the notion of medicinal baths. Indeed, medicinal baths are essential for warriors seeking to refine their bodies and vital energy. The beast blood collected by the Jiao Long was originally intended for soaking, with the hope that its pure essence would facilitate his breakthrough to the 6th rank. This indicates that using beast blood for medicinal baths is certainly feasible. Nevertheless, considering that most students had yet to attain even the 1st rank, dilution was imperative. Zhang Yong'an gazed at the two pools, determining to allocate the beast blood according to the gender ratio of the students, simultaneously diluting it at a ratio of 1,000 to 1. This would enable the students to absorb the essence of the beast blood. With 600 students drawing from the pool's power, it would take no more than 3 days to fully absorb it. The resultant vitality returned to Zhang Yong'an would be staggering. Contemplating this, Zhang Yong'an found his breath quickening. The influx of vitality was more than sufficient for a peak 5th rank warrior aspiring to ascend to the 6th rank, not to mention the additional energy derived from the student's daily absorption. This could elevate his prowess by several tiers. Although some beast blood would be consumed in the process, the efficiency was astounding. Noticing the gleam of excitement in Zhang Yong'an's eyes, Chu Zihong turned his gaze toward the pool. What treasures lay within? The enhancement of strength could not be delayed for a moment. He promptly shared the entirety of Zhang Yong'an's plan with him. In an instant, Chu Zihong's eyes widened in disbelief, eager to voice his thoughts, yet Zhang Yong'an's icy stare silenced him. He understood that whatever Zhang Yong'an decreed was unalterable. The resources at stake were simply too precious. Without hesitation, he acted upon the directive, summoning all the teachers to the pool to prepare it for use. The teachers were bewildered, but after Chu Zihong elucidated the plan, their minds echoed a singular thought. Has the principal lost his mind? Such a resource should not be wasted on others. Yet, they found themselves unable to voice any objections. Subsequently, they released water into the pools, ceasing once the desired water levels were reached. It was time for the students to don their short sleeves and shorts. The boys and girls would occupy separate pools. Several teachers hurried out, while Zhang Yong'an, under the watchful eyes of his colleagues, retrieved the beast blood pool. The rich essence of beastly blood immediately permeated the swimming pool, leaving many teachers momentarily agape. This pool of beast blood, invaluable and unattainable even with ample wealth, transformed the waters into a crimson hue as Zhang Yong'an gradually poured the amber liquid. Even when diluted 1,000-fold, it retained a blood-like appearance. The energy of the beast blood is abundant. You may commence your cultivation, he declared. Once the students entered, it would likely take 3 days for them to fully absorb its essence, during which time the school would be sealed off. Simultaneously, the flesh of the magical beasts would suffice to satiate their hunger. I desire but one outcome: the complete absorption of this pool. Zhang Yong'an's words resonated within the empty swimming hall, imbued with an undeniable authority. The teachers, seasoned veterans of the Stargate battlefield, were familiar with the rumors surrounding beast blood, luxuries that even the nobility of the alien beast clans seldom enjoyed. Yet now, the students of this college were granted such an opportunity. They felt a twinge of guilt at the thought of wastefulness, but ultimately, they decided to indulge. Soon, both pools brimmed with beast blood, and even a mere whiff sent ripples through their vitality. It was uncertain how many students would ascend to new heights of martial prowess as a result. The copious essence of beast blood could propel those at the pinnacle of the 5th rank into the 6th, and though diluted, it remained sufficient for those with a foundational understanding of martial arts to break through. Zhang Yong'an withdrew his gaze, awaiting the arrival of the students. Outside the swimming hall, several teachers organized the students into orderly lines. The students, disciplined and synchronized, exhibited noticeable changes in their expressions and vitality. Previously deprived of proper nourishment, their martial training had yielded little fruit, but now, fortified by the essence of divine beast blood and the flesh of magical creatures, they felt revitalized. The teachers had teased them with mystery, withholding the purpose of their visit to the swimming hall, yet the anticipation of something extraordinary was palpable in the air. Then came Principal Chu, who commanded immediate attention. Observing the neatly arranged assembly of 600 students, he gestured grandly. Boys and girls, enter from the left and right respectively. Proceed in accordance with the teacher's instructions. You lot are extraordinarily fortunate to encounter such a foundational opportunity. Though the students were somewhat bewildered by his words, the teachers beside him wore expressions of delight. Witnessing the students achieve success in martial arts was a shared aspiration among them. Enter. With curiosity and excitement, the students filed into the swimming hall. Leading the group, Lu Zilong ventured forth first, and as they traversed the dim corridor, a distinct aura of vitality enveloped them, sending shivers down their spines. Upon reaching the assembly of teachers within the hall, their gazes fixated upon a figure clad in black before the swimming pool, eyes alight with fervor. However, as the procession advanced, the metallic scent of blood filled their nostrils. Before them lay a pool of blood. There was no need for words. They instinctively recognized the treasures that awaited them. Why do you gaze at me? They all stepped forward, absorbing the power of the beast's blood. Zhang Yong'an's words jolted them awake, hastening the pace of the group. Lu Zilong approached the edge of the swimming pool, gazing at the rich crimson blood within, a sense of awe swelling within him. However, faced with the pool of scarlet water, the others felt a tinge of fear. Yet Lu Zilong exhibited no trepidation, boldly entering the pool, followed by numerous students. As they stepped into the water, the potent vitality surged into their bodies, causing a collective shudder. They instantly realized the rarity of this liquid treasure. Meanwhile, on the girls' side, the female teachers, led by Zhang Luna, were systematically guiding their students into the pool. One of the teachers beside Zhang Luna remarked, "I heard the principal has now attained 5th-tier strength. If this beast's blood were to be utilized on him rather than the students, it could elevate his power by 1 or 2 ranks. Do you think the principal might be a bit misguided?" Zhang Luna shook her head, utterly perplexed as to why Zhang Yong'an prioritized the students' cultivation over his own, dedicating all resources to them. Unbeknownst to her, Zhang Yong'an's assistance to the students was, in fact, a means for his own swift advancement. This secret, however, would be met with disbelief if revealed. Soon, a multitude of students had entered the pool, immersed in the surging vitality, each unsure of how to proceed. Such a precious resource. Was it truly given to them for free? It seemed almost too extravagant. At that moment, Zhang Yong'an's voice resonated through the speakers. Reaching every student, the blood surrounding you is the purest form of beast's blood. Your sole task is to absorb as much vital energy as possible. It is all for you. Hurry and cultivate. Do not worry about meals, as the beast meat will suffice to satiate you. For the next few days, aside from using the restroom, you are to remain in the pool. If you wish to sleep, feel free. Let your classmates absorb that portion of vitality for you. Enough talk. Begin absorbing the energy. His words instilled in each of them a newfound certainty that this was indeed a resource for their cultivation. In unison, they cheered, "Long live the principal." Following the applause, They promptly began to absorb the surrounding energy. The pool contained ample water, and the students did not need to compete. The extent of their absorption depended solely on their innate talent. Meanwhile, the teachers also entered the pool to absorb the vitality, with 2 teachers remaining on the platform to supervise and taking turns. Zhang Yong'an sat at the edge of the pool, quietly awaiting the students' absorption. At that moment, he was curious about the potential enhancement to his strength when the vitality was tallied that evening. As time passed, a glance around revealed that some individuals indeed possessed considerable talent. In the initial hours, no breakthroughs occurred. However, by the afternoon, nearly every hour saw a dozen students advancing to first-tier warriors. Among the students, the majority were in their 3rd year, while some were on the brink of breakthrough, lacking vitality and blood energy. Even a few first-year students exhibited signs of becoming martial artists. Zhang Yong'an encouraged them to immerse themselves in beast blood, thus propelling them into the realm of martial artists. The power of the beast blood was indeed formidable. As the day progressed, only 2 or 3 individuals ventured to the restroom. The rest preferred to endure discomfort to absorb the vital energy. As for sleep, that was entirely out of the question. Their cultivation was akin to resting, and going 3 days without sleep or respite posed no challenge. Zhang Yong'an instructed the teachers to provide each student with a piece of dragon meat to ensure they did not go hungry. Soon, midnight arrived. The swimming pool was brightly illuminated, and everyone continued to diligently practice, absorbing vital energy. Before Zhang Yong'an lay golden characters that proclaimed daily settlement of vital energy. In an instant, the golden text transformed into a surge of power that flooded into his body. Moments later, he opened his eyes, a look of astonishment gracing his face. Mid-stage of the 5th rank. He had progressed to mid-stage of the 5th rank. After merely 1 day of cultivation, the settled vital energy had propelled him to this new level. It was worth noting that he had only recently stepped into the 5th rank. Once he fully absorbed this pool of beast blood, his strength would likely increase significantly. Initially, he had contemplated gradually feeding the students the beast blood, but he soon realized that soaking in the medicinal bath yielded much faster results. As expected, his power was indeed soaring during this period. At that moment, a duty teacher approached from the girls' swimming pool, her face alight with excitement. "Principal, we have found a promising talent among the first-year female students. Within just 1 day, she has broken through to become a martial artist." Zhang Yong'an's gaze faltered. The first-year boys had yet to achieve such a breakthrough. Their foundational weakness meant that even with ample resources, achieving a breakthrough required a certain amount of time. To his surprise, a first-year girl had emerged as a first-rank martial artist ahead of the boys. "I must see this," Zhang Yong'an declared, rising to follow the female teacher to the girls' swimming pool. The girls, clad in short sleeves and shorts, immersed in the blood water, had no need to worry about modesty. Zhang Luna rose to greet Zhang Yong'an, offering a brief salutation. "Principal." Zhang Yong'an nodded and inquired, "Where is the girl with exceptional talent?" Zhang Luna pointed to a girl in the corner. "That is her, by Xiaowei. She possesses the highest vital energy among the first-year students." Her instructor mentioned that this girl typically absorbs beast meat and vitality pills at an impressive rate, but lacked sufficient resources to indulge fully. Since entering the blood pool, she has begun to voraciously absorb vital energy. Zhang Yong'an glanced over, raising an eyebrow. He recognized her as the tall girl he had seen counting buns the other day. Living on a meager budget that allowed only for buns had left a strong impression on him. It dawned on him that she was indeed a treasure. Henceforth, her allocation of beast meat would be doubled. He intended to observe her limits. If she could handle it, he would increase the quantity further. She would be nurtured with care. Zhang Luna remarked, "This girl is also on the list of impoverished students. It is said she has only a grandmother and no financial means. No matter how strong her martial arts foundation may be, without resources, her abilities cannot be enhanced." She then added with delight, "However, this girl possesses exceptional talent. It is entirely possible for her to gain admission to prestigious schools. It seems we have stumbled upon a treasure." Zhang Yong'an nodded in agreement, acknowledging the truth in her words. Bai Xiaowei's rapid improvement was indeed attributed to her solid foundation, akin to a parched desert that eagerly absorbs rainwater when it falls. It was merely the first day, and there was no need for haste. After spending a brief time with the girls, he returned directly to the boys. A glance revealed that the number of students who had become martial artists had reached over 100, with Lu Zilong advancing to mid-level in the 1st rank. They were chewing on the flesh of 5th-grade monsters and consuming the essence of beast blood, it was impossible not to see an enhancement in their strength. He noticed those in the far corner, the teachers who were also absorbing vitality to maintain their martial arts cultivation. They carefully regulated their intake, striving not to compete excessively with the students for opportunities. It was time for these teachers to revive their paths in martial arts. Although their cultivation levels were not accounted for in the system, Zhang Yong'an was still willing to assist them. He decided to wait until tomorrow to take action. Not one to be stingy, his intention to help these teachers stemmed from a desire for clarity and enlightenment. There were countless retired military martial artists within the Federation, and it was impossible for him to assist them all individually. He could only tend to those before him for the time being. Before long, dawn broke. After ensuring that a few teachers provided each student with a piece of monster meat, he asked Chu Zihong to gather all the teachers temporarily outside the swimming pool. Many of the teachers were still damp, puzzled as to why Zhang Yong'an had summoned them, seemingly for a meeting. The 26 individuals present represented the entirety of the school's teaching staff, a rather meager assembly. Had Zhang Yong'an arrived earlier, the 4 teachers who had fallen would still be standing among them. The open space behind the school was already being prepared for a memorial plaza, where these heroic educators would find eternal rest. The teachers now regarded him with deep respect, no longer dismissing his previous words as mere nonsense. Clearing his throat, Zhang Yong'an scanned the gathered educators. Last time, I indeed had significant gains within the Stargate. The teachers understood that the bodies of 5th-grade peak monsters with dual 9th-grade bloodlines, coupled with a vast pool of beast blood and a capital injection of 10 million for Chu Zihong, were no small feats. Most importantly, he had acquired 2 additional storage rings. The teachers had privately calculated that Zhang Yong'an had obtained resources worth at least 50 million during his last venture into the Stargate, a sum that left them in awe. He waved his hand, and 3 dragon blood fruits along with golden dragon marrow appeared before the assembly. Instantly, their eyes lit up with fervor, and a few even revealed expressions of longing. Having reached a standstill in their martial arts cultivation, these teachers had naturally sought methods to restore their foundational abilities. Indeed, the resources are available, yet their exorbitant cost renders them unattainable. Now, the coveted dragon blood fruit and golden dragon essence lie before them. Zhang Yong'an softly proclaimed, "I have reviewed the profiles of each of you and assessed the severity of your injuries. The resources I possess can only aid 8 of you in resuming your martial path. The list of these 8 has been meticulously prepared in my mind. And for those not selected, I implore you to harbor no resentment. This batch of martial resources is not the final one. In due time, I shall procure the essence from a 7th-tier river dragon to heal your wounds. It is merely a matter of time." In that moment, the atmosphere grew tense, breaths quickening. As Zhang Yong'an's announcement struck like a thunderclap, "Those whose names I call, step forward." Chu Zihong, Zhang Luna, Qin Zhan, Jiang Shan, Chen Shun, and Li Changsheng. Apart from Chu Zihong, the other 5 were members of the new demon hunting team established by Zhang Luna. To be part of this team, one must possess a modicum of combat capability and suffer only minor injuries, making recovery feasible. Thus, they were prioritized in the first batch. The 2 grade directors, Wei Qinghua and Wang Jingjing, were also present, alongside Zhang Liang, whose martial foundation was severely damaged, rendering his combat effectiveness diminished. He currently teaches courses on foreign languages at the school. As their names were called, the selected individuals stepped out of the ranks and moved to the front, gazing at Zhang Yong'an with eyes brimming with unshed tears. Those behind them, whose names were not mentioned, looked at Zhang Yong'an with growing admiration. Although they were not among the first to regain their martial credentials, they firmly believed in the realization of his promises. In a vacant room within the swimming complex, the 8 individuals sat cross-legged, their vitality beginning to surge. They each consumed a portion of the dragon blood fruit and dragon essence, and transformations commenced within them. Numerous teachers stood by, silently offering their prayers. Many of their gazes frequently drifted to Zhang Yong'an, whose dark silhouette shone like a beacon piercing through the darkness, casting light not only upon the students, but also upon themselves. This sensation was akin to rebirth. The teachers yearned to restore their own martial paths. Yet the journey seemed daunting. Fortunately, Zhang Yong'an had emerged. Standing calmly, he surveyed each individual, observing how they began to assimilate the precious medicines. Their martial foundations were not gravely compromised. However, some bore hidden injuries that affected their vitality. Yet, under the influence of the exquisite dragon blood fruit and golden dragon essence, these minor issues would soon dissolve. Though Zhang Yong'an maintained a serene expression, a flicker of discontent stirred within him. He wished that the Federation could convert the rewards for first-class merit into resources for restoring his own martial foundation. Regrettably, such resources would not be allocated to a mere third-tier soldier, and he often found himself engulfed in darkness and despair. Nonetheless, it was precisely this experience that enabled Zhang Yong'an to ascend to the role of principal within a school and ultimately acquire the system. The students and teachers profoundly moved him, and he reciprocated their kindness through his actions. It was, in essence, a mutual redemption. Their martial foundations were gradually being reconstructed, and the resources originally meant for the pinnacle of the 5th grade, the Dragon of the Abyss, were yielding swift results when applied to them. This was a twilight hour. The crowd slowly awakened, with Zhang Luna and Chu Zihong being the first to regain consciousness, their eyes brimming with uncontainable excitement. Their internal injuries and martial foundations had been mended, with only minor issues remaining. In no more than a month of recuperation, they would return to their former glory. The dragon's blood fruit was indeed extraordinarily miraculous. The two excitedly approached Zhang Yong'an, momentarily at a loss for words. However, Chu Zihong stood at attention and executed an impeccably precise military salute, a gesture of utmost respect from a soldier. Zhang Yong'an nodded and patted his shoulder, signaling that no further words were necessary. Everything was understood without saying. Zhang Luna followed suit. Meanwhile, some observing teachers jested, "Teacher Luna, why not offer yourself?" Laughter erupted among the crowd. A rare blush appeared on Zhang Luna's face, who usually maintained a fierce demeanor in front of Zhang Yong'an, showing little warmth. Zhang Yong'an dismissed the teasing of the teachers, coming to her rescue by saying, "Just focus on your training." He added that she should also work to repay her debt promptly. Zhang Luna nodded lightly and stepped aside. Before long, all the teachers who had regained their martial prowess opened their eyes in astonishment, realizing that they could embark on the path of martial arts once again. This was akin to a rebirth, causing these men in their 30s to wipe away tears of relief. "Principal, thank you. Without your help, I would have felt like a useless being for the rest of my life." Another added, "Indeed, after being injured and retreating from the front lines, my martial foundation was destroyed. It felt as if my world had collapsed. If it weren't for this job, I would have." The group felt a wave of emotion, their shared struggles known only to them. Some often say that life's margin for error is quite generous. Yet in the realm of martial arts, the margin is exceedingly slim. Even a slight damage to one's martial foundation could result in a lifetime of stagnation or even decline. Suddenly, someone exclaimed, "Teacher Qin, why are you still a bit slow to react? Have you not recovered yet?" Zhang Yong'an's gaze turned toward Qin as well, for he cared deeply about the recovery of the school's only driver. Amidst the curious gazes of the crowd, Qin Zhan slowly turned his head. "The injuries have healed, but my mind seems to be lagging behind. However, it does not hinder me." Upon hearing this, the crowd finally breathed a sigh of relief. A little mental sluggishness was acceptable as long as his martial foundation was restored. Zhang Yong'an did not linger on pleasantries with the teachers, offering simple reassurances before leading a few teachers to the swimming pool to check on the students. Remaining in such a bittersweet atmosphere often stirred an urge to weep. The 8 individuals who had regained their vitality immediately entered the beast blood pool to absorb the beast's blood, replenishing their depleted martial channels. Before long, they would restore themselves to their former peak strength. Moving forward would depend on their own gradual cultivation. At midnight, Zhang Yong'an still sat by the edge of the swimming pool. The beast blood has diluted significantly, yet the vitality within it remains surging. As a day has passed, another 20 to 30 individuals have transcended to the first rank of martial artists. It is anticipated that the classmates of Lu Zilong, who previously broke through to the first rank, will reach the pinnacle of the first rank once the beast blood pool is completely absorbed. One must not underestimate the purity of the power contained within this beast blood pool, coupled with their consumption of the flesh of magical beasts. The resources they have utilized in just under half a month since the semester began equate to what would typically be expended over an entire year. In truth, the value is far greater, thus facilitating their rapid breakthroughs. To Zhang Yong'an's astonishment, merely half an hour prior, a female instructor approached him to report that Bai Xiaowei had advanced to the mid-stage of the first rank. In a mere day, she had consumed half a pound of magical beast meat, exhibiting a truly terrifying absorption rate, comparable to that of genuine prodigies. Zhang had previously remarked that even a pig tossed into the beast blood pool could transform into a magical beast. This assertion is not mere rhetoric. Resources unequivocally equate to strength, an immutable truth throughout the ages. Daily vitality settlement. A golden radiance flashed before him, and a surge of vigorous vitality rushed into Zhang Yong'an's body. He silently perceived the enhancement of his own vitality. In an instant, he felt his prowess leap from the mid-stage of the 5th rank toward the latter stage. Surely, he would break through to the latter stage of the 5th rank by tomorrow. In just 2 days, his strength had experienced a remarkable leap. Zhang Yong'an now harbors a profound sense of hope for the future. Soon, another day hastily passed. That evening, as Zhang Yong'an and several instructors observed the beast blood pool gradually diminishing, their faces bore little semblance of regret. The pool had served its purpose remarkably well. It was expected that within another day, the beast blood pool would be entirely absorbed. The group quietly reflected on the quality of the beast blood, which exceeded Zhang Yong'an's expectations. It remains unknown how much potent material that Jiao Man had infused into it to render the energy so rich. Currently, among the third-year students who have been cultivating for 2 years, 50% have ascended to become martial artists. Once they absorb the remaining beast blood, it is likely that 80% will achieve the 1st rank. The group awaited the completion of absorption in silence, and soon, words once again flickered before Zhang Yong'an. Daily vitality settlement. It has arrived. Zhang Yong'an felt a jolt as a wave of vitality surged into his body. Suddenly, it felt as though something had broken through, and he opened his eyes. I have entered the latter stage of the 5th rank. In the latter stage of the 5th rank, Zhang Yong'an quietly savored the enhancement of his strength, the rapidity of his advancement truly captivating. He gazed at the students still immersed in the beast blood pool, nodding in satisfaction. By aiding these students, he was also aiding himself. With limited resources at hand, any further pursuits would necessitate additional funding. Zhang Yong'an has now begun to contemplate broader issues. Firstly, many facilities at the school remain underutilized, and numerous vacant spaces could be harnessed for better purposes. Within the confines of the school, there are no specialized training rooms akin to those found in undergraduate martial arts universities, such as gravity training chambers or spirit vein training facilities. Such amenities are conspicuously absent in this vocational martial arts institution. To an outsider, were it not for the rigorous martial training conducted daily, this establishment might easily be mistaken for an ordinary liberal arts school. What kind of martial arts academy operates under such meager conditions? Yet, this is the norm for vocational martial arts schools. Many instructors and students have gone several days without sleep, yet none feel drowsy. Each individual remains in a state of exhilaration. As dusk fell the following day, the blood of beasts in the 2 swimming pools had been entirely absorbed by the students, leaving the water astonishingly clear. Numerous students continued their practice, reluctant to withdraw. With the absorption of the beast blood completed, remaining submerged in the pools served little purpose. Principal, these are the newly compiled statistics, Chu Zihong said, excitement evident as he handed over a stack of documents, the topmost sheet summarizing the findings. This time, over half of the 600 students at our school have successfully advanced to the rank of first-tier martial artists. Among them, third-year graduates account for half, with 156 students breaking through to become first-tier martial artists, including 23 at the mid-level, 10 at the late stage, and 1 at the peak. Zhang Yong'an's gaze settled on the sole peak first-tier martial artist among the third-year students, Lu Zilong. His election as student council president was not merely a stroke of luck. He possesses genuine talent. However, his impoverished circumstances have hindered his access to resources for enhancing his abilities. Despite this, he managed to stand out among his peers, becoming the first to achieve the rank of first-tier martial artist. It was precisely due to his prior dedication to training that, after absorbing the beast blood, his latent potential was activated by the invigorating energy, naturally elevating his rank. This development did not surprise Zhang Yong'an. Furthermore, the majority of the students had been practicing martial arts for 2 to 3 years, only a step away from becoming first-tier martial artists, making their breakthroughs a mere formality. Those third-year students who did not succeed may indeed be limited by their innate talent. Zhang Yong'an does not harbor the expectation that a vocational school would produce numerous prodigies. After all, most are simply ordinary individuals with average gifts. Yet, there are always a few genuine geniuses among them. Principal Chu, appearing somewhat invigorated, continued, in the first-year cohort, A total of 56 students have achieved breakthroughs to first-tier status. Their progress has even surpassed that of some students from prestigious universities. Though they still have some distance to cover before reaching the elite level, their achievements are commendable. Students from the 4 major martial arts schools typically enter martial arts universities as first-tier martial artists. These 4 institutions are Kyoto Martial Arts University, Magic City Martial Arts University, Military Martial University, and Northern Alliance Martial Arts School. Each year, they enroll approximately 8,000 students nationwide, all of whom are local prodigies. Among them, 2 standouts include Bai Xiaowei, who has reached the late stage of first-tier strength. Zhang Yong'an felt a surge of astonishment. This young lady truly possesses remarkable talent. It is uncertain how much beast blood power she has absorbed, but in recent days she has consumed 2 to 3 pounds of dragon blood and flesh, propelling her to the late stage of first tier. A true genius indeed. If the news were to spread, even the prestigious universities of the Magic City would come to poach students. Zhang Yong'an remained unperturbed by the prospect of students being lured away. In the future, he would acquire abundant resources to provide for his students, and those who left would inevitably regret their decision. This reminded him of a motivational video he had previously watched. Those who betrayed him were given $1 million. So how much could those who remained loyal earn? The sentiment was crude yet profound. Moreover, Zhang Yong'an understood that elevating his own cultivation could not rely solely on 1 or 2 prodigies. It was the sheer number of students that mattered. Regrettably, the Ministry of Education in the Magic City only allocated 200 enrollment spots each year to vocational martial arts schools, which was considered generous. Some vocational martial arts schools were not even granted any spots, heading towards closure. Not dwelling on this, he shifted his focus to another name, Lu Yunhu, a freshman at level 25, currently at the mid-stage of the first rank. He was second only to Bai Xiaowei. Zhang had taken note of this young man recently. He was rather slender and dark-skinned, reportedly due to working in the fields to support his family. Lu Yunhu was indeed a child of hardship. During his process of absorbing beast blood, he demonstrated remarkable aptitude, consuming enough monster meat daily to rival Bai Xiaowei. The more he consumed, the stronger his ability to absorb vitality, indicating his commendable talent. Although he still fell somewhat short of Bai Xiaowei, his accomplishments as a freshman were commendable. He was truly a gem worth nurturing. Zhang Yong'an nodded in approval. Chu Zihong sighed deeply and spoke earnestly. Only you can provide such open access to resources for students' cultivation. Without your support, these children would lead mundane lives. With the feedback from the previous graduating class indicating that those who did not become martial artists had a maximum salary of less than 3,500. Zhang Yong'an acknowledged this gratitude with a nod. The Federation was not lacking in talent. Many were merely overlooked. His role was to polish these hidden gems, offering them the opportunity for a brilliant future. Before long, all the students emerged from the pool, exhilarated by the changes they had experienced over the past few days. It felt as though they had undergone a dramatic transformation, leaving some in disbelief at the reality before them. I have become a martial artist. I am a martial artist. They exclaimed. Principal, this is all thanks to the principal's personal investment. Our school's funding has long been exhausted. With tears of joy in their eyes, the students sought out Zhang Yong'an, but he had already departed, wishing to avoid the emotional scene. He left the teachers to orderly guide the students away. Zhang Luna instructed the students, return to your dorms and take a shower first. Do not disturb the principal. He has been watching over you without rest these past few days. In a moment of profound emotion, the students were deeply moved, recognizing the immense sacrifices made by their principal on their behalf. Lu Zilong clenched his fists, feeling the tangible strength of a first-tier warrior within him. This was the most substantial favor bestowed upon him by the principal. He called out to all the students, long live the principal. Long live the Mountain River Martial Arts Academy. From a distance, Zhang Yong'an could hear the jubilant cheers of the students. Their breakthrough into a new realm was indeed worthy of celebration. He couldn't help but think of Lu Zilong, who, despite his prideful nature, had always been weighed down by his humble circumstances, leading to feelings of inferiority. The last time Zhang encountered him with that young girl at the school gate, it was evident that she had a fondness for him. Yet, Lu Zilong's lack of confidence, stemming from his modest background and inadequate skills, made him feel unworthy of her affection. However, the situation had changed, with his talents unveiled and the resources provided to him. He could now overcome some of his insecurities and bridge the gap between himself and that young lady. Ultimately, they might find their way to each other's hearts. A faint smile graced Zhang Yong'an's lips. This was the essence of being a principal, ensuring that every student had a bright future. As night fell, the students made their way back to the dormitories to wash up and rest. They need not worry about hunger, for the undigested energies within them sufficed to keep them satiated. Eating was merely a means to replenish their vital essence, and even an abundance of blood could fill their stomachs. After days of seclusion, they had no time for frivolity, and each found several messages awaiting them on their phones. Though they were financially constrained, they could still afford mobile phones. In this world, technology was the most affordable commodity. True expenses lay in martial resources. Thus, a durable smartphone could be procured for a mere couple of hundred yuan. In the freshman dormitory, the first-year students returned, some having already broken through to martial artists, eager to share their news with their families. The speed at which one could become a first-tier martial artist in a vocational martial arts school surpassed that of prestigious academies, stirring excitement among them. Lu Yunhu, clad in a black short-sleeved shirt and with a dark complexion, entered the dormitory with his head bowed. The other residents were unfazed by his demeanor. Through their interactions over the past few days, they had noticed his reluctance to engage in conversation and his taciturn nature. While the other 7 occasionally invited him to join their meals, he merely trailed behind in silence. Despite living under the same roof, they hoped for a change in Lu Yunhu's character, as his reticence was not particularly endearing. However, during the recent days of training, Lu Yunhu had revealed unprecedented potential. From someone who had not even reached the level of a qualified martial artist, he had leaped to the mid-level of the first tier, leaving everyone astounded. Unable to contain himself, the dorm leader patted Lu Yunhu on the shoulder, saying, "You are remarkable, but you should also engage more with your fellow students." With a demeanor that exuded an air of aloofness, Lu Yunhu was gently encouraged to smile more. Now a warrior himself, he nodded and forced a grimace that barely resembled a smile. He then made his way toward the phone resting on his bed. Although he was reticent with his classmates, his conversation flowed freely with his grandmother. He had a plethora of thoughts he wished to share with her. "Are you joining us for a shower?" His roommate extended another invitation. Lu Yunhu glanced over, his eyes reflecting a distant refusal, yet he softened his expression slightly, replying, "You all go ahead. I'll call my grandmother first." With that, his companions departed, leaving him alone in the dormitory as he finally retrieved his phone. Upon noticing the numerous missed calls, a rare flicker of anxiety crossed his typically impassive features, and he hastily dialed back. "Is that you, Tiger?" came the familiar voice. Lu Yunhu nodded. "Yes, it's me. Grandma." Her voice seemed to exhale a sigh of relief. "What have you been up to these past few days?" "Ignoring my calls. Are you short on money? If that is the case, I can send you some. You shouldn't be working so hard. Focus on your training." A bitter smile crept across Lu Yunhu's face. His grandmother was unaware of the nature of his school, a vocational martial academy with scant prospects. Were it not for the principal's intervention, he would not be who he was today. Sitting cross-legged on his bed, he responded, "No, I've been diligently practicing. Our principal is exceptionally kind to us. In fact, the teachers have even allowed me to indulge in some beast meat. By the way, Grandma, I have become a warrior, just like father and uncle." At the mention of these two figures, a shadow fell over his gaze, and a moment of silence enveloped the call. It was his grandmother who deftly redirected the conversation. "Tell me, what does that beast meat taste like? And you, my boy, are rarely one to praise your teachers. What is this about the principal?" At this, Lu Yunhu's spirits lifted, and he recounted all the events of the past few days to his grandmother. Upon hearing about the considerable value of the beast blood he consumed and the exorbitant cost of the beast meat, she was momentarily struck speechless. As he spoke, the cold, distant expression that typically shrouded his face vanished, revealing the tender innocence of youth beneath his hardened facade. After a prolonged silence, his grandmother finally spoke. "Though I don't know the true worth of those things, it's commendable that the principal is investing his own resources into the students. The Lu family values gratitude and reciprocity. Your father and uncle sacrificed for the nation. While it grieves me, I have no regrets. They too gave their lives in service." Lu Yunhu tightened his grip on the phone, nodding earnestly. "I understand, Grandma. If the principal ever faces danger, I will be the first to stand in front, even if my strength is lacking." His voice was low yet resolute, akin to the principal's unwavering conviction, never uttering empty words. Such scenes unfolded in every dormitory, with students harboring a fervent impulse to sacrifice themselves for the principal, though regrettably, their current strength fell short. As night fell, the campus has regained its tranquility. Golden characters flickered before Zhang Yong'an. Daily blood essence settlement. This marked the final settlement of the beast blood pool's blood essence. He was still a little short. Zhang Yong'an reflected quietly. He was well aware of the blood essence strength provided each day over the past few days. This absorption of blood essence would likely not allow him to surpass the pinnacle of the 5th rank. Indeed, as the blood essence surged into his body, the internal energy made a significant advance. Unfortunately, reaching the pinnacle of the 5th rank would require 1 or 2 more doses of tonight's quantity. However, without the beast blood pool, relying solely on the flesh of magical beasts, he could ascend to the 5th rank within 5 days. As the student strengths accelerated, the daily blood essence settlements would also increase. Zhang Yong'an's power could continue to grow at a rapid pace. Now, the resources at his disposal had been exhausted, and it was time to rest adequately. He would find an opportunity to venture through the Stargate once more, for funds were scarce everywhere. Days slipped by swiftly. Although the students had absorbed the beast blood a few days prior, remnants of that power lingered within them. A few days was sufficient to convert this beast blood into their own essence, and coupled with the supply of magical beast flesh, all the students made significant progress. Among them, a few students received special attention, such as Bai Xiaowei, Lu Yunhu, and some particularly talented individuals who could consume more magical beast flesh to replenish their essence, allowing them to gradually outpace their peers. These students were the school's top performers and served to inspire others in their cultivation efforts. That evening, Zhang Yong'an sat upright on his bed. After several daily blood essence settlements, he calculated that following today's settlement, he should officially step into the pinnacle of the 5th rank. Excitement illuminated his face. In such a short time, he had managed to break through several minor levels. Indeed, the students were a true treasure to him. A principal who genuinely cares for their students is a commendable leader, a belief Zhang Yong'an held dearly. Golden characters flickered before him once more. Daily blood essence settlement. As the words flashed and then merged into his being, the accumulated blood essence surged toward the pinnacle of the 5th rank. With a crisp sound resonating within him, Zhang Yong'an opened his eyes, a gleam igniting in his dark irises. He had reached the pinnacle of the 5th rank. Remarkably, this all transpired in less than 2 weeks. For an ordinary person, ascending from the early 5th rank to its pinnacle typically requires at least a year. By the end of the month, he would likely reach the 6th rank. 6th rank warriors are regarded as the backbone among martial artists. In cities with populations numbering in the millions, they can hold high-ranking positions and enjoy a lifetime of wealth and honor. Previously, Zhang Yong'an was merely a pinnacle of the 3rd rank, akin to a minor soldier, insignificant as a mere insect, whose demise would go unnoticed. Meanwhile, a 6th rank warrior could even serve as the principal of a prestigious martial arts university. As for the principals of prestigious schools, they remain elusive figures. Take for instance the 2 top martial arts universities in Kyoto and the Magic City, where some of the mentors are 7th-tier powerhouses, akin to Grandmasters. Naturally, the principals possess formidable realms that are unattainable by ordinary individuals. With a strong faculty and students of remarkable talent, it is only natural that graduates from such esteemed institutions far surpass their peers in strength. Not wishing to dwell on these matters, as one must take life one bite at a time, he decided to dismiss such thoughts. Subsequently, he drifted into a deep slumber. At this point, he no longer needed to toil through sleepless nights to cultivate his skills, allowing him to sleep at leisure. Upon awakening in the morning, he heard a notification. Ding. Zhang Yong'an received a message on his phone. He opened his eyes, yawned, and reached for his phone. After a brief glance at the message, he felt a surge of energy. The items he had commissioned were ready for collection, and the sender had identified themselves as the Magic City Equipment Manufacturing Factory. Their efficiency was impressive, befitting a large enterprise. He quickly rose, tidied himself up, and without troubling teacher Qin Zhan, hailed a cab to make his way to the factory. Watching Zhang Yong'an depart from the entrance, the on-duty teacher promptly retrieved their phone and sent a message to their private teacher group chat. The principal left early this morning. Could it be he is secretly entering the Stargate again? This sparked a flurry of reactions. Why didn't you stop him? We had agreed to go together. I wanted to, but when Principal Zhang speaks, I find myself unable to retort. His words carry the weight of military orders. No one dares to oppose them. Never mind. I'll make a call to inquire. The speaker was Chu Zihong. Among them, several had managed to regain their strength after days of training. They discussed privately that their restoration of martial prowess was entirely due to Zhang Yong'an. Thus, if he were to venture into the Star Gate again, they would undoubtedly follow, both to repay their debts and to ensure his safety. They understood their own limitations and strength and felt unable to adequately protect him. However, in the face of danger, their lives could potentially carve a path to safety for Zhang Yong'an. They would die without regret, as regaining their martial foundation was akin to being granted a second chance at life. In the car, Zhang Yong'an received a call from Chu Zihong, which he found unsurprising. The call connected swiftly, and he heard Chu's tentative voice on the other end. "Principal, where are you going?" Logically, Zhang Yong'an's pursuits were none of the teacher's concern. Yet, their apprehension stemmed from a familial care, fearing he might engage in life-threatening endeavors. Despite Zhang Yong'an's casual remarks about acquiring the corpses of demon beasts and the resources from the blood pool, they all understood the perilous nature of such undertakings. A moment of carelessness could lead to death. Their suspicions were indeed justified. Had Zhang Yong'an not fortuitously obtained the pigskin from the pig demon to shield himself from the high-tier dragon's breath detection, he might have perished in that forest. The dangers were real, and he had narrowly escaped with his life. However, upon returning to life, Zhang Yong'an merely uttered 4 words: "The hem is slightly dirty." He offered no further explanation, glanced at the time, and stated, "Return in 2 hours. Have the teachers wait for me at the main entrance." At this, Chu Zihong breathed a sigh of relief. After ending the call, he reassured the gathered teachers. In a moment, many teachers began to speculate on what Zhang Yong'an intended to do and why he required their waiting. Yet, given the principal's directive, they complied without hesitation. As the 2 hours elapsed, the teachers eagerly awaited at the school gate. At last, Zhang Yong'an's vehicle appeared at the intersection. Once it came to a halt, he alighted from the car, brushed his fingers over the storage ring on his hand, and a smile graced his lips. Within it lay treasures, justifying his early morning excursion. After exchanging brief greetings with the teachers, he proceeded through the school gates. The teachers remained puzzled as to why Zhang Yong'an had asked them to wait at the entrance. Zhang Yong'an halted his steps. The main gate was approximately 100 meters from the nearest teaching building, situated in a spacious plaza adorned only with a few flower beds. He turned to the teachers and remarked, "Do you not find the entrance a bit desolate?" The group glanced around, blinking in confusion at his words. Not one to prolong the suspense, Zhang Yong'an lightly patted the storage ring. A colossal white silhouette materialized before them, emanating an aura of terror. A faint oppressive force lingered around the white figure, an enormous skeletal frame. A white tiger skeleton. But that was not all. Beside it appeared the skeleton of a flood dragon. 2 gigantic, beastly skeletons stood before them, secured by a steel frame, seemingly reanimating their former vitality. Merely 2 skeletons. Yet Zhang Yong'an had even more treasures concealed within his storage ring. "I have had these 2 skeletons custom-made," he explained. "The marrow has been extracted, rendering them less useful for refining. However, the school is in need of a few decorative pieces." Though his tone was light, the gravity of his words resonated profoundly with the audience. Displaying the skeletal remains of such ferocious beasts was undeniably extravagant. One skeleton, the white tiger, measured 3 meters in length, while the flood dragon extended over 20 meters when unfurled. Positioned at the school entrance, they would undoubtedly project an imposing presence, capturing the attention of all who passed. Moreover, as descendants of 9th-grade demonic beasts, these skeletal remains bore faint golden bloodlines, signifying their noble heritage. Standing resolutely, the skeletons would evoke an overwhelming sense of awe among the students and parents visiting the school. If lesser skeletons were exhibited, they would elicit little more than indifference. Yet, these 2 skeletons represented the very flesh that the students had once savored, granting them the opportunity to boast to their peers or parents. "I have tasted the flesh from this skeleton. Its flavor was rather mediocre, somewhat dry, lacking the charm of homemade cured meat." It can be said that for the students, this would significantly bolster their spirits, gradually dispelling any feelings of inferiority. Simultaneously, Zhang Yong'an's actions were intended to impress upon the students that their ascent began with the 2 pinnacle grade 5 demonic beasts. This was merely the inception, not the zenith. The intrinsic value of this undertaking far surpasses that of the skeletal remains. The price of one skeleton was set at 1 million, a sum already paid by Zhang Yong'an. The processing factories in the magical metropolis had even dealt with the skeletons of grade 8 great demons. Hence, these 2 formidable beasts did not cause much of a stir. The teachers remained astounded, Yet Zhang Yong'an was far from finished. He gently tapped his storage ring, and two jet-black swords materialized before the crowd. They bore faint engravings. Strikingly familiar. Although their quality was not significantly inferior to the ordinary weapons they typically wielded, they were certainly superior to the alloy weapons priced at 5,000 to 6,000 in the market, yet perhaps not worthy of ostentation. The teachers were momentarily taken aback, perplexed by Zhang Yong'an's intentions. 500 long swords and 500 long knives were registered with the alliance. All were crafted from the scales of the flood dragon. Indeed, this multitude of blades was forged from the exquisite scales of the flood dragon, an exceptional material for weaponry. However, the strength was not exceedingly high, suitable only for crafting ordinary arms, yet sufficient for the students' needs. The school possessed a weapons repository, albeit filled with iron swords costing merely 100 or so. Some even rusted, rendering the collection rather meager. Zhang Yong'an's actions significantly enhanced the students' forthcoming weapon training courses. As for why only swords and knives were provided rather than other types of weaponry, Zhang Yong'an had contemplated this as well. These two forms were adequate for the average student. Should they desire to wield other weapons in the future, they could train independently. With a grand gesture, he retrieved a box filled with weapons from his ring, creating a small mound. Each blade shimmered with a cold light, crafted from the scales of peak grade 5 demonic beasts. The weapons adorned with the delicate patterns of the scales. Even in death, the scales radiated a fierce aura, evidently exceptional. The quality rivaled that of alloy weapons priced at 10,000 in the market, and these weapons were to be considered as commemorative gifts. With each student receiving one as a token from the school, the weapons bore the inscription mountains and rivers. The teachers were astonished. Not only were they being provided for free, but it seemed they were also being extravagantly generous. They had presumed that allowing students to use the weapons at no cost was already commendable, yet they were taken aback by the outright gift. Zhang Yong'an, observing the dazed teachers, remarked, "What are you still standing there for? Lift these two skeletons and place them appropriately on either side. As for these weapons, they shall be distributed today. Choose freely, and any surplus shall be stored." The teachers finally regained their composure and sprang into action. Despite the weight of the skeletons, they were all martial artists, and groups of 5 or 6 managed to lift them. Chu Zihong raised his voice to carefully direct the placement of these statues, ensuring symmetry and caution in their handling. "Be gentle. We mustn't damage them." Qin Zhan, while moving a skeleton, spoke without thinking. "This skeletal frame is tougher than my life. It won't break." Chu Zihong. After handing over the items to these individuals, Zhang Yong'an returned to the principal's office to manage the school's daily affairs. Half a day passed. The students were now in possession of an extraordinarily formidable weapon, their faces alight with surprise. The teachers on stage shouted at the top of their lungs, "Open your martial artist backend, bind your weapon number with your identification number, and this shall be considered your property. It is a gift from the principal, so do not forget to express your gratitude." In the classroom, Lu Zilong gripped the long sword in his hand, the chilling blade resting against his robust palm. As he absorbed the icy sensation, he realized that all of this was indeed real. The hilt bore the inscription mountains and rivers, accompanied by the number 0001. Tears welled in his eyes. As everything remained unspoken, the students were in a frenzy, and they suddenly noticed the 2 terrifying statues at the school gate. It dawned on them that the flesh and blood of the mythical beasts they consumed daily had been scraped from these formidable creatures. Aside from the first day they encountered the corpses of the beasts, they had not seen them since. Some students gazed at the exquisitely crafted longswords in their hands, then glanced at the skeletal remains before them. They recalled the day they first met the principal. A singular thought resonated in their hearts. The principal never speaks falsehoods. In an instant, the students' fervor for cultivation surged even higher. Observing all of this, Zhang Yong'an silently nodded. This was precisely what he desired. As Zhang Yong'an watched the students passionately train, a temporary news notification popped up on his phone. He was taken aback and quickly checked it. Such notifications usually pertained to the Stargate and were quite significant. 800 miles north of the Magic City, at the border between the Tiger King Court and the Jiao King Court, a blood crystal vein had been discovered, leading to friction between the 2 courts and the outbreak of large-scale battles. Martial artists entering the Stargate were advised to avoid conflicts between the 2 courts and instead explore south of the Magic City. The military department of the Magic City. After putting away his phone, Zhang Yong'an fell into contemplation. The alien races were at war? What an opportune moment. Although the notification warned against entering dangerous areas, Zhang Yong'an, with years of experience in the battlefield, did not perceive this place as perilous. On the contrary, the more chaotic it became, the more wealth could be acquired. For someone of his pinnacle 5th rank, the potential for greater gain was palpable. His eyes narrowed, brimming with depth. Zhang Yong'an had already resolved to embark that very night. With each day of war and chaos, the opportunity to seize benefits would only increase. That evening, Zhang Yong'an scaled the campus wall. He did not use the front gate, fearing that the teachers might whimsically follow him through the star gate. He could understand their enthusiasm, but that was certainly no justification for courting death. It was far more convenient for him to go alone. A wry smile crept across Zhang Yong'an's lips. Back in his school days, scaling walls was one thing, but now, as the principal, he still found himself doing the same. Were he to voice this, no one would believe it, yet the reality remained undeniable. He gently caressed the storage ring in his hand, and a car materialized beside him. This was a vehicle he had purchased for convenience. Although it could not secure a license plate from the bustling metropolis, wealth could procure almost anything. After spending several $100,000, he had achieved this convenience for his travels. While Qin Zhan drove with considerable steadiness, Zhang Yong'an preferred not to ride with him. Surprisingly, even after restoring his martial arts foundation, his mind still felt somewhat sluggish, a lingering aftereffect, perhaps. Disregarding these thoughts, he noted that tomorrow was Saturday, a time when the school would be considerably livelier. Hence his decision to depart late at night for ease of travel. Moreover, for a martial artist, going a few days without sleep posed little challenge. Upon starting the vehicle, he set off towards the Star Gate. Before long, he arrived at the town Star Pass. After retracting the car into his storage ring and entering his fingerprint, Zhang Yong'an observed the fingerprint authentication screen, which displayed his profile as a peak 3rd-tier martial artist. He had not sought recertification of his abilities with the Martial Artist Alliance. Remaining at the peak of the 3rd tier afforded him certain advantages. The Federation did not impose a stringent requirement for martial artists to attain a specific realm before certifying their strength, but registration was mandatory upon becoming a martial artist. Despite the late hour, the area, as was customary, would typically be bustling with activity. However, the streets were nearly deserted. It appeared that many lower-tier martial artists, having learned of the chaos in the alien battlefield, had either departed early or were unwilling to venture inside until the situation had stabilized. Only those with exceptional skill and courage, like Zhang Yong'an, dared to enter the alien battlefield in such turbulent times. Soon, he passed through the Star Gate and arrived at the alien continent. The soldiers stationed at the town Star Pass diligently warned each departing martial artist. The 2 northern courts were engaged in conflict, leading to some disorder, and they advised against heading north. Instead, they suggested seeking resources in the southern Beastman Forest. Many nodded in agreement. Upon exiting the Star Gate, the majority of martial artists opted to head directly towards the southern forest, while a few, like Zhang Yong'an, pressed onward towards the north. The vicinity within 100 miles remained relatively safe, provided one did not encroach upon the territories of the northern courts. Zhang Yong'an, however, intended to delve deeper. With his current strength at the peak of the 5th tier, he was deemed formidable, granting him access to a wider array of opportunities. He gazed into the distance. Despite a century of exploration by humanity, the Beastman Forest remained largely uncharted. Numerous perilous locales and potential fortunes awaited those brave enough to venture forth. The territories of the Beastman courts were scarcely explored, as small tribes and towns were scattered throughout, with traces of beastmen evident everywhere. Ordinary human martial artists who dared to enter these domains had to tread carefully, often hiding in the shadows. To be discovered by a powerful beastman would likely spell doom. However, should one possess the strength to annihilate an entire beastman tribe, previous warnings would become moot. He flipped through his previously taken notes, noting that aside from the coveted blood pool, there were several other valuable locations worthy of exploration. The school was still in a developmental phase and lacked sufficient funds. Relying solely on the conventional external resources was utterly inadequate. A deeper investigation was imperative. 600 miles away lay a tribe of pigmen, situated on the fringes of 2 royal domains. Within this tribe resided a handful of mid-tier powerhouses. Though they were few in number, it was worth a visit. Zhang Yong'an closed his notebook, recalling the serendipitous encounter he had with the pigman tribe 6 months prior. Nestled within a secluded valley, it resembled a veritable utopia, allowing the entire tribe of pigmen to live in peace and rejuvenation. Despite being governed by 2 royal courts, Some orc tribes in the vicinity resisted their dominion, opting for a primitive lifestyle amidst the surrounding forests. Zhang Yong'an's interest in this tribe was fueled by ulterior motives. The pigman tribe represented a symbol of avarice within the Beast King court. Each pigman, at their core, embodied a greedy beast folk, relishing in the acquisition of valuable and precious items. Whether it be blood crystals, rare herbs, or ores, they would not spare a treasure. One could liken this pigman tribe to an unopened mystery box, the contents of which remained a matter of fortune. This discovery had been made 6 months ago, and he and his team had intended to report it to the military. However, before they could do so, other missions had temporarily sidelined the matter, leading to their complete annihilation. Yet, 6 months was not an eternity. Since the military had been unable to seize the opportunity, he would relish it alone. If there happened to be a 6th-tier powerhouse within the pigman tribe, he would simply dismiss the notion. A team member had been dispatched to observe for 2 days and only reported sighting a few 5th-tier beasts. No 6th-tier pigmen had been encountered. In any case, the venture was worth the risk. 600 miles was not an insurmountable distance. He then hurriedly set off towards the horizon, confident that with his current pinnacle strength of the 5th tier, he could manage the expedition. On Blue Star, in the early morning, Chu Zihong received a text message on his phone. Upon opening it, he was momentarily taken aback. It was a timed message. By the time you read this, I will be on the Stargate battlefield. Take good care of the school and the students. End. The brevity of the 2 lines left Chu Zihong feeling helpless and sighing. The principal was indeed relentless. It was Saturday, essentially a day off, and he had chosen not to disturb the other teachers' rest. This matter could wait until noon. After all, it had already been delayed for quite some time. At around 8 or 9 in the morning, the students, having been granted a rare day of rest, showed no signs of relaxation. Instead, they diligently practiced as usual, honing their vitality and blood. They would not disappoint the principal's nurturing. The enthusiasm for cultivation among the freshmen was particularly fervent. As per routine, everyone gathered in the training room to cultivate their vitality. The classroom was momentarily enveloped in a serene silence. Ding! At that moment, Bai Xiaowei's phone suddenly chimed. She withdrew from her cultivation, casually glancing at her phone and discovering a message from a high school classmate. I'm at your school gate. Is this the Shanhua Martial Arts Academy? Would you like to meet? Bai Xiaowei frowned. She held a slight disdain for this boy who had persisted in his pursuit during high school, and now he had found her at her university. Nevertheless, she concluded that it would be best to bring this to an end. Rising from her seat, she proceeded towards the school gate. At the entrance, a vehicle was parked a short distance away. The supervising teacher paid it no mind, assuming it might be a taxi, considering it was Saturday and some students might require transportation. Inside the car sat 2 young men. In the front passenger seat, one of them, with a cigarette dangling from his lips, occasionally cast glances towards the school gate. He was of average appearance, yet his robust physique revealed him to be a practitioner in the early stages of the first rank. His gaze, directed at the college, occasionally betrayed a flicker of disdain. He was training at a prestigious martial arts university in the metropolis, and his talent was commendable, having been among the first to break through to the first rank. From what he had heard from classmates and teachers, institutions like this vocational martial arts academy lacked substantial resources. Even among third-year students, few had managed to reach the first rank. Graduates from his university, however, were the backbone of martial practitioners and local talents, rendering any comparison between the two utterly unjustifiable. Thus, a sense of pride adorned his features. Indeed, after graduating from high school, his peers had begun to diverge in their paths. He was ascending, while those attending vocational schools were on a downward trajectory. His companion spoke up, "So this is the school of your white moonlight. I must say, while there are a few attractive girls here, the low academic standing means their future martial achievements will not measure up to ours. I think you should focus your attention on some of the girls in our own school." Li Chong shook his head, looking at his companion, and replied, "You don't understand. This is dedication. That girl is indeed quite beautiful, arguably the flower of our class, though her family is less fortunate. However, she trains diligently in martial arts, seemingly seeking vengeance for her deceased parents. It's a pity her innate talent is lacking. Despite her rigorous training in high school, she still ended up in a vocational college." A hint of scorn flashed across his lips as he continued, "Let me tell you, I used to pursue her, but she paid me no mind, fixated only on her training. Yet, how amusing it is. I performed well in the martial arts examination, gained admission to a reputable martial school, and have now become a practitioner. Meanwhile, she remains a mere student at a vocational school, likely not even reaching the threshold of a qualified practitioner. If I were to pursue her now, it would be a favor. His companion nodded, acknowledging the crude yet valid reasoning. Being a martial practitioner signified an elevation in social status, akin to transcending a social class. Moreover, the earlier one broke through, the greater their future accomplishments would be. Li Chang continued nonchalantly. Girls like her are rather easy to manipulate. She doesn't truly wish to pursue martial arts. Yet without resources and financial means, she'll probably graduate without ever becoming a practitioner. With merely a modest investment, a touch of martial resources, and a fortnight of gentle attentiveness, she could easily be won over. His companion nodded with a grin, fully agreeing. If they adhered to this plan, securing the affection of that young lady was surely within reach. He was also eager to see what this long-desired white moonlight, Li Chang, was so enamored with, to warrant such elaborate efforts. Early in the morning, he escorted Li Chang to the dilapidated college. From the back seat, Li Chang retrieved a carefully packed meal box, containing a pound of well-stewed second-grade beast meat. This had cost him a considerable sum. Even he was reluctant to indulge. Alongside it lay a finely crafted sword worth 500. All this was deemed worthwhile to win over by Xiaowei. His companion remarked, "Beauty alone is insufficient. Your martial journey will take you to greater heights, and she will not be your match." Li Chang merely smiled at his friend. "It's just a game. Who would truly marry her?" They exchanged knowing smiles, their understanding unspoken. At that moment, Bai Xiaowei's figure appeared at the school gate. His companion noticed two sculptures within the entrance, commenting on their decent craftsmanship. Li Chang cast a fleeting glance before retracting his gaze, dismissing them as mere trifles, an ostentatious display. His focus shifted to Bai Xiaowei, clad in a black martial outfit that accentuated her alabaster skin and rosy lips. As she passed the sculptures, she unconsciously slowed her pace. A wave of gratitude swelling within her as she recalled the principal's kindness, whispering to herself, "The principal is truly wonderful." Yet she swiftly resumed her stride towards the exit. Having spotted her high school classmates emerging from a vehicle, her brows slightly furrowed. After exchanging brief pleasantries with the duty teacher at the gate, she hurried towards Li Chang. He inhaled deeply. Her presence lingered in his mind, as enchanting as ever. Soon, he envisioned holding her close. Just the thought filled him with delight. Bai Xiaowei was aware of Li Chang's intentions. He had sent her several messages confessing his affection, which she had consistently rejected. Yet, Li Chang remained undeterred. "I have told you numerous times, I wish to focus solely on my training, not to engage in romance, and I do not harbor feelings for you. I have made myself abundantly clear. I hope you will cease to disturb me." She articulated her thoughts in a swift cascade, which Li Chang had anticipated. Unfazed, he retrieved the packaged beast meat and weapon from the back seat. Affecting a demeanor of earnestness, he implored, "Do not be so hasty in your refusal. This is second-grade beast meat, weighing a pound, immensely beneficial for cultivation. And this is a training sword, commonly used by many warriors. I hope you will accept these tokens of my regard." Bai Xiaowei took a step back, fully aware of what these gifts represented. Perhaps, had this been a fortnight earlier, she might have felt a flicker of interest, but now, she remained resolute. "I'm sorry, I do not like you." Li Chang's expression darkened ominously. "Do you understand that warriors are quite pragmatic? I am currently a first-grade warrior, with countless admirers behind me, many of whom are more attractive than you. Yet my heart is set solely on you. These resources are of paramount importance for one who has yet to transcend the realm of martial artists. This is no longer high school. We are adults now, and certain matters warrant your contemplation. If you aspire to grow stronger, these resources are at your disposal. Perhaps we could embark on this journey together. You possess no prospects in this college. Do you wish to remain an unaccomplished martial artist for the rest of your life? I can assist you." Bai Xiaowei's gaze, tinged with a chilling resolve, retorted, "No need." Meanwhile, in Bai Xiaowei's class, Zhang Luna and several teachers entered, addressing the numerous students. "Come forth to collect your training resources for today. Additionally, the martial artist certification from the Martial Alliance has arrived. So those wishing to become martial artists should step forward." Suddenly noticing Bai Xiaowei's absence, she inquired of her classmates. Bai Xiaowei, due to her unique cultivation method, has had her second weapon approved. "Where is she?" Bai Xiaowei's deskmate promptly stood and informed, "She has gone to the school entrance, teacher." Zhang Luna nodded and instructed a nearby teacher to fetch Bai Xiaowei's Tier 5 pinnacle beast meat, martial arts certification, and a weapon to deliver to her. Naturally, These items should be handed directly to the student for utmost security. The teacher wasted no time, grasping a bundle of items and making his way toward the school gate. Xiaowei, you are still too naive. This is already university. We have entered society. Can you truly break through as a martial artist while confined to this dilapidated college? Your martial exam scores barely qualify you for a respectable institution. I have already researched this school. Among the 200 graduates last year, only 20 were Tier 1 martial artists. And not a single one reached the mid-tier. Li Chang continued, oblivious to the deepening pallor of Bai Xiaowei's complexion. In her eyes lurked the ferocity of a beast poised to erupt, a far cry from her usual gentle demeanor. Li Chang's tone softened. Yet his gaze bore an aggressive scrutiny of Bai Xiaowei's figure. And you? In high school, others may not perceive your efforts, but I can. I understand your desire to cultivate martial arts, to step onto the battlefield, and to avenge your parents. However, relying on this martial school is utterly futile. I can provide you resources. My family is quite well off, possessing 10 properties in our hometown. Let us be realistic. You may have looked down on me in high school, and I recognize your pride. Yet now, you can rely on me. I am already a Tier 1 martial artist. That should be sufficient to earn your favor. A companion, having observed the unfolding drama, finally snapped back to reality and felt compelled to assist his friend. He stepped forward and added, Li Chang possesses considerable martial prowess and wealth. If you wish to ascend as a martial artist, Li Chang can indeed aid you. This Tier 2 beast meat has been cured with special herbs. Immensely beneficial for a budding martial artist cultivation, even accelerating your breakthrough. Were I a woman, I would accept without hesitation. It seems there is no reason to decline. Li Chang exchanged a glance with his companion, seemingly convinced that their theory would suffice to win over the girl before them. Bai Xiaowei inhaled deeply, suppressing her rising anger, and declared, I shall reiterate, I am not the type of girl you presume me to be. From this moment forth, the scant remnants of our camaraderie will utterly vanish. The smiles on Li Chang and his companions' faces abruptly froze. Disbelief etched across their features at the words that had escaped Bai Xiaowei's lips. With that, she turned on her heel, prepared to depart. However, Li Chang stepped forward, blocking her path, his expression frigid. Having faced rejection before in front of their entire high school class, now being rebuffed in the presence of his university peers felt like a farcical humiliation. The aura of a martial artist emanated from him as he glared coldly and exclaimed, How dare you? You really think you can reject me? Perhaps I have shown you too much leniency. What are you pretending for? Do you possess any resources for cultivation? With your pitiful aptitude, meager vitality, and a laughable martial arts diploma, do you believe you can avenge your parents, who serve as mere cannon fodder on the battlefield? Be realistic. If you graduate from here, you shall merely become a first-rate martial artist, just another expendable in the fray. Why not join me instead? A future filled with wealth and resources awaits, allowing you to live comfortably. Now that is the reality. As he spoke, he extended a finger toward Bai Xiaowei's shoulder, attempting to pierce her remaining pride. Yet, his finger never made contact, as her figure suddenly blurred before him, followed by an overwhelming force striking his chest. Bang! He was sent flying backward, but his companion, quick-witted, managed to catch him mid-flight. Nevertheless, the force emanating from Li Chang did not dissipate, causing both of them to stagger backward several paces, their faces reflecting sheer terror as they struggled to comprehend what had just transpired. At that moment, Li Chang finally discerned that Bai Xiaowei had only just regained her balance. It was evident that she had delivered a kick powerful enough to send him sprawling. The sheer might of that blow had even forced two early-stage first-rate martial artists to retreat. Was this fearsome strength truly emanating from the girl before him? Wait, was she not a student of a martial arts college? Bai Xiaowei's eyes glinted with a deadly intent, her countenance as cold as frost, resembling a strikingly beautiful assassin. She approached the two, her voice imbued with ice, stating, Reality, reality. You keep droning on about reality. Allow me to enlighten you on what true reality entails. That kick I delivered utilized merely 30% of my strength. Had I not feared injuring you and incurring financial repercussions, it would have been sufficient to leave you gravely wounded. A direct strike to your neck, and you would now be a lifeless corpse. That is reality. Li Chang and his companion stood frozen, as if ensnared in a surreal dream. Meanwhile, the duty teacher, who had been eagerly anticipating the spectacle, could no longer contain his enthusiasm and applauded loudly, accompanied by a female teacher who held several items in her arms. Bai Xiaowei turned her head, smiling and nodding at the duty teacher, who then remarked to the female teacher beside him, I told you there would be a show worth watching. Well then, It's your turn to take the stage." The trio remained frozen in place, their gazes filled with perplexity as they turned towards the approaching teacher. Li Chang's companion could not restrain himself, exclaiming, "Our conflicts as students have not escalated into violence. Your teacher cannot intervene at will. Our mentor is a fifth-tier powerhouse." The female teacher scoffed dismissively, "There is no need for me to intervene with a waste who cannot even defeat a girl." Subsequently, her gaze softened as she approached Bai Xiaowei, extracting several items from her embrace before the assembled crowd. "This is a fifth-tier peak-grade dragon-scale longsword. The principal heard that your family's inherited martial arts involve a sword and a blade, and he wishes to grant you an additional sword. This is for you." Li Chang and his companion were left bewildered. The latter could not help but interject, "I've seen this item in the market. It's worth around 10,000. Bai Xiaowei eagerly accepted it, her gratitude towards the principal evident on her face. "Please thank the principal for me." The teacher continued, "Here is a pound of fifth-tier peak-grade beast meat. This will suffice for 2 days' worth of meals. Remember, we do not consume those inferior beasts. They are simply unacceptable." Li Chang and his companion were taken aback. The teacher then produced a certificate from her bosom, raising her voice intentionally. "The Warlords Alliance certification has arrived. It confirms your strength at the late first-tier level. Indeed, those at the early first-tier are mere fish and shrimps that can be easily kicked aside." Bai Xiaowei received it with delight. Li Chang exclaimed in disbelief, "This is impossible. You must be acting to deceive me. How could you bestow such riches upon a student? It's unthinkable." He rushed forward, seemingly intent on snatching the certificate from Bai Xiaowei to verify its authenticity. However, Bai Xiaowei instantly retaliated, lunging at Li Chang with ferocity. With a swift motion, Li Chang found himself halted in his tracks, his neck firmly grasped by Bai Xiaowei, rendering him unable to advance. Bai Xiaowei unveiled the certificate, presenting it before Li Chang's eyes. The late first-tier status and the official seal of the alliance were indeed genuine. Her tone remained icy as she declared, "This is reality. This is the reality you demanded." At that moment, outside the school gates, the wind howled tumultuously. Reluctantly, and with a hint of resentment, Li Chang and his companion climbed into their vehicle, Li Chang still in a daze, seemingly struggling to comprehend the events that had just transpired. Yet, the crimson handprint upon his neck spoke volumes. The car swiftly departed, without pause. As they vanished down the road, Bai Xiaowei finally unveiled the most joyous smile that had been suppressed within her heart. The sensation of earning respect through strength was truly splendid. Bai Xiaowei turned to the female teacher, expressing her gratitude. "Thank you, teacher." The teacher chuckled softly, "I simply relish witnessing you young people facing adversity. No need to thank me. All these gifts are from the principal." Bai Xiaowei nodded obediently, stating, "I wish to express my gratitude to the principal." The teacher was about to direct her to the principal's office to find Zhang Yong'an when her phone suddenly vibrated. Upon checking, the teacher's expression shifted to one of complexity. The duty teacher beside her also retrieved his phone, revealing a message from Chu Zihong. "Principal Zhang has activated the Star Gate in the middle of the night. I could not stop him." Almost immediately, a response from Zhang Luna appeared. "What use are you?" "Chu Zihong." The female teacher reluctantly put away her phone and glanced at Bai Xiaowei. "The principal has passed through the Star Gate. Let's express our gratitude another day." Bai Xiaowei immediately felt a wave of anxiety, gripping the hilt of her knife tightly, her face clouded with worry. Didn't we just receive a message yesterday? The situation in Modu's Star Gate has become chaotic again. Why is the principal going there? It's far too dangerous. The female teacher sought to soothe Bai Xiaowei's emotions. "The principal is a good person and an excellent headmaster. He aims to secure better cultivation resources for you all. Do not fret over this matter. The principal knows what he is doing." Bai Xiaowei felt the resources in her arms grow warm, realizing they were earned at the cost of the principal's life. Tears welled in her eyes. What Li Chang had said previously rang true. In society, martial artists were often pragmatic and selfish, willing to forsake family, friends, and lovers for the sake of their power. Yet within this school, they felt the selflessness emanating from their teachers and the principal, a stark contrast to the harsh realities outside. This unrealistic desire to elevate student strength and free them from the plight of limited resources inspired her. With unwavering resolve, she declared, "In the future, once I enhance my abilities, I shall take the principal's place at the Star Gate. Even if it leads to my demise, I shall have no regrets." Beast Clan Forest. Zhang Yong'an strode briskly through the forest, unaware of the happenings at the campus. The trees here differed from those on Blue Star, being taller and denser. The alien continent lacked seasonal changes, maintaining a temperature around 20 degrees Celsius. With a bold spirit, one could vacation here. He had not erred in direction. Following the conflict between the two royal courts, the number of human visitors had indeed dwindled. However, this area offered little of value. Zhang Yong'an's gaze was sharp as he swiftly advanced through the night. Amidst the myriad mountains, although resources were plentiful, treasures were scarce. Achieving overnight wealth was a straightforward endeavor. Simply storm the Beast Clan's royal court, where countless valuable treasures lay hidden within their cities. Naturally, without superior strength, it was wise to refrain from recklessness. Zhang Yong'an pinched the bridge of his nose, realizing that caution was unavoidable, for he had an entire school to support. He glanced into the distance. This place was not far from the pigman tribe recorded in his notes. If no beast ambushes occurred along the way and time was not wasted, he estimated he could arrive by dawn the following day. Without further thought, he quickened his pace toward the horizon. The following day, at dawn, Zhang Yong'an briefly assessed his surroundings, confirming he was in the location from his memory. He had finally arrived. Exhaling a deep breath, he casually glanced around and spotted remnants of trash left behind. He hurried over to a large tree, where some military food wrappers lingered. They had once made a brief stop here, so Zhang Yong'an's recollection of the place was quite vivid. As a mid-tier martial artist, his cognitive enhancement allowed him to recall various details from the past. The pigman tribe lay just beyond this mountain, nestled in the valley. Upon contemplating this, Zhang Yong'an prepared to make his way towards the pigman tribe. Yet, at that moment, he was startled by a series of ferocious roars. Alerted, Zhang Yong'an instinctively crouched within the thicket, listening intently for a moment, only to ascertain that the beastly roars did not emanate from nearby, but rather from the direction of the pigman tribe ahead. Despite the mountain range separating them, the sounds were still discernible, accompanied by the cacophony of battle. What could be happening? Without hesitation, he swiftly ascended towards the mountain peak. As he traversed the forest, Zhang Yong'an noted the eerie absence of any nearby demonic beasts. This was illogical. Frowning deeply, he recognized that such a phenomenon typically indicated either the near extinction of the beasts or the presence of something that had captivated their attention. Meanwhile, the tumultuous sounds ahead grew increasingly distinct, and it dawned on Zhang Yong'an that the surrounding demonic beasts seemed to have engaged in a fray with the pigman tribe. As both parties belonged to the animal kingdom, skirmishes were a commonplace occurrence. He felt reassured. Reaching the mountain summit, the uproar became even more pronounced, prompting him to gaze down into the valley below. There, he beheld stone walls enveloping the entirety of the orc tribe, with their dwellings haphazardly constructed amidst the valley's open spaces. However, this was not the crux of the matter. At the forefront of the walls, hundreds of pigmen were locked in combat with a multitude of demonic beasts. The beasts ferociously assailed the walls. Among them were several mid-tier demonic beasts. To his astonishment, Zhang Yong'an even spotted a sixth-tier beast. Yet, the pigman tribe was not without its own formidable warriors. Among the several hundred pigmen, there were 7 or 8 fifth-tier cultivators. And one pigman, engaged in battle with the sixth-tier beast, was a mid-stage sixth-tier powerhouse. Zhang Yong'an was taken aback, realizing that the pigman tribe harbored an additional sixth-tier cultivator. Clearly, plans were subject to change. However, curiosity piqued within him. What could have driven these demonic beasts to launch a collective assault on the pigman tribe? His gaze swept across the tribe, only to discover that a small contingent of pigman warriors was stationed to defend a plot of farmland. Farmland. Zhang Yong'an retrieved his binoculars for a closer inspection, and his face lit up with delight. He finally grasped the reason behind the sudden onslaught of the demonic beasts against the pigman tribe. It was all due to that particular patch of farmland, which was no ordinary agricultural expanse. Upon it grew an abundance of pig spirit fruits, their pale yellow blossoms signifying that the fruits beneath the soil had reached maturity. Indeed, the pig spirit fruits thrived underground, akin to peanuts that required shelling. These fruits were beneficial for low and mid-tier warriors and demonic beasts alike, for they possessed the unique ability to cleanse impurities from the body and stabilize the foundational essence of martial cultivation. They were truly a rare and exquisite spiritual plant. The pig spirit fruits. Such remarkable treasures. It was not to say that every pigman tribe cultivated these. It was merely a matter of fortune. Typically, pigman tribes did not possess pig spirit fruits, as their growth conditions were rather stringent, making them difficult to cultivate in most locales. At the moment of ripeness, the pig spirit fruit emits an aroma imperceptible to humans, yet irresistibly alluring to beasts. It seems these creatures are drawn to the fragrance of the pig spirit fruit. As for why the pigman tribe does not harvest the fruits directly, it is likely because they are not yet fully matured. Harvesting prematurely would probably result in a reduction of yields by 20%. The pig spirit fruit is not easily matured. It takes 3 years to bear fruit, and only once per cycle. This span of 3 years, of course, refers to the time on Blue Star. While the pig spirit fruit is considered precious, it holds even greater value for the demon race. For ordinary humans, each person can consume a maximum of 10 fruits. In contrast, demon beasts can devour hundreds or even thousands, significantly benefiting their physical condition. His gaze was fixed upon the 6th grade bear demon engaged in a fierce battle with the pigman leader below. Should this bear demon consume an entire field of pig spirit fruits, it would substantially increase its chances of breaking through to a higher grade by at least 30%. Such odds are remarkably high. No wonder this beast is frantically attacking the pigman tribe. The temptation is simply overwhelming. Zhang Yong'an's eyes gleamed with fervor as he observed the pig's spirit fruits. Although each human can only consume up to 10, the potency of the first fruit alone suffices to match that of the subsequent ones. This implies that a student need only ingest 1 or 2 fruits to experience a transformation in their innate abilities. Even those with the most mediocre potential can undergo a metamorphosis. This is a boon. The stronger the student's abilities, the faster their capacity to absorb vitality will be, leading to a swifter enhancement of their own strength. Zhang Yong'an narrowed his gaze. The pig spirit fruits must be acquired at all costs. Even if placed in the Federal Exchange, they are treasures rarely encountered. Any item associated with the enhancement of potential is entirely out of reach for ordinary students, as they are predominantly hoarded by elite individuals. In truth, the Federation possesses numerous valuable resources, yet they are monopolized by those in power. Lower-tier warriors must seek out these precious items themselves. Any fragments that trickle onto the market are swiftly snatched up by the affluent, leaving little opportunity for the common populace. The pig spirit fruit has appeared in the Federal Exchange several times, but each instance resulted in immediate depletion due to their scarcity, categorizing them as treasures seldom found. Zhang Yong'an considered himself fortunate this time. The yield of pig spirit fruits below appeared substantial, and he wondered if it could provide each student with one. Initially, he was not specifically seeking the pig spirit fruit. As previously noted, pigmen are inherently greedy and delight in accumulating treasures. Zhang Yong'an had originally intended to acquire the artifacts collected by the pigmen. Now, unexpectedly, he found himself with a windfall. The battle below intensified, with the roars of the demon beasts and the cries of the pigmen reverberating throughout the 3 kingdoms. The pigmen are classified as a beastly race, distinctly different from demon beasts. Zhang Yong'an swiftly assessed the combat strength on both sides. If the conflict continued, it was evident that the pigman tribe would emerge victorious. The pigman tribe had long prepared for the defense against the onslaught of demonic beasts, and their preparations were fairly adequate. However, they had not anticipated the presence of a 6th-tier beast among their foes. Fortunately, one 6th-tier beast managed to hold the pigmen of the same tier at bay. Otherwise, they would have returned empty-handed once again. He dared not recklessly invade a tribe guarded by 6th-tier pigmen. If there were even a few 5th-tier experts within, he could devise a strategy to eliminate them gradually. Yet, dealing with a 6th-tier adversary posed a significant challenge. Patience was essential. Even if he attempted to sneak around and infiltrate the pig spirit fruit farmland, he would inevitably be detected by the vigilant pigmen stationed there. In such a case, the 6th-tier pigmen would undoubtedly rush to their aid, plunging him into peril. Zhang Yong'an proceeded with utmost caution, a testament to the experience he had accrued over years of undertaking missions. Given the current circumstances, waiting was the only viable option. At the same time, he surveyed his surroundings, uncertain of whether any potential enemies lurked nearby. With these thoughts in mind, he stealthily set off, circling the mountain to conduct a reconnaissance. Only by eliminating all potential dangers could he securely relish the fruits of victory. After half an hour, Zhang Yong'an quietly returned. Having surveyed the area and confirmed the absence of threats, his gaze shifted to the valley below, where the clash between the 2 factions raged violently. The demonic beasts, led by their 6th-tier counterpart, fought with fervor. Many pigmen had already fallen at the hands of the beasts. The confrontation between the 2 6th-tier combatants was particularly fierce, one defending their homeland and the other unwilling to relinquish the tantalizing prospect of breaking through to the 7th tier. They battled with relentless tenacity. Zhang Yong'an's gaze was filled with grim determination as he silently calculated the passing time. glancing at the date on his watch before continuing to observe the skirmish. The bear demon, formidable among its peers, while not on par with those possessing divine beast bloodlines, was nonetheless a fearsome opponent. Accompanying the 6th-tier pigmen were 3 5th-tier allies, yet even with this support, every pigman bore wounds. The intensity of the conflict was palpable. Their exchanges reached Zhang Yong'an's ears. The bear demon had entered a frenzied state. How infuriating! The surrounding demonic beasts had been nearly eliminated, yet so many more had emerged. The scent of the pig spirit fruit wafted far and wide, and these beasts possessed an acute sense of smell. The 6th-tier pigman exclaimed, "If we continue to stalemate with these beasts, we shall only suffer greater losses among our kin. I shall employ the pigman tribe's secret technique to temporarily enhance my strength. Although it will leave me drained afterward, it should suffice to slay him. You must hold them off. I need time to activate the technique." The 3 5th-tier pigmen nodded in agreement. The 6th tier then retreated several dozen meters, beginning to weave an enigmatic seal with his hands. Zhang Yong'an immediately perked up. In the absence of the 6th-tier pigmen as the primary combatant, it would be challenging for the 3 5th-tier warriors to contain the 6th-tier bear demon. Alas, in just a fleeting moment, a 5th-tier pigman was beaten to near death. The pressure on the other 2 5th-tier pigmen increased exponentially. They were consecutively sent flying by the bear demon. These 3 5th-tier beings managed to hold out for barely a few seconds, demonstrating the overwhelming strength of the 6th-tier beast. However, at that moment, the pigman leader completed the activation of the secret ritual. With a surge of power, the pigman leader's strength skyrocketed. Those few seconds had proven sufficient. Prepare to meet your end. It appeared that the pigman leader's prowess had ascended to the later stages of the 6th tier. His strength significantly augmented. Zhang Yong'an felt a surge of trepidation as he observed the battlefield below. Indeed, it was a secret technique. Fortuitously, he had refrained from recklessly engaging. Had he charged in, he would have undoubtedly been left battered and bruised. In truth, it would have been a certain death. With renewed vigor, the pigman leader raised his fist and, roaring, charged directly at the bear demon. Bang! 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 The bear demon was forced to retreat repeatedly, illustrating the ferocity of the pigman leader. Come again, you wretched beast. Thinking you could easily claim my spirit fruit. Think again. Leave your life behind. With that, the pigman leader surged forward once more. This surge of power would not endure for long. A swift conclusion was imperative. Zhang Yong'an silently awaited the moment when the pigman leader's enhanced vitality would wane. Only then would he be able to take action. Although this tactic of waiting like a cunning bird is somewhat ignoble, it proved effective. After all, they had instigated the conflict, and he had been deprived of the opportunity for a thrilling battle. Before long, the battlefield below had reached a fever pitch. Other ordinary beasts and lesser pigmen were engaged in their final, desperate struggles. Both sides left behind a multitude of corpses. Zhang Yong'an cast his gaze across the scene and realized that at least half of the pigmen from the tribe had perished. These pigmen were not without merit and strength, having grown robust on spirit fruit. Had it not been for that 6th-tier beast, the pigmen would undoubtedly not have suffered such severe losses. Clearly, the pigman tribe had paid a hefty price to defend this parcel of farmland. Zhang Yong'an retrieved his black gold long knife from his storage pendant and stealthily approached the fray below, ever mindful of the fierce struggle unfolding before him. The bear demon was in a desperate fight for survival, as was the pigman leader. Yet, it seemed that the pigman leader held the upper hand. After exchanging numerous blows, the black bear demon appeared to recognize the formidable nature of the pigman leader. Remaining here would surely lead to its demise. In that moment, the instinct for survival outweighed the desire to break through to a higher tier. Without hesitation, it turned and fled, roaring in alarm. However, the pigman leader would not let this 6th-tier beast escape so easily. Let us not forget the toll this 6th-tier beast had taken on his kin. The flesh and blood of this 6th-rank demon beast are undeniably treasures of immense value. It must not be allowed to escape easily, lest all efforts be rendered futile. Attempting to flee will not be a simple task. The energy expended in my secret arts must be reclaimed from you. The bear demon, inherently sluggish, had barely taken a few steps before it was intercepted by the pigman leader. In an instant, its ferocity surged. The lesser demon beasts, witnessing this turn of events, were equally reluctant to linger, abandoning numerous fallen comrades as they hastily retreated towards the distant forest. A wealth of spoils awaited. Zhang Yong'an cast his gaze over the scene. The flesh of certain demon beasts was remarkably fine, with specimens ranging from 1st to 5th rank, numbering in the hundreds. The corpses of the pigmen, however, were of no use. These humanoid beasts were inedible, and even if they were, the thought was repulsive. The lesser demon beasts remaining here faced nothing but doom. The pigmen erupted in jubilant cheers. They had triumphed in this battle. Now, it was merely a matter of allowing their leader to deal with the 6th-rank demon beast. To its demise, the pigman leader sensed his vitality waning, realizing time was running short. Without hesitation, he launched a final, fierce assault on the bear demon. Leaping onto its back, the bear demon was not particularly large, comparable in size to the white tiger demon's corpse that Zhang Yong'an had previously encountered, though its bloodline differed. The bear demon rolled violently on the ground, attempting to dislodge the pigman leader, sending dust swirling into the air. Yet, the pigman leader proved slightly stronger. No matter how the beast tried, it could not rid itself of its rider. The pigman leader spared no effort, relentlessly striking at the bear demon's skull, even aiming a finger directly into its eye. The demon beast howled in pain, fleeing towards the foot of the distant mountain, but it could not shake off its assailant. Sensing its life force rapidly dissipating, the bear demon erupted in a tormented roar. The pigman leader, undeterred, summoned his last reserves of strength to shatter the bear demon's skull. Despite this, the beast continued to writhe in agony, but soon collapsed entirely. With a thud, the bear demon's body fell to the ground, raising a cloud of dust. The pigman leader, feeling his own strength drain away, nonetheless mustered the energy to stand atop the demon's carcass, arms outstretched, basking in the adulation of his kin. The distant pigmen, witnessing their leader's victory over the bear demon, erupted in ecstatic cheers. However, one astute pigman noticed a fleeting shadow darting past with alarming speed. It was no illusion, it was a tangible sight. That shadow seemed to be aimed directly at their leader. This pigman gasped in alarm. But before he could utter another word, the shadow sprang forth, executing a lightning-fast strike. In an instant, the pigman leader, who had been welcoming his kin with open arms, transformed into a headless corpse. In an instant, the onlooking pigmen were engulfed in a profound shock, a silence as still as death enveloping the scene. What was happening? The pigmen were yet to comprehend the situation when a shadow wielding a blade charged towards them with alarming speed. It was a human. Indeed, it was Zhang Yong'an. He had stealthily descended from the mountaintop, having previously hidden himself quite adeptly. However, he had not anticipated that the pigman leader and the bear demon would converge upon his location. At the moment the pigman leader stood over the corpse of the bear demon, he sensed the life force within him drain away entirely. Without a moment's hesitation, Zhang Yong'an erupted into action, drawing his blade to sever the leader's head with fluid precision. The pigman leader scarcely had time to react before he inexplicably met his demise at Zhang Yong'an's hands. It was likely that this pigman was oblivious to the identity of his assailant at the moment of his death. Having swiftly dispatched the 6th-rank pigman leader, Zhang Yong'an did not relent. He advanced towards the remaining pigmen with unwavering intent. His speed was extraordinary, and although the pigmen attempted to react in time, they found themselves unable to escape. After all, this was a valley, a veritable dead end. Zhang Yong'an stood as the sole barrier to their escape, closing in on them relentlessly. One 5th-rank pigman, already gravely injured from the earlier skirmish, bravely positioned himself in front. "What do you intend to do?" The pigman began to speak. But before he could finish, Zhang Yong'an was upon him. A flash of steel, and the pigman's head fell from his shoulders. The remaining 5th-rank pigmen were likewise severely wounded. Rendering them hardly worthy of mention, Zhang Yong'an's figure vanished, leaving them no time to react. The blade's glint appeared in an instant. A sinister smile crept upon his lips. "I have come to slay you." Panic surged through the hearts of all the pigmen present, extinguishing any thoughts of resistance. The sheer strength of Zhang Yong'an was overwhelming. His black gold longsword was an unstoppable force. None of the pigmen could withstand even a single strike from him. Had these pigmen been at full strength prior to their battle with the beasts, the few 5th-rank ones alone could have posed a significant challenge to Zhang Yong'an. Yet now, they were drained, their vitality sapped from the fierce combat they had endured. In simpler terms, the pigmen present were all but on their last legs. It mattered not whether Zhang Yong'an was at the pinnacle of the 5th rank. Even in the early stages, he would have cut through them effortlessly. Each strike was akin to a swift execution. With a furious roar, Zhang Yong'an wielded his black gold longsword mercilessly, systematically dispatching the pigmen before him. There was no need for leniency. After years of warfare, Zhang Yong'an had internalized a crucial truth. In the face of alien foes, only slaughter sufficed. There could be no trace of compassion. Those not of my kind harbored different intentions. Eradicating them entirely would bring nothing but benefit to the human race of Blue Star, with no detriment whatsoever. Though it might seem cold-blooded, this was the essence of war. Humanity had no place in such a realm. In that moment, Zhang Yong'an felt as if he had returned to the days of battling alongside his comrades against the alien orc forces. Regrettably, he found himself bereft of those former allies. At the same time, he grew increasingly fearful of having companions. He dreaded the thought of witnessing his comrades fall beside him, powerless to intervene. That sensation was one he never wished to experience again. Consequently, even if the teachers from the school eagerly trailed behind Zhang Yong'an, he would resolutely refuse their pursuit. Though his mind was a whirlwind of thoughts, his actions remained unwavering. In an instant, he pierced through the pigman tribe, slaughtering all of the surrounding pigmen without hesitation. Bathed in blood, he stood atop the carcasses of his foes, resembling a vengeful deity returned from the abyss. His gaze fixated on the remaining pigmen who were still guarding the pig spirit fruit. Without a moment's hesitation, he raised his long knife and surged towards them with lethal speed. Moments later, with the final stroke of his blade, the last pigman within the tribe fell before him. Even the young pigmen were not spared. Having completed this grim task, Zhang Yong'an let out a long breath of relief. Yet, he did not cease his movements. He swiftly surveyed the entire pigman tribe and meticulously examined the bodies, ensuring that no adversary had escaped before he felt secure enough to harvest the pig spirit fruits. The pig spirit fruits. Zhang Yong'an's eyes gleamed with fervor as he beheld the fields before him, where hundreds of pig spirit fruit plants thrived. The surface was adorned with delicate yellow flowers, while beneath the soil lay the coveted fruits. Although he had only heard tales of these plants, he had never witnessed them firsthand, leaving him uncertain of the yield each plant would produce. Contemplating this, he grasped a particularly robust pig spirit fruit plant and yanked it from the earth. In an instant, as dirt flew, clusters of golden fruits, each akin to the size of grapes, dangled from the roots. The golden exterior encased the fruit within. 12. The yield was indeed remarkable. Zhang Yong'an quickly assessed the fruits adorning the plant, finding them to be within acceptable limits. He promptly plucked one, crushing its shell to reveal a perfectly round amber-hued fruit in his hand. Without hesitation, he tossed it into his mouth and began to chew. It exuded a faintly bitter taste, but was brimming with spiritual energy. Consuming just one would not result in any immediate transformation, but it confirmed its authenticity. Subsequently, he commenced a thorough harvest of the pig spirit fruits, uprooting every plant and depositing them into his storage ring. After a brief inspection to ensure no remnants were left behind, he emerged from the fields. His gaze shifted towards the pigmen's dwelling. The treasures hoarded by the pigmen represented the true riches of the tribe. The pig spirit fruits were merely an unexpected boon. Nevertheless, even this was a considerable bounty. Yet, human nature is inherently greedy, and Zhang Yong'an felt it was not enough. He immediately began to scour the pigman tribe for more. Before long, he unearthed a plethora of resources. In addition to hard currency like blood crystals, he discovered a wealth of precious ores and rare medicinal plants. These treasures had been amassed by the pigman tribe throughout their existence in this forest, and now they had fortuitously fallen into his hands. Zhang Yong'an gazed at the multitude of treasures that had appeared within his storage ring. The array of spiritual plants and ores was impressively diverse and plentiful. Truly, these pigmen were deserving of their reputation as avaricious beasts, for their hoard was abundant. If these resources were to be taken to the Federal Exchange, they could fetch at least 20 million. Yet, his harvest had not yet reached its conclusion. He cast his eyes towards the direction from whence he came, for there lay the carcass of a 6th-grade bear demon. Additionally, there were numerous corpses of the demon beasts that had perished in battle against the pigmen. With this thought in mind, he hastened towards that location, passing through the battlefield where pigmen and demon beasts had clashed. His storage ring emitted a radiant glow as he swiftly collected hundreds of demon beast corpses into it. As for the pigmen's remains, they held no value whatsoever. The weapons wielded by the pigmen were equally devoid of merit, far inferior to the standard long knife crafted from dragon scales that Zhang Yong'an had previously fashioned. The mere flesh of these demon beasts alone could yield a considerable sum. Zhang Yong'an felt elated as he approached the carcass of the bear demon. Noticing the head of the pigman leader rolled aside, with a flick of his black gold long knife, he sent the grotesque pig head flying, relieved to rid himself of its unsightly presence. The corpse of the 6th-grade bear demon was of significant worth, often proving formidable even to ordinary 6th-grade practitioners. However, Zhang Yong'an was fortunate, effortlessly adding it to his storage ring. Just as he prepared to depart, he noticed a glimmer emanating from the fingers of the headless pigman leader's corpse. Intrigued, he approached and discovered that the pigman leader possessed a storage ring. A surge of joy filled his heart as he hastily removed it. Earlier, while searching the pigman tribe, he had only encountered commonplace items, plentiful but lacking in quality. He had pondered why, despite the presence of numerous mid-grade pigmen, there seemed to be a scarcity of valuable resources. Now, it became evident that all the treasures were likely contained within this storage ring, for a portable treasury was indeed the safest. The crimson storage ring still bore traces of demonic energy. With his heightened abilities, Zhang Yong'an diligently expunged the residual energy, allowing him to unlock and examine its contents. After merely a brief inspection, his attention was drawn not to the multitude of treasures within the ring, but rather to a collection of letters. With a fleeting glance, he found himself unable to divert his gaze. Letters. Indeed, there were over a dozen letters within the ring. Although inscribed in an alien script, Zhang Yong'an was able to comprehend them. Surveying his surroundings, he noted the abundance of corpses and the thick atmosphere of blood, clearly an unsafe environment. He quickly retraced his steps to a secluded corner where he could meticulously scrutinize the letters in his possession. Though referred to as letters, they were merely sheets of animal hide inscribed with vivid red characters. These pig men, despite their porcine heads, were not lacking in intellect, and many were capable of writing. The information soon surfaced in Zhang Yong'an's mind. The throne. I led an exploratory team to investigate other entrances to the Blood Crystal Vein 300 miles away. Although the Tiger King's court and the Dragon King's court publicly feign a dispute over the Blood Crystal mine, investigations reveal that the animosity between them has long been festering. The mine is merely a catalyst. Their true objectives lie beyond the mine itself. They merely utilize it as a pretext for warfare. They even perceive this mine as a low-grade vein with a mere 100,000 low-grade blood crystals. However, through our clan's unique treasure-hunting aptitude, we have discerned that the mine they discovered is merely an extension of the main vein. At this moment, Zhang Yong'an suddenly comprehended the situation. It turns out these pigmen are attempting to encroach upon the border mines of both royal courts. A yield of 100,000 low-grade blood crystals holds a value exceeding 100 million. Yet, this is not the crux of the matter. Rather, it is the pigmen's avaricious nature that leads them to seek profit amidst the chaos of the two royal courts' conflict. It is tantamount to courting death. He continued to read on. We are currently searching for the location of the main vein, and we have made progress. After the outbreak of hostilities between the two royal courts, the intention was to avoid that low-grade mine and select a suitable location for battle, only to discover that the open ground above is precisely where the main vein lies. To prevent detection by high-ranking warriors, we are excavating passageways deep underground at night. The tunnels have been dug for 2 days, and we estimate that in another 2 days, they will be completed. Please lead more clansmen to seize the blood crystals. We must act swiftly. Their conflict cannot last long, and soon someone will take over the previously discovered branch. The orcs from both royal courts who are surveying the mine may eventually uncover clues, realizing that this branch extends to the main vein, leaving us little time. Zhang Yong'an exclaimed in astonishment. They truly intend to pilfer right beneath their noses. However, the position of the main vein is indeed peculiar, situated directly beneath the battlefield of their conflict. Moreover, to avoid the noise of excavation being heard by high-ranking warriors, they are stealthily tunneling underground. They are incredibly reckless. Should the pigmen tribe be discovered by the orcs of the two royal courts, they would surely face annihilation. Yet, their greed compels them to take such risks. They are truly prioritizing wealth over life. Zhang Yong'an continued to peruse the information, uncovering yet another piece of news. Based on our assessment, the main vein is likely to yield high-grade blood crystals. It is the largest blood crystal mine within 1,000 miles. The quantity of medium-grade blood crystals may exceed 10,000, but it will certainly not be less. As for low-grade blood crystals, the estimate is in the millions. Zhang Yong'an held no doubts regarding the accuracy of these figures. The pigmen's treasure-hunting aptitude is undeniably trustworthy. This means that the mine indeed harbors a plethora of valuable resources. High-grade blood crystals are scarce, with each capable of fetching 10 million. Medium-grade blood crystals are valued at 100,000. Zhang Yong'an mused inwardly. In the realm of foreign races, an ordinary person can only aspire to wield a medium-grade blood crystal at most. The high-grade blood crystal is hardly regarded as a circulating currency. Rather, it is a formidable resource, a life-saving artifact that exists solely in the possession of high-ranking warriors. Should a high-tier warrior expend excessive vitality during battle, The mere absorption of an entire high-grade blood crystal's essence can instantly restore their vigor, akin to consuming an extraordinary elixir. Such treasures are rare even in Blue Star, and their price, in the millions, pales in comparison to the life of a high-ranking warrior. It is not merely the greed of the pigmen. Even Zhang Yong'an feels an impulsive urge to acquire it upon hearing such news. Zhang Yong'an quickly contemplates the situation. Aside from the pigmen currently guarding the mine, he has eliminated the remaining foes, meaning he alone possesses this knowledge. If he can vanquish those pigmen within the mine, this secret shall belong solely to him. The blood crystals within the mine would then be rightfully his. However, the letter from the pigmen also mentioned that the orc scouts from the 2 royal courts would likely respond swiftly, seeking the main vein of the mine. Thus, time is of the essence, and the window for the pigmen to seize the blood crystals is limited. This signifies danger, though the exact timing of its arrival remains uncertain. At this moment, Zhang Yong'an muses, should he proceed, a substantial fortune awaits him. Conversely, if he hesitates, a sense of regret may linger. Such a rare mine is not to be overlooked. He must investigate further. The treasure lies before him. How could he refrain from opening the door? The pursuit of wealth is inherently fraught with peril, a timeless truth. If his instincts are correct, the pigman leader likely intended to secure the ripening of the pig's spirit fruit and repel the beast before stealthily mining the resources. Alas, fate is unpredictable. Not only has he encountered a formidable 6th-tier beast, but he has also been thwarted by Zhang Yong'an's timely intervention. With these thoughts, Zhang Yong'an wastes no time. Preparing to set forth, time waits for no one. Even amidst the unfolding battle, he feels compelled to witness the scene. Should he face danger and fall, he would accept it. A warrior must perish on the battlefield. He swiftly makes his way toward the direction recorded on the animal hide. There is no time to rest. Any respite must occur en route. He aims to arrive just as the pigmen are excavating their tunnels, for their strength should be relatively weak, likely not exceeding the 6th tier. As long as they remain below that threshold, he can manage. Along the way, he examines the remnants within the pigman leader's storage ring. True to his status, the leader's possessions are worth more than Zhang Yong'an's previous collective gains. Among them are numerous resources suitable for low-tier warriors, as well as a considerable amount of mid-tier resources. It appears the pigman leader amassed these to nurture his subordinates. Both teachers and students can utilize these for their cultivation. As the students' prowess enhances, so too must the instructors elevate their own strength. At this moment, Zhang Yong'an no longer perceives the pig head he had previously kicked away as grotesque. Instead, it seems almost benevolent. After all, a harbinger of wealth is undeniably pleasing to the eye. A pigskin hood, perhaps? Zhang Yong'an discovered that within the storage ring of the pig-headed leader, there lay a pigskin headdress. In simple terms, this resembled a ceremonial headpiece left from a sacrificial rite. The pigskin headdress was predominantly gray, bearing a more ferocious countenance akin to that of a wild boar. Upon attempting to don it, Zhang found that it fit reasonably well, albeit with a somewhat unpleasant odor that he deemed bearable. At this moment, an idea struck him. After placing the pigskin headdress atop his own head, he rummaged through the ring and retrieved the garments previously worn by the pigmen. These clothes were merely ordinary attire of a different race. In the storage space of the pig-headed chief, Zhang selected the most appealing and exquisite set of armor, a combination of leather and metal. Although the complete set was somewhat heavy, it posed little challenge for a martial artist. Given that the physique of the pigmen was not vastly different from his own, once adorned in the leather armor, he indeed resembled a pigman. This disguise would suffice for his intentions. Without a hint of disdain, Zhang donned the pigman's attire, completing his transformation. His own dark garments were discarded into the storage ring, to be changed into later upon exiting. With the added safety of a disguise suitable for deceiving both beasts and pigmen, Zhang hastened through the forest. The letter contained a map, and with years of experience in cartography, deciphering it was a trivial task. The pigmen proved to be quite resourceful, exhibiting a talent for treasure hunting and rendering an accurate map, which greatly aided his journey. The journey of 200 to 300 miles was not overly daunting for him. Thus, as dusk fell over the foreign territory, Zhang arrived near the location marked on the map. Along the way, he diligently recorded the conditions of the route in his notebook. This information would prove invaluable should he embark on another adventure in the future, preventing him from wandering blindly. To save time, he deliberately avoided any sightings of beasts or pigmen nearby, especially as he drew closer to his destination, requiring utmost caution. As he advanced further, it would not be long before he reached the domain of the Orc King. This territory was rife with formidable orc warriors, making it a place not to be trifled with. Even at the borders of the Orc King's realm, vigilance was paramount to avoid encounters with high-ranking beasts or orcs. The audacity of the pigmen, daring to act near the borders of two kingdoms, was indeed remarkable. Their greed overshadowed their caution. Glancing briefly at the map, Zhang proceeded swiftly in a northwestern direction. The presence of beasts in this area was scarce, perhaps due to the ongoing conflict ahead, as they were reluctant to be entangled in the fray, thus facilitating Zhang's progress. The tunnel the pigmen intended to excavate lay at the base of a mountain, several miles from the battlefield, indicating their plan to dig from a depth of several dozen meters away from the conflict. The entrance needed to be sufficiently distanced from the battlefield to avoid detection, otherwise, their efforts would be in vain. To accurately excavate a tunnel from such a distance towards the main vein, the pigmen displayed considerable skill. Under the cloak of night, Zhang Yong'an's figure darted swiftly through the forest, suddenly halting in his tracks. He seemed to have caught the faint sounds of combat. The roars and cries of slaughter were unmistakably not the trivial skirmishes between the pigmen tribe and the beasts, but rather a genuine clash of great magnitude. Ascending a towering peak, Zhang gazed into the distance. Several miles away, upon a relatively spacious plain, thousands of figures were embroiled in fierce conflict. Even from afar, he could sense the palpable aura of death emanating from the battlefield, accompanied by a dense, iron-like stench of blood. The murderous intent and demonic energy coalesced in the sky, obscuring the stars above and intensifying the oppressive atmosphere. In the high altitudes, a dozen figures were locked in combat, unleashing even more formidable assaults, their blood and energy combining to manifest an overwhelming force. Among the combatants, there were those of the 7th and 8th ranks, yet regrettably, no 9th-rank great demons were present. Such beings would not stoop to engage in such trivial frays. Zhang observed that almost all the flying figures were high-ranking experts, transforming into their true forms as they battled fiercely in the skies. The bodies of the dragon and white tiger dominated the ranks of high-tier combatants, with a few others of different species also present, most of whom were affiliated with the two royal courts. It was not the case that the royal courts consisted solely of one species. Other demons were included as well, though the prevailing forces were the white tigers and dragons. The skirmish among high-tier warriors was intense, yet evenly matched. Ordinary high-tier fighters would not easily fall in such encounters. Zhang quietly withdrew his gaze, recalling the past battles between the human army and the alien beasts, scenes that were truly mountains of corpses and seas of blood. For an ordinary warrior on such a battlefield, to die swiftly was almost a blessing. Being labeled as cannon fodder would not be an exaggeration. He harbored no fond memories of the days spent in the throes of battle. Without faith to uphold them, despair was the only sensation one could feel. As for hope, that was a luxury too extravagant. For military warriors, sustaining injuries and retiring was often viewed as a favorable outcome. After all, being reassigned after retirement was far better than meeting one's end on the front lines. Yet, if given the choice, they would prefer to continue fighting at the forefront. One day, they would trample these wretched beasts underfoot. Even the divine beings would not be spared. Zhang continued to observe the battlefield, noting that the clashes had not resulted in significant casualties. The reason for this was the divine beings looming over the two royal courts. The high-ranking beasts were capable of resisting the formidable powers of the Blue Star human race. While they could bicker amongst themselves, should lives be lost, the divine beings would undoubtedly intervene. Consequently, the majority of casualties below were among the mid-tier and low-tier beasts and beastmen. However, this was of little concern to Zhang. He would welcome a scenario where these beasts tore at each other incessantly. The immediate priority was to locate the group of pigmen digging tunnels. With that thought, he refocused his gaze and quickly descended, following the allocated positions marked on his map. It should be nearby, nestled within a dense thicket that, if not scrutinized closely, could easily remain undetected. Fortunately, remnants of maps and conspicuous markers have been left behind, along with the secret sigils exclusive to the pigmen tribe. All of this is documented within the letters, which undeniably facilitate Zhang Yong'an's quest. Suddenly, he halted his steps, swiftly concealing his presence. The sound of conversation wafted towards him, and upon comparing it with the map, he quickly discerned that this was likely the temporary encampment of the pigmen. Indeed, it was not easy to locate. Zhang Yong'an stowed the map into his storage ring and unsheathed his black gold longsword, cautiously advancing. Through the gaps in the foliage, he spotted the pigmen gathered together, resting. He had found them. A faint aroma of roasted meat lingered in the air. A dozen pigmen sat huddled, cooking the flesh of an unknown beast. They issued open flames, relying instead on the internal vitality of their blood to transfer heat to metallic vessels, thus preparing their meal. It was merely a clever ruse to better conceal their presence. Igniting a fire would certainly attract unwanted attention. These pigmen were indeed cautious. Zhang Yong'an couldn't help but marvel at their prudence, yet he refrained from acting hastily. Unbeknownst to them, their lair had been annihilated. They continued to leisurely consume their meat. "Captain, when will the throne arrive? We have already breached the tunnel and even unearthed a pile of low-grade blood crystals. Logically, it should have arrived by day. Has something gone awry?" Zhang Yong'an perked up his ears. The passage had indeed been opened, and his arrival was perfectly timed. The throne referred to the pigmen's leader. Within the orc tribes, leaders are commonly addressed as the throne, signifying a seat beneath the royal court. Even if one were a rogue tribe not under the dominion of the nearby Beast King's court, the title must still be used. Those who preside over the royal courts are termed Beast Kings, such as the Dragon King or Tiger King. The pigman designated as captain, voraciously consuming his share of flesh, remarked, "It must have been delayed by the pig spirit fruit. Cultivating such a thing within the tribe is no simple feat. Naturally, it requires extra vigilance to safeguard. It should arrive tonight." After their meal, the group would descend into the mine, continuing their excavation. The low-grade blood crystals outside were insignificant compared to the medium and high-grade ones within. Time was of the essence. They needed to hasten their efforts. "Leave 2 behind with me to guard here, awaiting the throne's arrival." Zhang Yong'an observed the pigman captain, silently gauging his strength, and noted that he was merely at the initial stage of the 5th rank. After all, as the leader of an expedition team, it was only natural for him to possess some strength. The remaining pigmen were of lesser prowess, around the 3rd rank. Zhang Yong'an nodded quietly. Dealing with them would not pose a challenge. Despite Zhang Yong'an's current ease in dispatching this small team, had it been a month prior, facing a squad led by a 5th-rank expert would have spelled certain doom for him. Thanks to the system, he was able to significantly enhance his strength in a short span of time. Otherwise, even if fortune lay before him, he would lack the power to seize it. The main vein appears to be even more expansive than we had anticipated. We have already excavated to the lower tier of blood crystals and delved deeper by several hundred zhang, yet we have yet to encounter the mid-tier blood crystals. However, judging by the density of the blood crystals, it is likely that with an additional 100 zhang of digging, we shall uncover the mid-tier blood crystal layer. When our entire clan arrives, we will undoubtedly secure the entirety of the blood crystal mine. Even if the treasure-hunting orcs from the 2 royal courts discover something, we would have long returned to the tribe with our invaluable treasures. Ahead, the jubilant cheers of the pigmen celebrating prematurely resonate, prompting a cold snort from Zhang Yong'an. Nevertheless, hearing that the yield seems even greater fills him with immense excitement. This must be secured. The vein is a veritable treasure trove. The fear he had felt upon encountering the dozen or so high-grade beasts has completely dissipated, replaced by the allure of the blood crystal vein. Wealth is often found in peril. The ambitions of these pigmen will ultimately be in vain, for all those riches shall belong to him. Yet, he refrains from acting hastily. Zhang Yong'an is faced with 2 choices: to charge forth and eliminate them all, thereby resolving the matter, or to spare the lives of the pigmen for a few hours, as they are still needed for mining. He has heard that there remains 100 zhang to the mid-tier blood crystal layer. If he were to slay these pigmen, he would be left to toil alone in the mines. Contemplating this, Zhang Yong'an decides to bide his time. After all, the strongest among these pigmen is merely at the initial stage of the 5th rank. If he were to unleash his full power, he could dispatch them within a few exchanges, leaving him with no cause for concern regarding the remaining pigmen. Zhang Yong'an observes quietly. Besides a few who remain idle, the rest of the pigmen rise, grasp their mining tools, and approach the concealed entrance obscured by grass, before leaping down into the depths. So, this is where the entrance lies. Zhang Yong'an silently fixates on the opening, then conceals himself nearby, waiting for the opportune moment. Meanwhile, on the battlefield several miles away, as night descends, both sides withdraw their forces. The corpses of the beastmen are dragged back by their allies, leaving only a multitude of bloodstains behind. A mere skirmish, not a full-scale battle. At the temporary encampment on the border of the White Tiger Royal Court, which was once an orc town, the injured orcs are recuperating. The high-ranking warriors revert to their human forms and descend to the ground, making their way toward headquarters. What is prompting such a hasty retreat? Uncertain, they still yearn to confront that group of slippery little devils, having not yet fulfilled their desire for combat. As the high-ranking warriors engage in conversation, they enter a stone fortress. Inside the hall, an 8th-rank powerhouse emanating a formidable aura stands quietly at the center. Upon seeing the arrival of numerous high-ranking individuals, he dismisses the lower-ranking beast soldiers and erects a soundproof barrier infused with vitality. Without waiting for their inquiries, the esteemed high-grade beast, Tiger Mountain, spoke in a low voice. According to my scouts, the previously discovered low-grade or vein is not as simple as it appears on the surface. Beneath that vein, it seems to connect to other veins. In simpler terms, it may link to a main vein. Upon hearing this, many formidable beings expressed their astonishment. One 8th-grade warrior stepped forward and asked, "Tiger Mountain, are you speaking the truth?" Originally, this or vein was merely a catalyst for the conflict between two royal courts. Accumulated grievances had long existed between them, and recently, the heirs of both courts had gone missing. Although they dismissed the heir expelled by the White Tiger Royal Court, no one expected a connection with the heir of the Dragon Court. Coincidentally, a small or vein was discovered at the border. Given the existing tensions, a confrontation ensued, leading to this battle. However, it was truly unexpected that this small vein would evolve into a branch of a significant main vein, indicating that a substantial mine indeed exists nearby. This is excellent news. As the leader referred to as Tiger Mountain, he nodded, affirming, "Every word I utter is the truth. However, we are currently unable to locate the main vein. Yet, based on my assessment, the main vein at the other end of the branch likely contains high-grade blood crystals. By tomorrow nightfall at the latest, we should be able to pinpoint its location." The gathered beasts were instantly invigorated. However, Tiger Mountain continued, "Before that, we must first drive back those fellows from the Dragon Royal Court. We cannot allow them to discover the main vein. They only have one 8th-grade warrior. And when the time comes, the two of us 8th-graders can join forces to repel them. Even if 1 or 2 high-grade warriors perish, it should suffice to appease the Divine Clan with some blood crystals." That very night, the White Tiger Royal Court discreetly dispatched several exploration teams. Meanwhile, a high-grade warrior within the White Tiger Royal Court concluded a small meeting among high-grade individuals and retreated to a secluded corner, retrieving a special artifact from his storage ring to relay messages to the Dragon Royal Court. Shortly thereafter, the Dragon Royal Court erupted into a flurry of activity, with trusted high-grade dragons assembling to prevent any foreign high-grade intruders seeking to discuss this matter. Soon, several exploration teams stealthily slipped out from the Dragon Royal Court, beginning their slow exploration within a 300-mile radius. All of this transpired quietly. However, one cannot conceal fire with mere paper. In the depths of the forest, several hours passed. Zhang Yong'an remained concealed nearby, his gaze fixed upon the pigman encampment. The 5th-grade pigman warrior, waiting in vain for reinforcements from the tribe, grew increasingly agitated, pacing restlessly. His 2 subordinates stood dazed behind him. Logically, support from the pigman tribe should have arrived by now. "Captain, if this drags on any longer, we may not obtain much from the vein," one of them remarked. "The warriors from the 2 royal courts are not inept. They will soon catch on." The pigman captain snorted coldly. "No worries. This main or vein connects to several smaller veins. I have meticulously selected a small vein, the farthest from the main or deposit, and laid out some deceptive elements. Even if the exploration teams from the royal courts were to discover it, they would likely be drawn to that small vein, wasting a day or 2 in their endeavors, which grants us ample time." Zhang Yong'an exclaimed in astonishment. These pigmen are not as foolish as one might think, attempting to lead the 2 royal courts elites in circles. Yet, this is indeed a piece of good news, as it allows him a respite. The pigman complimented, "Captain, your wisdom is unmatched. However, should I return to the tribe to assess the situation?" The captain pondered for a moment before nodding. "You two should go together. You ought to encounter the tribe's team en route." The 2 pigmen accepted the command and prepared for a swift return. Just then, a pigman emerged from the tunnel, cradling a medium-grade blood crystal, exclaiming with excitement, "Captain, we have finally reached the medium-grade blood crystal layer. The yield is indeed substantial. Our clan is on the brink of sudden wealth, and establishing a royal court with these resources is well within reach." The 5th-grade pigman, upon witnessing this, was filled with joy and instructed the 2 not to leave just yet. He stepped forward to take the medium-grade blood crystal from the pigman's hands. Under the starlight, the amber-hued crystal shimmered, visible even from a distance to Zhang Yong'an. His eyes gleamed with excitement. It was indeed a medium-grade blood crystal. It seemed the pigman had finally struck the mother lode, alleviating him of considerable trouble. It had taken the dozen pigmen several hours to connect the mine tunnels. Had he acted sooner without their labor, he would have been toiling alone until dawn. Now, he found himself in a position to reap the rewards without exerting himself. Truly a case of sitting back and enjoying the fruits of others' labor. Gripping his black gold longsword tightly, he knew it was time to act. Delay could lead to unforeseen complications. The blood crystal needed to be secured in his possession to truly count. Without hesitation, Zhang Yong'an prepared to swiftly strike at the pigman. The black gold sword glinted with a chilling intent as his figure appeared suddenly, akin to the Grim Reaper in the night. In an instant, he closed the distance between them, standing before the bewildered pigman. They were momentarily stunned. This was the attire of the Lord of the Throne. Could it be that the Lord had arrived? No. The sword and physique were not consistent. Alarmingly, this beast man posed a threat. Their confusion stemmed from Zhang Yong'an's garb and the pigskin mask upon his head, which momentarily disoriented the pigman. Anyone would be taken aback by such a sight. However, by the time they comprehended the situation, Zhang Yong'an had already lunged forward, his eyes cold and filled with murderous intent beneath the pig mask. His strikes were ruthless. The black gold longsword descended with terrifying force, causing the surrounding air to tremble. He aimed directly at the fifth-grade pigman. Eliminating him would render the others insignificant. The pigman captain, unarmed and caught off guard, had not anticipated an ambush. Moreover, he was captivated by Zhang Yong'an's disguise. In an instant, even with a quick reaction, he could not evade Zhang Yong'an's obsidian blade. A peak 5th-tier warrior pitted against an initial 5th-tier one was akin to an adult contending with a child, effortless, with a swift thrust. The 5th-tier pigman was cleaved in two by Zhang Yong'an's blade, as smooth as slicing through tofu. In a heartbeat, he was vanquished. The pigman had no time to resist. Zhang Yong'an had anticipated this outcome. Simultaneously, the other pigmen sought to flee, yet they were no match for the speed of Zhang Yong'an's dark blade. In a fleeting moment, Zhang Yong'an's figure darted among them, and within mere breaths, he sheathed his weapon, the blade still glistening with droplets of blood. The battle concluded swiftly, as he had previously devised a strategy to eliminate them in the shortest time possible during his stealthy approach. Now, the task was accomplished. These pigmen did not even have the opportunity to utter a final wail before succumbing to his swift blade. Rest in peace. Zhang Yong'an's expression remained largely impassive as he hurriedly managed the scene. He dragged the pigmen's bodies into the tunnel to conceal them and subsequently obscured the bloodstains on the ground. He refrained from storing the pigmen's corpses in his storage space, finding them rather repulsive and devoid of value. Hiding them sufficed. Once he ensured that no traces were left behind, Zhang Yong'an approached the tunnel's entrance. He swiftly descended into the tunnel and concealed the entrance with an abundance of underbrush. Nearby lay the pigmen's bodies he had previously disregarded. The tunnel was dim, yet as a martial artist, Zhang Yong'an could perceive clearly even in the darkness. He then strode down the long, sloping passageway, reaching the depths below. This underground passage was wide enough for two individuals, thus not at all cramped. The walls of the tunnel were adorned with luminescent moss that cast a captivating glow. He advanced briskly along the passage, traversing several winding turns, yet the route remained relatively unobstructed. Before long, Zhang Yong'an arrived at the edge of the main vein of the mine. His eyes were met with a dazzling array of crimson low-tier blood crystals, shimmering under the glow of the moss, exuding an exhilarating brilliance. Rather than a mine, it resembled a vast treasure trove, now laid bare before him. He had found it. Within the blood crystal vein, an additional passage led directly to the heart of the mine. Zhang Yong'an took a deep breath, aware that the mid-tier and high-tier blood crystals at the center of the mine held the most considerable value. From afar, he could still hear the sounds of mining echoing from within, indicating that the pigmen were still hard at work. With a single hand gripping his blade, he swiftly charged into the mine. In the blood crystal cavern, Zhang Yong'an was enveloped by amber-hued crystals, an ethereal sight. Stepping upon them produced a creaking sound. He did not neglect the scattered low-tier blood crystals along the way, using his vital energy to draw them into his storage ring as he walked. Each low-tier blood crystal was exceedingly valuable. Why would he pass up on such free wealth? Each one was worth 1,000 coins. If those students from the school were to arrive here, it would undoubtedly lead to a frenzy. Each gem could equate to an entire month's living expenses for a student. which would naturally provoke madness. However, such an opportunity is exceedingly rare. This endeavor occurs right under the watchful eyes of formidable experts. Only a covetous group of greedy pigmen and opportunistic Zhang Yong'an could undertake such a venture. Yet, fortune favors the bold. All of this risk is worthwhile. He swiftly ventured deeper into the mine, and with each step, he could increasingly sense the richness of the life force within. Should one cultivate in this environment, the speed of advancement would be tenfold, or even 100-fold, compared to the outside world. Truly, this is a grand vein. Zhang Yong'an silently marveled. While the sounds of mining grew ever louder, it was evident he was approaching the heart of the ore deposit. Clink, clink. The mining sounds continued unabated. As if tireless, Zhang Yong'an soon reached a corner, and in a larger chamber, he discovered pigmen vigorously swinging their pickaxes. The blood crystal ores were extraordinarily hard, even more so than ordinary metals. Only after absorbing the life force within would the blood crystal ores revert to regular stones. Thus, mining was no simple task. Even an ordinary person wielding an iron pickaxe could not budge a single ore. The pigmen before him were all of the third rank, and the unknown material of their pickaxes could be considered decent weapons. Each swing of their iron pickaxe transmitted life force, meaning that each mining strike was equivalent to a full force attack from a third-rank expert. The results were evident. Mining progressed swiftly. Moreover, the surrounding life force was so abundant that there was no concern for depletion. Indeed, they had struck the mid-grade crystal layer. Zhang Yong'an's eyes gleamed with excitement as he focused on the ore layer ahead. There, mid-grade blood crystals were embedded within, each one as precious as golden eggs. Without hesitation, Zhang Yong'an surged forward. Having reached his destination, there was no need to spare the lives of these pigmen. Even if he ordered them to mine for him, they would refuse, even at the cost of their lives. Regardless of which side, if one fell into the hands of the alien race, it would only lead to death. Therefore, capturing them would serve no purpose. In an instant, Zhang Yong'an appeared behind them, swiftly drawing his blade and cleaving two pigmen in half. He then swung again, and the nearest pigman, realizing the danger, hastily raised his pickaxe to defend. Zhang Yong'an deftly knocked the pickaxe from the pigman's grasp and aimed for his head. This group of third-rank pigmen was no match for him in a single strike. As some pigmen attempted to flee, they found the tunnel too narrow to escape. They could only watch helplessly as the Grim Reaper, Zhang Yong'an, swung his blade towards them. Soon, all the pigmen had fallen beneath his blade. It could be said that an entire pigman tribe had been utterly eradicated by Zhang Yong'an. The lives of those from the alien race are not worth lamenting. There is no need for pity. Subsequently, Zhang Yong'an's gaze turned fully towards the entire blood crystal vein before him. He slowly turned around in place, surveying his surroundings. A wave of unparalleled exhilaration surged within him, accompanied by the thrilling sensation of sudden wealth. The corners of his mouth remained uplifted in a grin. Mining. Without a moment's hesitation, Zhang Yong'an rolled up his sleeves and commenced his work. Seizing the opportunity while others were still taken aback, the entire undeveloped mine was now his. It was all a fortune. Zhang Yong'an picked up 2 iron picks from the ground, wielding them with both hands, sparing no effort in his endeavor. A full-force strike from a 5th-tier warrior was exponentially more powerful than that of a 3rd tier. With every swing of his pickaxe, he struck with the force equivalent to dozens of blows from those pigmen. Clatter! A cascade of mid-grade blood crystals tumbled to the ground, and Zhang Yong'an's fingers gleamed with the simultaneous light of 4 storage rings, swiftly collecting the crystals within. He began to mine tirelessly, the only sound resonating in the cavern being the rhythm of his labor. He continued to dig deeper in the direction the pigmen had mined. If his instincts were correct, burrowing further down would lead him to the heart of the ore vein. It was known that the center of this vein yielded high-grade blood crystals, which were truly valuable treasures. According to the Federation's records, aside from high-grade blood crystals, there existed supreme-grade crystals. However, the conditions for their formation were exceedingly stringent. Even across the entire alien continent, they could only be found in a handful of veins rich in life energy. The surrounding Orc Kingdom and its forests were not considered fertile ground. Even if a major ore vein appeared, it would not produce supreme-grade crystals. Zhang Yong'an held no hopes for the supreme-grade crystals, yet he still dared to dream of high-grade ones. Several hours passed. Zhang Yong'an tirelessly continued his excavation, resting only briefly to consume blood crystals and restore his vitality, hardly pausing at all. Yet, he could sense that after several cycles of exhausting and replenishing his life energy, His realm seemed to loosen. The purity and intensity of the life energy within this blood crystal mine were remarkably beneficial for a warrior's cultivation. He had long lost count of how many mid-grade blood crystals he had mined. Initially, he could tally them, but now he had no desire to keep track. Nevertheless, he felt he was inching closer to the very core of the mine. However, his internal vitality had once again been completely depleted. This was inevitable, given his full-powered excavation. He needed to rest for half an hour to absorb blood crystals and recover his energy. Just then, words flashed before his eyes. Daily settlement of life energy. Zhang Yong'an's spirits lifted, and as the golden text merged into his body, a surge of vibrant life energy mingled with the rich essence of the mine flooded through him. His body underwent rapid transformation, his strength swiftly escalating. He immediately closed his eyes, digesting this formidable power. 5 minutes later, Zhang Yong'an's body trembled violently, and his life energy surged to a new intensity. A look of astonishment crossed his face. I have reached the 6th tier. Indeed, he has ascended to the rank of a 6th-tier powerhouse. Without hesitation, he recognized that this was not the time for reflection. Once again, he grasped his iron pickaxe and struck vigorously at the mineral layer ahead. After a few swings of the pick, suddenly, an overwhelming surge of blood energy emanated from the depths of the mine. Thud! A high-grade blood crystal, imbued with a deep crimson hue, tumbled out from the cavernous mouth. A high-grade blood crystal. A high-grade blood crystal. Zhang Yong'an immediately discarded his pick and, with a swift motion, summoned the fallen crystal into his grasp. Feeling the pulsating vitality radiating from within the crystal, he was filled with exhilaration. This small object could fetch a staggering 10 million. It was indeed a valuable commodity among high-tier powerhouses. Without dwelling too much on his emotions, he promptly stowed the crystal into his storage ring and resumed his fervent excavation of the high-grade blood crystal layer ahead. The high-grade blood crystals did not cluster together. They were concealed among a multitude of mid-grade blood crystals. Naturally, only at the heart of the vein could one hope to encounter high-grade blood crystals. Mid-grade blood crystals also held monetary value, and Zhang Yong'an held no disdain for them. He commenced his digging anew, wielding the iron pick with fervor. After an hour of relentless effort, he unearthed 3 high-grade blood crystals, 30 million into his account. The vigor with which Zhang Yong'an swung his pick was amplified. Though he lamented the unavailability of electronic devices since entering the alien continent, otherwise, he would have certainly enjoyed music while working to boost his motivation. As he approached the central mining area, the difficulty of extraction increased significantly. Even though Zhang Yong'an had just broken through to the 6th tier, his maximum strike could only yield a few dozen blood crystals. Fortunately, his enhanced strength made a difference. Had he still been at the peak of the 5th tier, his efficiency would have been considerably diminished. As time slipped away in the midst of mining, Zhang Yong'an remained oblivious to its passage, consumed by a singular thought, to mine with fervent abandon. Meanwhile, on the surface, exploration teams dispatched from 2 royal courts encountered one another. After a skirmish ensued, both sides realized that they were aware of the significant mineral vein hidden beneath. The news had stirred considerable excitement. A substantial wealth lay in the high-grade blood crystal-producing mine, a resource that must be seized. Thus, after a brief ceasefire during the day, hostilities resumed with renewed fervor. However, their battle did not rage above Zhang Yong'an's head, but rather on another branch of the vein, specifically, a diversionary tactic left behind by the pigmen captain. They were still several dozen miles from Zhang Yong'an's position. In the skies, high-tier powerhouses from the White Tiger Royal Court and the Jiaolong Royal Court faced off against one another. Beneath the night sky, the stars twinkled, casting an eerie glow upon their scales and fur. Ultimately, it would be the high-tier powerhouses who would bring this conflict to a conclusion. One of the colossal Jiaolong, stretching 100 meters in length, spoke with a human voice, echoing in the sky. Tiger Mountain. Well done. You've discovered a significant mineral vein in this vicinity. The notion of driving us back to claim everything for oneself is utterly fanciful. Jiao Lai retracted his mental probing of the underground. Although limited to a certain range, he discerned a substantial presence of low-grade blood crystals, and even fluctuations of mid-grade ones, spanning a considerable area. This closely aligned with the characteristics of a main vein. Typically, one would not notice the mineral deposit beneath their feet without thorough investigation. However, an 8th-tier powerhouse, exerting full effort, could detect anomalies up to 40 to 50 meters below. Truly, the reserves are abundant. The two 8th-tier white tiger powerhouses across from him displayed a human-like gravity upon their feline faces. A traitor had emerged among them, undoubtedly not of their own kin, but rather from other high-ranking beast clans. Regrettably, they could not verify this now. Questioning the high-tier beings that were not of the tiger kind would only lead to a significant decline in their own combat strength, a folly to be avoided. Humph. Jiaolai, it seems you are quite familiar with us. To counter our efforts, you deployed two 8th-tier dragons. The disparity in strength between our factions is minimal. Shall we engage in battle, then? The 100-meter-long Jiaolai laughed heartily. Why waste so many words? The minerals belong to the capable. Both our forces have completed their reconnaissance. Beneath lies the main vein. To expect you to yield it willingly is nothing but a pipe dream. Let us agree beforehand, regardless of who suffers losses. Do not seek the divine clan to arbitrate. Accept your silent losses. Hushan smirked. That is for the best. At dawn, we shall determine the victor. A battle would erupt between them, and a prior agreement was indeed preferable. Even if high-tier beings were to fall, the divine clan would only intervene if either side sought their aid. However, fundamentally, the divine clan operated on a policy of non-intervention unless provoked. After all, the world is vast, and they are not omniscient. Previously, Hushan had been concerned about a potential ambush that might compel the Jiao Dragon clan to report to the divine clan. Now, however, as both sides prepared for a full-scale war, they had effectively avoided the intervention of the divine clan, allowing for a vigorous and unrestrained battle. Yet, neither clan had meticulously examined the mineral vein beneath their feet. The paramount concern was who would secure the mining rights first, rather than discerning the authenticity of the ore. If Zhang Yong'an were present, he would undoubtedly commend the pigman captain for devising such a deceptive trap, a true talent indeed. In an instant, the powerful beings from both sides reignited their combat in the skies. Unlike the daytime skirmishes, the battles of the night promised to be far more violent and sanguinary. All the monstrous beasts were exerting their utmost strength. Resources, no matter where they lie, can incite madness. The clashes between high-tier powerhouses created tremendous noise, and soon they occupied separate areas in the sky to engage their adversaries. Their gazes occasionally flickered to the ground below. The underground mineral vein could not be allowed to be seized by the other side. However, they anticipated no issues. If there were any disturbances below, even from the skies, they would hear it clearly. Thus, the frenzy of battle ensued. Certainly, although it appears that the two royal courts are engaged in a bitter rivalry, they stand united against the martial warriors of Blue Star, sharing a common animosity. Zhang Yong'an, however, would prefer to see these monstrous beasts annihilate each other, thus sparing his own high-ranking experts the peril of combat. The clashes among these formidable beings are protracted and arduous. High-ranking experts are not easily vanquished, and currently, the numbers are nearly equal on both sides. It is unlikely that any of them will fall in the short term, yet as dawn approaches, a victor may emerge. Zhang Yong'an remains unaware of the ferocity of the battles unfolding above, but he has come to realize that he seems to have unearthed the core of a mineral deposit. As he struck the blood crystal mine forcefully, a high-grade blood crystal fell forth, accompanied by a substantial chunk of raw crystal ore. Within it, several concentrated high-grade blood crystals were exposed, numbering around 10 at a glance. At last, he had discovered the core. Time is of the essence. He doubts he can collect all the mid-grade blood crystals. Only by securing all the high-grade blood crystals can he claim the utmost reward from this mine. Despite the fact that the price difference between high-grade and mid-grade blood crystals is a mere hundredfold, that disparity is monumental. With unwavering focus, Zhang Yong'an gathered the last few high-grade blood crystals into his storage ring, finally exhaling in relief. In this very center, the most concentrated position of high-grade blood crystals, he had amassed 100. This does not even account for the potential appearances of other high-grade blood crystals among the surrounding mid-grade ones. What a tremendous bounty he had secured, but it was not sufficient. Zhang Yong'an found himself in a state of utter frenzy. Fortunate that the tools left behind by the pigmen were plentiful. He had already worn out half of them. However, he soon ceased his mining endeavors. Having lingered underground for quite some time, it was prudent to check for any unusual occurrences above. He did not wish to be encircled by high-ranking experts while engrossed in his excavation. With this thought, he swiftly turned and raced toward the exit. In this confined space, a person afflicted with claustrophobia would surely succumb to madness. Yet Zhang Yong'an remained unfazed as he traversed the narrow passage. he soon returned to the original cave entrance, where the corpses of the pigmen still exuded a faint metallic scent of blood. A sinister smile crept across Zhang Yong'an's lips. The efforts of the pigmen had ultimately become his own adornment. After sealing the cave entrance once more, he inhaled the fresh air outside. After spending the better part of a day inside, he had directly struck gold. The ores within his 4 storage rings were of considerable value. Yet the only ones that could be readily sold were a handful of low-grade and mid-grade blood crystals. In essence, high-grade blood crystals are far more precious than currency. Those who possess them seldom part with such treasures. Their true value manifests only upon entering the realm of high-ranking status. Thus, although Zhang Yong'an possesses high-quality blood crystals of considerable value, he cannot easily dispose of them. In contrast, the medium and low-quality blood crystals can be sold directly. With a newfound wealth, an idea began to take root in Zhang Yong'an's mind. If possible, he would acquire the Shanhua Martial Arts Academy, for his system is bound to this very institution. Ultimately, this school does not belong solely to him. Should he invest in enhancing the school's educational facilities, a mere directive from above could compel him to vacate his position as principal, rendering his previous investments futile. It would be akin to the plight of those swine, where initial efforts are transformed into others' gains. However, since he has only recently been appointed, he need not worry about such distant prospects just yet. Yet, given the potentiality of this endeavor, it merits thorough contemplation. As for how the system may evolve, he remains uncertain. Nevertheless, securing this academy as his own property would enable him to better develop the institution and nurture its students. Moreover, the Shanhua Martial Arts Academy ranks second to last among martial arts universities in the entirety of Huagua, making it somewhat of a burden within the educational framework. The government is inclined to sell these lower-ranked colleges and even encourages private contracts, essentially transitioning from public to private ownership. While it is true that tuition fees at private institutions tend to be higher, Zhang Yong'an could waive these fees for students upon assuming control, which poses no issue at all. Once privately contracted, substantial investments in the school would naturally follow, thereby enhancing the students' capabilities. In summary, this matter requires Zhang Yong'an's meticulous consideration. Although he currently possesses ample funds, the situation is not as straightforward as it appears. He will deliberate further upon his return. The mine beneath his feet has only yielded a mere tenth of its potential, with much more to be extracted, thus further enriching his coffers. Recollecting his thoughts, he surveyed the surrounding forest, noting the absence of any traces of monster activity. Despite the calmness, Zhang Yong'an maintained a cautious demeanor as he ascended towards the mountain's summit. For from a higher vantage point, one can see further. Soon, he reached the peak and gazed into the distance, his expression suddenly stiffening. Even from afar, he could discern a battle unfolding in the skies. For the moment, it seemed unlikely to encroach upon his position. What could have provoked this conflict? Zhang Yong'an could not ascertain, as the ground below was consumed by frenetic combat while he diligently mined underground. In the end, the sole victor of this turmoil would be none other than Zhang Yong'an himself. Regardless, being situated on foreign territory necessitates prudence. With this thought in mind, Zhang Yong'an returned to the mine to continue his extraction, striving to complete the mining of the medium-quality blood crystal deposits before making his exit. Thus, he resumed his fervent excavation. Observing the medium-quality blood crystals emerging one by one, Zhang Yong'an's expression had long since dulled. He swiftly stored them in his storage ring and continued his labor. Time was not wasted in the least. Engaged in the monotonous labor, Zhang Yong'an would nod in satisfaction only when a high-grade blood crystal occasionally emerged. The battle outside raged on, swiftly extending into the dawn. Many high-ranking warriors bore grievous injuries. Yet they managed to utilize their most potent healing elixirs, sustaining their fight. Tiger Mountain and Jiao Lai were locked in a fierce struggle, as were other formidable fighters. Some weaker 7th-tier warriors had sustained severe wounds, but they too persevered in battle. As daylight broke without a clear victor, both sides felt a growing anxiety within. At that moment, Tiger Mountain caught sight of a 7th-tier Jiao dragon relentlessly attacking one of his clan members, poised to deliver a lethal blow within mere dozens of strikes. Realizing the dire situation, he repelled Jiao Lai and unleashed a long-accumulated deadly move. A terrifying dark red beam of blood swiftly shot towards the 7th-tier Jiao dragon. Alarmed, Jiao Lai realized the gravity of an 8th-tier warrior's full-force attack was beyond the capabilities of a 7th-tier descendant. He attempted to obstruct the assault, but found his path blocked by Tiger Mountain. Despicable. An 8th-tier warrior targeting a 7th tier. The 7th tier, Zhao Dragon reacted. But faced with such a dreadful attack, there was no time to evade. It abandoned its current adversary and fled rapidly, hoping to escape the ominous blood light. The Zhao Dragon's form streaked through the air, closely pursued by the dark red beam, which was slightly faster. After fleeing for several dozen miles, the 7th-tier Zhao Dragon exhausted all its abilities, yet could not withstand the full force of Tiger Mountain's assault. With a sickening sound, the horrific blood light caught up to the Zhao Dragon, piercing through its entire body and entering its head. In an instant, the 7th-tier Zhao Dragon's eyes glazed over, and it fell helplessly from the sky. Meanwhile, after a night of toil, Zhang Yong'an finally extracted 90% of the mid-grade blood crystal ore. Peering out from the tunnel to assess the surroundings, he hoped all was well enough to continue mining a while longer. The low-grade blood crystals were still valuable. As he emerged, he felt a shadow enveloping him from above and instinctively dove back into the tunnel. Bang! Bang! A heavy thud resonated. The earth trembled, and the tunnel collapsed, showering Zhang Yong'an with dirt. Spitting out the soil that had fallen on his face, he wondered what calamity had befallen him. What had fallen from the heavens? Had he been discovered while secretly mining? Yet, he soon realized something was amiss as he looked up at the colossal object blocking the cave's entrance. It appeared to be scales, Zhao Dragon scales. He recognized them well, having forged countless weapons from these scales just days before. Had it perished? He discerned that the master of the scales seemed to have ceased any fluctuations in breath. Drawing upon years of experience, he promptly concluded that the creature was dead. Without hesitation, he resolved to find an exit and crawl out. Remaining in the pit would only lead to certain demise should any peril arise. He swiftly returned to the cave entrance, which was firmly obscured by scales. Fortunately, a narrow gap allowed light to filter in, indicating that an escape route could still be unearthed. He then commenced digging. The soil was soft, and Zhang Yong'an soon emerged. Noticing that the body of the demon behind him remained still, he finally exhaled in relief. It was indeed lifeless. As he crawled out and turned to look back, he clearly identified the demon, a 7th-tier flood dragon. Indeed, the corpse before him was that of a 7th-tier flood dragon. His assessment stemmed from the creature's length and the blood that pooled around it. Having battled the Dragon King's court for many years, he could easily recognize the rank of this dragon. The previously captured pinnacle 5th-tier flood dragon paled in comparison to this one, which could easily be deemed a high-tier dragon. It could be said that it was a treasure trove in its entirety. A 7th-tier flood dragon's corpse was exceedingly rare. However, at that moment, his heart was not clouded by greed. The fall of a 7th-tier great demon might herald imminent danger from its companions. He immediately sharpened his senses and scanned the surroundings. Discovering that there seemed to be no threats, the flood dragon had fled this way, ultimately succumbing to its wounds. Its allies could arrive at any moment, rendering it imperative for him to vacate the area. Glancing at the ground, he noted that the mine below contained a modest amount of mid-tier blood crystals and a considerable quantity of low-tier blood crystals, at least several 100,000 worth. Yet, there was no opportunity to continue excavating. Before long, the 7th-tier demon's comrades or the enemies who had slain it would come to investigate, and the signs of the mine would be impossible to conceal. This meant that Zhang Yong'an could no longer stealthily mine in this location. Remaining here would undoubtedly lead to his demise. Fortunately, after a night of toil, Zhang Yong'an had already extracted the most valuable portion of the main vein. He had collected all the high-tier blood crystals and nearly 90% of the mid-tier blood crystals. It could be said that he had reaped a substantial reward. Enough was enough. Greed would only lead to ruin. The minerals he had mined last night were sufficient to fetch a considerable sum. At this moment, he was filled with the desire to flee immediately. Lingering here for even half a day would serve no purpose. There was little more to mine, and he could find himself in a precarious situation. With this thought in mind, Zhang Yong'an resolved to cease his endeavors and hastily depart. However, before he left, his gaze lingered on the 7th-tier flood dragon. He surveyed the sky, a glimmer of excitement in his eyes. A 7th-tier flood dragon was worth a fortune. With no one around to notice, he decided to take it with him. Zhang Yong'an's actions were akin to snatching away his kin right beneath the watchful eyes of the elite. He was afforded little time for contemplation. Although myriad thoughts raced through his mind, it amounted to barely a second's worth of reflection. In that fleeting moment, Zhang Yong'an made his decision and promptly leapt upon the carcass of the high-grade dragon. One must concede that the high-grade dragon was indeed far more imposing. Rather than immediately consigning the body to his storage ring, he discovered the storage ring belonging to the high-grade dragon upon its claw, and a look of delight crossed his face. Another storage ring. One could only wonder what treasures the high-grade dragon possessed. The storage ring shrank and was subsequently placed upon the last finger of his right hand. Now, all 5 of his fingers bore storage rings. Having completed this, he gestured grandly to ensconce the massive corpse within the largest of his storage rings. At this juncture, all that remained was a gaping pit, and the tunnel from which Zhang Yong'an had emerged was now fully exposed. Clearly, even if he wished to dig further, the opportunity had vanished. He descended into the pit, dragged out the corpses of the pigmen, and carelessly laid them upon the ground. Initially, he had intended to grant these pigmen a proper burial, as they had bestowed upon him considerable wealth. Yet, unexpectedly, the dragon's corpse had presented itself. Thus, he could only allow these pigmen to contribute their residual warmth. By the time any inquiries were made, they would never suspect that a human powerhouse had intercepted the vein. When they investigated the pigmen's tribe, they would find it utterly annihilated. However, by then, I would have long since fled, leaving no trace. Zhang Yong'an nodded in satisfaction. After surveying his surroundings to ensure nothing was amiss, he departed the treasure trove without a hint of regret. Had it been another, they would likely have lingered, intent on mining, even to the point of death within the veins. One must learn to find contentment in what one possesses. Zhang Yong'an's figure swiftly traversed the forest, and upon reaching the mountain's summit, he gazed into the distance. Indeed, high-grade beasts were embroiled in a chaotic clash. The battle appeared fierce. Did they not fear the divine beings seeking retribution? Zhang Yong'an was oblivious to the thoughts of these beasts, yet it was certain that, for the time being, they would not cease fighting nor seek the bodies of their fallen comrades. This, in turn, afforded Zhang Yong'an ample time. Without regard for the battlefield, he hastily retraced his steps, for this haul exceeded all expectations. It was time to depart. Soon, Zhang Yong'an had covered substantial ground. Meanwhile, in the conference room of the River and Mountain Martial Arts Academy in the Demon City, numerous instructors gathered for a simple research meeting. However, the teachers were preoccupied, their minds elsewhere. Zhang Luna rested her hands upon the table, gazing at the ceiling, contemplating when the principal would return safely. The conference room was somewhat dilapidated, having lacked funds for repairs. Nevertheless, the walls bore remnants of slogans from previous gatherings. Upon the mottled white wall remains inscribed in crimson characters the phrase "The nation and home forever at peace, the mountains and rivers unscathed." The principal's name is Yong'an, which seems to forge a profound connection with our Shanhua Martial Arts Academy. Ahem. Chu Zihong cleared his throat, successfully redirecting the attention of the 25 teachers present. The number of educators at the school is indeed somewhat limited, as the institution's infrastructure is sparse and the student body modest. These teachers are sufficient to shoulder the educational responsibilities of the academy. There are also a few non-teaching staff members, such as cooks and security personnel, but their numbers are also scant. Typically, whether on duty or tidying the campus, most activities are conducted under the guidance of the teachers, accompanied by students. With the principal absent, do not dwell in gloom. The educational tasks must still be fulfilled. After restoring his martial arts foundation, Chu Zihong has been in quite a commendable state of mind these past few days. Those few individuals who were endowed with resources by Zhang Yong'an to reclaim their martial arts foundation are now utterly devoted to him. It is likely that whatever Zhang Yong'an requests, they will promptly comply. Previously, they acted out of obligation due to the principal's authority. Now, their willingness stems from genuine enthusiasm. Suddenly roused from his reverie, Qin Zhan, seated at the front, blurted out the thoughts that had distracted him earlier. Do you think the principal is training death warriors? He provides us with resources, offers assistance to the students, while keeping nothing for himself, and frantically opens the Star Gate. If he isn't cultivating death warriors, then he must be gravely ill. That's how they portray it in the films. Otherwise, the principal doesn't seem like a typical individual. Chu Zihong facepalmed. Gesturing towards the grade director, Zhang Liang, please silence him. After a brief interlude, the group returned to the matter at hand. Zhang Luna, slapping the table and rising, proclaimed, I've come to understand. The principal's actions are motivated by those 8 characters. The nation and home forever at peace. The mountains and rivers unscathed. Everything he does is to fend off foreign tribes. Upon hearing this, many teachers pondered for a moment before nodding vigorously. akin to chicks pecking at grain. It indeed seems to resonate with truth. Word has it that fierce battles are raging at the Stargate in Magic City. With high-grade demon beasts soaring through the skies, it would be far too perilous for the principal to venture there. Indeed, the timing is ill-chosen. Our school's meager supply of demon beast meat could last us another month or two. There's no need to take such risks at present. Besides, what benefits could possibly be gained from visiting the Stargate? Even 500,000 would be a fortunate outcome. The last time was merely luck, and it was exceedingly dangerous. We cannot allow the principal to go again. Next time, we must accompany him. At this, Zhang Luna perked up, declaring, "Our Shanhua Martial Arts Academy's demon hunting team will undoubtedly keep pace with the principal." Hey, Chu the Blind, if you can't keep track of a living person, what good are you? Chu Zihong covered his face with both hands, feeling that his fellow teachers had become somewhat unhinged. Enough, enough. We must return to our normal teaching order. Let us discuss this privately. Seeing the crowd quiet down, Chu Zihong then distributed copies of the documents he held to each of the teachers present. The teachers glanced at the documents in their hands, stunned. It seemed almost unbelievable that the files they grasped were genuine, for emblazoned across the titles were bold characters. 25th Freshman Exchange Competition of Wakita University. After several hours of fierce combat between the White Tiger and the Dragon King courts over the mineral vein, hostilities finally ceased. The lower-tier orcs below had suffered significant losses. Yet this did little to sway the tide of battle. The true turning point lay within the clash of the higher-tier warriors. At this moment, the countenance of Jiao Lai, adorned with the head of a dragon, was filled with fury, yearning to slay every one of the White Tiger court's minions. However, the White Tiger court had prepared adequately and, in a despicable act, had ambushed one of his 7th-tier subordinates. Consequently, the disparity in strength between the two sides grew ever wider. If this continued, it was likely that more high-tier members from his clan would fall, resulting in a situation that would be more detrimental than beneficial. Hushan chuckled darkly. The situation has become quite clear now. Depart. This mineral vein belongs to my White Tiger court. Do not think that slaying one of your 7th-tier whelps is a loss. When you conspired to place traitors amongst my ranks, did you ever consider your own treachery? Indeed, Hushan's ire stemmed from this very betrayal. Had it not been for the traitor, he could have quietly led his entire clan to seize this mineral vein without incident. Instead, it had escalated into this unnecessary conflict. Jiao Lai's lips twitched. Hushan's words rang true. Even if he had suffered a loss, the matter could not be reported to the Divine Clan for justice. Simply put, the fault lay with them. As for the traitor in my midst, I shall unearth him. When the time comes, I will have him dismembered and presented to you. As he spoke, Hushan cast a cold glance over the high-tier warriors of his own faction who were not of the Tiger clan. His declaration implied a relentless pursuit of the traitor within their ranks. There were only a few high-tier members who were not of the Tiger clan, making the investigation relatively straightforward. At that moment, a high-tier Black Panther from the Tiger King Court's faction rapidly changed color, seemingly aware of the impending peril. This matter had grown too convoluted. Had he known, he would not have relayed the information back. He then hastened towards the Dragon Clan. Elder Jiao Lai, save me. You promised to protect me. Indeed, this Black Panther was the traitor. If he were not sheltered by the Dragon Clan at this moment, he would face certain death upon returning. However, although the Black Panther was swift, his strength remained at the 7th tier, rendering him inadequate against the 8th tier Hushan. If Jiao Lai were willing to intervene, this 7th tier Black Panther could surely escape unscathed. Unfortunately, within Jiao Lai's icy gaze, there was no intention to extend a helping hand. The 7th tier Black Panther merely saw a flash of white light before realizing he had been captured by Hushan in an instant. The terrifying claws of the tiger pierced the Black Panther's neck. So it was you, a mere wretch. Die. Without a hint of restraint. He crushed the head of the Black Panther of the 7th rank, and with a forceful flick, sent the severed head flying towards Jiao Lai. With a cold snort, Jiao Lai batted away the traitor's head. I had control over this Black Panther's kin, compelling them to serve me as spies. What is there to salvage from such useless infiltrators? Having no desire to further waste words with Hushan, having already suffered enough humiliation, he turned to the numerous high-ranking beings behind him and commanded, "Go retrieve the body of Jiao Chun. We must depart." In his eyes, a living Black Panther of the 7th rank was worth less than the lifeless corpse of a fellow Jiao dragon of the same rank. Such is the ruthlessness of the Beast Clan's royal court. Before long, Zhao Lai led his company away, their defeat rendering them speechless. To address this matter with the divine clan would only lead to greater losses, and they could not even confide in outsiders about this silent grievance. The pressing concern now was to bring back the corpse of that 7th-ranked Jiao dragon. He swiftly directed the high-ranking beings towards the direction where the Jiao dragon had fled. Hushan, leading a multitude of beasts, laughed heartily. The mudfish have already departed. The mine below is ours. Begin excavation. A premonition stirred within me. Surely the vast mineral vein below would yield us unexpected treasures. As for the corpses of high-ranking beasts, particularly that of a Jiao dragon, even if left unattended, ordinary beasts would not dare to consume them. The oppressive aura emanating from the remains of high-ranking beasts was beyond the capacity of low-ranking creatures to endure. Yet, exceptions always arise. By the time they followed the scent of the Jiao dragon's blood to their destination, they found a barren clearing where the body should have lain. Now only a pool of blood remained, accompanied by several pig demons and an inexplicable pit. Where is the massive corpse of the Jiao dragon? Instantly, the high-ranking beasts transformed into human form and descended to the ground, their expressions a mixture of confusion and disbelief. Zhao Lai, at the forefront, looked on in incredulity. He distinctly sensed that the aura of the 7th-rank Jiao dragon lingered here, with the blood trail leading directly to this spot. Moreover, there were no traces of dragon blood in any other direction. He was certain that the 7th-rank Jiao dragon had perished, and a remnant of its spirit still resided here. Do not underestimate the perception of an 8th-rank powerhouse. Yet, the corpse of the Jiao dragon had indeed vanished. This is dire. The body of Jiao Chun has been stolen. Who could have done this? The high-ranking beings erupted in fury, outraged that, right beneath their noses, the corpse of their noble bloodline had been taken. He quickly scanned the area, and after the initial anger subsided, he felt a sense of unease as he approached the pig demons' corpses. How did these pig demons come to be here? No sooner had he spoken than his gaze shifted towards the enormous pit nearby. Furrowing his brow, Zhao Lai extended his spiritual energy into the pit. Moments later, a look of elation spread across his face. There is a vast mine within. Those wretched pig demons have been excavating right under our noses. Who has stolen the corpse of the dragon? At this moment, Zhao Lai's mind was filled with questions, yet no one offered him an explanation. The instigator had already fled 200 miles away. His aide, equally curious, extended his spiritual perception to investigate, discovering a significant quantity of blood crystals in a nearby mine several miles away. Overjoyed, he exclaimed, "The vein connected to this tunnel appears to be the true treasure trove. Just the low-grade blood crystals in the vicinity number in the millions. As I understand, the pigmen possess a unique talent for treasure detection and can also set deceptive traps. If my conjecture holds, the primary vein lies below us, while the one we previously contended over was likely a diversion they left behind." Zhao Lai's expression fluctuated between hope and despair. If indeed there lay a vast vein beneath, even the fall of a 7th-grade great demon would be worth it. He managed to compose himself and declared, "If I am not mistaken, there must be individuals working alongside these pigmen to clandestinely excavate the vein and remove the corpse. The pigmen's tribe must provide an explanation for this incident. However, our immediate priority is to descend into the mine and uncover what surprises this grand vein might hold. With millions of low-grade blood crystals now revealed, high-grade ones are bound to surface. While those imbeciles from the White Tiger dynasty remain oblivious, we must seize what lies below." Without hesitation, the high-ranking experts from both royal courts simultaneously set their sights on the underground vein. On the side of the White Tiger dynasty, morale surged after repelling the Dragon King court. Under the leadership of Hushan, they commenced excavation with great fanfare. "Victory, let us mine." Meanwhile, the high-ranking experts from the Dragon King court also descended into the mining tunnel. Though it had collapsed, clearing it posed little challenge for those of their caliber. Hushan and Zhao Lai, both wearing expressions brimming with anticipation for the impending surprise, found themselves standing in the heart of the cavernous vein an hour later, their faces a portrait of bewilderment. Indeed, there was a surprise, but it was one that induced terror. The riches had been pilfered. Who could have done this? Simultaneously, the White Tiger dynasty experienced their own shock. Hushan, leading the high-ranking members, stood as still as statues, absorbing the findings from below. To their dismay, they discovered a vein even poorer than the previous one. Although the area of this branch was sizable, its thickness was pitifully thin, akin to a sheet of unfolded paper. Silence enveloped the high-ranking experts from both royal courts as they grappled with a singular question. After all this time spent fighting, what have we truly accomplished? In pursuit of glorious blood crystals in a grand vein, they had unearthed a mere pile of disappointments. Meanwhile, Zhang Yong'an, the instigator of it all, found himself sneezing incessantly, presumably due to the pigman's mask irritating his nose. He promptly removed the headpiece and tossed it aside, opting instead for his previous set of sleek black attire. The footsteps continued unabated, swift and purposeful, as the 5 storage rings on his hands glimmered faintly, signifying a significant harvest. To conceal the storage rings, Zhang Yong'an deliberately donned a pair of gloves, thereby sidestepping any unnecessary complications. While possessing an abundance of storage rings might seem ostentatious, he deemed it essential to wear them, lest he encounter a wealth of resources that one ring could not accommodate. It was time to return. Zhang Yong'an did not pause in his stride. He anticipated that it would not be long before those high-grade demon beasts sensed something amiss, leading to a greater chaos in the vicinity. Remaining here would lead only to a dead end. Although he had fortuitously broken through to the 6th rank, he was still too weak at the initial stage. Even a peak 6th rank expert would find themselves fleeing when faced with an ordinary 7th rank demon. There was no need to descend through the Star Gate in the immediate future. These resources would suffice for the student's cultivation for a while. As he contemplated the arrangement of these resources, he remained unimpeded on his path. A glance at his watch revealed that he had only been away for a few days. The time was relatively short. Within the mine, he had lost all sense of time, his thoughts consumed solely by the task of mining. Following his breakthrough, his speed had also improved, allowing him to return much more swiftly than he had arrived. Fortunately, he encountered no formidable demon beasts nearby and soon caught sight of the distant Startown Pass. He exhaled deeply, finally feeling a sense of relief. After a brief rest, he would return to school, seeking ways to sell some resources and clear his inventory. Zhang Yong'an touched the storage ring of the 7th rank Flood Dragon. Even in death, the powerful mental energy of its former master lingered within. It would take time to dissipate. Even attempting to access its contents would require patience. This storage ring represented Zhang Yong'an's first trophy from a high-grade demon beast, and he pondered what treasures it might hold. Before long, Zhang Yong'an arrived at the base of Startown Pass. The military personnel stationed at the entrance noticed his safe return from the north and said nothing, allowing him passage. Upon entering the towering fortress of Startown Pass, he felt a measure of calm wash over him. Observing the star gate that spanned the inner courtyard, he strode forward. It was time to go back. As he passed through the star gate, Zhang Yong'an observed that the military personnel were actively preparing for battle, likely on high alert for potential assaults from the demon beast royal courts. In recent decades, there had been no incursions from the alien races into Blue Star, a situation easily explained by the formidable defensive firepower established on the land of Huagua at Startown Pass. Within the fortress, there were also ordinary soldiers primarily operating firearms and artillery. While these weapons held little efficacy on alien soil, they remained significantly useful on Blue Star. Without reaching high grades, one could not afford to disregard the damage inflicted by firearms. Ordinary bullets and cannon fire could be evaded or withstood only by those at the 3rd or 4th rank. Unconventional weapons with rapid-fire power are not something even Zhang Yong'an dares to confront head-on. However, when it comes to high-tier adversaries, as long as one does not foolishly remain stationary, even a nuclear bomb cannot directly eliminate you. It is noteworthy that the number of high-tier beings from alien races far surpasses that of the high-tier entities on Blue Star. The reason Blue Star has managed to survive until now is precisely due to the presence of firearms as the last line of defense. Naturally, when firearms reach their zenith, they become as useless as scrap metal when entering a star gate. To truly vanquish the alien races, one must rely on martial artists. Upon arriving at the service area, Zhang Yong'an took a moment to rest and first sought out a place to luxuriate in a bath. Dressed in the attire and headgear of the pigman leader, and after spending an extensive time mining underground, he was acutely aware of the pungent odor emanating from him. Now, having thoroughly cleaned himself, he finally felt a sense of relief wash over him. During his bath, he reflected on the spoils of his recent endeavors. First and foremost was the pig spirit fruit, which he had uprooted and unceremoniously discarded into his storage space without counting. Nevertheless, he estimated that there were at least over 1,000 of them. A whole pigman tribe had safeguarded this small treasure for years, and now it belonged to Zhang Yong'an. He could distribute around 2 of these fruits to each student. which would slightly enhance their aptitude, thereby accelerating his own strength. Zhang Yong'an quickly arranged for the distribution of the pig's spirit fruits, alongside a plethora of miscellaneous items. These were herbs, ores, weapons, and other valuables that he had scavenged from the pigman tribe. Should Zhao Lai bring high-tier warriors to the pigman tribe to settle accounts, they would be pleasantly surprised to find that apart from the heaps of corpses, the interiors of the houses had been completely emptied. Tables, chairs, and benches were not spared. Regrettably, those furnishings were crafted for beastmen. Had they been from the towns inhabited by the alien races, it would have been a different story. The luxurious items used by those people would rival anything available on Blue Star. Zhang Yong'an planned to dispose of all these unnecessary items. What remained were the storage ring of the pigman leader, the carcass of the dragon, and an abundance of blood crystals. Overall, the gains from the blood crystal mine far exceeded those from the pigman tribe. Of course, had he not ventured to the pigman tribe, the subsequent rewards would have been unattainable. Thus, the journey was far from fruitless. After resting for half a day, he finally powered on his phone, which had been off until now. He was relieved to find a signal. He sent a message to Chu Zihong, informing him that he had safely exited and expected to return by evening. He followed up with 3 emojis, folded hands, handshake, handshake. After dispatching this message, Zhang Yong'an began to browse through other notifications. The messages were primarily from teachers at the school, as he had not saved the students' contact information. These messages contained warm greetings, which brought a comforting feeling to his heart. Reflecting on this, Zhang Yong'an rubbed his temples. The most significant acquisition thus far must be the carcass of the 7th grade dragon. The entirety of its golden marrow could potentially aid 30 to 50 individuals in restoring their martial foundations. Even those gravely injured would find solace in its restorative properties. The value of this golden dragon marrow is indeed substantial. It is something that wealth alone cannot procure. In the monetary system of the Blue Star Federation, for the common folk, money is king, capable of purchasing anything. However, for martial artists, the situation diverges considerably. High quality, precious martial resources, while often priced, cannot be evaluated using ordinary standards. One might say they are not for sale, regardless of the money offered. Items such as the pig spirit fruit, dragon blood fruit, or golden dragon marrow are simply not available for purchase. However, joining the military department allows one to acquire certain rare goods using contribution points, which are otherwise unattainable in the marketplace. In essence, money holds significant sway for martial artists below the high-grade level and for ordinary individuals. But acquiring superior items transcends mere financial means. Thus, Zhang Yong'an, during his sales, does not deplete his entire inventory. He only sells some of the low to mid-grade materials that lack value in the market. After his bath, he proceeded to the trading post. Once again, it was the same assistant who had attended to him previously. Without wasting words, he requested 7 or 8 individuals and an empty warehouse, as he had quite a bit to sell, given his previous substantial transaction. Without hesitation, the manager arranged for him the highest level of service. Recently, due to the chaotic situation in the northern forest, many martial artists had been absent, rendering the trading post rather desolate. Now, there were ample hands available to assist Zhang Yong'an. Upon arriving at a spacious warehouse, he promptly displayed the prepared goods, which nearly filled half the space. The staff responsible for inventory were taken aback, encountering a plethora of low-grade spiritual herbs, inferior alien weaponry, and miscellaneous furniture. Moreover, as dozens of low-grade monster carcasses came into view, the personnel at the trading post had no doubt that Zhang Yong'an had struck down a particular tribe, resulting in such bountiful spoils. Individuals of his caliber are indeed a rarity. Begin the inventory, Zhang Yong'an merely stated, then gestured, causing an intricately designed chair to materialize beneath him. He sat down to await the proceedings. The staff immediately began to tally the items, recognizing that even the seemingly useless alien trinkets could fetch a price. Zhang Yong'an regarded the mound of monster corpses with little emotional response. Presently, his ring contained 2 to 3 dozen mid-grade monster carcasses, alongside the remains of a 6th grade bear demon and the 7th grade dragon. Consequently, these low-grade monster bodies were of little use. It was better to sell them. Even if distributed among students, they would be unable to consume them all. If one were to feast, it should be on the finer offerings. The mid-grade remains were still respectable. As for the master-grade 7th grade dragon, ordinary students would be overwhelmed by its rich flesh, though it could certainly nourish teachers. One cannot deny that this haul is exceptionally bountiful. a testament to the diligence and efforts expended over the past days, which have not been in vain. Soon, the items that held little value for Zhang Yong'an were tallied up, amounting to a total of 150 million. Is this acceptable? He inquired. Zhang Yong'an nodded. These items were not particularly precious, being merely low-grade resources. Given their quantity, managing to sell them for such a sum was already commendable. It was time to return. Upon exiting the military control zone, night had fallen. He hadn't anticipated that the inventory process would prove so arduous, causing a significant delay. This could not be blamed on the exchange staff. After all, the items Zhang Yong'an presented were indeed challenging to appraise. Successfully selling them before dusk was already a testament to the exchange's efficiency. After retrieving his vehicle and igniting the engine, he accelerated swiftly toward the school, his stomach empty and hunger gnawing at him. An hour earlier, Chu Zihong had suggested preparing a welcoming feast, but Zhang Yong'an had outright declined, instead requesting that the grilling equipment from their previous barbecue party be brought out once more. Tonight, they would indulge in roasted meat. The inaugural barbecue had only utilized a portion of the beast's flesh. The students, being relatively inexperienced, could hardly consume much and had not had their fill. However, the situation was different now. The majority of the students had ascended to the rank of first-tier warriors, capable of savoring a greater quantity of beastly meat. Thus, Zhang Yong'an ensured there would be ample provisions for them tonight. Furthermore, there was a practical reason. The beast meat had a limited shelf life. While it remained fresh longer than ordinary meat, it was still best consumed promptly to optimize the absorption of its vital essence. Half an hour later, Zhang Yong'an arrived at the entrance of the Shanhe Martial Arts Academy, his speed relatively brisk. There, Chu Zihong and a few others were already awaiting his arrival. As Zhang Yong'an exited the vehicle, a shimmer from his storage ring signaled the retrieval of the car, eliciting envious glances from several male instructors. Not only did this resolve parking issues, but it also allowed for the convenience of carrying a vehicle effortlessly. Seeing Zhang Yong'an unharmed, the group finally exhaled in relief. Without engaging in excessive pleasantries at the entrance, Chu Zihong promptly signaled for everyone to part ways. Upon reaching the playground, under the bright lights, all students stood in unison, eagerly anticipating Zhang Yong'an's arrival. A smile graced his face as he perceived the profound respect reflected in their eyes. In a brief span, the vitality within these students had surged remarkably, a stark contrast to their previous state of weakness. Their daily consumption of beastly flesh had undeniably invigorated their blood and energy. Among them, Lu Zilong, who had merely just entered the first-tier early stage, was now brimming with the exuberance of peak first-tier vitality, restoring much of his confidence. Before Zhang Yong'an could utter a word, Lu Zilong, accompanied by several members of the student council, stepped forward, cradling boxes in their hands. Many students directed their gaze toward the box, which contained their heartfelt sentiments. The teachers, led by Chu Zihong, were well aware of the students' little gestures and thus refrained from intervening. Zhang Yong'an was taken aback. What was this? He could not sense any fluctuations of vital energy emanating from the box. It likely held no treasures. Lu Zilong took the initiative to open the box, revealing an exceptionally stylish black suit before Zhang Yong'an. Merely observing the fabric and tailoring of the suit indicated its considerable expense. Principal, this is a gift from all of us students, they proclaimed. When you wear this suit, you will appear even more handsome and commanding. Please do not refuse. It is a token of our collective goodwill. The chorus of students echoed, please accept it, Principal. We may not be able to do much, but we know that in this suit, you will be the most dashing. Zhang Yong'an felt a warm surge of appreciation. The suit's value was likely around 40 to 50,000. He had previously studied high-end brands. The students had likely each contributed a small amount, perhaps around 100 yuan. Their everyday clothing typically cost only that much, yet they gifted him a luxurious outfit worth several tens of thousands. This gesture of kindness was something Zhang Yong'an felt he must accept. Though he had invested millions in resources for them, he did not expect any return, as their relationship was one of mutual benefit, albeit the students were unaware of his extraordinary capabilities. Nevertheless, the fact that they had exerted themselves to express their gratitude was more than sufficient. Sometimes, all one truly needs is that sincere intention. Even if the suit had only cost a few hundred, it would still warm his heart. Very well, I shall accept it. I will wear it daily at school, presenting myself before you in the most stylish manner. Zhang Yong'an playfully teased the students. Upon hearing his acceptance, the students erupted in joyous cheers. Even though they had never donned such expensive attire, they felt elated as though it adorned them as well. Without hesitation, he then distributed several decent quality mid-grade beast meats. Help yourselves. Also, send some to your friends and family. Aside from today's meal, each of you shall receive 2 pounds of mid-grade beast meat. It was not that Zhang Yong'an was unwilling to give more. Rather, if it were low-grade beast meat, ordinary people could consume more, and he would have given more then. This was merely an appropriate allocation. Long live the principal. Long live the Shanhua Martial Arts Academy. The sight of Zhang Yong'an surrounded by enthusiastic students brought a bittersweet feeling to some observing teachers, who felt a pang of emotion, as if they were witnessing a dream come true with such a wonderful principal. By midnight, the gathering dispersed. Once the students returned to their dormitories, Zhang Yong'an finally returned to his office to attend to the affairs that had accumulated over the past few days. Fortunately, there was not much to address. Chu Zihong, in his role as vice principal, had been diligent. The documents awaiting Zhang Yong'an's signature were minimal. Chu Zihong did not leave. He had an urgent matter to discuss with Zhang Yong'an. Though reluctant to disturb Zhang's rest, the matter at hand was of considerable importance. Principal, is there something of significance at this late hour? As he spoke, golden characters flashed before Zhang Yong'an. Daily blood qi settlement. The words transformed once again into pure blood qi, merging into his body, propelling his realm forward significantly from the early 6th rank. However, Chu Zihong remained oblivious to this change, his thoughts solely focused on the matter at hand. Principal, please look at this document. Zhang Yong'an, puzzled, took it and noticed several bold characters inscribed upon it. Furrowing his brow, he briefly skimmed the contents of the document before stating, all over 4,000 schools in Huagua are to participate. The vocational martial arts colleges and undergraduate martial arts colleges are to compete together? Chu Zihong nodded, explaining, in previous years, such freshman competitions were typically exclusive to undergraduate martial arts colleges, as vocational colleges were merely seen as punching bags. However, this year mandates participation from both. After my investigations over the past few days, I finally understand why. Leaning back in his chair, Zhang Yong'an inquired with curiosity, why? In the dimly lit principal's office. He listened intently as Chu Zihong elaborated on the reasons. The 25th Freshman Exchange Competition for Martial Arts this year has garnered considerable attention, with an abundance of online buzz already generated. In previous years, this period was relatively quiet. Zhang Yong'an nodded. He usually did not pay much attention to such matters. The Freshman Exchange Competition was nearly a tradition. During his own university days, his abilities were too limited to even enter the school team, and his institution was merely a Tier 1 martial arts college, ranking within the hundreds in Huagua. Thus, they never made it to the finals. Consequently, the Freshman Exchange Competition concluded with only a handful of prestigious schools vying for rankings. Individuals like Zhang Yong'an, who were ordinary, seldom focused on such events. However, as the principal, he recognized the necessity of being informed. The rationale behind including vocational colleges in this ranking competition was straightforward. The Ministry of Education of Huagua aimed to use the students from vocational martial arts colleges as stepping stones for those from undergraduate martial arts colleges, instilling confidence in them. Zhang Yong'an was momentarily taken aback, but soon grasped the underlying intention. Essentially, it was to make the students of undergraduate martial arts colleges believe they were not so weak, with a host of inferior vocational college students beneath them. This would bolster their martial confidence, which could be beneficial for their path as martial artists. However, this approach seemed somewhat unfair to the students of vocational martial arts colleges. Sensing Zhang Yong'an's uncertainty, Chu Zihong chuckled wryly. Of course, there is another layer to this. Zhang Yong'an perked up when it came to teaching. Chu Zihong was indeed more astute. To put it bluntly, the freshman students from vocational martial arts colleges were often not even at the level of aspiring martial artists, and they could scarcely muster enough participants for the competition. Most first-year students entering vocational colleges harbor a fervent desire to cultivate their skills. However, upon realizing the scarcity of resources and the inadequacy of teaching staff, they gradually succumb to apathy, resembling the indolent second- and third-year students. This phenomenon is colloquially referred to as being led astray. Zhang Yong'an nodded in agreement, recognizing this truth. These students, lacking both talent and resources, initially enter the institution with aspirations of becoming martial artists. Yet, as reality sets in, they become assimilated into mediocrity, losing their passion for training. Zhang Yong'an swiftly comprehended Chu Zihong's intention. The fundamental purpose of this exchange competition is to reignite the fervor for martial arts among these vocational students. Hence, allowing vocational martial arts schools to participate is essential. It matters not if they are soundly defeated by their undergraduate counterparts. If such a defeat awakens their resolve and rekindles their martial spirit, that is the true essence of this competition. Zhang Yong'an nodded slowly, realizing that this initiative would undoubtedly invigorate the enthusiasm for martial arts within vocational schools. Chu Zihong smiled, pleased that Zhang Yong'an grasped his meaning. He mischievously remarked that this time, their school would surely stand out. There are several exceptional first-year students at their institution, possessing formidable strength, capable of overpowering some ordinary undergraduates from established universities. For instance, Bai Xiaowei and Lu Yunhu are both quite impressive among first-year students from prestigious schools. Zhang Yong'an instantly understood what was implied and continued to peruse the documents. Chu Zihong elaborated. 10 students in total would represent their school in the competition, comprising 5 competitors and 5 alternates. The format includes regional contests followed by a national competition. Notably, this event will alter the rankings of martial arts institutions, with the Ministry of Education distributing substantial resources according to these rankings. The top-ranked school will receive a staggering 100 million in martial arts training resources. Zhang Yong'an quickly skimmed through the information. The focus of the exchange conference was primarily on these aspects. Although the rewards are considerable, the challenge of rising to the top among over 4,000 institutions means only Kyoto Wu University and Shanghai Wu University are likely contenders. The elite talents from these 2 schools are indeed not to be underestimated. When does the exchange conference commence? Chu Zihong replied, in a month, specifically in November. This national event will attract widespread attention, accompanied by live broadcasts, requiring participants to sign waivers. The national competition is scheduled for December. Although their school possesses several exceptional students, it is anticipated that they will only excel in the regional contests, as the national level is overwhelmingly competitive. Chu Zihong chuckled, expressing his desire for others to recognize that their school, currently ranked second to last, also aspires to soar to great heights. Intrigued, Zhang Yong'an inquired, which institution holds the last place? He was curious to ascertain the extent of their shortcomings. Chu Zihong's smile faltered, and with a hint of embarrassment, he replied, to be precise, we are currently in last place. The institution that previously occupied this position has since closed down. Zhang Yong'an realized he had perhaps ventured too far with his inquiry. Chu Zihong refrained from further disturbing Zhang Yong'an and subsequently departed from the principal's office. Zhang Yong'an settled onto the small bed in his office, feeling utterly fatigued after several days of mental strain, and had yet to truly rest. He fell into a deep slumber until dawn. Upon glancing at the time, he was astonished to find it was already 10 in the morning. Clearly, Chu Zihong had chosen not to rouse him, wanting him to recuperate fully. Zhang Yong'an enjoyed a remarkably refreshing sleep. As he sat up from the small bed, his hair was disheveled, and stubble had formed on his face. Turning his head, he noticed an exquisite suit gift box placed on the principal's desk. A smile crept across his lips as he hurried to the bathroom to freshen up and shave. He donned the suit, which he had not fully appreciated the night before. Now, however, it appeared even more splendid. The fabric and lining were of high quality, adorned with strands of gold thread that added an air of sophistication. The buttons were encrusted with tiny diamonds, reflecting a dazzling brilliance. The 2 shirt buttons below his throat glimmered like jewels, and beneath the box lay a pair of leather shoes that fit Zhang Yong'an quite well. There was no need to measure the suit size or shoe size meticulously. A warrior's keen eye served as a measuring tape, capable of discerning precise dimensions at a glance. This suit was likely a product of Chu Zihong's efforts, as he had been by Zhang Yong'an's side daily, most aware of his physical proportions, embodying the fruits of their collective labor with the students. Zhang Yong'an graciously accepted the gift. After donning the complete ensemble and attending to his hair, he presented a more gallant figure, standing taller with an enhanced demeanor following his martial arts breakthrough. Clad in the suit, Zhang Yong'an resembled a nobleman. Nevertheless, he preferred to be dubbed a suit-clad ruffian, a stark contrast to his earlier despondent appearance during the coffee shop blind date. At that moment, a car halted at the school gate, catching the attention of the duty teacher, who noticed a woman accompanied by her 2 sons, trailed by an elderly lady. Who could these parents be? Aunt Wang. After a round of matchmaking, she was the only one who seemed somewhat acceptable. Why didn't you mention that their SA storage ring worth several million? If my son hadn't recognized it from the photo, I wouldn't have known, she mused. The four of them paused. Aunt Wang hastily tucked her wallet away. Considering that she had paid for the taxi fare and would need to ask Zhang Yong'an for reimbursement when they met. Upon hearing the woman's question, she smiled and replied, "This child never tells us anything about his possessions. If you want the ring, I can certainly have a word with him. He would surely oblige. Alas, I can't reach him by phone now. I might as well come to his school." She continued, "You two getting together wouldn't be bad. He is not getting any younger and deserves a companion." The woman pulled out her mobile phone, using its reflection to assess her light makeup. Noticing the deepening crow's feet at the corners of her eyes, she resolved to find a reliable person to gift her a set of cosmetics, commenting as she examined herself. "This school is quite remote. Commuting will be a bit of a hassle. I heard he bought a house in the new district. From now on, it would be better for him to reside at the school while the three of us live in the new district home. This way, he won't have to endure the exhausting commute." The two boys beside him gazed with bright eyes, and the older one, brimming with excitement, exclaimed, "With a house in the vibrant new district of Magic City, the girls in our class will surely regard me with greater admiration. I'll even bring back a daughter-in-law for you. The appearance of that old man matters little. Mother, you must secure that storage ring." The woman retrieved her phone, unaware, had it not been for her son's reminders, that the storage ring was worth several million. Selling it could afford her a Porsche Panamera, and perhaps even a charming young companion. She turned to Aunt Wang and said, "He slapped me. You must stand up for me. Justice must be served." Aunt Wang nodded vigorously, acknowledging the boy's stubborn temperament, promising to counsel him. The other boy, filled with indignation, raised his fist and declared, "Mother, if that old man dares to strike you, we shall retaliate." The two children, incessantly referring to the old man in a disrespectful manner, received no reprimand from the woman. It seems that like mother, like son. Meanwhile, Aunt Wang remained unconcerned, believing that as long as they could marry, what did it matter if someone coveted their possessions? Isn't that the way of the world? If she could successfully matchmake the two, she might even receive a little compensation. "Let us go? We need to speak with that teacher up ahead. He can let us in." The four of them prepared to enter the school gates. Just then, the duty teacher emerged. Although martial artists are typically keen of hearing and sight, this particular teacher had suffered a severe head injury on the battlefield. His hearing was somewhat impaired, capable of understanding sounds that were close, but not as sharp as that of a typical martial artist. Aunt Wang stepped forward with a smile. "Young man, I'm looking for your principal. His name is Zhang Yong'an, correct?" "I'm a relative." The duty teacher, initially puzzled, immediately warmed up upon realizing she was related to the principal, becoming exceedingly cordial. "Ah, you're the principal's relative. I'm Li Jinhao, a teacher here." His gaze swept over the woman and the two boys behind Aunt Wang. He had caught snippets of their conversation, but the details remained unclear. Unable to resist, he scratched his ear, cursing his poor hearing. Aunt Wang, unfazed, added, "This is your principal's daughter-in-law, along with the children, here to visit their father." Li Jinhao's mouth fell agape, seemingly unable to believe his ears. Though he couldn't hear clearly, he wasn't completely deaf. Yet, it felt as if he were. As he began to question his own sanity, cursing his faulty hearing, he sought confirmation from Aunt Wang. Upon receiving her affirmation, he could not contain his excitement, exclaiming, "It's her." The woman shot him a glare and spat, "You fool." After a simple breakfast, Zhang Yong'an settled in front of his computer to peruse information regarding the acquisition of a school. With some funds at his disposal, he aspired to truly enhance the institution, envisioning its transformation into his private asset. His previous thoughts about seizing opportunities within the alien mind were not spontaneous, but rather premeditated. Until now, financial constraints had thwarted his ambitions. Any money he managed to acquire was dutifully directed towards the students, as their capabilities were intrinsically linked to his own. Resolving his personal advancement was a priority, and other considerations could follow in due course. However, circumstances had evolved. With a substantial yield from blood crystal mines, one could liken his fortune to an audacious bank heist, leading to a sudden affluence. At last, he possessed the means to actualize his aspirations. Earlier, Chu Zihong had mentioned the closure of the least-ranked vocational college, and to his astonishment, it had indeed shut down. The auction announcement still lingered on the trading platform. A smirk tugged at Zhang Yong'an's lips. He had encountered tales of schools being auctioned before, but had dismissed them as mere jokes. In reality, schools could be auctioned much like ordinary residences, albeit with more intricate procedures. The low-ranking martial arts college, akin to the Shanha Martial Arts Academy, went by the name of Jiangbei Martial Arts Vocational College. Both institutions were 3-year programs, yet Jiangbei was privately funded and boasted a slightly longer history. With a total of 900 students across 3 grades, it appeared that the Ministry of Education of Huagua allocated a quota of 300 students per grade for this particular school. The auction price was set at 7.8 billion. While that figure might seem steep, it was, in fact, quite reasonable. Zhang Yong'an examined the basic details of Jiangbei Martial Arts Vocational College. Its overall area was comparable to that of Shanha Martial Arts Academy, and the auction information revealed numerous aspects worthy of consideration. First and foremost was the location. Jiangbei Martial Arts Vocational College was situated in the heart of a third-tier city, whereas Shanha Martial Arts Academy resided in a remote suburb of Modu. Thus, despite Shanha's location in a metropolis, its rural setting would undoubtedly render it less expensive than its third-tier counterpart. Zhang Yong'an couldn't help but exclaim, "Damn. Living in a secluded area actually has its advantages. At least it saves $1 billion. A rough estimation indicated that, given the differences between public and private institutions, if Zhang Yong'an sought to privatize the school, he would require around $7 billion, a sum he could manage. He resolved to visit the Modu Education Department in the coming days to inquire further. Just as he continued to prepare for a deeper exploration of the details, a knock resonated at the office door. Before he could utter a welcoming word, the door swung open, and several figures strode into the office, causing Zhang Yong'an to frown. Li Jianhao, still in a state of confusion, dared not intervene. A glance at the principal revealed a man clad in an expensive suit, exuding an aristocratic aura, with striking features and an air of formidable authority that commanded respect. And then there was the woman before him. The crow's feet at the corners of her eyes could easily swat a fly, and the layer of powder on her face resembled that of a corpse left to decay for 3 days. Could she truly be the wife of our principal? In the principal's office, a few teachers lingered in the hallway, including Qin Zhan and Zhang Luna. They overheard Li Jianhao announcing the arrival of the principal's wife, naturally drawn to witness the spectacle. "Principal, your relatives, along with your wife and child, have arrived," Li Jianhao began, but was abruptly interrupted by Zhang Yong'an's icy voice. "Li Jianhao, have you lost your hearing but not your sight? How could you mistake that woman for my wife? Get rid of them, and summon that dim-witted Qin Zhan to drive these 4 away," Zhang Yong'an commanded, not out of anger towards Li Jianhao, but simply out of a desire to avoid their presence. In the hallway, Qin Zhan was taken aback. Aunt Wang's expression immediately soured as she stepped forward. But upon seeing Zhang Yong'an, who appeared somewhat different from her memory, handsomer, perhaps, due to his official status and refined attire, her confidence surged, for she was an elder. "Shaoan, what do you mean? Why should the dim-witted one drive us? To where to hell?" Zhang Yong'an's cold gaze remained fixed on Li Jianhao, entirely disregarding Aunt Wang. He merely stated, "Follow the order." Li Jianhao straightened, responding solemnly, "Yes." Without hesitation, he approached Aunt Wang and, without further ado, began pushing her toward the exit. Though his hearing may have been impaired, his warrior's physique made it effortless to escort an ordinary woman. Aunt Wang offered no resistance, feeling as though she were being propelled by a freight truck. "Hey, can't we sit down and discuss this? How can you be so strong?" The woman trailing behind, along with her 2 sons, instinctively stepped back, yet their eyes were filled not with fear but with avarice. The youngest son tugged at the woman's hand, pointing at the 5 distinct ancient rings adorning Zhang Yong'an's fingers. 5 storage rings. "Mom, we're going to strike it rich. If we can get our hands on those, we'll be fabulously wealthy." The trio had come with the intention of acquiring the storage rings. Thus, upon entering the principal's office, they paid no heed to their surroundings, fixating solely on the rings. The sight far exceeded their expectations. 5 storage rings. What a fortune! Their minds, clouded by greed, completely ignored Aunt Wang being shoved out by Li Jianhao. It was only when they too were ushered out alongside Aunt Wang that they snapped back to reality. The woman exclaimed, "Enough? I am the principal's romantic interest. How dare you meddle? Do you believe I won't have you dismissed by the principal?" Li Jianhao's actions faltered momentarily, but upon hearing her words, he felt as though his ears had finally attuned to the sounds that mattered, and he intensified his efforts. How audacious of the principal's wife to behave in such a manner. "Begone." The woman's 2 sons suddenly emerged from one side, raising their feet to kick at Li Jianhao. "Let go of my mother." The principal's office descended into chaos. At that moment, Chu Zihong happened to arrive with several first-year students, intending to present to the principal and discuss the freshman exchange competition. Among these first-year students were Bai Xiaowei and Lu Yunhu. Zhang Luna quickly waved her hand, beckoning them over to witness the spectacle. Chu Zihong looked on in confusion, with the first-year students following curiously behind him. Inside the office, though the woman's conversation with her sons was hushed, Zhang Yong'an was not like Li Jianhao. He could hear every word clearly. What a shameless individual, targeting my storage ring without even a moment of self-reflection. Li Jianhao, being a martial artist, swiftly struck the two boys down to the ground with 2 slaps. Ouch! The principal hit someone. The teacher hit someone. The 2 boys immediately cried out, causing further upheaval. Li Jianhao controlled his strength. Otherwise, a single slap could have caused significant trouble. Zhang Yong'an stepped out from behind the principal's desk. The sound of his polished shoes against the floor echoed like a drumbeat in everyone's hearts. With an air of indifference, he declared, "Enough." All eyes turned toward him, and the room fell silent. He glared at Aunt Wang, his tone laced with reprimand. "You expect me to call you Aunt Wang out of respect? If you do not command respect, then do not expect to be treated as anything but a doormat. What kind of character are you introducing to me? Your son is of the same age as I am, and still unmarried. Why not introduce him to your own son?" Aunt Wang was momentarily taken aback, frowning as she retorted, "As an elder, I merely wish for you to settle down. Is that so wrong? What of a second marriage? What a lovely girl, and you, a retired martial artist in your 30s, still have young women to marry. In this day and age, if you do not marry and have children, who will take care of you when you grow old? You even slapped someone. Give them a few of those rings of yours as an apology." Li Jianhao's jaw dropped in disbelief. It was as if his ears played tricks on him. The words spoken were unmistakably human, yet they sounded utterly nonsensical. Smack! Zhang Yong'an retaliated with a sharp slap to Aunt Wang. The sound was crisp. "Damn it," he scoffed. "A second marriage with 2 children. Let us set aside just how extraordinary this woman is, as these boys exhibit crude speech and behavior, clearly ungrateful wretches. Just look at their eyes. They seem eager to sever my hand to claim that storage ring for themselves, wishing for my demise. You want me to leap into a pit of fire, don't you? Is this your idea of kindness towards me?" At that moment, the woman, cowering behind Aunt Wang, interjected, "The boys are simply immature. Do you not understand that either? Children require nurturing. If you provide them with more money, they will naturally regard you as their father. Do not deceive yourself into thinking that donning a suit makes you a person of dignity. If you were to bestow upon me a storage ring as a betrothal gift, and subsequently grant each of our 2 children one, would you not alleviate your concerns regarding your old age? The children would also be there to support their mother. With such a stubborn temperament, should you remain childless, who would then provide for your twilight years? In the absence of companionship in old age, who would care for you in your final moments?" Zhang Yong'an scoffed. Truly a remarkable display of ignorance. This is precisely why he had initially instructed Li Jianhao to expel these individuals. He simply could not bear to hear their incessant barking. Nevertheless, Zhang Yong'an dismissed them entirely, perceiving them merely as bothersome flies. At that moment, several youthful figures surged through the doorway of the principal's office. It was Bai Xiaowei, Lu Yunhu, and others, along with Chu Zihong from the corridor. While still reeling from the audacity of the woman's outlandish remarks, the children had already rushed forward to defend the principal, who claimed the principal had no offspring to support him in his old age. Lu Yunhu, usually silent, now erupted in a furious roar, his face flushed with indignation, akin to a small beast, as he stepped forward and swiftly slapped the 2 ill-mannered children. This startled Zhang Yong'an. Simultaneously, Lu Yunhu spread his arms protectively in front of Zhang Yong'an, asserting his defense. "I will handle this." Bai Xiaowei approached Zhang Yong'an, her previously gentle gaze now imbued with unwavering determination. Her voice, soft yet resolute, left no room for dissent. "I shall stand with you, not merely in matters of old age, but even on the battlefield against foreign foes, should they seek to harm the principal. They would have to step over my corpse first. To die in battle would be no regret." Within the principal's office, the young figures stood steadfastly beside Zhang Yong'an. He was taken aback, yet his countenance softened, losing its earlier chill. Chu Zihong caught up, witnessing the scene unfold. The surrounding teachers realized that Zhang Yong'an's previous investments in these students had indeed borne fruit. They were cultivating warriors ready to fight to the death. Each child exuded a vigorous spirit, instilling both awe and trepidation. Zhang Yong'an stepped forward to assuage the students. Aunt Wang and the woman were equally startled by the student's boldness, perplexed by the unfolding events. What was happening? Zhang Yong'an regarded the individuals before him, unreservedly revealing the terrifying aura of his formidable power and the palpable bloodlust emanating from him. It washed over the four like a tidal wave, plunging them into an icy abyss, their eyes fixated in fear upon the menacing figure of Zhang Yong'an. The might and murderous intent of a sixth-tier expert were not something ordinary individuals could easily withstand. Begone, should you dare return. I shall send your 2 sons to the battlefield to feed the beasts. Zhang Yong'an's words were laced with an undeniable authority. The four were psychologically shattered by his imposing presence, their previous aggression dissolved. They yearned to flee the scene immediately. Li Jianhao exchanged a knowing glance with Chu Zihong. And without further ado, they seized the individuals and escorted them outside, as effortlessly as one might carry a chick. The commotion swiftly subsided. Zhang Yong'an was simply disgusted, astonished that they had dared to follow him to the school. However, this did not dampen Zhang Yong'an's spirits. After Chu Zihong departed, he took the liberty of closing the door to the principal's office as well. Zhang Yong'an nodded in satisfaction, appreciating Chu Zihong's thoughtfulness. Once the door was shut, he summoned a few students over. Please, make yourselves comfortable. His gentle voice swiftly calmed the students' anxious hearts. Bai Xiaowei and Lu Yunhu, who had just found the courage to speak moments ago, now appeared much more docile, standing respectfully before Zhang Yong'an. He gestured for them to take a seat on the nearby sofa, and they slowly approached, gingerly sitting down, barely touching the cushions, each maintaining a proper posture. Zhang Yong'an smiled. Among the freshmen, these individuals were among the most gifted. He had reviewed their names and could easily recognize them. Reflecting on this, a glimmer of light flashed from the storage ring in his hand, revealing a platter of pig spirit fruits, approximately 20 in total. He then placed the tray beside the bashful Bai Xiaowei, who, perhaps flustered by the earlier conversation, quickly stood up and accepted the tray with both hands. Thank you, Principal. The students were unaware of what these fruits were, but Zhang Yong'an paid no mind. They could each take a share, much like peanuts, peeling the shells to consume the contents. He intended to wait for Principal Chu to arrive. Without awaiting the students' response, Zhang Yong'an returned to his desk to organize the data he had just collected. Those few troublesome individuals had completely derailed his earlier thoughts, and he needed to tidy things up. Bai Xiaowei and the others glanced at the fruits on their tray, then at Zhang Yong'an, who was diligently working at his desk. Confirming that they had no immediate business with him, Bai Xiaowei began to distribute the fruits. As they had only just begun their studies and had yet to learn about the exotic spirit plants, they could not identify this particular fruit. However, since it was presented by the principal, it must be something valuable. Bai Xiaowei allocated 4 fruits to each person, leaving her with precisely 4 as well. She observed the fruit in her hand, a flicker of astonishment gleaming in her eyes. The shell was hard, suggesting they should consume the insides, especially since the principal had likened it to peanuts. With a slight exertion of her fingers, the shell cracked open, releasing a wave of fresh and potent medicinal aroma. Soon, the others began to crush their shells as well. Once the delightful fragrance wafted through the air, they realized the fruit was likely quite precious. The principal would never deceive them. Thus, without hesitation, they swallowed the fruit whole. Zhang Yong'an caught a whiff of the pig spirit fruit's fragrance. It bore the scent of a minor exquisite spirit plant. Having consumed 2 or 3 dozen of these fruits, he could distinctly feel a change in his own aptitude. His innate qualities and capacity to absorb vital energy had improved by approximately 10 to 12%, which was substantial. Regrettably, further consumption would yield diminishing returns. As the crowd consumed the offering, initially, there was no extraordinary sensation, only a pure essence of medicinal power, which, however, did not directly enhance their cultivation. It appeared to be a common nut from a foreign race, something that should not be of great value to the principal, or else he would not have distributed it. Soon, they commenced their enthusiastic feasting. Before long, Chu Zihong returned to the principal's office. Enter, Zhang Yong'an said softly, lowering his gaze. At that moment, Chu Zihong, his face beaming with a smile, stepped inside, eager to report his findings. However, upon turning, he caught sight of several students, his neck stretching in astonishment, his pupils widening in disbelief at the sight before him. He hurried over, his footsteps somewhat disordered. The students, taken aback, rose to their feet, fearing they had caused some trouble. As Chu Zihong approached, he squatted down to pick up the shells scattered on the floor. The students looked on, perplexed. After a careful examination, Chu Zihong stood, clutching the shell, and once he confirmed he was not mistaken, he disregarded the student's curious glances and turned to the principal. Principal, this is a pig spirit fruit. Zhang Yong'an did not lift his gaze, merely responding with a nonchalant mem, seemingly dismissive as if it were merely a peanut shell. This fruit was valued at 10,000 per piece in the marketplace, with some being priceless. He intended to question why such a treasure was given to students, clearly considering it a waste. Suddenly, Bai Xiaowei, unable to hold on to her tray, let it slip from her grasp, causing it to crash to the ground with a resonant clatter. Yet, the students were not overly concerned with the tray. Their minds were preoccupied with the realization that they had just consumed 40,000 worth of fruit in a brief moment. Previously, they hesitated to spend on 4 large buns for a meal. Chu Zihong, dissatisfied, remarked, "You are all martial artists yet cannot even hold onto a simple object?" Only then did Zhang Yong'an raise his head to regard them, saying, "What a fuss. There is plenty to go around. There is no shortage for you." He then organized the documents in his hands and beckoned Chu Zihong closer. "Let us discuss the matter at hand." Chu Zihong straightened, attentive. Zhang Yong'an lifted his gaze and handed the files to Chu Zihong, stating calmly, "I wish to purchase the school." Startled, Chu Zihong's hand trembled, causing the entire set of documents to tumble to the ground. Zhang Yong'an merely cast a cursory glance, commenting, "Martial artists, yet cannot even hold on to something?" Internally, Chu Zihong mused, "Those are my words." In the principal's office, upon hearing Zhang Yong'an's declaration, Chu Zihong's lips twitched slightly. The remark echoed familiar. Behind him, Bai Xiaowei clutched her tray, stifling a giggle, as if the principal were standing up for her. Of course, it was merely a jest. Regaining his composure, Chu Zihong bent down to retrieve the materials, skimming through the titles as he gathered them. It then became evident that the documents were meticulously detailed, clearly indicating that Zhang Yong'an was indeed serious about acquiring the school, rather than mere empty words, reflecting on past circumstances. Whenever Zhang Yong'an made a statement, it was not a matter for discussion, but rather an announcement. Indeed, at this moment, Zhang Yong'an was formally notifying Chu Zihong of his intention to purchase the school. At such a time, there was no room for trivial concerns about pig spirit fruits. With a serious gaze directed at Zhang Yong'an, Chu Zihong could only respond, "Very well. Principal, I shall defer to your judgment." He added, "By the way, I have already arranged for those exceptional students to board Teacher Qin Zhan's vehicle. I specifically advised Teacher Qin to minimize braking and accelerate more, and to keep the car in neutral and rev the engine vigorously, even if an accident were to occur. A warrior would hardly sustain any injury." Observing Zhang Yong'an nodding in satisfaction, Chu Zihong finally breathed a sigh of relief. However, he lowered his voice to ask, "Principal, the funds required for purchasing the school are not a trivial matter, and this institution cannot generate profits. In fact, Zhang Yong'an is practically subsidizing it. Even in the cultivation of elite warriors, such an investment is unprecedented. We are a public institution, primarily enrolling the descendants of fallen martial warriors, and their tuition fees are almost entirely waived. If we were to convert to a private institution, what would the tuition fees amount to?" As Chu Zihong spoke, he increasingly felt it unnecessary to elaborate. The tuition for several hundred students was insignificant. The pig spirit fruits consumed earlier by these few students were worth more than their entire tuition combined. Leaning back in his chair, Zhang Yong'an replied, "The tuition fees will ultimately be at my discretion. How does a complete waiver sound?" Chu Zihong's lips twitched, offering a resigned smile. This is akin to philanthropy. Yet, he soon adopted a serious demeanor, standing upright, his expression devoid of the usual diplomacy expected of a vice principal, and with a hint of military solemnity, he inquired, "Principal, I have always been perplexed by your selflessness. You could easily utilize these resources for yourself without entirely bestowing them upon the school and its students. What is your true motive? Or rather, what do you truly aim to achieve?" Zhang Yong'an straightened his posture and responded gravely, "For the stability of the family and the nation, for the preservation of our homeland. Is that reason not sufficient?" Chu Zihong, standing rigidly, rendered a precise military salute and affirmed, "It is more than sufficient." That very afternoon, Zhang Yong'an proceeded directly to the education department of the Magic City. Gazing at the imposing structure of the education department situated in the city center, and then at the mountainous landscape surrounding the martial arts academy, he felt as though he had just emerged from the countryside. Even children from rural backgrounds can one day soar to great heights. Without hesitation, Zhang Yong'an entered the gates of the Magic City Education Department. He retrieved his phone to briefly check for bank notifications. Prior to this, during his lunch break, he had sold 10,000 medium-grade blood crystals at the Magic City Federal Exchange. Fortunately, this affluent city could accommodate such a substantial transaction. In other cities, it would be impossible to absorb so many medium-grade blood crystals in such a short time. There was no chaos at the Magic City Exchange, as masters often came to sell their goods. Even the remains of high-grade demon beasts had been accepted there. The Federal Exchange does not inquire about the provenance of goods from buyers, as anyone in the foreign continent may have experienced fortuitous encounters. If the goods were indeed illicitly obtained, one would not dare to sell them so openly at the Federal Exchange. After all, it is a billion-dollar enterprise, and the Shanghai Exchange takes it seriously. Thus, Zhang Yong'an has reaped rewards swiftly. Presently, a cool 10 billion lies dormant in his account. This should suffice. It is only by holding the reins of this institution that one can ensure its stability. It would be unfortunate if, after painstakingly establishing a school, it were to be usurped by outsiders. Zhang Yong'an took a deep breath and entered the grand edifice of the Shanghai Education Department. As one of the most prosperous regions in Huaguo, Shanghai boasts an educational quality in martial arts universities that ranks just below that of the capital, Kyoto. Not to mention, Zhang Yong'an's Shanhua Martial Arts College languishes at the very bottom of the national rankings, a rather dismal state of affairs. However, this may work to his advantage, as acquiring such an institution could prove relatively straightforward. After conveying his intent to purchase a school to the reception staff, he was met with astonishment. The staff member scanned Zhang Yong'an incredulously, seemingly unable to fathom that anyone would willingly take over a college ranked last. Nevertheless, this matter required escalation through the appropriate channels. Although Shanhua Martial Arts College stood at the bottom of the rankings, it remained an institution of higher learning. Once it was confirmed that Zhang Yong'an was not jesting, the staff proceeded to report up the hierarchy. Zhang Yong'an waited in the lobby for over 10 minutes until the staff returned to escort him to meet a person of significance. Along the way, the staff member remarked politely that the department places great importance on this matter and hopes that he will approach it with due seriousness. Zhang Yong'an nodded, offering no further commentary. At the office of the Minister of Education, the staff member led him to the door and knocked. Soon, a deep voice resonated from within, bidding him to enter. Zhang Yong'an pushed the door open and stepped inside, closing it behind him. Within the office, two individuals were smoking cigars, appraising him. Zhang Yong'an courteously greeted the man seated at the desk. Minister. The man, referred to as the minister, nodded slightly and gestured towards the other individual, introducing him as Shi Haojia, the leader of the Shanghai Martial Artists Alliance. Zhang Yong'an similarly acknowledged Shi Haojia. Greetings, Alliance leader. These two men were prominent figures in Shanghai, both esteemed practitioners of their craft. It seemed fortuitous that they were conversing just as Zhang Yong'an arrived. Minister Su Biao extinguished his cigar, regarding Zhang Yong'an with keen interest. He had Zhang Yong'an's dossier at hand. I recall you. I handled your employment paperwork last month. After merely half a month, you wish to acquire a school? As one of his subordinate principals, Zhang Yong'an was indeed familiar to him. Zhang Yong'an understood that this was merely a customary inquiry. Unlike the transactions of buying a car or a house, where the source of one's funds is seldom questioned, acquiring a school entailed a different level of scrutiny, particularly since it was a public institution. The complexities involved were considerable. Zhang Yong'an responded with a simple acknowledgement, not intending to elaborate further. Su Biao smiled broadly and turned to Zhang Yong'an, remarking, "This is quite intriguing. Let us address the matter at hand." The Shanghai Martial Arts Academy is included in the list of public institutions transitioning to private entities, with strong support from the Ministry of Education of Huaguo. Upon hearing this, Zhang Yong'an let out a sigh of relief. This was indeed the best outcome. Su Biao fixed his gaze on Zhang Yong'an and continued, "We have a proposal here. I can offer you 1 billion for the entire institution, encompassing the land and the buildings." The figure of 1 billion was not exorbitant and fell well within Zhang Yong'an's acceptable range. Su Biao then stood up, letting out a resigned sigh. The Shanghai Martial Arts Academy ranks at the bottom. This is not due to the lack of resources allocated by the Education Department of Modu. After all, Modu boasts over 100 martial arts academies, and the resources are limited, primarily funneled to Modu Martial University. Furthermore, the Federation emphasizes the cultivation of talent, prioritizing the few exceptional individuals over an abundance of mediocrity. At this juncture, Shi Haojia, the leader of the Modu Martial Artists Alliance, could not help but interject. After years of grappling with the front line, you must understand this principle: quality over quantity in martial artists. Zhang Yong'an nodded in agreement. He comprehended this well. A handful of high-tier warriors could decisively influence the outcome of a battle, while ordinary martial artists merely followed the tide. Only those of exceptional caliber could shoulder the weight of the martial arts community, not mere numbers. I can accept that, Zhang Yong'an replied succinctly, prompting Su Biao and Shi Haojia to exchange glances, though they refrained from inquiring about the source of the funds for the academy's purchase. Su Biao resumed his seat at the desk, his gaze sweeping over Zhang Yong'an. Since the price is agreeable, I have a few additional stipulations to discuss. Firstly, regarding the students. Shanha Martial Arts Academy offers preferential treatment, such as reduced scores, tuition waivers, and priority enrollment for the descendants of deceased martial artists. Even as it transitions to a private institution, you must retain this policy and allocate 20 of student slots for these individuals. Without a moment's hesitation, Zhang Yong'an responded, I will allocate 90 of the student slots for their enrollment. This declaration momentarily astonished the two high-tier warriors. Shi Haojia, unable to contain his curiosity, asked, but will this be profitable? The transition from public to private is primarily aimed at generating profit. Why engage in an endeavor that yields no returns? Zhang Yong'an offered no explanation, simply stating, I have my own plans. Su Biao, regaining his composure, regarded Zhang Yong'an with a hint of admiration and proceeded, secondly, concerning the teachers. They are tenured faculty, and should your school transition to private status, they would need to be reassigned. Of course, you may hire your own instructors, as the existing teachers do not possess adequate qualifications. Su Biao anticipated that Zhang Yong'an would readily agree to the reassignment of the teachers. To his surprise, Zhang Yong'an responded directly, if I wish to retain them, would I need to terminate their tenure? Their salaries would be dispersed by my institution. Su Biao nodded, acknowledging, that is indeed the case. Ultimately, all future expenses of the school will be entirely at your discretion and that of the board of directors behind your funding. Zhang Yong'an did not press further, simply affirming, understood. Subsequently, there were several matters that required meticulous discussion. As the transition from a public institution to a private one indeed involved some intricate procedures. However, with substantial financial resources, these complexities became trivial. Thus, an entire afternoon was devoted to finalizing a multitude of specifics, including whether the school would undergo a name change, student recruitment, and allocations from the Ministry of Education. Among other significant issues, Zhang Yong'an felt that, in essence, there was little transformation. The institution had merely shifted from public to private ownership, and any concerns regarding the impact on students' future employment were entirely unwarranted, as long as he affixed his seal and remitted the payment. The Shanhua Martial Arts Academy would solely belong to him. Due to the transition to a private establishment, the support from the Ministry of Education would diminish, although it had never been substantial to begin with. In the future, matters such as tuition fees, scholarships, miscellaneous fees, and financial aid for impoverished students would all rely on Zhang Yong'an's own planning. That evening, Su Biao presented a contract before Zhang Yong'an. The Ministry of Education processed such matters with remarkable efficiency. The contract had already been drafted. All that was required was a signature and payment, and the institution would be his. Zhang Yong'an briefly scrutinized the contract laid before him. Among the over 4,000 martial arts universities in Huaguo, a significant portion were private. The rationale was simple. Traditional martial arts schools were scarcely visible on the streets, and with a bit of investment, private martial arts studios could easily elevate to the status of private universities. However, being private meant certain limitations. Among the multitude of private universities, the most prestigious could not even secure a position within the top 100 nationally. The reality remained that public institutions retained the lion's share of prestige. The contract presented no issues. The school spanned an area of 1,800 acres, and fortunately, it was situated in a remote suburb. Otherwise, the price could have easily doubled. Nevertheless, even at double the cost, Zhang Yong'an was resolute in acquiring the institution. The opportunity to enhance his strength outweighed all other considerations. For money was merely a transient entity. Without hesitation, he inscribed his signature, and once the transfer to the Shanghai Ministry of Education was completed, Zhang Yong'an found himself expending a staggering 1 billion. The money came swiftly and departed just as rapidly, leaving him with the sensation of living in a dream. After a cursory review of the signed documents, Su Biao nodded in satisfaction and extended his hand to Zhang Yong'an. Congratulations, you are now the rightful owner of a school. As martial artists, there was no need for grandiloquent speeches. Although the institution had transitioned from public to private, the Ministry of Education retained certain regulatory powers over private universities, and one should not act recklessly in their administration. The final remark felt more like a cautionary note, implying that he should be prudent in financial dealings, especially given the exorbitant tuition fees prevalent in private institutions. In truth, the school had undergone no significant transformation. It had merely passed into his hands. However, such admonishments held little relevance for Zhang Yong'an. Su Biao concluded with a final reminder. Should the overall strength of the institution improve, it could apply for elevation to an undergraduate college status, extending the student curriculum from 3 years to 4. The next application evaluation would occur around June of the following year, and he advised Zhang Yong'an to examine the specifics closely. These matters are not urgent for the time being. However, they are already part of Zhang Yong'an's grand design. After expressing gratitude with the provided materials, he took the initiative to invite Su Biao to dinner as a token of appreciation. Yet, Su Biao waved his hand in refusal, reiterating, "A martial artist does not indulge in frivolities. Let us dispense with pleasantries. You may leave now." With those words, Zhang Yong'an did not linger any longer and took his leave, contract in hand. As he stepped outside the gates of the Ministry of Education in the magical metropolis, night had already fallen. Yet, all of this was worthwhile. Zhang Yong'an gazed at the contract in his hands and exhaled a sigh of relief. At last, this school is truly mine. I can finally unleash my ambitions to construct a vibrant campus. Not dwelling on sentiment, he promptly sent a message to Chu Zihong, retrieved his car from the storage ring, and set off towards the Shanhua Martial Arts Academy in the suburbs. At the Shanhua Martial Arts Academy, in the indoor auditorium, all 26 faculty members were present. Before nightfall, Chu Zihong had gathered them for a meeting. However, they had yet to eat, and the gathering felt more like a waiting game than an actual meeting. "Why must we convene in the auditorium?" Zhang Luna inquired, seeking clarity on Chu Zihong's intentions. He simply replied, "It is the principal's directive." Just then, his phone vibrated, prompting him to check the message swiftly. "Chu Zihong, what are you grinning at while holding your phone? The principal is absent again. Is he secretly opening a star gate behind our backs? Didn't he just return?" Zhang Luna crossed her arms and questioned with a stern tone, blurring the lines between authority and camaraderie. Chu Zihong then stated earnestly, "Everyone, focus. The principal is about to return. A significant announcement awaits." The assembly was taken aback, unsure of the magnitude of this impending news. Regrettably, Chu Zihong remained tight-lipped, leaving them in a state of anxious anticipation. Soon, half an hour later, a vehicle pulled up beside the auditorium, instantly capturing everyone's attention. The teachers stationed by the window fell silent upon seeing Zhang Yong'an exit the car, prompting all to settle into their seats in the front rows of the auditorium. The principal has returned. The atmosphere shifted to one of hushed reverence as they awaited Zhang Yong'an's arrival. Unbeknownst to them, their hearts were already brimming with respect for him, akin to soldiers awaiting their commander. With a firm push, Zhang Yong'an opened the door and, noticing everyone had gathered, he strode in purposefully. Prior to his visit to the Ministry of Education, he had held a brief meeting with Chu Zihong to discuss the fundamental aspects of the school's acquisition. Zhang Yong'an had already rehearsed responses to Su Biao's inquiries, having practiced a simple simulation with Chu Zihong beforehand. Thus, when he took the stage, he was eloquent and poised, having prepared himself mentally for the occasion. Chu Zihong understood that Zhang Yong'an's acquisition of the school was no jest, and thus he was exceedingly cooperative. After all, his martial prowess had been restored thanks to Zhang Yong'an. If Zhang Yong'an had the means to purchase the magical metropolis, Chu Zihong would willingly stand behind him in support. They anticipated that there would be some changes concerning the school teachers, thus gathering them in advance. Observing the solemnity among the assembled, Zhang Yong'an stood upon the spacious stage of the auditorium, forgoing any superfluous words. He simply stated, "Today, I have acquired this school. It is transitioning from public to private status. I am the legal representative, and all authority now resides with me." This announcement sent ripples of astonishment through the crowd. Could the acquisition of a school be as effortless as purchasing a bottle of water? Zhang Yong'an did not afford them the opportunity to voice their thoughts. This was not a discussion, but a declaration. The school was appraised at 6.1 billion. With this shift from public to private, Your teaching positions will be reassigned by the education department of the metropolis to other institutions. Upon hearing this, the teachers were thrown into a state of panic. Zhang Luna cast a fierce glance at Chu Zihong, realizing he had withheld this information. Qin Zhan, though slow to process, quickly articulated, "Are we being dismissed?" The atmosphere grew tense. The teachers had developed deep emotional ties to the school and were loath to leave. Zhang Yong'an remained impassive, reiterating that the matter at hand was indeed this. Teaching positions, a veritable iron rice bowl, could yield up to 5 million by the time of retirement. Thus, the path before them required their own discernment. Observing the complex expressions on the faces of many teachers, Zhang Yong'an stepped back, extended his hand, and smiled, addressing the assembly. "And the path I offer you is this." At that moment, he snapped his fingers. Instantly, a terrifying aura flooded the auditorium, accompanied by a palpable scent of blood. Above them, a fearsome dragon-like figure emerged, even more formidable and colossal than the last time they had witnessed such a being. Zhang Yong'an leapt into the air, landing atop the head of the 7th-grade dragon. Fortunately, the auditorium stage was spacious enough to accommodate this creature. Chu Zihong finally understood why Zhang Yong'an had insisted on moving the meeting from the conference room to the grand auditorium. There was indeed a surprise in store. This was a high-grade 7th-grade dragon, and its golden dragon marrow could heal the hidden injuries of all the teachers present and restore their martial foundations. Zhang Yong'an's words resonated deeply within the minds of those teachers who had not regained their martial prowess. While 5 million could typically purchase resources to restore their martial foundations, the reality was never so straightforward. Resources capable of such restoration were not easily accessible to ordinary martial artists. Thus, Zhang Yong'an's initial offer was more than sufficient to claim half of their lives. Like the other teachers, Chu Zihong stood in astonishment, unable to fathom that a high-grade dragon stood before them. Even more incredulous was the notion that Zhang Yong'an intended to utilize the golden dragon marrow, leaving them the lesser and broken remnants. Even if he were to use these dragon essences to invite the injured martial warriors of the 5th and 6th ranks, those individuals would have no hesitation in remaining. As for any additional treatment, it is entirely unnecessary. For these martial warriors, the mere restoration of their martial foundations would be akin to a rebirth, and they would not hesitate to regard him as a father figure. However, Zhang Yong'an had not finished his words. After restoring your martial foundations, each person's annual salary would not be less than 1 million. There are 2 paths. One path leads to leaving with your teacher's position, while the other allows you to stay here. Remaining in the school as a teacher effectively means signing a permanent faculty position. Should you leave the school, that position would lose its significance. Yet as long as the school stands, so shall you. This offers a remarkable degree of stability. Moreover, the prospect of an annual salary of 1 million is trivial. As long as their martial foundations can be restored, they would have no complaints working tirelessly until retirement. Consequently, the expressions of the teachers transformed from initial confusion to astonishment, and eventually to unbridled joy. It was akin to riding a roller coaster, making their hearts race. The majestic aura emitted by the high-grade dragon was a constant reminder, deeply resonating within their souls, affirming that this was all indeed real. Without a doubt, and with no hint of uncertainty, the multitude of teachers readily agreed to remain at the school. However, there was no rush regarding the transfer of positions. It could not be accomplished in just a few days. Once all was settled, Zhang Yong'an nodded in satisfaction. After receiving the teachers' responses, he dismissed them and continued discussing the details of the school's transition to a privately run institution with Chu Zihong. They were engaged until the depths of the night, at which point Zhang Yong'an allowed Chu Zihong to depart, resting for a moment on the sofa in his office. Golden characters flashed before him. Daily vitality settlement. The words transformed into a surge of power that filled his body, and he felt a delightful uplift in strength from this formidable energy. Having stepped into the 6th rank, he had traversed just over half the journey from the early to mid stages. Nevertheless, this was quite rapid. A vibration emanated from the storage ring on his finger, instantly banishing any weariness from his face. He promptly glanced at the storage ring in his hand. The 7th rank dragon storage ring no longer exuded its malevolent aura, allowing him to investigate the treasures within. The high-grade dragon storage ring trembled slightly. Its quality seemed notably elevated. Zhang Yong'an conducted a brief examination before swiftly probing into the storage ring. In an instant, the contents of the ring revealed themselves before his eyes. Such an expansive space. Zhang Yong'an was astounded by the vastness of this storage ring. Its capacity rivaled the combined total of the other 4 rings, truly befitting a high-grade demonic beast-s storage device. Having never encountered high-grade demonic beasts before, he was unaware of their immense wealth. Now, just by observing the size of this storage ring, he understood. The storage ring of the pigman leader was rather unimpressive, yet it could be handed over to Chu Zihong for use, as the school required storage rings for transporting various items of inferior quality. Zhang Yong'an would directly donate to the school, simplifying matters. With a larger storage ring, he could also better organize items for the foreign tribes. Subsequently, he began to explore the contents within. Regardless of what lay inside, the value of this storage ring alone was substantial. Zhang Yong'an swiftly scanned the items, and the first thing that caught his eye was a mound of blood crystals. There were over 10,000 low-grade blood crystals, around 500 of medium-grade, and 3 of high-grade. It was indeed a meager collection. In truth, it was not so poor. After all, Zhang Yong'an had just unearthed a blood crystal mine and become wealthy overnight. Otherwise, even these few high-grade blood crystals would have been enough to elate him. One must understand that the price of high-grade blood crystals could reach millions, making them exceedingly precious. Even high-grade demonic beasts possess only a handful. Yet, Zhang Yong'an had 100 of them in his storage ring, which constituted his wealth and was absolutely untouchable except in critical situations. Previously, he had excavated 90% of the medium-grade blood crystals from the vein, and after selling 10,000, he was left with only about 1,000. The remaining blood crystals exceeded even the stock of high-grade demonic beasts. A flicker of disappointment crossed Zhang Yong'an's eyes, yet he remained unfazed. These were assets, after all. And why not seize the opportunity? In addition to the blood crystals, there were several precious spiritual plants and exotic medicinal pills. The exotic races possessed the means to refine pills, and their finished products exhibited superior efficacy. A cursory glance revealed that these spiritual plants and pills were beneficial for both medium and high-grade practitioners. There were several varieties of exquisite spiritual plants that rivaled the pig's spirit fruit, and they could significantly enhance the strength of low-grade warriors. The dragon blood fruit and even dragon blood vines were present. The sap of the dragon blood vine was even more potent than that of the dragon blood fruit, capable of greatly augmenting a warrior's vitality. Ice spirit moss and bone-corroding grass were also among the treasures. Such abundance spared him the need to purchase medicinal treasures. The medicinal supplies within this ring, alongside those in the pig leader's ring, would suffice for quite some time. Of course, while Zhang Yong'an himself might not utilize them, they could be employed for his students. In doing so, his own strength would be enhanced more swiftly. Investing in his students would ultimately yield returns for himself. Both the school teachers and the Minister of Education in the Demon City viewed Zhang Yong'an's endeavors as philanthropic. Little did they know, this was the most expedient method to elevate one's own power. Alongside enhancing his strength, nurturing students also served as a means of giving back to them. In summary, Zhang Yong'an and his students complemented each other. Furthermore, these students possessed commendable character, making them worthy of his investment. After meticulously inventorying the contents of the ring, Zhang Yong'an finally allowed himself a brief nap on the sofa. He had been exceedingly busy during this period. He slept soundly. Meanwhile, the teachers were unable to find rest. Were it anyone else, they too would struggle to sleep. At this moment, they were engaged in fervent discussions in their privately formed chat group, without Zhang Yong'an. Chu Zihong was the group leader. He glanced at the official faculty group for the campus, which was devoid of messages, with everyone hiding in the smaller group to converse. Xinjiang, why do we create a private group? We are not like those students who need to fear the teachers. We are the teachers. Zhang Luna, I fear the principal. Li Jianhao +1. Chu Zihong looked at the messages on his phone and couldn't help but cover his face. This school undoubtedly has some issues. The principal climbs over the wall to escape the campus like a student, and these teachers are terrified of their superiors. Even casual conversations mimic the school days, as they hide from teachers to form small groups. Zhang Luna, Xinjiang, if you don't speak, no one will consider you a fool. Li Jianhao +1. Returning to the main topic, grade director Zhang Liang remarked, ever since the principal arrived, I feel as though I've been living in a dream for the past month. I never imagined there would come a day when I could restore my martial arts foundation. Frankly, those days when my martial arts foundation was destroyed were unbearable. Even if the principal does not grant us an annual salary of $1 million, I would still follow him. My steel blade has finally resurfaced. The speaker is the only one among the 3 directors who has not restored his martial arts foundation in the first batch. The reason is simple. Zhang Yong'an suffered the most severe injuries among all the teachers, which is why he teaches courses in foreign languages. Any teacher with even a modicum of combat ability teaches practical training classes. As he spoke, he tagged Qin Zhan in the group chat. Teacher Qin, have you avenged yourself against those pests from this morning? Xu Zihong stared at the phone screen, eagerly awaiting Qin Zhan's reply. Qin Zhan, the road was too bumpy while I was driving, and they wanted to get out, but I wouldn't let them. Then they started throwing a tantrum. I slapped a few of them back, and then took them to the Public Security Bureau for assaulting a retired disabled military warrior. They were detained right away. Xu Zihong's mouth twitched. Qin Zhan's wit was truly sharp. Zhang Luna, 666. Li Jianhao, +1. Soon, the group returned to normal, as most teachers lay awake, believing that everything occurring before their eyes was merely a dream. The ability to restore their martial arts foundation had finally transformed from a dream into reality. As for their attitude towards the principal, they had transitioned from disbelief to the point where if the principal claimed the sun would rise at night, they would believe him. Equally restless was the student dormitory. Bai Xiaowei sat on her bed, cultivating her vitality. To her astonishment, she realized that the pig spirit fruit she consumed during the day was having an effect. After leaving the principal's office, she immediately researched the pig spirit fruit and was amazed to discover it could alter a person's innate talent, enhancing their capacity for absorbing and refining vital energy. It was a rare treasure, yet they were using it so casually. She had already received too many favors from the principal. Thus, her earlier statement was certainly not mere words. Death would hold no regrets. However, at that moment, she sensed the power of vitality within her rapidly transforming. A breakthrough was imminent. She had been stuck at the late stage of the first rank for quite some time, and the pig spirit fruit had given her the final push. Without further thought, she quickly began to absorb the surging vitality. Half an hour later, Bai Xiaowei opened her eyes in astonishment. I have reached the pinnacle of the first rank. The following day, Zhang Yong'an compiled all the pig spirit fruits at his disposal. The total amounted to 1,500. Although it appears to be a considerable amount, dividing it among individuals yields only 2 pieces each, which suffices. The items retrieved yesterday were merely trifles. 2 pieces per person should be adequate. Any surplus can be allocated to students with unique physical constitutions. Once the teachers have restored their martial foundations, they too may partake, thus enhancing their journey along the martial path. Resources are plentiful at present, and there is no immediate necessity to descend through the Stargate. It is prudent to focus on gradual development for the time being. Zhang Yong'an has not spent much time in the principal's office, as he is often out and about. Upon opening the teachers' group chat, he furrowed his brow. Do these educators seldom converse? The work group is filled solely with professional matters. Is it possible they do not check their phones regularly? Dismissing such trivialities, he promptly sent a message. All teachers are to come to the principal's office before class to collect supplies. Soon, a flurry of responses flooded in. Zhang Yong'an raised an eyebrow. Their replies were indeed swift, indicating they were not neglecting their mobile devices. Without overthinking, he retrieved 1,200 spirit pig fruits from his storage ring and neatly stacked them in cardboard boxes. Before long, the teachers began to arrive one after another. Although Xu Zihong had mentally prepared himself, the sight of such an abundance of spirit pig fruits compelled him to gaze longer. Zhang Luna was similarly astonished. Principal, what is this? Zhang Yong'an, seated on the sofa, sipped tea, an exquisite spirit tea retrieved from a 7th-grade dragon storage ring. He replied nonchalantly, I eradicated a tribe of pigmen and happened to obtain some spoils. By the way, instruct the students not to consume the dragon tiger meat today. Let us change the menu to bear meat of the 6th grade. We shall prepare a large pot on the playground. It will be ready by noon. Let the students have some spirit pig fruits to tide them over. The principal's office fell into an eerie silence. What does it mean to merely have some spirit pig fruits to tide them over? Each fruit is worth 10,000. Observing the teachers standing dumbfounded, Zhang Yong'an coldly commanded, execute the order. The assembled faculty straightened their postures and responded in unison, yes. They were eager to avoid displeasing Zhang Yong'an, fearing his discontent with their hesitation. Soon, the teachers returned to their respective classrooms, each managing one class, although the curriculum was extensive. Typically, a class was taught by 5 or 6 instructors simultaneously, covering practical subjects such as foreign languages, exotic resources, martial arts training, and survival skills in alien environments. However, the opportunities for recent graduates to apply their knowledge were scarce. Without becoming martial artists, they could not access the Star Gate. And even those who achieved the first rank in martial arts often found themselves relegated to the role of cannon fodder on the battlefield. The student cafeteria was sparsely populated, as the daily offerings of beast blood and flesh sufficiently satisfied their hunger. At this moment, Lu Yunhu had just arrived in the classroom, and several of his dorm mates nearby were engaged in conversation. He spoke little, yet listened intently to his companions, knowing he was somewhat reserved. His friends occasionally redirected the conversation towards him, successfully coaxing him to speak up from time to time. However, the roommates observed that Lu Yunhu only spoke more when the topic of discussion involved the principal. The days of feasting on demon beast meat were truly delightful. My vitality surged at a pace surpassing that of my peers from undergraduate studies. One might wonder what would happen once the demon beast meat was consumed. Should we expect the principal to venture into the alien battlefield to hunt more? Lu Yunhu interjected, "No, that would be far too perilous. The principal has already been exceedingly kind to us. We cannot put him in danger for our sake, even in the absence of demon beast meat." This sentiment resonated with the others, as they nodded in agreement, affirming the inherent risks. Even if we run out, we can still relish large steamed buns. We shan't suffer from hunger. Did you see how dapper the principal looked in his suit? He resembled a suave character straight out of a foreign film, utterly impressive. At that moment, the conversation among the group became animated, and Lu Yunhu seemed to blossom into a more cheerful individual. He was fortunate to have encountered the benevolent Zhang Yong'an and a circle of amiable roommates. The two precious fruits, each valued at 20,000, that he had consumed yesterday were a gift from the principal. Upon recounting this to his grandmother, she exclaimed in delight, believing their ancestral grave was blessed. Just then, the figure of Li Jianhao appeared at the classroom door, causing an immediate hush among the students, each sitting up straight. Though Li Jianhao might appear meek before Zhang Yong'an, he commanded a different presence among the students, known for his strict demeanor. He placed a box of pig spirit fruits on the table, his serious gaze sweeping over the assembly. Satisfied with their focused attention, he nodded approvingly. Lu Yunhu and his companions, seated towards the back, refrained from whispering. Aware that Li Jianhao's hearing was somewhat impaired, speaking softly from a distance would elude his ears. Naturally, they would never engage in hushed conversations in his presence. Look, the box containing the demon beast meat has shrunk. Could it truly be that there is little left? Perhaps, given our large numbers consuming it daily. Indeed, while they expressed indifference, none could deny their desire for continued consumption of demon beast meat, given its energizing properties. Yet, Lu Yunhu detected a familiar scent wafting through the air. It was the pig spirit fruit, valued at 10,000 each. As expected, Li Jianhao had not overheard their muted banter. He spoke to himself, "The principal has decided to offer you a change of flavor today." He lifted a fruit to display before them. Pig spirit fruit, 10,000 apiece. Even wealth cannot procure it. Each student would receive 2. After announcing this, Li Jianhao took a step back, momentarily taken aback by the multitude of eager, shining eyes fixed upon him. "What are you all staring at? Cease those gazes. Your instructor is deaf. I do not wish to be blinded by your fervor." He continued, "First, enjoy these to satisfy your hunger, and at noon, we shall feast on 6th-grade demon beast meat in the playground. Damn it, I've never tasted such a plethora of delicacies. All of it has fallen into the hands of you little rascals." As his words echoed, a wave of cheers erupted within the classroom. The same fervor resonated through the upper and lower floors, as if a festival were underway. Even from a considerable distance away, the principal's office could hear the resounding chants of "Long live the principal." Zhang Yong'an had grown numb to such displays. This was precisely the path towards cultivating warriors to the death. On the playground, several large cauldrons had been set up, filled with the boiling flesh of mystical beasts. The flavor of bear meat was beyond compare, and the teachers assisting Zhang Yong'an in stewing the meat caught a whiff of its rich aroma. The bear demon-esque carcass was quite substantial, far too much for a single meal, allowing for gradual consumption in the days to come. Zhang Yong'an stood by, occasionally tossing in some nourishing herbs, of which there was still an abundance. Thus, he was generous in his additions. Chu Zihong glanced at the herbs being tossed in. They were all low-grade medicinal plants, well suited for the students, and also beneficial for digesting the beast meat. He had a premonition that after indulging in this feast, the student's strength would surely see a slight enhancement, especially with the addition of the pig spirit fruit. After tossing in the herbs, Zhang Yong'an produced the bear gallbladder, causing Chu Zihang's eyelids to twitch. This item was exceedingly precious. One could say that the entirety of the bear demon's flesh and blood was worth less than this single gallbladder, enough to purchase a house in the Magic City. Unable to restrain himself, Chu Zihang spoke. Principal, this seems rather extravagant. Moreover, the students cannot absorb such potent medicinal effects. You would benefit from this far more, as it would surely enhance your own strength significantly. Zhang Yong'an casually chopped it into numerous small pieces and tossed them into a pot. I have no use for it. This is for the teachers to consume. They need to replenish their waning vitality. Most of them are severely depleted. If they do not nourish themselves, even the golden dragon marrow would not suffice to restore their energy. The teachers responsible for the cooking cast grateful glances his way, tears shimmering in their eyes, conveying unspoken sentiments. Chu Zihang opened his mouth, but refrained from saying much more. He and the other teachers understood that claiming it was of no use was a falsehood. The gallbladder was immensely valuable. Thus, they all felt a wave of bittersweet emotion. In truth, Zhang Yong'an truly had no need for it. The power boost from the gallbladder was limited. It held little significance for him compared to the daily replenishment of vitality. He then instructed Chu Zihang, this afternoon, I need to attend to the corpse of the flood dragon. The matter of restoring the martial foundations of the teachers can wait until tomorrow, perfectly aligning with the weekend. Chu Zihang nodded. I will ensure the message is conveyed. They have been waiting for quite some time. An additional day or two will not make a difference. Zhang Yong'an nodded in acknowledgement, saying nothing further. Though he spoke so, who would not desire to swiftly resume their martial journey? Standing by, his sixth-tier strength made handling the corpses of those mystical beasts a trivial task. Some of the medium-grade beast meats can be entrusted to the processing factory outside. However, it is preferable to handle the remains of this high-grade dragon personally. He turned his gaze towards a vast expanse of open land on the campus. Upon entering the school, Zhang Yong'an had already familiarized himself with the layout. Although the area spans 1,800 acres, only a few hundred acres are practically usable. The remaining land consists either of vacant lots or small groves. Now that the school is entirely under his ownership, the construction of the campus should be prioritized. Ideally, by the end of the year, all available space should be utilized. The first step would be to establish a large cold storage facility, including an underground cold room where future beast carcasses can be preserved. Zhang Yong'an's former martial arts university had an underground basement occupying a significant portion of the campus. This extensive basement was quite suitable for storing various items. Although the previous teaching and administrative buildings of the school were reasonably constructed, public institutions primarily focus on practicality, leaving little regard for comfort. To develop the school, nearly a complete overhaul would be necessary. However, there is no rush for this undertaking. Zhang Yong'an has already begun contemplating the campus's development. The school's facilities are severely lacking. They do not possess essential amenities such as a gravity training room or a blood and qi cultivation chamber, which are commonplace at the Martial Arts University of Magic City. Soon, Zhang Yong'an glanced at the time. It was precisely noon. Principal, the meat is ready, he stated. Nodding, he added, let the students come for their meal. Subsequently, Chu Zihang sent a message to the teachers, instructing them to lead the students over. Typically, in most universities, students might have only 1 or 2 classes a day, often leaving them with ample free time. However, the Shanhua Martial Arts Academy operates under a military-style management system. Except for weekends, the students' schedules are fully packed. There are 2 major classes in the morning and 2 in the afternoon, each lasting 2 hours, with a 20-minute break in between. Classes commence at 8 in the morning and conclude at 6 in the evening. In reality, there is still considerable free time. Yet, even during their leisure hours, including weekends, the students immerse themselves in their training. The school does not impose any pressure. It can only be said that these students are diligent, living up to Zhang Yong'an's investment. Soon, the students began to arrive in an orderly fashion. After consuming the spirit pig fruit, its effects typically manifest several hours later. The enhancement to their aptitude is modest, thus requiring time for gradual realization. Such low-grade aptitude-enhancing spirit pig fruits are not particularly expensive. Only those that significantly elevate one's abilities command a higher price. Nevertheless, even the spirit pig fruit is not readily available for those with wealth. A multitude of students stood in line, their eyes fixated on the large pots in the playground, their throats swallowing hard. The bear meat emanated an enticing aroma, enhanced by a generous amount of herbs. making it all the more delectable. Zhang Yong'an observed these students, who had transformed significantly since their first encounter. At that time, each of them lacked even the slightest trace of blood and qi energy. At this moment, every breath exhaled contained a hint of vitality, clearly a testament to the rigorous replenishment undertaken. However, this was of little concern. True strength is cultivated through the accumulation of resources. Zhang Yong'an wasted no time, gesturing grandly, "Let us eat." The students erupted in cheers, each one becoming a fervent admirer of Zhang Yong'an. Soon, the crowd began to receive their portions of meat. Lu Zilong, the president of the student council, along with several council members, took charge of maintaining order. Lu Zilong shouted, "Let the freshmen and sophomores eat first. We, the juniors, will give way to our younger peers." The atmosphere was jubilant and lively, with everyone eagerly devouring the bear meat. Having ascended to the rank of elite martial artists, their capacity for consuming the flesh of magical beasts had notably increased, no longer limited to mere morsels as before. Zhang Yong'an held a certain admiration for Lu Zilong, acknowledging his commendable performance as student council president. "Principal, you should be the first to partake," Chu Zihong suggested, referring to the pot of meat simmering with bear gall. Nodding in agreement, Zhang Yong'an swiftly approached the pot, while Lu Zilong continued to uphold the order. Suddenly, his phone vibrated multiple times in his pocket. Puzzled, he answered the call, only to discover it was his grandfather. After just a few words, Lu Zilong's expression darkened considerably. Once he hung up, he promptly organized others to assist in managing the queue, frantically searching for his teacher amidst the crowd, needing assigned leave. He soon spotted several teachers gathered around Zhang Yong'an, engaging in lively conversation, the principal appearing quite cheerful. Regaining his composure, he forced a strained smile to avoid disrupting the pleasant dining atmosphere and squeezed his way through the crowd, where his instructor, Zhang Liang, was situated at the periphery of the group of teachers. The revelry continued as Chu Zihong, beaming with joy, addressed the assembly. "This pot of meat contains the gall of a 6th-grade bear demon. The benefits speak for themselves. Even if I were sold, it wouldn't cover the cost of this feast. Consuming this meat today will nourish our bodies, restoring our martial foundations by tomorrow. We will feast on the essence of golden dragon marrow." The teachers understood the value of the pot of meat. Seeing Zhang Yong'an's beaming smile, they recognized that excessive expressions of gratitude would be futile. They simply voiced their thanks. "Thank you, Principal." Some female teachers playfully remarked, "If it comes to that, I might offer myself in gratitude. I wouldn't be at a loss." Xinjiang, speaking without a filter, quickly retorted, "That won't do. The principal would be the one at a disadvantage." Laughter erupted among the group, creating a delightful atmosphere. Chu Zihong continued, "All right, it's time to eat." Turning to Zhang Yong'an, he added, "Principal, as the saying goes, to taste first is to receive blessings. This pot of meat symbolizes our transition from a public to a private institution at Shanha Martial Arts Academy, and our future will only improve. Please, take the first bite. Blessings shall follow." The crowd cheered enthusiastically. Zhang Yong'an, not one to be impolite, accepted the chopsticks handed to him by Chu Zihong. He was the first to pick up a piece of bear meat and savor it. The exquisite flavor ignited his taste buds. He quickly beckoned the other teachers to join in. Once Zhang Yong'an took the initiative to eat, the others followed suit, eagerly grabbing their bowls and chopsticks to serve themselves, creating a scene of vibrant merriment. Lu Zilong approached his instructor, Zhang Liang, who glanced at him, perplexed by the sudden interaction. Lu Zilong succinctly provided a reason for his leave of absence, and Zhang Liang, without hesitation, retrieved a note from his pocket. Coincidentally, the following 2 days were holidays. "Just come back on Monday," he instructed. After gratefully accepting the note, Lu Zilong hurried away. Zhang Liang, engrossed in the lively atmosphere surrounding the graduation celebrations, failed to notice the subtle unease on Lu Zilong's face. He quickly immersed himself once more in the cheerful camaraderie of his colleagues during the meal. Despite suffering severe damage to his martial arts foundation, the essence of a warrior still resided within him, allowing him to partake in the hearty feast without issue. Holding a bowl brimming with invigorating bear meat, Zhang Liang felt a surge of hope for the future. Meanwhile, as Lu Zilong prepared to leave, a member of the freshman student council approached, cradling a takeout box. "President, the seniors mentioned you had to leave early, so I packed some meat for you. I even added extra herbs, though I'm not sure what they are. The principal cooked them, so they should be edible," he said. Touched by the gesture, Lu Zilong graciously accepted the box. expressing his gratitude before hastily returning to the student dormitory. He changed out of his black martial arts uniform into casual attire, stowed away his accumulated money and the takeout box into his backpack, and inhaled deeply. The meat exuded an enticing aroma even through the container. He then set off toward the campus exit. At the gate, a supervising teacher recognized him. "What's this? Switch to casual wear? Do you have something to attend to?" Typically, students don the black martial arts uniform while on campus, changing to casual clothes only when leaving. Lu Zilong presented his leave note, stating, "Teacher, I'm requesting permission to leave." The supervising teacher glanced at the note, unconcerned, and opened the gate, advising, "There are no cars available now. See if you can catch a ride up ahead." The Shanha Martial Arts Academy was rather remote, with only a few public buses operating between the city and countryside, primarily for their affordability. Without waiting for the bus, Lu Zilong would have to resort to a taxi, which was rather expensive. He acknowledged the teacher and stood on the expansive road, momentarily lost in thought. After a brief contemplation, he took off running toward the distance. The supervising teacher observed him with a sigh, noting, "This child is determined to save money by running." He resolved to mention this to the principal, suggesting that perhaps students could engage in part-time work to earn some money, especially since they were martial artists. Lu Zilong, being a peak first-grade martial artist, had made considerable progress in his training recently, inching closer to the second-grade level. Thus, when he ran with all his might, he was surprisingly swift, though it did tire him easily. Before long, he had covered several miles. Just then, a vehicle belonging to a villager from a nearby hamlet passed by. Noticing Lu Zilong's desperate sprint, the driver stopped. "Hey, do you want a ride?" "No charge," he offered, clearly a kind-hearted soul. Lu Zilong initially hesitated to take a ride, but after some contemplation, he decided it would be prudent to arrive early. "I appreciate your assistance, and rest assured, I will cover the fare." The driver, an amiable older gentleman, nodded in agreement without hesitation. Once aboard, Lu Zilong disclosed their destination. "Sir, to the third hospital in Magic City." Upon hearing the destination, the driver wasted no time and accelerated swiftly, far surpassing the usual pace. They soon arrived at the hospital, and Lu Zilong quickly ascended to the 6th floor to locate his grandparents. Through their earlier phone conversation, he was already aware of his grandmother's condition. Upon entering the ward, he found his grandmother asleep on the bed and approached to check on his grandfather. Both elders were in their 70s, and upon seeing Lu Zilong, his grandfather remarked with a hint of resignation, "Your grandmother is not in any immediate danger. She suffers from severe dementia, compounded by mental health issues, and keeps insisting that she can see your parents." Lu Zilong gazed silently at his grandmother, fully aware that financial resources would soon be necessary for ongoing treatment. "Focus on your studies. I will find a way to manage the expenses," he reassured them. However, he pondered the limited savings the elderly couple could muster. Lu Zilong was still a student, and the costs associated with martial training were exorbitant. He couldn't realistically expect to generate income at this stage. The compensation from his parents' sacrifice had long been depleted, and he estimated that they currently had only 20 to 30,000 left, likely to be exhausted during the hospital stay. Without savings, he needed to devise a plan to earn money. At least they were alive, albeit with some cognitive decline. The severity of the situation relayed over the phone did not fully convey the depth of Lu Zilong's concern for his grandmother, which was reflected in his pale complexion. He spent the entire afternoon by her side. As night fell, inspiration struck him regarding a quick way to earn money, by traversing the Star Gate. Just like the principal, each journey through the Star Gate could yield substantial financial gain, making it one of the quickest avenues for martial artists to amass wealth. In that moment, he recalled the beast meat stored in his backpack. The flesh of a 6th-grade bear demon was rich in vital energy. Lu Zilong's eyes sparkled with resolve. "I currently stand at the pinnacle of the 1st rank, just one step away from the 2nd rank. This portion of meat possesses energy far superior to that of blood essence pills. Consuming it might allow me to break through to the 2nd rank. Then, I would approach the Star Gate with confidence. For ordinary individuals, demon beast flesh would be toxic and indigestible. Therefore, even if Lu Zilong wished to share this precious resource with his grandparents, it would be futile." His grandfather, having only glanced at the meat, had heard Lu Zilong speak of school matters before. With gratitude, he said, "Your principal truly cares for you all. It seems you have chosen the right school." Lu Zilong nodded, acknowledging the weight of his grandfather's words as he consumed the bear meat, imbued with vitality. "Indeed, the principal is a good person, though sometimes stern. His intentions are always for our benefit. His grandfather continued, "Our Lu family values gratitude and reciprocity. You must heed your principal's words in the future." Lu Zilong nodded in agreement, continuing to refine the medicinal properties within his body. It must be said that the medicinal properties of this beast's flesh are indeed extraordinary. Even someone at the pinnacle of the first tier finds it challenging to completely digest. What is this? My goodness, an abundance of top-tier spiritual herb, blood transformation grass. So much of it. Lu Zilong gazed at the considerable amount of boiled herbs at the bottom of his bowl. As a third-year student who had studied spiritual botany, he immediately recognized the identity of this herb. Just one blood transformation grass is worth several hundred coins, and he had plenty in his bowl. He recalled the freshman who had given him a boxed meal, who had mentioned that he had scooped up a fair amount of herbs into the bowl. Lu Zilong had initially paid it no mind, but he was astonished by its efficacy now. Lu Zilong swiftly consumed the blood transformation grass, and the terrifying forces of vitality within him were instantly pacified, transforming into a gentle power that could be better absorbed by his body. It had a rapid effect on his absorption of vitality, making it perfectly suitable for him. Initially, he thought the vitality within the beast's flesh was somewhat wasteful if not entirely consumed, but now he realized that the principal had been well prepared. Thus, he sat in the hospital corridor, commencing his solitary cultivation. He felt the surging medicinal power within him gradually impacting his body, and he sensed that he was very close to reaching the second tier. Finally, as dawn broke, the medicinal power within him was completely refined, and his vitality surged dramatically. After a while, he finally opened his eyes. A glimmer of joy flashed in Lu Zilong's eyes as he felt the changes within. He was overjoyed. I have reached the second tier. Once, this level seemed distant to him, but now, under the principal's resourceful guidance, his strength had ascended directly to the second tier. Logically speaking, it is not particularly unusual for a third-year student to attain this level. It is merely considered excellent. After all, in some prestigious universities, third-year students are generally around the second tier. Lu Zilong had merely caught up with his peers. The main issue had been the scarcity of resources in the past. However, despite the limited resources, he had never neglected to diligently refine his body day and night, which had laid a solid foundation. Now, with abundant resources, a rapid advancement in strength was to be expected. It was time to contemplate approaching the Stargate. Lu Zilong stood up. He had also consulted with the doctor. His grandmother was experiencing mental health issues, but fortunately, it was still in the initial stages. If medication continued, her mental condition could be stabilized, alleviating the symptoms. Of course, the annual treatment costs, aside from what is reimbursed, would still amount to approximately 40 to 50,000. That is still quite a sum. There exists a one-time solution, namely the spiritual cultivation resources for martial artists. These rare treasures for cultivating mental power have significant efficacy in recovering from mental illnesses. The results are almost immediate. However, such resources related to mental power cultivation are mostly utilized by high-tier practitioners. Not only are they exorbitantly priced, but for someone of his mere early second-tier strength to acquire them is akin to scaling the heavens. Therefore, he could only resort to ordinary medicine. Gritting his teeth, he resolved to purchase what he could afford. With a holiday approaching, he planned to visit the Stargate in hopes of good fortune. If he were lucky enough to encounter some precious herbs, he could also exchange them for money. To act decisively and become the president of the student council indeed requires a certain audacity. A brief search online revealed that the area surrounding the Stargate of Modu, within a radius of 1 to 200 miles, poses little danger. Even low-ranking martial artists can venture there for exploration. Thus, I resolved to test my luck near the Stargate. Although my school does not offer practical courses, my theoretical studies have been commendable, so I anticipated no issues. After making the necessary preparations, I informed my grandfather briefly that I needed to return to school to attend to some matters. He nodded in understanding, saying, "Since the school requires your presence, you should go. Having utilized so many of its resources, it is only right that you take it seriously. Your grandmother is fine. I will watch over her." Lu Zilong nodded earnestly, promising to visit them again the following day. Without further ado, he set off, booking a shared vehicle towards the Stargate. Upon arriving at the information entry station in the buffer zone, Lu Zilong felt a mixture of apprehension and determination as he registered his fingerprint and proceeded inside. After all, he was now considered a martial artist, and the staff in the regulatory area would naturally allow his entry. As he walked a distance, he was taken aback to find that the ferry service charged 200 yuan. Lu Zilong resolved not to squander his money and silently continued on foot towards the star gate. After a considerable while, he finally reached the service area. The bustling and blood-soaked atmosphere stirred a fervor within him. Just as he made up his mind to enter the star gate, he was halted at the fingerprint registration checkpoint. As previously mentioned, the buffer zone required information to be recorded at a gate, and entry to the star gate necessitated another round of registration. Only after both fingerprints were successfully verified could one pass through the celestial portal. Clearly, Lu Zilong found himself obstructed at this entry point. Stunned, he wondered why he had been able to enter the first gate, but was now denied access. The military personnel handling the information merely glanced at the display and coldly stated, "Student of the Shanhua Martial Arts Academy, are you unaware that even enrolled students, upon becoming martial artists, require school approval to access the star gate? Those students undertaking missions must be sanctioned by the school or accompanied by a teacher. Moreover, due to frequent skirmishes in the beast forest, student entry has been prohibited. What is your school thinking?" Lu Zilong genuinely had no knowledge of this, as it was not mentioned in the guide. The reason he could pass the first gate was that there were numerous service-oriented martial artists and personnel within the service area who did not need to go through the star gate, thus exempting them from this final checkpoint. Clearly, entry was now impossible, and any thoughts of proceeding had to be abandoned. Lu Zilong muttered softly, "Today is Saturday." The military personnel scoffed, "What a naive student you are. Stay here. I will call your school to have you taken back." Utterly reckless, with no sense of danger. Before Lu Zilong could intervene, the military personnel had already pressed the display screen to dial the school's legal representative. The name following the number was Zhang Yong'an. "What? All right, I will be there immediately." Zhang Yong'an ended the call and instructed Chu Zihong to keep an eye on the beast processing plant nearby. He then proceeded to meet Lu Zilong. At this moment, Zhang Yong'an was at the beast processing facility situated not far from the buffer zone outside the star town. He had originally planned to handle the corpses of the beasts and the dragon in the morning, allowing the instructors to restore their martial foundations in the afternoon. Unexpectedly, he received a call from the 649th Army, initially believing it was regarding some issues that needed resolution from his previous handover. To his astonishment, he was directly instructed to bring the students back. Chu Zihong nodded, still reeling from the shock. Who could have imagined that he would be summoned to this location early in the morning, only to be confronted with dozens of mid-tier beast corpses, which were to be processed by the facility? Any one of those beasts could have easily torn him apart, yet they now lay piled like a small mountain. This processing plant was specifically designed to handle beast corpses efficiently, conveniently located near the star town to facilitate martial artists emerging from the gate to dissect the remains. The mid-tier beasts would provide ample sustenance for the students for an extended period. Zhang Yong'an started his vehicle, accelerating towards the buffer zone with remarkable speed, covering the distance in no time. Just then, two military martial artists arrived, having brought Lu Zilong to the entrance of the buffer zone. Zhang Yong'an parked the car and stood at the gate, his expression impassive as he observed Lu Zilong being delivered. Aware that he had caused trouble for his principal, Lu Zilong lowered his head. Who could have anticipated that the military personnel would be so unreasonable, lacking any leeway, and directly contacting the principal? Zhang Yong'an approached the two military martial artists, expressing his gratitude. "I appreciate your assistance." One of the soldiers, surveying Zhang Yong'an from head to toe, exclaimed in surprise, "You are Captain Night Owl of the Night Owl team, aren't you? It is an honor to meet you. I have seen you in action during missions before. Your ability to contend with fourth-tier beasts at the pinnacle of third-tier strength is truly remarkable." Zhang Yong'an was taken aback that someone recognized him. The other military martial artist chimed in, "I remember now. You are this year's recipient of the First-Class Merit Award." He eagerly shook Zhang Yong'an's hand, thrilled to meet his idol. Lu Zilong stood awkwardly by, feeling increasingly embarrassed. After the pleasantries, the military martial artist continued. This student mentioned he was short on funds, which prompted him to sneak away through the Stargate. As you are aware, the situation with the alien factions at the Stargates has become chaotic again. Students entering such conditions are essentially walking to their doom. Upon further investigation, we discovered that this young man's parents were also our predecessors who sacrificed their lives. We will refrain from reporting this incident to the Education Department in Magic City. We trust you to handle it. Zhang Yong'an nodded appreciatively. Thank you for your understanding. Unauthorized students venturing through the Stargate, particularly amidst the tumult of interspecies warfare, reflects a significant lapse in the school's oversight, and the institution is indeed liable to criticism. However, if the incident goes unreported, it may escape consequence. As he watched the two military personnel depart, Zhang Yong'an turned his attention to Lu Zilong. Refraining from reproach, "Get in the car." Lu Zilong, with his head bowed, murmured, "I apologize, Principal, for causing trouble for the school." Zhang Yong'an placed a reassuring hand on his shoulder. "More than the trouble, I am concerned about your decision to traverse the Stargate. Your life is far more precious than any inconvenience. Get in." Lu Zilong raised his gaze, and upon seeing the absence of reprimand in Zhang Yong'an's eyes, tears welled up. Zhang Yong'an, disliking such hesitance, promptly entered the vehicle. Wiping his eyes, Lu Zilong followed suit. "You have reached the second rank." As Zhang Yong'an settled into the car, he sensed a shift in Lu Zilong's aura. Lu Zilong nodded. "Thanks to your bear demon meat, Principal, I just broke through to the second rank yesterday. I thought I might gain some strength, which is why I considered going through the Stargate." Zhang Yong'an focused on the road, driving steadily, and in a calm tone inquired, "Are you in need of money?" Lu Zilong felt no need to conceal anything from Zhang Yong'an and recounted the circumstances surrounding his financial struggles. Initially, Zhang Yong'an intended to take him to the beast processing factory, planning to return to the school after the demon carcasses were dealt with. However, upon hearing the reason behind Lu Zilong's financial woes, he swiftly altered course towards the magical metropolis. Lu Zilong remained silent, his gaze fixed downward, indifferent to the direction the car was taking. The atmosphere inside the vehicle was heavy with silence. When Lu Zilong finally raised his head, he noticed they appeared to be en route to the third hospital of the magical city. Before he could voice his thoughts, Zhang Yong'an's cool voice reached his ears. "I will take you directly to the hospital." Lu Zilong expressed his gratitude. "Thank you, Principal." Soon, they arrived at the hospital, where Zhang Yong'an stored the car in his spatial ring before accompanying Lu Zilong inside. Before long, they reached the ward, where Lu Zilong opened the door for Zhang Yong'an. The room was devoid of other patients, save for Lu Zilong's grandparents. Upon seeing Lu Zilong, his grandfather was about to speak, only to notice Zhang Yong'an following closely behind. Lu Zilong quickly stepped forward to introduce, "Grandfather, this is our principal." He refrained from mentioning that he had erred and was brought here by the principal. Zhang Yong'an courteously greeted Lu's grandfather. "Hello. I heard about Zilong at school and came to pay a visit." Lu Zilong's grandfather promptly invited him to sit, saying, "I've heard of you from along. You are exceedingly kind to your students. If there is ever a need, please let along assist you. If he misbehaves, feel free to discipline him. I won't utter a word." Lu Zilong's grandmother, sitting motionless on the bed, suddenly turned her neck upon seeing Zhang Yong'an. Quickly rising to her feet, she approached him and grasped the sleeve of his suit. Her face was gaunt, her eyes wide and gleaming with a murky light. "A Chong, you have returned from the battlefield. This time, do not leave again." Grandfather Lu hastily rose to his feet, stepping forward to intervene, apologetically stating, "Ah Chiang is my son. She has been rather confused. Please, Principal, do not take offense." Zhang Yong'an sighed deeply and extended his hand. Suddenly, a radiant light flashed, and a delicate jade plate materialized in his grasp. Upon this plate lay a layer of ice crystal-like moss. The moment it was revealed, those nearby were enveloped by a refreshing aura. At that instant, the door swung open once more, and the attending physician, accompanied by several others, entered the room to conduct their rounds. The attending physician scanned the assembled crowd before his gaze settled on the jade plate held by Zhang Yong'an. His expression filled with astonishment. "High-grade spiritual herb. Ice spirit moss. Ice spirit moss." The attending physician nearly leaped over several hospital beds with remarkable agility. Rushing to Zhang Yong'an's side, his eyes fixated on the jade tray. The interns behind him mirrored his awe, and even Lu Zilong recognized the precious item in Zhang Yong'an's possession. It was indeed the renowned medicinal herb chronicled in the high-grade spiritual plant section of the exotic spiritual plant course, Ice Spirit Moss. This herb was a high-grade spiritual plant utilized by esteemed masters to enhance their mental prowess. It was no wonder that the onlookers were astounded. Masters of such caliber were figures one typically only encountered on television. Those at this level of martial prowess were akin to deities, possessing the ability to fly. Moreover, the rarity and value of high-grade resources were substantial, with Zhang Yong'an's Ice Spirit Moss being a coveted treasure even among high-ranking practitioners. Among the myriad of herbs designed to enhance mental strength, the Ice Spirit Moss, owing to its unique ice attributes, could be considered a top-tier specimen. Of course, the quantity of Ice Spirit Moss in Zhang Yong'an's possession was limited. While insufficient to incite frenzy among high-grade practitioners, it remained a priceless commodity. After a prolonged moment, the attending physician averted his gaze, addressing the impeccably dressed owner of the tray. "Are you intending to use the ice spirit moss to treat this elderly lady? With all due respect, that seems rather wasteful. You could easily substitute it with other, less costly spiritual plants that yield similar effects. There are many affordable options available." His words implied that Zhang Yong'an's act of using ice spirit moss to aid Lu Zilong's grandmother was akin to using a cannon to swat a mosquito. No, more accurately, it was like employing a nuclear weapon against a mere insect. Zhang Yong'an merely cast a calm glance in his direction and replied, "There is no need." Lu Zilong and his grandfather were well aware of the herb's value and quickly stood to voice their objections. Lu Zilong was the first to speak. "No, principal. This is far too precious. We cannot possibly repay you for the resources we have utilized in our training. We cannot afford such a thing. Please, take it back for your own use. I will find another way to assist my grandmother." Grandfather Lu, standing resolutely beside him, insisted, "This is absolutely out of the question. Principal, there is no need to employ such a valuable item to treat my wife. Although I am not a martial artist, I am aware of the worth of martial resources. I previously asked a young man in the opposite ward to look into the data on high-grade spiritual medicines. This is simply beyond our means. My dear wife, a mere common remedy suffices. There is no necessity to utilize such precious ice crystal moss." Even the interns behind the attending physicians could not resist remarking that it is indeed somewhat extravagant. This substance is sold by the gram. Although its efficacy is remarkable, its cost is exorbitant. To save a frail old woman on the brink of death, such a valuable resource is unwarranted. There lies an unspoken truth among them. Even if one were to grant an elderly woman a few more years of lucidity, what value does that hold, knowing that in a decade or so, death shall inevitably claim her? If this precious resource were to be bestowed upon a formidable warrior, it could significantly enhance their combat prowess, which would be of immense significance to the Federation. After all, they are the living force resisting alien threats. Zhang Yong'an gently approached the side of Grandma Lu Zilong. Their gazes collided, and he spoke softly. Had Ah Chong and his wife not perished at the Star Gate in the Magic City, Lu Zilong would not have become an orphan, and I would not be here now. There is no question of waste or value in this act. What I do is merely fulfill my duty and obligation as a fellow soldier, honoring the sacrifice of my comrades. Even in the depths of her madness, Grandma Lu Zilong's sunken eyes began to glisten with moisture. As he spoke, he tore off a piece of ice crystal moss, no larger than a thumb, and gently placed it upon her wrinkled forehead. Subsequently, Zhang Yong'an gradually infused her with his vital energy. In the blink of an eye, the ice crystal moss seemed to dissolve, vanishing beneath her skin, leaving but a faint trace of moisture. Soon, even that dissipated entirely. The formerly murky pupils of Grandma Lu Zilong underwent a miraculous transformation, becoming clear and bright. She appeared momentarily frozen, her gaze softening, mirroring that of Zhang Yong'an. After a prolonged silence, she managed to utter two distinct words. "Thank you." The attending physician marveled, stating that such a small amount of ice crystal moss was sufficient for her recovery. It was evident without further examination that her mental acuity rivaled that of the youth. High-grade spiritual plants possess such extraordinary magic. Zhang Yong'an collected the tray, having utilized only a mere scrap of the ice crystal moss, which proved to be ample. "Lu Zilong, kneel," came the commanding voice of her grandfather. Without hesitation, Lu Zilong knelt beside Zhang Yong'an. Her grandfather continued, "Along, remember your principle. Remember the kindness shown today. Even if your current strength is lacking, and you possess little capability, should the principal ever command you to sacrifice yourself, you must not flinch or retreat. Do you understand? Bow your head." Without hesitation, Lu Zilong, her voice tinged with emotion, responded, "Understood." She prepared to prostrate herself before Zhang Yong'an, but before she could do so, his formidable vital energy enveloped her, raising her upright. Zhang Yong'an regarded her calmly, placing a hand on her shoulder. "Save that for the new year. I have matters to attend to. Remember, return to school on Monday. I expect to see you, the student council president, speaking at the flag-raising ceremony." With that, he bid farewell to Grandma and Grandpa Lu Zilong and departed with utmost decisiveness. Lu Zilong wished to offer his assistance, yet he was promptly commanded by Zhang Yong'an to refrain from doing so. Indeed, Zhang Yong'an's words carried more weight than a military order. Lu Zilong could only watch as Zhang Yong'an entered the elevator, disappearing around the corner. Everything was left unspoken. Zhang Yong'an displayed little emotional fluctuation. He was correct in asserting that there were indeed pressing matters to attend to. The martial foundations of the teachers still required mending. Chu Zihong had reported to Zhang Yong'an that, despite the teachers claiming to be unperturbed, each one was losing sleep over the matter. When Zhang Yong'an inquired how Chu Zihong knew that the teachers were sleepless, Chu Zihong awkwardly divulged the existence of a small work group they had formed. Zhang Yong'an merely smiled, dismissing it. The teacher's establishment of a private group was not born of fear of him, but rather from a deep-seated respect for Zhang Yong'an. Granting them some personal space was no issue. He did not delve deeper into the matter and drove straight back to the beast processing facility. Yesterday, he had intended to rent a professional dissection room to examine the 7th-grade dragon. However, such facilities required prior reservations, and without one, no rooms were available. Fortunately, there was an open dissection room available that afternoon. He needed to extract the golden dragon marrow, which would ultimately facilitate the restoration of the teacher's martial foundations. That afternoon, Zhang Yong'an toiled alone for the entirety of the day to properly process the high-grade dragon's corpse. Thankfully, his enhanced abilities made the meticulous dissection feasible. Otherwise, he would have struggled. The golden dragon marrow, essential for repairing the martial foundations of warriors, could only be found within a bone measuring more than a meter in length at the back of the skull. This substance was undoubtedly the most crucial and valuable material within the entire dragon's body. Naturally, the flesh and sinew of the high-grade dragon were also of considerable worth. This particular dragon was indeed remarkable. High-grade beasts are a rare sight. Thus, when utilizing the dissection room, Zhang Yong'an ensured that no other staff assisted with the cutting. Now, the golden dragon marrow lay quietly within his storage ring, the quantity extracted being rather substantial, even if used in half measures. It would suffice to restore the martial foundations of all the teachers. Zhang Yong'an was truly their savior. Lu Zilong's incident was merely a minor interlude for him. As night fell and the lights illuminated the surroundings, he finally drove Chu Zihong back to the school. At that moment, seated in the passenger seat, Chu Zihong unconsciously brushed his fingers over the storage ring on his hand. Although the ring had been rejected by Zhang Yong'an, it held immense value for Chu Zihong. In this era, what one wore on their wrist was not merely a watch, but rather the storage ring. This object represented a man's dignity, or more precisely, a warrior's pride. While wealth could procure luxury cars and prestigious timepieces, it could not buy a storage ring. Zhang Yong'an's rationale for gifting the ring to Chu Zihong was to allow him to manage its use independently whenever he was absent, as the expansive school offered numerous opportunities for its application. The efficacy of the storage ring is beyond dispute, serving as a portable repository that will undoubtedly facilitate matters for Zhang Yong'an in the future. Upon returning to the school gates, they were greeted by Zhang Luna, who, upon opening the duty room door, warmly acknowledged Zhang Yong'an and his companions. The principal, Zhang Yong'an, nodded in response. I presume the teachers are in the training room? Currently, those teachers who had successfully restored their martial foundations were tasked with overseeing the school's duties, while the others anxiously awaited Zhang Yong'an's return. Zhang Luna confirmed. They have all arrived. We are merely awaiting your presence, principal. Without further ado, Zhang Yong'an and his companion strode swiftly towards the classroom training room. Along the way, numerous students encountered them and politely offered their greetings, to which Zhang Yong'an warmly reciprocated. Although it was Saturday, the majority of students chose not to leave the campus. They were either eager to engage in further training to enhance their abilities or found the school's remote location and their limited finances more conducive to remaining on the premises. This was the routine they had adopted. Essential supplies were typically procured directly from the school supermarket, which offered reasonably priced goods. Any overpriced items had long been eliminated by the concerted efforts of the previous teachers. As Zhang Yong'an passed by the school supermarket, he glanced inside to find it stocked primarily with daily necessities, along with some snacks and beverages, all reasonably priced. However, most students merely cast a fleeting glance before withdrawing their covetous gazes. These students, being somewhat older children, were still in the phase of yearning for snacks. Zhang Yong'an harbored no objections to their indulgence in junk food. After all, life is meant to be experienced fully, and as martial artists, their bodies were resilient enough to withstand such treats. Yet, the truth remained that they lacked the funds to purchase snacks. Chu Zihong appeared to discern Zhang Yong'an's thoughts and remarked, since the school began providing meals, the students have saved quite a bit on food expenses. However, these children are prudent with their spending, saving up for their families, who often lack manpower, thus alleviating some of the financial burden at home. Just as Chu Zihong finished speaking, Zhang Yong'an overheard a distant student conversing with their family over the phone. Even from afar, his keen hearing, honed as a 6th-grade expert, allowed him to catch every word clearly. "Mom, please don't send me any money. Our principal treats us very well now. We don't have to pay for meals. And we're served monster meat at every meal. I heard the school is transitioning from public to private, and they aren't even charging tuition anymore. Is that true? You haven't fallen into a scam, have you?" The student's mother inquired. "Overall, I still have 400 or 500 yuan in my pocket. I usually just buy some essentials, and it should last me until the new year. Although Dad is no longer with us, please don't overexert yourself. If you can avoid work at the construction site, do so." Zhang Yong'an maintained a calm demeanor, discreetly ceasing his eavesdropping. Chu Zihong continued, "Principal, some teachers have reported that while students are not lacking in resources, they are indeed short on funds. They also dare not convert those resources into money, deeming it disrespectful to you. Therefore, might you consider arranging a few part-time opportunities or encouraging the students to engage in small businesses? Our school cafeteria and various ordinary positions could certainly be utilized for work-study activities." Zhang Yong'an shook his head, remarking that there are only a few positions available. "Do not worry, I have a plan for this matter. We shall discuss it further during the flag-raising ceremony on Monday." Chu Zihong, perplexed, chose to refrain from further comment upon hearing that Zhang Yong'an had devised a strategy. Soon, the two arrived at the teacher's training room. Glancing at the time, it was only 8 in the evening. Indeed, it was not late. Chu Zihong stepped forward to push open the door, allowing Zhang Yong'an to enter first. Without uttering a word, Zhang Yong'an walked straight in. Instantly, all the teachers in the training room turned their gazes toward them. Their expressions were complex, a mixture of hope, concern, and an eagerness for the arrival of new beginnings. The crowd rose to their feet, with Li Jianhao standing upright and declaring, "All present, salute." The multitude of teachers straightened their postures as if returning to the battlefield, their gazes resolute as they offered a military salute to Zhang Yong'an, holding it for an extended moment. At this juncture, silence spoke volumes. Chu Zihong averted his gaze, brushing away a tear from the corner of his eye. For a retired and disabled martial artist, the opportunity to regain the path of martial arts was extraordinarily rare. Clad in a black suit, Zhang Yong'an maintained a serious expression, returning the salute to the assembled teachers. After a brief moment, he stated, "Salute completed. Please be seated." These succinct words prompted all the teachers to lower their hands and swiftly take their seats. Zhang Yong'an did not keep them in suspense. He understood that even without the allure of the golden dragon's essence, these teachers would remain. With a grand gesture, dozens of exquisite crystal vials appeared before them. The golden dragon's essence within shimmering brilliantly under the glare of the ceiling lights. Yet, even with the immense temptation these vials offered, they all fixed their gazes upon Zhang Yong'an. He, in turn, looked at them and coldly declared, "What are you looking at? Do you feel unworthy? Nonsense. Such talk is merely the federal government's deception of ordinary martial artists. You are all exceptional martial artists, deserving and worthy of possessing it. Each person shall receive 2 vials, with adjustments made for any excess. Now partake." At that moment, every teacher in the training room held tightly to 2 small vials filled with the golden dragon's essence, seemingly in disbelief at the unfolding events. This was a high-grade resource. According to the federal regulations on martial artist resource prioritization, individuals of their lower rank seldom had the opportunity to access such high-grade resources. They were well aware of the value derived from the remains of high-grade serpentine dragons and the formidable nature of high-grade demonic beasts. These creatures could easily annihilate a 1,000-member elite troop led by a non-high-grade powerhouse. Although the Federation had provided them with stable employment, the intrinsic value of a solid foundation in martial arts far outweighed the security of their jobs. The Blue Star Federation possesses resources to restore the foundation of martial arts. And indeed, they do. However, they were once deemed unworthy of such treasures. Now, with the emergence of Zhang Yong'an, these invaluable high-quality resources have been bestowed upon them, accompanied by the affirmation that they are deserving. This declaration suffices. Li Jianhao gazed at the golden dragon marrow in his hands and addressed Zhang Yong'an. "Principal, from this day forth, you shall be my adoptive father." Zhang Yong'an's lips twitched. He did not desire such a monumental son. Subsequently, He downed a bottle in one go. He felt the surging power bubbling within his mouth, coursing down his throat with a fiery intensity that contorted his features in pain. Nonetheless, this was of little consequence. He could sense the medicinal essence rapidly absorbed by his bodily cells, transforming into the purest form of strength that gradually mended the internal injuries he harbored. The other teachers experienced similar sensations. Zhang Yong'an stood alongside Chu Zihong, safeguarding them. The restoration of their martial arts foundation would require considerable time, and they would also need to harness this newfound power to reclaim their previously lost realms. Thus, it would take a day or two. Whether this would interfere with their classes was another matter entirely. The foremost priority remained the restoration of their martial arts foundation. As the students grew stronger, the teachers' prowess must keep pace, ensuring the school's overall strength would elevate as well. The allocation of 2 bottles of golden dragon marrow per person was indeed appropriate. Even for Zhang Liang, whose martial arts foundation had suffered the most, 2 bottles sufficed. The others required approximately 1.5 bottles each. Even if some consumed a bit more, it would pose no detriment and would be beneficial to their cultivation. Fortunately, the teachers had previously consumed a pot of meat prepared by Zhang Yong'an, infused with bear gall and a plethora of mid-grade herbs. The strength derived from the flesh and blood of the demon beasts within them had yet to be fully expended, making it ideal for digesting the golden dragon marrow. The flesh of the 6th-grade bear demon, combined with Zhang Yong'an's carefully selected low-grade herbs, had significantly boosted the vitality of the students. Meanwhile, other schools were still reliant on unpalatable blood-boosting pills, while the students of the Shanhua Martial Arts Academy feasted upon sustenance far superior. Naturally, the pace at which the students' strengths escalated became increasingly rapid. Zhang Yong'an's own power was steadily advancing, and within a few days, he would reach the mid-stage of the 6th grade. At that point, ascending to the status of a high-grade master would merely be a matter of time. With this thought in mind, Zhang Yong'an felt a surge of excitement. Acquiring the corpse of a high-grade dragon was not a feat. Only by personally slaying one could one be deemed truly skilled. Observing the teachers gradually digesting the golden dragon marrow, he made his way to the window. It was best for him to remain here. Should any teachers encounter difficulties on their journey to restore their martial arts foundation, he would be able to assist. These teachers had consumed half of the golden dragon marrow, leaving the other half, which was indeed a scarce resource. Zhang Yong'an silently lamented that the golden dragon marrow from a single high-grade dragon could restore approximately 30 to 40 individuals. The number of those within the Blue Star Federation whose martial arts foundations had been compromised was alarmingly high. 100 high-quality dragon marrow is scarcely sufficient for the injured martial artists within the Magic City. It is precisely due to its rarity that the Federation allocates these resources, vital for restoring martial foundations, to individuals of paramount importance. It is not that the Federation neglects ordinary martial artists. Rather, they are constrained by their limited means. Zhang Yong'an can currently only attend to the teachers at the school, and he finds himself unable to extend his care further. Standing before the window, he gazes at the campus enveloped in the night. In a nearby open space, a figure diligently practices martial arts techniques. Bai Xiaowei, this ancestral martial art truly possesses a certain intrigue. Zhang Yong'an instantly recognizes the figure as Bai Xiaowei, distinguishable by her dual wielding of a sword and saber. The fierce combination of her weapons delivers powerful strikes, significantly enhancing her combat prowess. The school also offers some foundational techniques, all sanctioned by the Ministry of Education. The quality of these techniques is commendable, as the ministry is willing to provide resources that can be replicated infinitely. The primary obstacle to a martial artist's advancement is not the techniques themselves, but rather the resources for martial cultivation. Without resources, one's strength cannot ascend. Even the most proficient technique is rendered futile in the absence of vital energy. Bai Xiaowei is a talented seed buried beneath the weight of scarcity. Without Zhang Yong'an's intervention, she would lead a life of mediocrity. This is the unfortunate norm for many graduates of this institution. Unbeknownst to him, Zhang Yong'an had been watching for half an hour. During this time, Bai Xiaowei showed no signs of stopping. Her forehead was already glistening with sweat as she devoted herself to her practice, wasting not a moment. She truly is a promising prospect. The vitality emanating from her appears poised to break through to the 2nd tier. How little time has passed since she began her training. Apart from the abundant resources I have provided, her own relentless effort plays a crucial role. Within a month or two, she could very well reach the 2nd tier. No, perhaps even sooner. Zhang Yong'an continued to observe until nearly midnight, when she finally ceased her training and returned to her dormitory. He admired Bai Xiaowei's dedication, thinking to himself, indeed, she works hard. There are many other diligent students, though he simply has not seen them. The students are truly worthy of Zhang Yong'an's investment. He withdrew his gaze, his eyes shimmering with resolve as he recalled Chu Zihang's proposal, pondering. They must be given additional support. Daily vitality settlement, words flashed before him, transforming into golden specks that merged into his being. Sensing this potent force, Zhang Yong'an nodded in satisfaction. He is only a few steps away from the mid-stage of the 6th tier. A night has passed. The teachers have yet to cease their cultivation. But that will likely change soon. Chu Zihang, too, had remained awake alongside Zhang Yong'an throughout the night. However, Zhang Yong'an felt no fatigue. Noticing the low concentration of vital energy around him, he waved his hand, summoning a multitude of low-grade blood crystals that instantly filled the room. There were at least 4,000 to 5,000 of them, causing the vitality concentration in the entire training room to surge several-fold. Magnificent, simply magnificent. In an instant, Chu Zihang was wide awake. The day swiftly passed. The instructors in the training chamber gradually roused from their slumber, feeling the invigorating foundation of martial arts within them. Their vital energy and blood force reconstituting, akin to a rebirth. The golden dragon marrow further solidified their martial foundations, ensuring that their journey along the path of martial arts would only lead them further into the future. Simultaneously, they greedily absorbed the low-grade blood crystals surrounding them, benefiting from the substantial vital energy Zhang Yong'an had previously provided. At this moment, their strength was not merely restored but also steadily enhanced, evoking a sense of resurgence. Zhang Yong'an observed all this with satisfaction, nodding as the instructors began to regain their strength, approaching the final phase of their recovery. Afterward, he did not linger any longer, instructing Chu Zihang to look after the instructors before he exited through the door. As dusk descended, Zhang Yong'an let out a long sigh, then made his way toward the school gate, his destination unknown. Chu Zihang watched Zhang Yong'an's departing figure through the window, a look of helplessness on his face. Unsure of how to evaluate the principal, he was benevolent to the students, generous to the teachers, yet neglectful of his own well-being. All resources and funds were devoted to the school, leaving nothing for himself. So be it. If the principal did not care for himself, then the teachers and students would show him a little more kindness. One by one, the instructors awoke, feeling their martial foundations restore, and they were overwhelmed with joy. Some even moved to tears. Ah, I can finally hear again. Li Jianhao's laughter echoed, clearly a release of long-suppressed emotions, igniting the entire training chamber with delight. They sought the principal's presence, only to discover he had already departed. Instantly, the instructors grew restless. Li Jianhao stood up, inquiring, "Where did the principal go?" Chu Zihang, helplessly calming the teachers, urged them to sit down and stabilize their realms. The principal didn't wish to linger here for emotional farewells. He has matters to attend to. Oh, by the way, the custom suits and shoes you all pooled funds for, costing over 100,000, have been completed and will arrive shortly. You continue your training. I will fetch them soon. Upon hearing this, the crowd settled down a bit. Li Jianhao, relishing the long-awaited clarity of his senses, nodded. That's good. The suits won't cost much. We must ensure the principal accepts them. Nearby, Zhang Liang jested, "Come on, it's not much. You've worn those short sleeves bought with your meager savings for 3 to 5 years. Your pants are barely held together by threads. You're reluctant to replace them." Laughter erupted among the group. Li Jianhao maintained a serious demeanor, saying, "What's wrong? It doesn't matter if I don't dress well. What matters is the principal looks good in them." Jest aside, they quickly resumed focusing on stabilizing their realms, for that was of utmost importance. The following day, Monday, the flag-raising ceremony commenced as usual. All students donned black martial uniforms, standing quietly on the playground. The 600-strong formation stood resolute, exuding vitality and vigor. The teachers stood resolutely at the front of the line, embodying strict military discipline. Lu Zilong positioned himself before the student council and took a deep breath. Thanks to Zhang Yong'an's treatment, his grandmother had been safely discharged from the hospital the previous day. Initially, she could have left earlier. However, after extensive examinations confirmed her good health, the hospital finally approved her release. Had it not been for Zhang Yong'an, Lu Zilong would likely have had to drop out of school to work, uncertain of what to do otherwise. The crowd stood silently on the playground, awaiting the appearance of that man. Soon, Zhang Yong'an's figure emerged around the corner of the playground, accompanied by Chu Zihong and Zhang Luna. He had intended to arrive earlier, but just as he stepped out of the principal's office, he was pushed back by Chu Zihong and Zhang Luna. Subsequently, he was adorned in an even more exquisite and stylish suit, complemented by luxurious leather shoes. Zhang Luna also tidied his hairstyle, instantly elevating Zhang Yong'an's demeanor to that of a dashing gentleman. As a result, they were slightly delayed in their arrival. However, the students bore no complaints, nor did the teachers. Upon seeing Zhang Yong'an in his brand-new suit, they felt a happiness that surpassed their own attire. Zhang Yong'an was indifferent to the cost of the suit, whether it was a few dozen or several tens of thousands. In his heart, it represented the students' goodwill. These students, who often hesitated to spend even a few dollars on snacks, willingly pooled together thousands to buy him an expensive suit. The teachers, whose martial arts foundations were already compromised, had little left after their salaries supported their families and impoverished students. Even Zhang Luna and some female teachers had not treated themselves to new clothes in quite a while. Yet they managed to procure such an extravagant suit for him, warming Zhang Yong'an's heart. As Zhang Yong'an ascended the podium, he exchanged a glance with Lu Zilong, who was prepared to speak on behalf of the students, merely nodding in approval without further implication. Standing on the stage, Zhang Yong'an surveyed the teachers and students present, each filled with profound sentiment. Soon, the flag-raising commenced, and as the banner reached the top of the flagpole, Zhang Yong'an spoke with clarity. Today is a momentous occasion. It marks the inaugural flag-raising ceremony for the transition of Shanha Martial Arts Academy from a public to a private institution. I hope that many years hence, you will remember this day. I believe, and I urge all of you to believe, that Shanha Martial Arts Academy will only continue to flourish, and you too will grow ever stronger. If what Zhang Yong'an had previously stated seemed like mere lofty ambitions, now both students and teachers understood that his words were grounded in reality. This was not mere bluster. It was a narrative of the promising future that lay ahead. As his words resonated, he waved his hand grandly, and a glimmering light flashed from the storage ring in his grasp. Before him, a mountain of cash, worth millions of huaxia coins, piled up. Both students and teachers were taken aback, having never witnessed such an abundance of cash, leaving them bewildered as to Zhang Yong'an's intentions. Today, there is but one matter at hand, the distribution of funds. Among the 600 students, 200 third-year students have all transcended into martial artists. 180 second-year students have achieved the same, and 150 first-year students have also broken through to become martial artists. For those at the initial stage of the first rank, a scholarship of 20,000. Upon hearing this proclamation, the crowd was astounded. Behind him, Chu Zihong and Zhang Luna froze. They mused that they had merely provided a suit, not an imperial robe, and thus found the monetary reward excessive. Unfortunately, no one could thwart Zhang Yong'an's resolution. For those at the mid-stage of the first rank, 50,000. For those at the late stage, 80,000. For those at the pinnacle of the first rank, 100,000. For martial artists at the initial stage of the second rank, a scholarship of 200,000. Settlement shall occur monthly. Zhang Yong'an chuckled lightly. The notion of his students laboring for wages was utterly absurd. It was tantamount to obstructing their ascension and strength. Rather than that, it was far more prudent to distribute funds, which would invigorate the students' drive to enhance their capabilities. This would only serve to benefit Zhang Yong'an, with no detriment whatsoever. As for the money, it was mere trifles. 200,000. Zhang Yong'an's voice reverberated across the entire playground. At that moment, the students could scarcely believe their ears. The first to react was Li Jianhao. He slapped his ear, wondering if it had malfunctioned again. Despite his belief that it had healed, if his hearing was intact, then all of this must indeed be true. The mountain of huaxia coins was no illusion. As the students began to process this extraordinary news, they quickly calculated how much scholarship they might earn based on their current strength levels. However, they soon realized the truth. They had already utilized many of the principal's resources, and how could they possibly accept his money? No, we don't want it. None of us desire those funds. Were an outsider to overhear this, they would surely think the world had gone awry, refusing free money. Yet, this was indeed the case. Zhang Yong'an's voice rang out once more, silencing the crowd's protests. Execute the orders. Commence the distribution of funds. Without further ado, Zhang Yong'an tossed a list to Chu Zihong, instructing them to line up to receive their scholarships. Those who refused need not remain in the school. Hearing Zhang Yong'an's veiled threat, the students could no longer voice their objections. His words were not mere rhetoric. If he insisted they leave, they would indeed have to depart. There was no room for negotiation. Within this institution, no one could bargain with Zhang Yong'an. Reluctantly, Chu Zihong accepted the list. Due to time constraints, only the top 100 in strength rankings would take the stage to receive their scholarships, while the others would have their awards collected by their instructors and distributed uniformly upon returning to class. Now, let those whose names are called come forth to claim their rewards. Lu Zilong, initial stage of the second rank, scholarship of 200,000. Lu Zilong found it difficult to believe this was real. The money felt akin to a windfall from the heavens, particularly a veritable bounty. Nevertheless, as the president of the student council and a representative of the students, he naturally took on a leading role. Subsequently, without further hesitation, he approached Chu Zihong and Zhang Yong'an. Zhang Luna, meanwhile, rummaged through a pile of cash, producing 2 bundles and directly placing them into Lu Zilong's embrace. At that moment, on and off the stage, apart from Zhang Yong'an, everyone else felt numb. They were truly distributing money. Lu Zilong gazed at the weighty cash in his arms, having never encountered such a sum in his lifetime. "Thank you, teacher. Thank you, principal." Zhang Yong'an nodded slightly, stating, "Cultivate diligently. As your strength increases, wealth will follow. This applies to everyone." Lu Zilong nodded earnestly, clutching the cash as he made his way down the stage, feeling as though his feet barely touched the ground. Bai Xiaowei, peak of the first rank, scholarship of 100,000. Lu Yunhu, mid-level of the first rank, scholarship. Chu Zihong read the names rapidly, with no one dawdling. Anxious to avoid further reprimands from Zhang Yong'an, one by one, they ascended the stage empty-handed, only to descend clutching their newfound wealth. This sequence of events left an indelible impact on both students and teachers alike. Zhang Yong'an was correct. In years to come, this moment would be etched in their memories. They might forget other recollections, but they would undoubtedly remember Zhang Yong'an standing beside a mountain of cash on that elevated platform. Only a handful of teachers were moved to tears, acutely aware of the arduous journey that had led to this money. The Stargate had never been an entrance to a treasure trove, but rather a portal to hell. Countless souls had perished on its grounds. The teachers who sacrificed themselves within the school earned far too little, even risking their lives. After distributing the funds and observing the students disperse, Zhang Yong'an reclaimed the remaining cash into his storage ring. Following his exit from the training room yesterday, he had hastened to the Martial Artists Bank of Modu, withdrawing 30 million in cash. Now, he had barely utilized half of it. Money was merely a resource. It could be earned again. The true objective was to inspire the students to strive for greater strength, benefiting not only them but himself as well. Yet this was something he could not share with the teachers nearby. No one inquired how Zhang Yong'an had acquired such resources on the battlefield against foreign tribes. They understood that the principal was already weary and that such questions were unnecessary. Even if he were to respond, what could it matter? With their current strength, they could never repay such debts. Once the crowd had dispersed, Chu Zihong finally spoke. "Principal, is this your solution to the students' financial woes?" It was not difficult for him to deduce that today's events were related to the matter he had previously raised. His intention had merely been to encourage the students to work for their studies. Zhang Yong'an nodded. "Working part-time is a waste of time. This is sufficient, a one-time solution." Chu Zihong couldn't help but twitch at the corner of his mouth. Was one-time solution truly the appropriate phrase? The Modu Education Department awarded a mere 200,000 in scholarships to outstanding graduates of Modu Martial Arts University. That very afternoon, Zhang Yong'an summoned representatives from the Martial Artists Bank of Modu. Now, each student held a significant amount of cash, which was inherently unsafe. In this era, venturing outside rarely involves the use of cash. A mere smartphone suffices to navigate the world. Zhang Yong'an could effortlessly deposit the scholarship funds directly into each student's account, rendering the act of withdrawing and depositing somewhat superfluous. However, Zhang desires the palpable impact that cash brings. On a mobile device, one merely observes a series of cold, lifeless numbers, figures that lack the formidable presence of tangible currency. This is precisely Zhang Yong'an's intention. He wishes for the students to hold cash in their hands, instilling within them a sense of confidence. After all, Zhang Yong'an is a super user of the Wuxia Bank in the Magical City, and summoning a few staff members for a task is quite manageable. Meanwhile, the vehicles from the Wuxia Bank arrived at the entrance of the Shanhe Martial Arts Academy. Upon entering the campus, Chu Zihong and several teachers were responsible for welcoming the visitors. Inside the vehicle, Bank employees engaged in casual conversation. Manager, isn't it just about depositing scholarships for the students? Why are you here personally, accompanied by several mid-tier martial artists as bodyguards? How much can a scholarship even be? Most of the bank staff appeared youthful, evidently recent graduates seeking practical experience. The one responding was an older bank manager, who replied calmly, "It is different. The principal of this school is a super user of our bank, so it warrants our attention. We are merely following instructions, and coming here is required." Another bank employee glanced at the school's surroundings and scoffed. A martial arts college. How much scholarship can it actually offer? What purpose does attending a martial arts college serve? Will it lead to becoming a martial artist? These students are oblivious to their own capabilities, stubbornly choosing martial arts as their field of study. When I selected my subjects in high school, my vitality was not high. Naturally, I did not foolishly choose martial arts. Look at the classmates from back then. Those who attended martial arts colleges are now delivering takeout. Meanwhile, I chose the humanities in high school, gained admission to a prestigious university, and now I work at the Wuxia Bank with an annual salary of 150,000. I am far better off than they are. It remains true that choices outweigh all else. The others nodded in agreement, finding no fault with his statement. The older manager chuckled. Although we may not become martial artists, our lives are still quite satisfactory. However, such sentiments should remain within this vehicle. Do not utter them within the school. After all, the principal withdrew 30 million in cash from our bank yesterday, making him quite a significant figure. The young man speaking showed little concern, laughing. What of 30 million? We are here to collect scholarships. The principal cannot possibly allocate all his 30 million to students as scholarships. By the way, how much can the scholarships even be? Why not deposit them directly into their accounts? Why must we make this trip? It seems rather inconvenient. Suddenly, someone remarked, "Look at those two bone sculptures at the entrance. They are remarkably lifelike." Yet, the occupants of the vehicle paid little mind to this, for they were not martial artists and could not perceive the aura emanating from the bones of fierce beasts. Merely ornamental, they thought, and thus remained unconcerned. However, the two mid-tier martial artists accompanying the vehicle displayed expressions of astonishment. It appeared that the two formidable figures from the royal courts, the Azure Dragon and the White Tiger, were skeletal markings that suggested they had not departed this world long ago. It seemed that the individuals within this institution possessed considerable prowess. As they spoke, the vehicle came to a halt within the campus, and Chu Zihong approached with several teachers. The crowd opened the doors and disembarked. The two mid-tier martial artists from another vehicle also exited, tasked with safeguarding the bank. The bank manager exchanged a brief handshake with Chu Zihong, his murky eyes swiftly appraising him, as is customary when assessing a client's wealth. However, upon glancing at the teachers, he noted their attire, none exceeding 300 yuan, revealing them to be modestly paid educators. Yet, when he grasped Chu Zihong's hand, an extraordinary sensation emanated from it. He inadvertently cast a glance, his heart racing as he realized a storage ring. It appeared he had underestimated his counterpart, and a warm smile spread across his face. After a few pleasantries, they delved into the matter at hand. "Principal Chu, our personnel and equipment are all prepared. Shall we call forth the students? The sooner we conclude the transaction, the more at ease everyone will be." Chu Zihong nodded, instructing Zhang Luna beside him to notify all the teachers to bring their students forth. "Everyone, this way please." Chu Zihong led the numerous bank staff to the auditorium. Once the equipment was arranged, the students began to arrive. Several bank employees stood on the stage, their gazes fixed on the entrance where throngs of students gathered. Following Chu Zihong's directive, a teacher led a class of students into the hall, specifically the class led by Lu Zilong. The bank staff's expressions turned slightly indifferent upon realizing there were only 40 to 50 students. This seemed reasonable, as the number of scholarship recipients in a school is typically limited. However, they soon sensed something amiss. It had only been a month since the school year commenced. Why was a scholarship being awarded so soon? Perhaps it was for the previous semester, which would explain the situation. Having fewer students could expedite the process, allowing them to return and rest sooner. The bank manager, puzzled, noticed that the third-year students led by Lu Zilong were all carrying small bags, each clutching their bags protectively as if seeking reassurance. Zhang Yong'an shared the concern that the money might disrupt their training, hence the decision to deposit it into bank cards. The bank staff speculated that the money was likely contained within those small bags. However, they wondered how much could possibly be in such large bags. The bank employees exchanged knowing glances, their faces breaking into wry smiles, seemingly mocking the students for treating a few thousand yuan as treasures to be stowed away. They appeared naive and inexperienced. Yet, upon a casual glance, the two mid-tier martial artists standing behind noticed that all the students were first-tier martial artists, with one even being a second-tier martial artist. But soon they dismissed this revelation. After all, those eligible for scholarships were generally distinguished martial artists. It seemed that this martial arts college had only a handful of such practitioners, which was a typical occurrence. In a modest primary school with merely 600 students, one might ponder the number of prodigies it could harbor, unlike a typical martial arts academy, which boasts thousands of students. This institution seemed to be enveloped in an air of tranquility, despite the distant sound of footsteps echoing from the hall outside, which went largely unnoticed. The bank manager, wearing a warm smile, addressed the students. Please have your identification cards, bank cards, and scholarship materials ready, and queue up at these stations. Lu Zilong nodded and promptly approached one of the bank clerks. This individual was the same man who had boasted earlier in the vehicle. Yet he maintained a professional demeanor as he said, "Young scholar, please present your funds, along with your bank card and identification." Lu Zilong, still a mere child at heart, felt a rush of excitement as he clutched 200,000 yuan. Following the clerk's instructions, he placed his identification and card upon the table. The clerk took the card, entering the information into the computer, and casually glanced at Lu Zilong as he retrieved cash from his bag. With a decisive thud, 2 stacks of banknotes landed on the table. The collective gaze of the onlookers shifted toward him, a flicker of astonishment passing through the crowd. The bank manager momentarily faltered, then turned to Chu Zihong with a smile, remarking, "Your school offers quite a substantial scholarship indeed. 20,000 yuan is no trifling sum." Previously, at a prestigious martial arts university, the highest scholarship awarded was merely 20,000. A subtle smile tugged at the corners of Chu Zihong's lips, but he restrained himself, opting to embody the poise reminiscent of Zhang Yong'an, exuding an air of gravitas befitting a principal. Beside him, Zhang Luna could not suppress her laughter, noting that every student here casually possessed 20,000 yuan. However, mindful of the bank staff nearby, she silently chided herself. "Keep your composure, don't laugh." The bank manager, puzzled, observed as the clerk was momentarily taken aback by Lu Zilong's continued actions of withdrawing more money. Their eyes followed Lu Zilong as he methodically extracted cash from his backpack, placing it on the table. Lu Zilong earnestly stated, 200,000. If you would be so kind. Meanwhile, other third-year students presented their own allocations, revealing amounts of tens of thousands, 100,000, 50,000. The bank manager's smile began to stiffen. "The scholarship amounts from your school are indeed impressive." Chu Zihong merely nodded in silence. The clerks worked swiftly to deposit their funds into their respective accounts. Upon receiving a notification on his phone, Lu Zilong expressed his gratitude with satisfaction. In no time, an entire class's scholarships had been successfully credited to their accounts. As the bank staff regained their composure, they marveled at the astonishing scholarship amounts each student possessed. Just as the tension began to dissipate, Chu Zihong turned toward the entrance and called out, "Next class. Come in." The bank employees felt a sense of foreboding as they glanced toward the doorway. Sure enough, another group of students entered, cautiously clutching their bags. The bank manager's eyes widened in disbelief, unable to contain himself. "Do scholarships at your school get distributed by class?" Chu Zihong chuckled lightly, "Not quite." The bank manager sighed in relief. Chu Zihong continued, "It is distributed by the school, totaling over 500 students, with each receiving a minimum of 20,000 yuan. It is merely a trifling sum, and I apologize for the inconvenience. The bank personnel come and go in a flurry. Students, at last, need not fret over the cash in their hands. With money securely stored in their mobile devices, they feel a sense of safety. However, most students choose to transfer their funds back home, as their families are in greater need of financial support. The funds are seldom required at school, and a few thousand retained for living expenses suffices. Moreover, the principal has mentioned opportunities for scholarship evaluations each month. With diligent effort, one could enhance their abilities and potentially receive further accolades the following month." Lu Zilong gazed at the banking notifications on his phone, struggling to fathom the reality of it all. The scholarship amounting to 200,000 had not been sent to his grandparents, primarily because they were unfamiliar with electronic transfers and relied on cash. Thus, the money remained in his possession for the time being, intended for improving the living conditions of his family upon his return home. They resided in an aging, dilapidated community with no elevator, situated on the 6th floor. Given their advanced age, his grandparents could no longer manage the stairs, necessitating a change in residence. While the funds might not suffice to purchase a home, they would certainly be adequate for renting a more comfortable dwelling. As he envisioned a brighter future, his phone rang, indicating an incoming call. Lu Zilong picked up the device and noted the caller ID displayed the name Li Tian, the class beauty who had returned home with him that evening. He swiftly answered. But before he could utter a word, a concerned voice reached him. I heard something happened to your grandmother. How is she now? I apologize. I just learned about it from my father. A warm sensation surged within Lu Zilong. It felt wonderful to know someone cared. They lived not far from one another. Though Lu Zilong resided in a worn-out apartment, while Li Tian's family occupied a luxurious flat in the nearby hillside mansion. One was in the heavens, the other on earth. If you need financial assistance, I have some savings. Please do not hesitate to ask. After all, we are good friends, Li Tian offered, mindful of Lu Zilong's pride. A poor boy might feel self-conscious accepting aid from a wealthy girl he admired, but Lu Zilong's mindset had evolved. Now, having attained a second-tier strength and possessing the scholarship funds, he had also come to recognize something of greater significance. The sense of inferiority that had once plagued him seemed to dissipate in the presence of that black-suited figure. Lu Zilong exhaled deeply, casting a grateful glance towards the principal's office. Noticing his prolonged silence, Li Tian grew anxious. You can consider it a loan from me. After all, your grandmother's well-being is paramount. She began to say more, but Lu Zilong's calm voice interrupted her. No need, my grandmother has recovered. The situation is not as grave as you imagined. The specific details were not disclosed, and it is likely that Li Tian remains unaware of her grandmother's condition. Not needed? Li Tian was taken aback, feeling a sense of relief wash over her. After all, Lu Zilong had never deceived her. Lu Zilong responded with a soft hum, pausing to gather his thoughts, then clenched his fists slightly, exerting a gentle pressure. Li Tian. She replied. Thank you, Lu Zilong expressed. He had intended to reveal his feelings, but found himself hesitating, fearing it might be too forward. Although he had improved his abilities and acquired some wealth, he felt it was still insufficient to be with Li Tian. If given more time, he believed he could become better. Gaining the confidence to stand before her and express his emotions sincerely, rather than making a fleeting confession over the phone. Inside the principal's office, Zhang Yong'an felt no concern that these students would engage in reckless spending due to their sudden wealth, or that their mindsets would shift. Children from impoverished backgrounds mature early. They understand the value of money and how to spend it wisely. Even purchasing a few expensive garments or electronic devices is justifiable. It can enhance their self-esteem and dispel feelings of inferiority, transforming them into cheerful, confident young men, which is far more important than merely improving their martial skills. This embodies Zhang Yong'an's understanding of the true essence of education. There is no need to overly emphasize martial prowess or academic performance. Nurturing students into well-rounded individuals with normal personalities is sufficient. At that moment, a blueprint of the school lay before him. Coincidentally, Chu Zihong entered to report. Principal, the bank representatives have left, looking quite shaken. The students' scholarships are rather excessive. Do you think we could avoid distributing them monthly, perhaps assess them once per semester instead? Zhang Yong'an lifted his gaze, looking calmly at Chu Zihong. Is this money yours? Chu Zihong awkwardly shook his head. Zhang Yong'an replied, I am not concerned about it. Why should you be? Chu Zihong wished he could vanish into thin air, bewildered by the current state of affairs where money seemed to hold little value. The principal was extravagantly distributing funds, while the students were resolutely rejecting it. Was this still Blue Star? He knew he shouldn't have spoken up. Had it not been for the insistence of several teachers urging him to intervene, he would not have approached to face the reprimand. Nevertheless, it was merely a minor episode. Zhang Yong'an called Chu Zihong over, stating, This is the current blueprint of our school. Chu Zihong remained silent, listening intently as Zhang Yong'an continued. After all, Zhang Yong'an never engaged in discussions. His words were merely notifications. Currently, our school's land utilization is only at 30%. The rest consists of barren land or small forests. Starting the day after tomorrow, I intend to have the construction team work on these areas and erect new buildings. Chu Zihong raised an eyebrow. Having anticipated Zhang Yong'an's desire to renovate the campus upon its transition from a public to a private institution, though he hadn't expected it to happen so swiftly, he could not help but suggest, wouldn't construction now interfere with the students' training and rest? Perhaps it would be better to wait until the winter break? Zhang Yong'an cast a glance at Chu Zihong, and he immediately realized he had misspoken. Military-grade earplugs. Once donned, it nearly obliterates all surrounding noise, yet remains gentle on the ears. Can the students endure this? Chu Zihong nodded fervently. The cost of a pair of earplugs is merely a few hundred yuan, a trifling sum compared to the funds dispersed by Zhang Yong'an. This directly resolves the noise issue. Zhang Yong'an gestured towards the map on the board. Commencing his strategic planning, let us refrain from altering the existing campus for now. We shall first complete the new structures before addressing the old campus. The overall architectural style will embody martial arts elements. I intend to dismantle the main gate, envisioning it constructed from the master-level skeletal remains of a dragon. This area shall be designated for student dormitories, with each individual enjoying a private room of 80 square meters, comprising one living room, one bedroom, and one bathroom. The faculty apartments will feature spacious 220 square meter units. Chu Zihong had already grown weary of the details. Yet it was evident that the Mountain River Martial Arts Academy was poised to rival the prestigious Magic City Martial Arts University. And this was merely a vocational institution. Throughout the night, Chu Zihong absorbed Zhang Yong'an's vision for the campus, which included high-standard comprehensive training rooms, an affordable shopping mall, recreational facilities, and dining halls, among a myriad of other amenities. Remarkably, Zhang Yong'an even proposed some vacant rooms, intending to seize training spaces from the human cities within the foreign realms. Such ambition bordered on madness. In the territories of the alien races, there exist martial arts schools and sects, equipped with unique venues or methods for nurturing disciples. Accessible only to the powerful. Only elite institutions typically possess alien training rooms, as acquiring such resources necessitates deep incursions into the cities of foreign races. Setting aside these foreign elements, the fundamental facilities and constructions alone, compounded by Zhang Yong'an's insistence on excellence, suggested a staggering expenditure, likely in the hundreds of millions. Yet Zhang Yong'an remained unperturbed. This school was his, the land was his, and he intended to mold it as he saw fit. Should he desire, he could even purchase land from the nearby villagers, especially as the new district of Magic City was in a developmental phase supporting land privatization. As for finances, they were but an ephemeral concern. As long as the alien stargates remained, wealth would not be an issue. When Zhang Yong'an's strength eventually ascended to that of a master, his ability to generate income would undoubtedly multiply. Around 11:30, Zhang Yong'an concluded his elaborate plans, sipping his tea as he envisioned a luxurious campus rising from the ground. He anticipated that his own prowess would swiftly enhance as well. The construction crew comprised many martial artists and advanced equipment, ensuring a rapid transformation of the school by year's end, with a larger workforce. The completion could be expedited even further. Zhang Yong'an turned to Chu Zihong and inquired, "Do you have any additional suggestions?" Chu Zihong quickly waved his hand, affirming, "I shall defer to your judgment, Principal." Zhang Yong'an nodded in satisfaction. Chu Zihong had discerned correctly. This was merely a notification from Zhang Yong'an, devoid of any intention to consult others. However, aside from the construction of the campus, there exists a matter of greater significance. Chu Zihong glanced at the time before addressing the principal. The freshman exchange competition is set to commence in November. Today marks the 10th of October, leaving us merely 20 days for preparations. Zhang Yong'an nodded, fully aware of Chu Zihong's implications. During this period, he had also been monitoring the freshman exchange competition. In a few days, they would need to finalize the list of participants and submit it to the Ministry of Education in the Magic City. The competition structure follows a traditional format, beginning with regional contests followed by the national tournament. Across the entirety of Huaghua, there are 10 competition zones, each typically housing a premier institution. These 10 top-tier institutions subsequently advance to the national stage. Chu Zihong opened a document on his phone and handed it to Zhang Yong'an. The specifics of this year's freshman exchange competition had been released. The regional contest primarily adopts a wheel battle format. Upon receiving the phone, Zhang Yong'an swiftly perused the information on Chu Zihong's device. According to the latest announcement from the Ministry of Education in the Magic City, approximately 100 institutions would participate in the regional contest, with a nearly equal distribution of undergraduate and vocational colleges. The overall competition format involves one-on-one duels, determining the victor based on which side retains participants. Chu Zihong continued, "Our students are bound to astonish everyone. Though it is unfortunate that we are situated in the Magic City competition zone, where even the strongest cannot surpass the Magic City Martial Arts University. The prospect of national competition is virtually non-existent. Nonetheless, it is still commendable to make an appearance. Under normal circumstances, this year's freshmen at Shanha Martial Arts Academy have produced several promising talents, capable of defeating some ordinary martial arts undergraduates. While this may captivate many, it remains insufficient to secure a place in the regional contest. The sole dominant institution in the Magic City competition zone is, without question, the Magic City Martial Arts University. No matter how strong our students may be, can they truly compete with the genuine prodigies from the Magic City Martial Arts University? Perhaps the exceptionally gifted Bai Xiaowei might barely touch the lower echelon of the Magic City Martial Arts University. Yet, let us not forget that this regional contest employs a wheeled battle format. How many opponents can she withstand? Indeed, even the other participating institutions deem it unnecessary to compete directly, suggesting that the Magic City Martial Arts University should simply advance to the national competition. The dominance of the Magic City Martial Arts University within its competition zone is indisputable. They lead by a substantial margin. In other regions, the situation may not be as extreme. Currently, the two competition zones of Jingdu and the Magic City clearly indicate that the schools likely to emerge from the regional contest are Kyoto Martial University and Magic City Martial University. Other institutions merely accompany the race. In the regional contest, the 100 institutions from the Magic City are matched randomly for battles, meaning a vocational martial school could potentially face the Magic City Martial Arts University. Ultimately, the goal is to identify the strongest institution and send it to the national competition. Chu Zihong further remarked, "Our students are likely capable of holding their own against some students from first-tier martial arts universities. But when it comes to prestigious and elite institutions like the Magic City Martial Arts University, hope is scarce. Nonetheless, this at least ensures that our school's ranking will no longer languish at the bottom, which is quite satisfactory." Zhang Yong'an lifted his head and suddenly addressed Chu Zihong. "What if our students could compete with those from the Martial Arts University of Magic City?" Chu Zihong was momentarily taken aback. Although Zhang Yong'an typically did not indulge in grandiose claims, this particular assertion seemed rather exaggerated. He could only manage a wry smile, muttering, "That seems a bit improbable. The students from the Martial Arts University are indeed extraordinary." Zhang Yong'an nodded, choosing not to elaborate further. It sufficed that these ordinary students could make a name for themselves in the exchange competition. Never had he heard of a college languishing at the bottom of the rankings being able to surpass the second-ranked Martial Arts University of Magic City. Such occurrences were likely confined to the realm of fiction. In reality, the chasm between the two was an insurmountable divide. Zhang Yong'an rubbed his temples. "Gather all students participating in the exchange competition tomorrow. We shall form a training class, striving to enhance their skills before the grand event. As it pertains to our school's reputation, this will be the first battle since the transformation of Shanha Martial Arts College into a private institution, and we must present a splendid display." He possessed a wealth of mid-grade and low-grade resources to cultivate his subordinates, which would certainly be advantageous. Chu Zihong nodded, observing Zhang Yong'an's fatigue, and chose not to disturb him further before taking his leave. Zhang Yong'an reclined on the small sofa bed for a brief respite. Daily vitality settlement. Golden characters flickered before his eyes. Instantly, the golden script merged into his body, filling him with a powerful surge of vitality. "Oh, today's vitality feels particularly robust." It appeared that the investment had not been in vain. The student's motivation for cultivation could indeed be further enhanced. Zhang Yong'an felt the vitality within him strengthen significantly, swiftly consuming this newfound energy. Moments later, a tremor coursed through his body, and a joyful smile spread across his face. He had reached the mid-stage of the 6th grade. The progress was remarkably swift. The following morning, Zhang Yong'an arrived at the training facility. It must be said that some of the school's infrastructure was rather lacking. For instance, there were no large training halls whatsoever. The better training facilities were merely repurposed spacious classrooms, utterly incapable of meeting the basic training needs of the students. Otherwise, Bai Xiaowei would not have been practicing her swordplay on campus. Thus, appropriate supporting facilities must keep pace with the students' growth. This urgency was why Zhang Yong'an was keen to expedite the campus construction. Within the training hall at that moment, Chu Zihong had already gathered 10 students in anticipation. Accompanying him were 3 tactical combat instructors, Zhang Luna, Qin Zhan, and Li Jianhao. This constituted a hastily assembled competition team. Upon Zhang Yong'an's arrival, Everyone immediately straightened their posture to welcome him. Zhang Yong'an approached leisurely, the sound of his leather shoes echoing on the training hall floor. He surveyed the group before him. 10 students stood in a line, with 3 instructors positioned at the forefront. Chu Zihong was the first to greet, and the crowd chorused. "Good day, Principal." Zhang Yong'an nodded while accepting the documents handed to him by Chu Zihong. The competitors consisted of 10 students, 5 main team members, and 5 substitutes. "This is the detailed information for your review," he was informed. Zhang Yong'an acknowledged with a nod and promptly perused the profiles of the main and substitute team members. The main team comprised the 5 strongest freshmen who had previously engaged in private battles. After a comprehensive analysis of their abilities, Chu Zihong and several instructors had selected them for the main team. However, it was not to imply that the substitutes were necessarily inferior. Chu Zihong introduced. Bai Xiaowei is at the pinnacle of the first rank, while Lu Yunhu is at the mid-stage of the first rank, nearing a breakthrough to the late stage. Chen Bingyuan just recently ascended to the mid-stage of the first rank. Zhang Yong'an's gaze fell upon a tall, somewhat plump boy in the lineup. This was indeed Chen Bingyuan. At a height of approximately 186 meters and weighing around 200 pounds, he was a promising candidate for martial arts training. In contrast, the petite Lu Yunhu appeared almost childlike beside him. Unable to contain his curiosity, Zhang Yong'an inquired, "Do you consume large buns regularly to achieve such weight?" Identified by name, Chen Bingyuan promptly stepped forward, his voice booming. "Report, Principal. Previously, I was unsatisfied with buns, and over the past month, I have gained 40 pounds. Xinjiang added. He indeed lacked sufficient nourishment before. He is also on the supplementary list for monster meat. This supplementary list refers to students who can consume significant amounts of monster meat. To reiterate, the ability to eat well signifies a robust physique, which in turn indicates an enhanced capacity to absorb vitality, thereby gradually improving one's martial foundation. Consequently, they are likely to progress further along the martial path." Zhang Yong'an nodded. "Return to your positions." He then continued to examine the profiles of the last 2 main team members. To his astonishment, he discovered that these 2 were fraternal twins, a brother and sister duo. Li Chaoyang and Li Chaomiao. Both were at the mid-stage of the first rank, and their cultivation speeds appeared to be synchronized. After hearing Chu Zihong's description, Zhang Yong'an took a closer look at the siblings. They stood at roughly the same height, around 170 meters, and both possessed fair complexions. The girl sported short hair, while the boy had a crew cut. Though they bore some resemblance to one another, being fraternal twins, they did not look identical. Additionally, Zhang Yong'an noted the familial backgrounds of these students. For instance, Chen Bingyuan had lost both parents in battle, with only a distant uncle remaining to support his education. The siblings, on the other hand, were raised solely by their mother, as their father had also perished in the conflict at Magic City S-Town Star Pass. As for the substitute team members, most of their abilities were still distant from the mid-stage of the first rank. Given them a bit of time, they might yet achieve that level. In truth, their capabilities were not significantly different from those of other freshmen, considering they had only been enrolled for just over a month. Their accomplishments were commendable. After all, this was a vocational martial arts school, which could not be directly compared to the prodigies of more prestigious institutions. The students recruited from the prestigious universities of Wu University in Shanghai and Wu University in Kyoto had, by the time of their martial arts examination, already transformed into martial artists. As for Zhang Yong'an's earlier boast about defeating the students of Shanghai Wu University, Chu Zihong found that utterly ludicrous. It was simply impossible. Of course, perhaps Zhang Yong'an was merely jesting. After the verification of the roster was completed, the 10-member competition team, accompanied by 3 teachers, was deemed sufficient. The list had already been submitted to the Shanghai Ministry of Education. Now, they awaited the competition slated for early November, with everyone hoping to enhance their abilities in the mere 20 days that remained. Zhang Yong'an then turned to the group. Pausing thoughtfully before speaking, "You all know what you must do. You are to participate in the freshman exchange competition to bring glory to the Shanghai Martial Arts Academy, and to add prestige to your principal." The students clenched their fists. Having utilized so many resources from the principal, they were determined to earn honor, even at the cost of their lives. Typically, teachers would say, "Your studies or cultivation are not for the teachers or the school, but for yourselves." However, at this moment, they all echoed in unison, "We cultivate not only for ourselves, but for the school, for the principal." With 20 days remaining until the competition, I shall personally lead the team, guiding you through the Star Gate and mentoring your practices. The previously solemn faces of Zhang Luna and the other teachers suddenly shifted in shock, and Chu Zihong stiffly turned his neck to look at Zhang Yong'an. It seemed Zhang Yong'an recognized the astonishment among the teachers. After all, practicing within the confines of the school was sufficient. Sending these untested students through the Stargate was akin to pushing children into a cauldron of fire. Nevertheless, Chu Zihong and the other teachers dared not voice their objections. They understood that Zhang Yong'an was informing them, not seeking their counsel. The students swallowed hard. They too had heard of the brutal realities of the alien Stargate battlefield. It would be disingenuous to claim they were unafraid. Zhang Yong'an, however, appeared oblivious to their trepidation and continued. Martial artists who have not tasted blood are ultimately but reflections in water, flowers in a mirror, fragile and shatter at the slightest touch. The day you become martial artists, you no longer bear the sole identity of student. You shoulder the responsibility of avenging your forebears who fell on the battlefield. I understand that talk of responsibility may seem like mere rhetoric. My true aim is to enhance your strength, to empower you to avenge your ancestors on the alien battlefield. The students' chests heaved with emotion. Even with their previously low vigor, they had entered martial school for this very moment, having waited far too long for this day. In these 20 days, I will provide you with resources beyond what other students receive. Your task is to diligently enhance your cultivation and sharpen your martial will. We depart this afternoon. If anyone feels fear, you may withdraw now. I do not want cowards here. Respond to me. Do you understand? The students shouted in unison, no. Chu Zihong slightly closed his eyes, feeling helpless, inwardly lamenting. They truly do heed the principal's words. After outlining their responsibilities, Zhang Yong'an instructed the students and teachers to return and make brief preparations. This afternoon, the departure is imminent. He had chosen to keep Chu Zihong behind. Turning to him, he remarked, "We are likely to be gone for half a month. With me here, there will be no issues concerning the students. You shall handle the affairs of the school. I have already arranged for the construction team. They will enter the campus tomorrow, and you will oversee the handover then. By the end of the month, the team will merely be tasked with clearing the wasteland and woodlands on campus, with actual construction commencing next month. You are more than capable of managing this. I will send you some additional details shortly." Zhang Yong'an had faith in Chu Zihong's abilities, which is why he entrusted him with responsibilities on campus. Once the others had departed, Chu Zihong finally inquired, "Principal, are you truly taking these students to the Stargate of Magic City? I have been following the news, and the two Beast King courts there have completely fallen out, resulting in minor skirmishes. Doesn't this seem rather perilous?" Zhang Yong'an did not conceal the truth, stating, "It is not the Stargate of Magic City. It is the Stargate of Jinling Town." In the afternoon, a bus was parked at the school gate. After Zhang Yong'an had arranged for the students and teachers to board, he turned to the many teachers who had come to see them off, assuring them that the students would not be led to any false Stargates. Fortunately, it was merely the relatively safe Jinling Town Stargate. And with the principal leading the group, there should be no cause for concern. As for any unforeseen circumstances, Zhang Yong'an would be present throughout, ensuring that the students would not be foolishly led into the presence of high-tier martial artists. At this point, as long as no high-tier powers emerged, there would be no problem. Moreover, Zhang Yong'an had previously consulted the students' parents, receiving a unanimous response. "We trust the principal." The students, akin to Bai Xiaowei and Lu Yunhu, were utterly devoted to Zhang Yong'an. They would not hesitate to risk their lives in his presence. Purely loyal followers. On the journey, Zhang Yong'an briefly explained, "We will take a bus to the airport. I have already purchased your tickets, and all expenses on the way will be covered by the school." Although he claimed it was the school's expenditure, it was, in truth, his own funds. Yet these were merely trifling amounts that Zhang Yong'an did not mind. Zhang Luna could not help but interject, "Why not take the high-speed train? It's cheaper and doesn't take much longer." The prices of plane tickets and train fares, of course, differ. Zhang Yong'an cast a glance at Zhang Luna and replied nonchalantly, "It's all going to Jinling. Is there an issue?" Zhang Luna shook her head, thinking to herself, "You're wealthy. Do as you please." If it had been Chu Zihong who made this suggestion, she would have retorted immediately, but before Zhang Yong'an, she held her tongue. Moreover, Zhang Yong'an had an underlying reason. The farthest these children had likely traveled was for university, mostly to areas surrounding the Magic City, typically taking a cheap train. As for flights, they were too expensive and unnecessary. This implied that these students had never flown before, and since that was the case, Zhang Yong'an decided to let them experience it this time. This would also serve as part of his educational endeavor. Indeed, The students, upon hearing that they could board an aircraft, were suddenly filled with anticipation, and their trepidation regarding the Stargate diminished significantly. While the students were indeed financially capable, their willingness to spend on travel was another matter entirely. The answer remained a resounding no. The Stargate of Jinling Town was naturally situated in Jinling, with a flight scheduled for 4 in the afternoon, ensuring arrival before nightfall. It had been previously stated that only in the lands of the alien races would there exist Stargates in both the bustling metropolis of Shanghai and the ancient capital of Kyoto, which effectively controlled the ingress and egress of the 2 Stargates. The remaining 8 Stargates were solely located within the territory of Huagua, implying that once one stepped through, a direct confrontation with the alien armies was a distinct possibility. In recent years, Jinling Stargate had aspired to establish a presence on alien soil. The martial practitioners of Jinling had already secured a tract of land in these foreign territories, and a rudimentary Stargate had begun to take shape near the portal. This ambition was closely tied to Jinling's geographical position. Upon traversing the Stargate in Jinling, one would arrive at the junction of the human and beast kingdoms of the alien races. Being on the border, the area was sparsely populated and somewhat desolate. However, it afforded opportunities for engagement with alien warriors, unlike the Stargate in Shanghai, where encounters were predominantly with monstrous beasts. In comparison to the alien warriors, the corpses of these beasts held slightly more value. Thus, Huagua was willing to invest heavily in establishing both internal and external Stargates at the Shanghai portal. Aside from Kyoto, Zhang Yong'an had recently reviewed the news, which reported that a rudimentary Stargate had already been established on alien soil in Jinling. The current imagery depicted a wall, several meters high and without a roof, marking the beginnings of a base. Moreover, there was a notable absence of alien military forces, with only a few low-ranking beasts and alien warriors present. While danger existed, it was not overly abundant. With Zhang Yong'an present, the likelihood of any mishap was negligible. Of course, his visit to Jinling Stargate was not solely to allow the students to gain combat experience. He harbored another purpose. He retrieved his notebook from his storage ring and flipped to the bookmark page. He had previously been assigned to Jinling Stargate for a mission, as the Night Owl team boasted a high level of reconnaissance proficiency among the nearby Stargates. He had led his team there for half a year, thus possessing a fair understanding of the terrain, though he wondered if any changes had occurred over the past 4 to 5 years. If he encountered something, it would be fortuitous. If not, that was equally acceptable. After all, he was not currently in need of funds, yet he would never refuse the prospect of acquiring more, especially since future campus development would require financial resources. In the vehicle, the 3 accompanying teachers, Zhang Luna, Qin Zhan, who were both at the late 3rd rank, and Li Jianhao, who stood at the pinnacle of the 3rd rank, were all reliant on Zhang Yong'an for their recovery of martial foundations and potential enhancement of their abilities. Thus, even when faced with the perilous task of descending through the Stargate, they displayed no hesitation whatsoever. As he pondered these matters, the vehicle arrived at the Shanghai airport, with the students' luggage conveniently stored within Zhang Yong'an's storage ring for ease of transport. The students had exchanged their uniforms for casual attire, yet most donned inexpensive garments, creating a stark contrast with the elite urbanites frequenting the bustling airport of the metropolis. In that moment, these students dared only to follow closely behind Zhang Yong'an, a clear manifestation of their lack of confidence, which Zhang Yong'an noticed keenly. Nevertheless, he would gradually dispel their insecurities. During their wait, Zhang Yong'an produced a black card from his storage ring and handed it to Zhang Luna, who accepted it with a puzzled expression. "Teacher Luna, once the plane lands in Jinling, I will arrange for a hotel, and you will procure 2 sets of battle attire for each of them. With each set not costing less than 5 figures, the cheaper ones are ineffective. Furthermore, if anyone refuses, they should not participate in the exchange competition." Zhang Luna and several nearby students quickly gestured in refusal, stating, "We cannot spend the principal's money." As she spoke, Zhang Luna intended to return the card, bemused at the notion of ever wearing such expensive battle attire. Zhang Yong'an, however, merely responded with a calm insistence, "Teacher Luna, carry out the orders." At once, she felt compelled to comply, nodding affirmatively. Jinling City, steeped in history and slightly less vibrant than the metropolis, revealed its grandeur as Zhang Yong'an glimpsed the towering Jinxing Pass from over 30 miles away. In the past, the Jinling Stargate had not been situated within the city, thus avoiding relocation. Over the years, however, the urban landscape had evolved. Affluent districts, key projects, and commercial hubs had developed on the opposite side of the city, far from the Stargate. Upon landing at Jinling Airport, Zhang Yong'an and his companions disembarked. They had already discussed that Zhang Luna would take the students to a nearby shopping mall to purchase battle attire, while he and a few other teachers would first secure accommodations. For low-tier martial artists, battle attire provided significant assistance, akin to defensive equipment. The more expensive the attire, the superior its defensive capabilities, often accompanied by auxiliary functions. However, these auxiliary features would fail against foreign entities, rendering them largely ineffective. Ultimately, the material of the attire remained the paramount consideration. For mid to high-tier warriors, battle attire offered little benefit. Those of their caliber did not require such garments for survival. It was not to say that there were no life-preserving equipment available. The master-level dragon leather or scales within Zhang Yong'an's storage ring could be fashioned into armor. Thus, battle attire primarily served low-tier martial artists, potentially saving their lives in critical moments. Moreover, as they were about to enter the Stargate, the ordinary clothing worn by the students was wholly inadequate. Hence, the durability and resilience of battle attire would prove immensely beneficial. The costly sets of battle attire Zhang Yong'an referred to, priced above 5 figures, could withstand common blades and swords, but that was the extent of their protection. No matter how formidable the defense, battle attire was not infallible against formidable foes. It could just as easily lead to demise. In essence, it remained merely an auxiliary piece of equipment. At the entrance, Zhang Yong'an hailed a vehicle, and together with Qin Zhan and Li Jianhao, they proceeded to the reserved hotel. He granted Zhang Luna 2 hours to complete the necessary arrangements, a time frame he deemed sufficient. As dusk approached, they would have to enter the Stargate the following day. In truth, they had ample time. The students had not significantly enhanced their abilities during their tenure at the academy, which was precisely why Zhang Yong'an had brought them to experience the Stargate. The extent of their potential growth remained uncertain to him. Upon arriving at the designated 5-star hotel, Zhang Yong'an inspected the dining area and accommodation, finding them satisfactory before settling in. He and Qin Zhan dined while awaiting the return of Zhang Luna and the students. It must be noted that the fare at the 5-star establishment was quite commendable. As they finished their meal, Zhang Luna finally returned with the students, who had yet to don their combat uniforms, still nestled within their bags. Each student appeared apprehensive, occasionally glancing at the contents of their bags. Having never worn such expensive attire before, this was indeed a significant experience for them. Zhang Luna approached Zhang Yong'an and handed him the card, a total of 20 sets. The shop gave a discount, totaling 200,000. Zhang Yong'an nodded, accepting the card. To him, this sum was merely a trifling expense. Let us dine first, and afterward. Ensure you all rest well. Tomorrow, we shall commence our endeavors. Do remember to change into your combat gear, he advised. The students expressed their gratitude before heading to the hotel restaurant to eat. Zhang Yong'an and his companions had already finished their meal and did not join the students. The following day, Zhang Yong'an awoke in the hotel at 7 in the morning. After a brief wash-up, he donned casual attire along with his old black leather jacket. There was no need for a suit when descending to the Stargate. After all, they were headed for battle, not to impress. He then exited the room, having arranged to meet the students and teachers at 8 o'clock in the dining area. At this moment, it was still before 8. Yet the students and teachers were already gathered in the restaurant awaiting Zhang Yong'an's arrival. Upon seeing him, they all rose to greet him, and Zhang Luna called over a nearby staff member to request breakfast. The students were now clad in their combat uniforms. The suits were entirely black, equipped with tactical belts, and featured alloy armor on the arms, shoulders, and knees for certain protective capabilities. They also had matching helmets, resembling Iron Man's mask, which enveloped the entire head. However, since they had yet to enter the Stargate, there was no need to wear the helmets. Some of the expensive combat suits could adjust certain parameters through the smart computers integrated within the helmets. However, these features would become obsolete once they entered the Stargate. Thus, Zhang Yong'an had only permitted the purchase of suits worth around 10,000. Spending more would have been unnecessary. The combat suits were not constricting, allowing for comfortable wear without drawing attention to one's physique. Wearing them did not appear outlandish, as they were typical attire for martial artists, akin to their traditional garb. Even ordinary military practitioners possess such defensive combat attire, and naturally, the military-grade versions are superior. Nonetheless, it remains true that in the face of high-grade adversities, they prove to be of little use. At best, they may preserve one's life in critical situations. Take For instance, Qin Zhan and Li Jianhao. One emerged dazed while the other suffered slight hearing loss after their injuries. Their survival can be attributed to the military practitioner's combat gear, which spared them from graver fates. Otherwise, it would not merely be a matter of confusion and deafness. Their lives would have been irrevocably altered. Zhang Yong'an cast an approving glance before turning to Zhang Luna, stating, "Upon returning to school, each of you will receive 2 sets. They are far more visually appealing. The original martial arts uniforms would be replaced with combat attire. By the way, the alloy armor on some crucial areas of the combat suit can be swapped out, correct? I possess some master-level dragon scale armor. I shall arrange for the alloy armor to be customized accordingly." Zhang Yong'an referred to the protective armor on the arms, shoulders, and knees. Zhang Luna, momentarily dazed, processed the information. Did he just suggest outfitting every student with armor crafted from master-level dragon scale? That seemed excessively extravagant. At that moment, she comprehended why Chu Zihong always emerged from the principal's office in a state of bewilderment. Anyone would be astonished by Zhang Yong'an's bold declarations. Internally, Zhang Luna cursed. Damn it, what a mess. Could Chu Zihong at least have given a heads up before stepping out? The principal's grandeur is utterly overwhelming. Meanwhile, in the vice principal's office in Magic City, Chu Zihong had just risen. Achoo! After a flurry of sneezes, he pondered who might be cursing him. However, he had little time to dwell on it, as the construction team assigned by Zhang Yong'an was already on site, and he needed to manage the arrangements. After dining with numerous students, Zhang Yong'an took a half-hour respite before summoning a vehicle and swiftly making his way toward the Xingguan checkpoint in Jinling Town. Before long, several cars came to a halt outside the buffer zone of Jinling Town Xingguan. Arrived at the Jinling Star Gate, the weather was bleak, thunder rumbled, and raindrops began to fall. Amidst the gray curtain of rain, the red fog lights of passing vehicles intertwined. At that moment, the students disembarked, forming 2 lines, undeterred by the elements. The rain beaded on their combat suits, akin to raincoats shielding them from the downpour. Zhang Yong'an approached them, his expression grave. The raindrops, before settling upon him, were deflected by the vigor emanating from his being. The same held true for Zhang Luna and her fellow instructors. Their faces reflected the seriousness of the situation. The students understood that they were on a battlefield, not in a classroom. Zhang Yong'an spoke coldly. "Before you lies the Stargate. Upon entering, you will heed commands. You have only skimmed a few pages of your university's theoretical coursework on alien races, lacking comprehensive knowledge regarding their languages, spiritual plants, and beastly manifestations. Therefore, you must exercise utmost caution. We will be by your side. Do you understand?" In unison, the students replied, "Understood." Zhang Yong'an continued, "You are all martial artists, which signifies that you possess the qualification to enter the Stargate. However, you are also students, and your entry into the Stargate requires the accompaniment of a teacher or the endorsement of your school. Otherwise, you will be denied access and sent back to campus." The students nodded in understanding. The rain intensified. Zhang Yong'an's voice, cold and solemn, cut through the downpour. "Moreover, as first-year students, my expectations of you are not excessively high. Yet, if you aspire to achieve a commendable rank in the freshman exchange competition, you must exert efforts 100-fold greater than those of the students from the Martial Arts University of Modu, along with a belief that is equally unwavering. As martial artists, you must compete fiercely, not only for resources, but also for your very pride. Do not allow yourselves to be belittled by students from undergraduate programs or prestigious institutions simply because you are from a martial arts college. Do not let them deem you as worthless. Since you are part of the Shanhua Martial Arts Academy, I shall grant you the opportunity for growth, thrive amidst bloodshed, and evolve through conflict, forging the indomitable spirit of the Shanhua Martial Arts Academy within you. This descent into the Stargate shall serve as your inaugural practical lesson in university, marking your entry into martial arts. Remember this day. It will forever be etched in your memories. Now, let us proceed." The multitude of students shouted in unison through the rain, "Yes." The fear that once clouded their faces dissipated, replaced by an inexplicable excitement. They had awaited this day for far too long. Entering the Stargate to confront alien foes and avenge their fallen forebears was their unwavering obsession and motivation. Had it not been for Zhang Yong'an's timely appearance, they might still be waiting indefinitely to cross into the Stargate. The crowd followed Zhang Yong'an towards the fingerprint verification checkpoint. After confirming their identities as martial artists, they were granted passage. Upon entering the buffer zone, Zhang Yong'an was unwilling to squander time and promptly summoned several shuttle vehicles. Subsequently, They approached the Jinqing Pass. This location bore a resemblance to the Jinqing Pass in Modu, with its periphery still serving as a service area. Numerous social martial artists traversed this area, all en route to the alien battlefield, with the Jianling Stargate connecting to the alien realm, where towering mountains loomed. This region marked the boundary between the alien human royal court and the beast royal court, characterized by steep and continuous mountain ranges. In contrast, the forests and mountains of the beast clan on the Modu side appeared somewhat lower and more gentle in their ascent. Within the mountainous expanse surrounding the Jianling Stargate, there could be alien martial artists as well as alien beasts. Zhang Yong'an had visited here before and was aware that this was the boundary between the Shadow Royal Court of the aliens and the Silver Wolf Royal Court of the Beast Clan. The number of alien martial artists was substantial. They too sought to hunt beasts for sustenance, while simultaneously preying on Blue Star martial artists. In their eyes, Blue Star martial artists represented wealth, particularly the female ones, whose delicate skin seemed to glisten with moisture. Conversely, the human figures from the Shadow Royal Court were tall and rugged, their appearances lacking in beauty. Thus, capturing Blue Star female martial artists who ventured into the mountains for their own pleasure became their greatest pastime. Unfortunately, many female martial artists have met their untimely demise at their hands, a tragic reality. The Jianling Martial Artists Alliance has urged female martial artists to avoid entering the Jianling Stargate alone, if entry is necessary. They should at least be accompanied by 1 mid-tier or 3 low-tier male martial artists. However, few adhere to this advice. The resources from the foreign tribes near Jianling Stargate are plentiful, though they cannot compare to those of the Magic City. Nevertheless, they are sufficient for many martial artists to embark on adventures. Wealth is often pursued in peril, and should misfortune arise, one can only accept their fate. Zhang Yong'an had previously shared this information with his students during the journey. As a mid-level 6th-tier martial artist, he could ensure their safety. A 6th-tier martial artist is indeed considered formidable. They are not mere foot soldiers, standing as a pillar of strength on both the foreign tribe's side and in Blue Star. After all, they represent the foremost combat power below the higher tiers. Yet, it must be noted that one must approach the Stargate with utmost seriousness. Martial artists should not allow their enhanced abilities to inflate their egos, for such arrogance can lead to a swift demise. Before long, they arrived at the Stargate of Jianling Town, and the students disembarked. Gazing upon the grand and majestic Stargate, they found themselves momentarily lost in amazement. Just half a year ago, they were still high school seniors confined to classrooms in a small city, and now they had become martial artists, poised to step through the Stargate. It was utterly astonishing. The group lined up to have their fingerprints scanned. The military personnel observed the text displayed on the screen, students of Shanha Martial Arts Vocational Academy, accompanied by the principal and 3 teachers, authorized to pass. Without further ado, the military personnel allowed the group to proceed. Zhang Yong'an paid little mind to this. Previously, Lu Zilong had been halted here. Without the guidance of a senior martial artist who had traversed the Stargate, one could easily meet an untimely end. The group stepped inside the gate. As they traversed the passage, the students were suddenly struck by a powerful stench of blood. It was the odor emanating from the Stargate. Upon entering, the full splendor of the Stargate unfolded before their eyes. Although they had seen pictures and videos, witnessing it in person was an overwhelmingly awe-inspiring experience. Numerous martial artists were seen coming and going. Some appeared elated, swiftly departing with plentiful spoils, while others were carried out injured, and some emerged in a daze, clearly having lost all their companions. The pursuit of wealth amidst danger has never been an easy endeavor. Zhang Luna clenched her fists, never forgetting her last experience beyond the Stargate. Of the 5 who ventured forth, she alone returned. At that time, it felt as though the sky had collapsed. For teachers had perished, and the school faced a significant burden of compensation. With little resources left for cultivation, she could not bear to face her colleagues or the students of the fallen teachers. She even contemplated succumbing within the Stargate. However, she was fortunate, as were her teachers and classmates, simply because Zhang Yong'an had come to Shanha Martial Arts Academy. He was like a guiding leader, a source of support. The mere recollection still instills fear within her, causing her body to tremble uncontrollably. Yet, at that moment, a warm strength enveloped her shoulder, the hand belonging to someone who radiated safety. In her ear, Zhang Yong'an's gentle voice resonated. Do not fear. Look ahead, do not turn back. The crowd followed Zhang Yong'an through the Stargate, with the students closely trailing behind, feigning courage despite their underlying trepidation. However, upon seeing the figure clad in black leading the way, their hearts felt a slight sense of reassurance. As they passed through the Star Gate, they found themselves within the confines of a colossal city wall. This was the under-construction alien settlement known as Star Pass, merely a rough outline at present, with a multitude of military warriors assisting in its rapid development. Most of these warriors donned military green combat attire, unlike their counterparts in the city of Magic Capital, where the soldiers typically wore civilian clothing, having already established fortifications. Here, the military personnel were ever vigilant during the construction of Star Pass, acutely aware of potential dangers lurking nearby. A significant number of societal warriors ventured out to explore, alleviating some of the pressure from the alien races while also gathering intelligence to prepare for combat. Consequently, the military departments of Star Pass generally welcomed societal warriors to engage in alien expeditions. Zhang Yong'an halted his steps and turned to the crowd. The students focused their attention on him, fully aware that they had entered alien territory, which inherently posed risks. Now that you are equipped with defensive helmets, I shall replace your weapons with superior ones, he declared. With a sweeping gesture, helmets stored within his spatial ring appeared at his feet, accompanied by sharper and more powerful black blades. Their original 5th-tier peak dragon-scale weapons and gear were safely kept in Zhang Yong'an's storage ring. Instead of returning their previous weapons, he presented them with even better ones. This was rather exceptional. These swords and blades were crafted from 7th-tier master-grade dragon scales. And since you are participating in the exchange competition, you must wield the finest. Would I, as the principal, allow you to take the stage with inferior equipment? Zhang Luna's lips twitched. When did 5th-tier peak dragon-scale weapons become regarded as trash? However, the new master-grade materials were typically reserved for mid-tier warriors. The strength of these weapons was undeniable. Collect your helmets and weapons. Your old gear will be returned to you at school, Zhang Yong'an commanded, prompting the students to snap out of their stupor and line up to receive their helmets and new weapons. Bai Xiaowei was the first to step forward, locating her helmet corresponding to her combat uniform, then shifting her gaze to the menacing black long sword and dagger. She couldn't help but marvel. What splendid weapons! With these 2 blades, my combat prowess will surely soar. Bai Xiaowei quickly collected her gear, followed by the others as they queued to receive their equipment. Once adorned with black alloy helmets and wielding black blades, the group's aura transformed dramatically. Zhang Luna and her companions looked on with gleaming eyes. Before they could utter a word, Zhang Yong'an gestured again, and several more weapons materialized at their feet. The 3 shields were crafted from the most resilient scales of the 7th-grade flood dragon, capable of withstanding the strikes of formidable adversaries without shattering. Each of you shall replace your weapons with these blades. Their hardness and strength surpass those of the students' weapons. Ensure the students' safety. Xinjiang excitedly picked up a flood dragon shield from the ground, its surface adorned with unique patterns, while his other hand grasped a sharp broadsword. Li Jianhao's eyes sparkled at the sight of a high-quality longsword. Ever since his martial foundation was compromised, he had seldom encountered such exquisite weaponry. Nevertheless, his skill in slaying alien foes remained undiminished, allowing him to sever the heads of alien warriors with precision. Observing that everyone had secured suitable armaments, Zhang Yong'an nodded in satisfaction. In the ensuing period, you shall engage in practical combat to master your weapons more effectively. Now let us depart. The group's fighting spirit intensified as they followed Zhang Yong'an towards the exit. The walls established outside the Stargate provided a sense of security for many warriors, offering a temporary respite. Upon passing through the guarded entrance, they gazed ahead at the mountains. In the alien realm, it was still daylight, devoid of the dangers of night. Zhang Yong'an produced his notebook and briefly skimmed through it. The group's eyes were drawn to him, having witnessed him consult this notebook on multiple occasions. It was as if he needed to thoroughly dissect the strategy before embarking on an endeavor. After discerning the correct direction, he urged everyone to quicken their pace. The majority of the students were relatively weak, thus their marching speed was naturally sluggish. Were Zhang Yong'an to venture alone, the journey of several hundred miles would be trivial. However, circumstances were different now. He had to lead the students at a measured pace. Even the most formidable first-grade warriors could not exert their strength to a great extent. A solution was required to procure some mounts. If none were available, it would suffice to consider this as a means for the students to strengthen their physiques. Time was still ample. Had the terrain been flat, they could have utilized all-terrain vehicles, but the landscape here was even more treacherous than the Beast Clan forest in Modu, comprising steep, undulating mountains. There was no pathway suitable for riding. Zhang Yong'an and his group hastened towards the base of the mountain. Although the others were uncertain of their destination, they followed blindly, well aware that accompanying the principal promised rewards. Soon, they ventured away from the mountain path. The peaks near the Jinling Stargate still offered some traversable routes. However, Zhang Yong'an opted against these minor paths. He swung his black gold long sword, cleaving through the dense vegetation on the slopes, forging a path of their own. The group remained silent, while several experienced teachers instinctively followed at the rear, wielding flood dragon shields and cautiously surveying their surroundings. The battlefield against the aliens was no jest. This was their territory, and vigilance was paramount. 5 hours later, they had ascended several peaks, gradually delving deeper, even catching glimpses of the traces left by demonic beasts. Yet, Zhang Yong'an exhibited no interest in the monstrous beasts, as if he had long since determined his objective in his mind. He held no thoughts about the ordinary beasts, not to mention that they were of a lower grade. And his storage ring still contained a substantial number of mid-grade beast corpses he had yet to consume. Thus, he remained indifferent. At last, half an hour later, the group found themselves on a mountainside. Zhang Yong'an abruptly halted his steps, signaling for those behind him to crouch down. Bai Xiaowei, Lu Yunhu, and the others felt their hearts race, while Zhang Luna and her companions keenly sensed something amiss. Before them, at the foot of the mountain, a contingent of approximately 20 alien warriors slowly emerged. Zhang Yong'an turned to Zhang Luna and her companions, then made a decisive tactical gesture. In an instant, the group understood. Zhang Yong'an's mission was to eliminate the alien warriors. When the alien warriors encountered the humans, only one side could survive to return. It was a bitter vendetta. Those who are not of our kin must have different hearts. This truth remained unaltered through the ages. Zhang Yong'an swiftly scanned the alien warriors. They all donned identical attire, unmistakably marking them as warriors of the alien royal court, specifically, the army of the Shadow Royal Court. These individuals were soldiers of the alien race, sworn enemies of the Blue Star's martial practitioners. The warriors of the Shadow Royal Court, as he had previously observed, were tall, possessing rough skin and unappealing features. Disregarding their appearance, the leading strength of this group comprised only 2 mid-grade warriors, their prowess barely reaching the 4th tier. Although they possessed only 4th tier strength, Zhang Yong'an had previously led the Night Owl squad, and against such a group, they could only choose to circumvent them. It was not that they could not defeat them. Even if victorious, they risked losing some brothers. Thus, there was no necessity for such a confrontation. Moreover, judging by Zhang Yong'an's years of experience, this small squad was merely a patrol unit. They were not followed by a larger force, making them an ideal target. Without hesitation, Zhang Yong'an exchanged a brief glance with Zhang Luna and her companions before stealthily advancing toward them. The weakest warrior of that alien squad was a mid-2nd tier, far beyond what the students could withstand. They needed to strike first. The alien warrior squad was not far from them, and for Zhang Yong'an, a 6th tier warrior, it would take only moments to reach them. Though Zhang Yong'an moved swiftly, they did not notice him at first. By the time the alien warriors became aware of his presence, he was already upon them. The damned alien warriors swiftly drew their swords, for to them, the Blue Star was equally alien. Thus, the designation of alien warriors felt entirely fitting. Zhang Yong'an had no intention of engaging in idle chatter. With a cold demeanor, he unleashed a terrifying surge of blood energy from his black gold long knife, his figure flickering as he reappeared before the 2 4th-tier warriors leading the group. Without holding back, he swung his blade, and in an instant, the heads of the 2 4th-tier warriors fell to the ground. Zhang Yong'an's strikes were characteristically decisive and efficient. On the other side, the observing students were now displaying expressions of astonishment. A life has been extinguished. The alien race bears a striking resemblance to humanity. Such a gruesome scene is something these students rarely encounter. To put it bluntly, many of them have never even taken the life of a chicken. Some students turned pale, experiencing bloodshed for the first time. Zhang Luna, abandoning her usual gentility, reprimanded them coldly. Focus your attention. No one is allowed to vomit. Swallow it back. The principal provided you with such expensive combat attire not for you to soil it carelessly. It was her final admonition that wielded authority. The students, unwilling to tarnish the principal's garments, suppressed the urge to retch. Becoming a warrior entails such experiences. Taking a life is merely routine. If you cannot confront the gruesomeness and are paralyzed by fear, then it would be wise to depart early, for the principal's resources would be wasted on you. Many students clenched their fists, determined not to disappoint the principal. Qin Zhan and Li Jianhao refrained from intervening in Zhang Luna's reprimand. This was, in essence, a genuine practical lesson, a rite of passage every warrior must endure. Meanwhile, Zhang Yong'an had concluded his battle having dealt with nothing more than a standard patrol squad, which took little time. At this moment, Zhang Yong'an beckoned them to approach. The battlefield was rife with carnage, limbs severed and entrails strewn across the ground. Some alien warriors remained alive, intentionally spared by Zhang Yong'an. Among them were 10, their hands and feet severed by his blade. Despite their grievous injuries and the blood that flowed freely, they continued to curse Zhang Yong'an in their alien tongue, even shouting for help from any passing kin. In response, Zhang Yong'an had no choice but to dislocate their jaws. Another, the weakest second-tier alien warrior, was bound and trembling in a corner. The students, grappling with their nausea, trembled slightly as they gazed at the dark figure standing amidst the carnage, weapon in hand. Zhang Luna assessed the situation and quickly comprehended Zhang Yong'an's intent. Logically, a 6th-tier powerhouse should simply decapitate a 4th-tier squad with ease. The current gruesomeness was merely a means to provide a jolt of stimulation for the students. Wiping the blood from his black gold blade, Zhang Yong'an addressed the students clad in combat attire. Do you see those 10 with severed limbs? Pick up your weapons. Each of you will stab them 10 times before severing their necks. This is your first task. Execute the command. As soon as Zhang Yong'an finished speaking, without a moment's hesitation, the 10 students grasped their weapons and moved towards their designated targets with unerring resolve. Though by Xiaowei, Lu Yunhu, and others were unaccustomed to bloodshed, they understood that the principal's orders must be followed. This directive was etched into their very hearts. Even if she endured the discomfort and the gruesomeness, what of it? Kill. Bai Xiaowei's complexion was pale, yet she resolutely wielded the blades in her hands. Before her, the alien foe lay disarmed, its jaw severed, yet its grotesque visage continued to assault her burgeoning martial spirit. Without hesitation, she swung her weapon with fervor at the alien warrior before her. A girl, who would flinch at the thought of killing fish or chickens, now, under Zhang Yong'an's command, showed no fear, no trepidation, nor reluctance as she advanced upon the enemy. This was the confidence and courage bestowed upon her by Zhang Yong'an. All the students, without exception, obeyed Zhang Yong'an's orders, wildly brandishing their weapons as if they were cold, unfeeling automatons, responding solely to his command. Moments later, they collectively extinguished the lives of these alien warriors. This marked their first encounter with the blood of their foes. Zhang Yong'an's voice then resonated. Choosing the martial path and enrolling in a martial academy does not merely signify your desire to wield strength superior to that of ordinary people. It signifies your choice of a path fraught with bloodshed. What you are doing now is what your forebears once did, carrying forth the legacy of the martial warriors, filling your hands with the blood of the alien races. This is not a sinful act, but a glorious one. In the past, you believed your pursuit was solely the attainment of martial mastery and a tranquil life of diligent training at the martial academy. Yet now, your quest is to eradicate the alien invaders, to stand upon their corpses in avenging your ancestors. Since you have chosen to inherit your forebears' legacy and become a martial warrior, you are destined to tread this path. Now, the second assessment begins. Combine your efforts to cleave the mid-tier alien warrior before you into 8 segments. Real combat. Commence. Zhang Yong'an provided them no respite. Seizing the moment while the students' minds were still in an excited state, he commanded them to strike while the iron was hot. The students executed Zhang Yong'an's orders almost unconditionally, swiftly forming a perimeter around the alien warrior he had subdued, even as their faces were pale beneath their masks. Their minds in turmoil, their stomachs churning, they displayed unwavering determination, their gazes revealing an unprecedented ferocity. Their minds may have been clouded, but all that remained clear was the figure of Zhang Yong'an and his commands. Zhang Luna and her companions witnessed this scene, their astonishment swirling within them like a tempest. It is worth noting that even among some of the most exceptional students, the top talents from prestigious martial academies, those who managed to maintain their combat efficacy after their first encounter with blood were exceedingly rare. It is particularly noteworthy that first-year students from these esteemed institutions typically do not descend from the Star Gate, save for a few prodigies. The number of 18-year-olds who have stained their hands with alien blood in martial academies is scarce. However, those who, like the individuals before her, could maintain their combat prowess after their inaugural kill of an alien were truly few and far between. It can be said that all the credit belongs to Zhang Yong'an, for he has become a figure of reverence in the hearts of these students. They had anticipated that Zhang would undoubtedly lead them to confront their fears. In their minds, they had already resolved that if any of the students hesitated or faltered, they would step forward and deliver a stirring speech to compel them to act. However, to To their surprise, such intervention proved entirely unnecessary. One by one, upon hearing Zhang Yong'an's words, the students responded with the precision of robots executing commands, engaging decisively in battle, and exhibiting strength far surpassing their initial expectations. At that moment, they were left with a singular question: how was this level of training achieved? Yet, it was evident that now was not the time for contemplation. Zhang Yong'an focused intently on the scene before him, where 10 students were assailing a mid-level second-tier adversary from another race. Among these 10, only 2 were female, Bai Xiaowei and Li Xiaoxiao. Both had performed commendably in the recent skirmish, displaying deftness in their strikes. Although their hands trembled uncontrollably, it was undeniable that their ability to engage made them commendable participants. While they lacked real combat experience, they could not allow themselves to feel inadequate. Combat is a fundamentally straightforward endeavor. One merely needs to wield a weapon and charge forth. There is no room for excessive discourse. The admonishing voice of Zhang Yong'an echoed, prompting everyone to take a deep breath and grip their weapons firmly. The mid-level second-tier warrior, encircled by 10 attackers and flanked by several formidable allies, felt a surge of despair within. However, even in the face of death, he vowed to ensure that these first-tier novices would not have an easy victory. A wild look crossed his face as he shed his fear. A mid-level second-tier warrior possesses considerable combat prowess and has no reason to fear a gaggle of inexperienced fighters. His earlier trepidation had merely stemmed from Zhang Yong'an's fearsome reputation for slaughter. He coughed, uttering incomprehensible incantations, gripping his curved blade with renewed strength, and surged toward the students clad in black combat attire. Bai Xiaowei let out a fierce shout, brandishing a sword and dagger as she bravely advanced, being the strongest among them and thus required to take the lead. Yet, upon their initial clash, the disparity between a peak first-tier and a mid-level second-tier warrior became starkly evident. With a resounding crash, Bai Xiaowei was jolted backward by the immense force of the curved blade. Seizing the moment, Lu Yunhu attempted to strike the second-tier warrior from the side. However, the student's lack of combat experience proved detrimental, as the second-tier adversary swiftly raised a foot and sent Lu Yunhu flying. Fortunately, Lu Yunhu managed to position his weapon across his chest just in time, and thanks to the protective gear, he was merely knocked back without sustaining injury. The gap between the second-tier warrior and the students remained significant. The other students, undeterred, brandished their weapons and charged at the adversary, but almost without exception. They were repelled before they could come close. Thankfully, their sturdy combat gear spared them from serious harm. Disarm him. In school, how were you taught the art of combat? Those instructors imparted the lethal skills honed on the battlefield to you. What you have learned is not mere showmanship. Utilize it. Qin Zhan directed the students nearby, while Li Jianhao did the same. Chen Bingyuan, go and engage him. You've grown so large. Be mindful of your strikes. Identify the vulnerabilities in your opponent's attacks. Why do you all appear so inept? Li Xiaoyang's strikes were hesitant and sluggish, lacking the prowess of your sister. If this continues, you shall be relegated to the second team. Observe Wu Dazhu from the second team. He charges in fearlessly from the onset, unlike you. Zhang Yong'an stood quietly observing the fray. It was indeed a disadvantage for a mid-tier first rank to face a mid-tier second rank. Even with a united front, they struggled to overcome one who, driven to desperation, had gone berserk. The adversary chosen was somewhat formidable. Yet, it could not be helped, for he was the weakest within their squad. Thankfully, they were protected by combat gear, ensuring their safety. Bai Xiaowei, however, grew fiercer with each encounter, her blade unleashing a flurry of violent strikes at an astonishing speed. Zhang Yong'an soon realized that Bai Xiaowei's ancestral martial arts held significant merit. She exhibited a hint of combat talent, progressively mastering the exchanges after a mere dozen moves. Her innate strength was at the pinnacle of the first rank, and with the augmentation of her family's martial arts, her combat prowess reached that of an early second rank. Coupled with the assistance of Lu Yunhu and others at mid-first rank, they found themselves evenly matched for the time being. Zhang Yong'an observed the students' performances, silently grading them in his mind. Bai Xiaowei emerged as the powerhouse, Lu Yunhu as the opportunist, seizing chances to strike, while Chen Bingyuan displayed considerable strength. Her mid-first rank might nearly on par with Bai Xiaowei. Li Qiaoyang, though lacking in combat aptitude, consistently shielded his sister from harm. Li Qiaomiao, a fierce girl, executed her attacks with precision, targeting the lower paths. The second team faltered, their overall weakness understandable. Only Wu Dazhu's performance shown, characterized by his audacity to engage. Overall, their efforts were commendable. Zhang Yong'an felt as though he had returned to the days of training subordinates. Finally, after 15 minutes, the battle concluded as Li Chaomiao and Lu Yunhu simultaneously pierced the chests of the second-rank alien warriors. As the bodies of the alien combatants fell heavily to the ground, the students' tense spirits reluctantly began to ease. Yet, the gruesome scene once more shook their hearts to the core, stirring a tempest within. Zhang Yong'an commanded, "Search them for valuables. Leave no blood crystal behind. Loot the bodies. Go." The students, confronting the grotesque remains of the alien corpses, suppressed their nausea and began to rummage through them. However, upon hearing the prospect of earning money, the students' eyes gleamed with excitement. They had grown weary of poverty, meticulously counting every cent. For the warriors, profit came from seizing opportunities. If one did not seize it, others would. Thus, they disregarded their qualms, realizing that no method of earning was as effortless as scavenging corpses. Since the onset of battle, Zhang Yong'an had remained vigilant, wary of any patrolling alien warriors. Fortunately, no such figures had emerged to disrupt the students' assessment. Soon, a multitude of students appeared before Zhang Yong'an, brandishing a collection of blood-soaked crystals and valuable items. He nodded in satisfaction and retrieved a woven bag from his storage pouch, instructing the students to stow their findings within. Upon their return, these treasures would be converted into scholarships, deposited into their accounts. Each student could expect a sum of several thousand. "Now, we must leave this place immediately," Zhang Yong'an commanded, providing them no time to rest, for this was hardly a sanctuary. Once they reached a secluded area, Zhang Yong'an permitted them a brief respite beside a puddle of water, suitable for a momentary pause. The students' black combat uniforms were already stained with blood, the stench of carnage relentlessly assaulting their fragile nerves. Zhang Yong'an turned to address them. "Everyone, remove your helmets." The students complied, revealing their haggard and pallid faces. To claim they were unafraid would be a falsehood. "You may find a corner to relieve yourselves. Holding it in could be detrimental. Go." As his words fell, the students' faces turned even paler, and they scattered, unable to suppress the turmoil within, succumbing to violent retching. Zhang Luna approached Zhang Yong'an. Observing the students, "They have proven themselves quite capable. After I graduated from university, it took me a while before I could face my first alien warrior. I was so stunned that I vomited for 3 days." Zhang Yong'an nodded, acknowledging that everyone had endured similar trials. Of course, some individuals were unfazed by such experiences, with their first kill invigorating them further. The students before him, managing to hold on until now to vomit, had shown commendable resilience. This was merely the beginning. Battles would be a daily occurrence henceforth. The resources and combat experience provided to them would determine their future growth. The format of the exchange competition would be a round robin. In their encounters with alien warriors, they would face them one after another, as practical experience was the crucible for honing their combat skills. Zhang Luna nodded in agreement. And behind her, Qin Zhan and Li Jianhao shared no dissent regarding Zhang Yong'an's training methods. "Has the principal visited Jinyang town before?" Zhang Yong'an replied affirmatively, not concealing the truth. "I have been here previously, executing a mission for a period. There are still several days of travel to reach my intended destination. Perhaps, upon arrival, surprises await them." Here, Zhang Yong'an left a hint of mystery, uncertain if such wonders still existed. Even in the absence of victory, there is little to lament. The journey thus far has significantly enhanced the students' prowess and combat experience. Shortly, we shall rest for 3 hours. During this time, you are to review the recent battle with the students, allowing them to gradually refine their techniques. To achieve such a level in their first encounter with a foreign race is no small feat moving forward. Each skirmish must be meticulously analyzed in this manner to substantially bolster the students' capabilities. Zhang Luna and her companions readily accepted their orders, now awaiting the students' recovery. Meanwhile, Bai Xiaowei and Li Chaomiao, 2 girls, sat together, having just expelled the remnants of their earlier distress. "Sister Wei, you fought fiercely just now, weren't you afraid?" Li Chaomiao swallowed hard, suppressing the urge to retch, seeking to divert her thoughts through conversation. Bai Xiaowei glanced over, then shifted her gaze to Zhang Yong'an in the distance. "I was somewhat afraid, but what terrifies me more is disappointing the principal. Thus, I remained steadfast at the forefront." Her hands trembled slightly, not from fear, but from having exerted herself too vigorously, leaving her fingers sore. "You were impressive as well. Your brother is quite formidable. He shielded you valiantly, enduring several blows himself. The bond between you siblings is commendable." Li Chaomiao, with her short black hair neatly tied back, smiled faintly. "My brother has always been incredibly supportive. After our father fell in battle, our mother was preoccupied with providing for us, leaving us vulnerable to bullying at school. He consistently stood by my side, defending me fiercely. Since childhood, he has aspired to master martial arts, seeking to protect both me and our mother. Our mother endures much at her factory job, facing mistreatment for the sake of earning a livelihood. He has witnessed it all, and we would secretly puncture the tires of those who tormented her. Bai Xiaowei's lips twitched, finally understanding why Li Chaomiao had targeted the lower regions of their opponents during battle. It was a reflection of her everyday focus on striking at the enemy's vulnerabilities. Yet, she remained a silent listener, absorbing the story. Eventually, we clandestinely enrolled in martial arts studies, dreaming of becoming warriors so that our mother would no longer suffer. Unfortunately, unlike our peers, we lacked the financial means to purchase numerous vitality pills for training, and our family rarely indulges in meat, which further hinders our physical development. Consequently, our vitality levels are low, preventing us from entering prestigious martial arts universities. If it weren't for the special consideration granted to orphans of military warriors, we would struggle to gain admission even to the most mediocre martial arts colleges. Yet we are fortunate to have encountered the principal. To be candid, we could only afford meat during festive occasions, but since arriving at school, we have devoured more meat than we ever imagined. My brother confided in me that once we become warriors, we must protect the principal just as we do our mother. Anyone who dares to bully the principal shall feel our wrath, targeting their vulnerabilities and tires. As she spoke, she mimicked a fierce gesture. Through their light-hearted conversation, the discomfort began to dissipate. As Zhang Yong'an called for them to assemble, they promptly rose, reconvening as a group, each looking a bit more composed. Zhang Luna gazed at the rejuvenated students, her eyes wide with astonishment. Their recovery was astonishingly swift, leaving her momentarily dazed. Perhaps she ought to let Chu Zihang take her place. Being constantly beside Zhang Yong'an made her susceptible to shock. Strike, one after another. The combat experience they had gained over the past few days was now deeply ingrained within them. In the midst of the mountains, the sounds of battle echoed continuously. Zhang Yong'an observed quietly while Qin Zhan shouted commands nearby. This time, the students faced pinnacle-level second-tier warriors from other races, and compared to their first encounter, their combat experience and execution had significantly improved. Zhang Yong'an silently surveyed the corpses of the alien warriors scattered across the ground. By now, 6 days had passed since they entered the Stargate. Each day, Zhang Yong'an led them in hunting down alien warrior squads. On one occasion, they even encountered 3 waves of alien teams. Each individual had claimed at least 3 lives that day, and their combat experience grew exponentially. The students had adapted to this daily life of slaughter. For their own sake, as well as for the school and the principal, they were willing to exert themselves 100-fold. Zhang Yong'an had also invested considerable resources in their training, providing them with the remaining pig spirit fruits and various low-tier medicinal herbs. They feasted on mid-tier beast meat without restraint. Just 2 days prior, Bai Xiaowei had broken through to early second-tier warrior status, and the other members of her team had also advanced a small tier, while the other team members had all reached mid-tier, first-tier strength. Their rapid enhancement in power was remarkable. Concurrently, the strength of the teachers had also seen improvement. Zhang Yong'an did not solely provide resources for the students. The teachers had also received substantial resources. Additionally, their prolonged activities in the alien mountains had yielded a considerable amount of low-tier medicinal herbs. Currently, Li Jianhao had broken through to become a 4th-tier powerhouse, sitting beside Zhang Yong'an to stabilize his realm. The responsibility of guiding the students had been entrusted to Zhang Luna and Qin Zhan. Both of their strengths had risen from late 3rd tier to peak 3rd tier. Zhang Yong'an had also significantly enhanced his own power. After several days of consolidating his blood energy, he had entered the late 6th tier, drawing closer to the esteemed realm of a master-level powerhouse. Zhang Yong'an reflected silently while keenly observing the students' battles. These students now struck fiercely, conserving their energy and utilizing every ounce of their blood energy effectively. One by one, they descended upon the pinnacle second-tier warriors, whose bodies were marred by wounds. Unfortunately, these warriors, battered by relentless assaults, succumbed within just 10 minutes under the barrage of attacks. Their deaths were decidedly ignoble. Without needing a reminder from Zhang Yong'an, the students immediately approached to loot the corpses. The substantial spoils were of great value to them, yet insignificant in Zhang Yong'an's eyes. In truth, it was Zhang Yong'an who had felled the strong opponents single-handedly. The students merely performed the concluding tasks, and logically, most of the spoils should belong to them. However, Zhang Yong'an was anything but reasonable. Since these treasures were acquired by the students from the corpses, they rightfully belonged to them. He would not seize them. It was a jest, as he had no interest in such monetary gains. Instead, he preferred to bestow them upon those students who were in dire need of financial support. As for the other teachers, they received not a single penny, yet they bore no grievances in their hearts. Zhang Yong'an provided them with an annual salary of 1 million, alongside comprehensive training resources, not to mention the restoration of their martial foundations. Even if it were for naught, the teachers were more than willing. As everyone gathered, the students stood at attention, the effectiveness of the military-style management manifesting at that moment. The militarized regimen at the Mountain River Martial Arts Academy cultivated discipline akin to that of military warriors, enabling the students to accomplish tasks with remarkable efficiency. Everyone, remove your helmets. Upon hearing these words, the students swiftly took off their combat helmets and placed them in their right hands. Observing their tousled hair and beads of sweat on their foreheads, Zhang Yong'an nodded in satisfaction. Very well. Comparisons with others are futile. We shall only compete against ourselves. You are stronger than you were a week ago, and I am pleased. Upon hearing Zhang Yong'an express his satisfaction, the youthful faces of the students finally broke into smiles. Zhang Luna and her companions felt that the students appeared even more elated at the principal's praise than they would have been at receiving scholarships. However, the journey was far from over. I intend to ensure that on the day of the exchange competition, you will achieve unparalleled fame. Returning to the matter at hand, we now find ourselves at the boundary of the Shadow Kingdom of the alien races, with towns of these foreign beings located within 100 miles. This is truly the heartland of the alien races. The expressions of the crowd turned serious as they understood Zhang Yong'an's intent. In towns populated by numerous alien warriors, they must exercise utmost caution. A moment's carelessness could lead them to an irreversible doom. Yet, neither the students nor the teachers comprehended the true reason behind Zhang Yong'an's decision to bring them here. What could possibly justify such a perilous venture into the depths of alien territory? Nonetheless, their unwavering commitment to follow Zhang Yong'an sufficed. All other considerations were unnecessary. Let us withdraw. Find a place to rest for 2 hours until nightfall. I will take you to a specific location, Zhang Yong'an stated without further elaboration, leading them swiftly in another direction. Upon reaching the foot of a mountain, the students removed their helmets and replenished their energy with dried beast meat. The sky gradually darkened. The twilight of the alien realm was particularly beautiful, yet beneath this beauty lurked a palpable danger. Only one of Blue Star and the God-given continent of the alien races could survive to the end. As Zhang Yong'an calculated the time, he waited until darkness enveloped the land before urging everyone to set off again. Upon arriving at the foot of the mountain, they discovered a narrow path paved with blue stones. It seemed a nearby alien village or town was within reach. Under the cloak of night, the group hastily traversed over 30 miles, ultimately arriving at a mountain summit. Zhang Yong'an gazed down at the foot of the mountain, where a village nestled beneath towering peaks glimmered with scattered lights, indicating that some inhabitants had yet to retire for the night. The village was fortified by a formidable stone wall, erected for the defense against monstrous beasts, while the other sides were naturally shielded by steep cliffs, making it a veritable stronghold. Recognizing the familiar scene before him, Zhang Yong'an nodded in satisfaction, reassured that their journey had not been in vain. The others regarded the village with curiosity, reminiscent of ancient settlements depicted in dramas, with its blue bricks, gray tiles, and weathered earthen walls. Shadows of figures clad in long robes could even be discerned moving about. Zhang Yong'an turned to his companions and whispered, "This village likely harbors around 700 souls, with the strongest among them at approximately the 4th rank, though the possibility of a 5th rank warrior cannot be dismissed. As long as we secure the entrance, no one shall escape. Our task tonight is straightforward. We shall raise the village." His somber declaration echoed like the grim roar of death in the night. The students' breaths quickened. They were to confront the common folk of an alien race. However, Zhang Luna and her companions remained remarkably composed, as seasoned martial practitioners, confident in the righteousness of Zhang Yong'an's mission. Qin Zhan's voice carried a hint of reprimand. This is war. It is not a child's game, nor is there any notion of sparing lives simply because weapons are not drawn. In the past, when the Star Gate of Ongwa fell, 50 million lives were extinguished, reduced to mere sustenance for the beasts. When the 10 major star gates of the alien race invaded our homeland, nearly 10 million civilians perished and countless women were abducted. They showed no mercy. The conflict with the alien race is a battle for survival, with no quarter given. Every individual, regardless of age, is deemed an enemy. They share a singular identity, that of the alien. Most alarmingly, they feast upon the inhabitants of Blue Star. Infants are deemed the most delectable, and women are especially tender, which is how the aliens categorize the people of Blue Star. They consider their own kind to be noble, viewing other races merely as delicacies upon their table. Non-tribal beings harbor malevolent intentions. The alien race seeks our annihilation. Their intrusion upon our lands is an act of extermination, a hatred ingrained in their very bones. Xinjiang's words gradually penetrated the minds of the students. This was not mere indoctrination, it was a brutal reality. One could regard the alien beings as monstrous beasts, for even the youngest cubs or the oldest predators possess claws capable of inflicting harm and hearts filled with vengeance. War has never shown mercy. Xinjiang and Zhang Luna understood Zhang Yong'an's intentions, while the students remained silent, absorbing the gravity of the situation. Zhang Yong'an, too, refrained from elaboration, merely stating coldly, "Soon, Li Jianhao, you and all the students will guard the entrance. Should you spot any aliens attempting to flee, execute them without hesitation. The rest of us will proceed to eradicate the village. Rest assured, the nearest town lies 40 to 50 miles away, in a secluded area. Even amidst the cacophony, none would be the wiser. Our mission is to annihilate." He glanced at the clock. In 5 minutes, the operation would commence. With that, the multitude of students began to adjust their demeanor, swiftly entering a state of readiness. Zhang Luna exchanged glances with several teachers. The students' performance was remarkable, exhibiting unwavering obedience to Zhang Yong'an's directives. As soon as he spoke, they seamlessly transitioned into combat readiness. Unlike most young warriors who would ponder the implications of war or succumb to panic. Although their demeanor was somewhat naive, they displayed an unexpected calmness, one that belied their status as mere freshmen. They executed the principal's orders unconditionally, forming a formidable squad. No, more accurately, this was a formidable institution, where students devotedly adhered to the principal's commands, underscoring his esteemed position in their hearts. Zhang Yong'an paid little heed to these dynamics. The slaughter of alien civilians was an inevitable rite of passage for a warrior. He had witnessed too many warriors falter at the thought of harming alien civilians. Yet, their fate had invariably been grim, falling victim to those very civilians. It could only be said that mercy had led to their demise. Some had claimed that the cruelty of warriors was excessive, even suggesting a dialogue with the aliens for a harmonious coexistence, which was nothing short of folly. The war of annihilation allowed for no quarter. Still, respect for one's own kind must be upheld. Aliens, however, lacked such dignity. Zhang Yong'an wished for his students not to act merely out of obedience to his commands, but to embody the consciousness of warriors. Of course, his purpose for bringing the students here extended beyond imparting such lessons. There were far graver matters at hand. Contemplating, his gaze gradually settled upon an open circular plaza at the heart of the village. This was the very reason for his arrival. 5 fleeting minutes passed. Without hesitation, Zhang Yong'an declared, "Let us commence. Li Jianhao, once I breach the village gate, ensure it is secured. Permit no alien to escape. Should anything go awry, you are well aware of the consequences." Li Jianhao nodded solemnly. With his early 4th-tier prowess, he was more than capable of intercepting any stragglers. Subsequently, Zhang Yong'an, along with Zhang Luna and Xinjiang, stealthily approached the village entrance. A 6th-tier warrior could easily assume the role of a lord in small towns inhabited by aliens. Slaughtering a village defended by only 4 or 5-tier warriors would pose no challenge. The claim of 5th-tier strength was merely Zhang Yong'an's conjecture. During a prior reconnaissance with his team, the strongest inhabitant of this village had been merely at mid to late 4th tier. Of course, several years had elapsed, and one could only speculate about any changes. Regardless, Zhang Yong'an, now at the late 6th tier, was more than equipped to handle the situation. The figures of the trio appeared like phantoms beneath the village walls. At the entrance, only a few guards stood sentinel, their strongest being no more than 2nd tier. In ordinary times, there is no warfare. It is inconceivable that those martial artists from the Blue Star would venture into such remote corners to find them. Thus, the guards are naturally somewhat sparse. Only a few sentinels are stationed at the entrance, which accounts for the presence of some individuals. The assault feels almost like a jest. Zhang Yong'an signaled to Zhang Luna and the others. He would go ahead, leaving them to observe the situation and eliminate the few 1st-tier martial artists at the entrance. Not far away, Li Jianhao, leading his students, had already begun to advance stealthily. The atmosphere turned tense. Zhang Yong'an's figure effortlessly leaped over Tu Zhang to the top of the stockade wall. On the wall, several patrolling martial artists, armed with long spears, were casually gathered. Engaged in light-hearted conversation, occasionally erupting in laughter, completely oblivious to the shadow that had silently appeared above them. Tonight, it's my turn to keep watch. The exotic woman I purchased not long ago hasn't had her turn yet. I hope those others don't ruin her for me, or I'll miss my chance to enjoy her. One of them remarked, I heard that the exotic woman your squad bought only cost 5 mid-grade blood crystals. Isn't that a bit steep? We pooled our resources and bought one for just 3 mid-grade blood crystals. Another scoffed, you don't understand. This woman's skin is so tender it could yield water, and she possesses the strength of a second-tier martial artist. I've heard she is an elite disciple from some Blue Star sect, perhaps a university student. Zhang Yong'an's expression darkened. Indeed, there were many female martial artists from Jinling Stargate who had gone missing, a dire situation. Yet, hearing that his kin were being traded like commodities by these foreign beings ignited a profound anger within him. Moreover, such a young student, at the prime of her life, was being destroyed by these outsiders. Her demise felt utterly tragic. With a swish, a black gold long knife materialized in Zhang Yong'an's hand, and in an instant, he appeared before the foreign martial artists, his vitality concentrating at the blade's tip. Without a moment's hesitation, he swiftly struck at the foreign martial artists before him. He delivered just a single blow, then vanished from sight, reappearing behind another group of jovial foreign martial artists. In the wake of Zhang Yong'an's departure, the once malevolent smiles of the foreign martial artists were replaced with horror as their heads fell to the ground. There was no need for Zhang Yong'an to strike again. In under 2 minutes, the 30 or so martial artists atop the wall were annihilated, not even having the chance to call for help before meeting their end at his hands. Simultaneously, at the gate, Zhang Luna and Qin Zhan had dispatched the few enemies at the entrance. In a mere moment, they secured the village entrance. Onward, Li Jianhao commanded, leading his students to swiftly take control of the village gate. Subsequently, he instructed them to firmly shut the gate. By the time they completed these tasks, Zhang Yong'an and his companions had already begun their methodical slaughter throughout the village, house by house. The foreign invaders were unworthy of pity. Beneath their helmets, the students' expressions remained unchanged. The relentless slaughter over the past few days had transformed them significantly. They could only hope for Zhang Yong'an's swift return. Zhang Luna and Qin Zhan dared not stray too far from Zhang Yong'an. Although both were at the pinnacle of the third rank, the village harbored numerous formidable individuals. Certain powerful foes were best left for Zhang Yong'an to confront. This village was evidently unlike any ordinary foreign settlement. While many such villages consisted primarily of common farmers with only a handful of martial artists, this particular one clearly revered the martial arts. Otherwise, it would not have housed several mid-tier warriors. With a black gold long knife in hand, Zhang Yong'an methodically moved through the row of buildings, dispatching foes one by one. They were, of course, unable to avoid awakening the villagers. It wasn't long before cries echoed in the night, though they were swiftly silenced by Zhang Yong'an's blade. This commotion, however, roused the majority of martial artists within the settlement, plunging it into chaos. An enemy has invaded. Quickly, arm yourselves and fight back. In the face of the village's turmoil, Zhang Yong'an displayed no hint of panic. He had no intention of confronting each adversary individually. It was far more efficient for them to converge. A throng of warriors surged into the streets, while ordinary citizens lacking martial prowess cowered in their homes. Many foreign martial artists were perplexed, questioning who had dared to attack, as they had not provoked any enemies recently. Yet, when they rushed into the streets, they were met with the sight of a dark-clad figure wielding a long knife, ruthlessly slaughtering the villagers. Some bewildered warriors, rushing out without a grasp of the situation, were met with a flash of ominous blade light, followed by a sudden weightlessness as they beheld their own bodies lying on the ground. It was the foreigners. Those damned outsiders had invaded our village. Let us fight back. A third-rank peak warrior, gripping his long knife, led a faction of his kin towards the source of the chaos. However, they remained unaware of the strength possessed by the invaders. They could only hope that their power did not exceed the 5th rank. Otherwise, even the village chief would be unable to save them. By the time they arrived, only Zhang Yong'an and 2 others remained standing amidst the carnage in the streets, where dozens of foreign martial artists and ordinary citizens lay lifeless upon the ground. Bodies were strewn haphazardly, as though a relentless force had cut a swath through the settlement. The team of villagers, led by the 3rd-rank peak warrior, felt a chill run down their spines. The team leader's heart sank as he recognized a familiar face among the fallen. It was his captain, a formidable warrior of mid-4th rank, now sprawled in a pool of blood. They had not anticipated that such a powerful figure could be felled so easily by the unknown warrior wielding the black knife. How could they possibly muster the courage to fight on? Flee. This was the sole thought racing through their minds. Yet, no matter how swift their retreat, they could not hope to outrun Zhang Yong'an, who possessed the strength of his 6th rank. Zhang Yong'an's figure surged past Zhang Luna and Qin Zhan, resembling a shadow of darkness that swiftly descended. Where do you think you're going? The terrifying scent of blood rushed forth, and a blinding flash of blade light struck down in an instant. Bang! Over a dozen foreign warriors fell victim to Zhang Yong'an's strike, shattering the bluestone floor beneath them and leaving a deep gash in the ground. A peak 3rd-tier warrior turned to flee, his throat tightening as he glanced back to locate the Reaper. To his horror, the 30-odd warriors behind him had vanished, leaving only a chilling blade light hurtling towards his face. No, the blade light pierced through his body, cleaving him in twain. Zhang Yong'an showed no signs of restraint. More warriors from the village were rushing to assist. With around 700 villagers, half of whom were warriors, this village boasted the largest number of martial artists in the region, and Zhang Yong'an was here for this very reason. Who dares to slay my kin? A deep, thunderous roar echoed, and Zhang Yong'an focused his gaze to see a figure racing towards him, accompanied by many more shadows behind. The foreign warriors were formidable, all above the 3rd tier, as the village's strongest forces had been mobilized. A sinister smile crossed Zhang Yong'an's lips. He had finally encountered worthy opponents. He wasted no time in charging towards the group of foreign warriors. Zhang Luna and Qin Zhan could hardly keep pace with Zhang Yong'an, their faces reflecting sheer astonishment. Earlier on the plain, when Zhang Yong'an claimed to possess 6th-tier strength, they had been skeptical. After all, he had devoted all his resources to the school and his teachers, leaving little for his own advancement. Yet, in this battle, Zhang Yong'an did not conceal his prowess. While they could not discern the specifics of his 6th-tier realm, they understood that he never engaged in battles he could not win, and only someone of genuine strength would have brought them here. The principle is truly formidable. Zhang Luna could not help but exclaim, while simultaneously cleaving through a half-alive foreign warrior. Qin Zhan nodded in agreement. They both turned their gaze towards the fray. Zhang Yong'an, like a harbinger of death, charged into the ranks of the foreign warriors with terrifying might. It was akin to a wolf invading a flock of sheep. Wherever the black and gold blood aura blade light swept, no foreign warrior could withstand it. It could be said that Zhang Luna and Qin Zhan were merely bystanders, utterly incapable of contributing. Ah, no. The anguished cries of the dying foreign warriors echoed. Against Zhang Yong'an, they possessed no means of resistance. Even the village chief, with his early 5th-tier strength, was sent flying by Zhang Yong'an's blade, leaving no possibility of victory. Yet the village chief was fortunate. He survived the strike. Scrambling to his feet, wiping the blood from his lips, his face a mask of terror. A 6th-tier foreigner. He shouted to the surrounding warriors, "Quickly, let the village's children and elders flee. We delayed the powerful foreign adversary for a brief moment. Let us flee as far as we can. Hurry." The warriors at a distance exhibited no hesitation and immediately dashed towards the village, calling out to their families hidden within the homes. "Run. Make your way out from the village entrance." In an instant, chaos engulfed the village. Even the formidable chief, akin to a pillar of strength, could not withstand the onslaught of the enemy. Remaining here would only lead to a dead end. A multitude of foreign civilians, escorted by some warriors, hastened towards the village entrance via an alternate path. Among the village's relatively strong warriors, a few dozen willingly charged towards Zhang Yong'an, hoping to assist the chief in holding off the foreign assailants. Their intention was to facilitate the civilians' escape, preserving the flicker of hope. Alas, they were overly optimistic. By the time the first group of ordinary foreign civilians, numbering around a dozen, reached the village gate, they were met by a figure wielding a sword. Standing defiantly at the entrance, accompanied by 10 armed figures in combat uniforms, all turning to face them. Li Jianhao's icy voice resonated, "Advance. Obey the principal's command. No one shall pass through this gate." Bai Xiaowei and the others did not hesitate. Armed with weapons, they surged forth from behind Li Jianhao, intent on slaughtering the unarmed foreign civilians. The foreign civilians cried out in their native tongue. The group, though merely first-year students, had learned some basic phrases of the foreign language and could discern a few words. "Don't kill me. Damn foreign beings. Help. When I grow up." I will feast upon the Blue Star people. Yet their pleas for mercy did nothing to halt the advance of Bai Xiaowei and her comrades. Bai Xiaowei's cold voice echoed in their ears. Kill. They are all foreign beings. Only one thought permeated their minds, to heed the principal's words. For his declarations are eternally the truth. These cannibalistic foreign beings deserve death. This is an unchanging truth through the ages. Should they grow to become foreign warriors and encounter Blue Star military personnel on the battlefield, the Blue Star would witness more fatherless and motherless children. Bai Xiaowei and her peers had all lost their fathers on the battlefield, having spent their formative years devoid of paternal presence. In school, they experienced the principal's care, which felt to them like a long-lost paternal love. It was the principal who provided them the opportunity to step onto the battlefield, the chance to become warriors, guiding them to vanquish foreign warriors and honor the spirits of their fallen forebears. Li Jianhao, gripping his one-handed sword, could not help but tighten his hold on the hilt. He refrained from intervening. To become a warrior, one must endure this trial. Yet, he could not suppress his astonishment. The student's decisive actions were indicative of innate military prowess. Throughout this journey, he had encountered enough shocking events to become desensitized. However, each experience would invariably leave him in awe once more. An increasing number of foreign civilians emerged from the narrow paths, desperately seeking the sole exit. Alas, the dark figures stationed at the village entrance stood as impenetrable as iron gates. Ultimately, these foreign civilians were merely ordinary individuals devoid of vitality, unable to withstand even a single strike from the students led by Bai Xiaowei. The students were undergoing a profound transformation with each passing moment. Upon witnessing the timid foreign populace, they charged forth without a moment's hesitation. In their eyes, these foreigners resembled fierce beasts, scarcely deserving of the label human. Each life extinguished contributed to the security of Blue Star, ensuring a greater safety for the warriors of Jinling. Engaging in such noble acts of patriotism filled their hearts with clarity, fostering a harmonious mindset on their martial path. The prospects of their future cultivation were only brightened. With no detriments in sight, Li Jianhao observed silently from the rear. Among those escorting the civilians were several second-tier warriors. Yet even they fell victim to the collective prowess honed by the students over the days. Li Jianhao raised an eyebrow. The students' comprehensive qualities were improving at a rate rivaling that of elite warriors. If only their realms were higher, they could rival seasoned warriors who tread the battlefield daily. Indeed, none among the military offspring were lacking in valor. 10 minutes later, a heap of corpses had accumulated at the village entrance. Still, some foreigners attempted to break free, only to be thwarted at every turn. They had no one but themselves to blame for failing to dig an escape tunnel or leave a back door. Yet, one could hardly fault them. Who could have anticipated that the Shadow King's border would be so brazenly assaulted by Blue Star warriors? Meanwhile, Zhang Yong'an had concluded his own battle. Even a fifth-tier village chief could do little more than endure a couple of blows in his presence, hardly qualifying as a formidable opponent. Zhang Luna and Qin Zhan trailed behind Zhang Yong'an, merely serving as cheerleaders, exuberantly shouting their praises. There was little they could do. Their comrade's overwhelming strength rendered even the simplest of tasks victorious. However, this was merely the beginning. There were bound to be a few stragglers within the village. Once combat commenced, a thorough extermination was imperative. Zhang Yong'an glanced approvingly at the students' achievements, nodding in satisfaction. Each had dispatched at least a dozen foreigners. Li Jianhao, you stay here to guard the entrance. The rest of you, search every household. He commanded. Loot their wealth and valuables, and ensure no foreigners are overlooked. Dispatch any you encounter on the spot. The group complied, swiftly commencing their search through the homes. To safeguard against any mishaps for the students, Zhang Yong'an followed closely behind. Simultaneously, he performed an action that left everyone perplexed. He utilized a storage ring to absorb all the foreign corpses from the ground, leaving only bloodstains behind. Zhang Luna, puzzled, inquired, "What is the purpose of this?" With a slight smirk, Zhang Yong'an replied, "A good deed. You shall see shortly." As Zhang Yong'an held back some suspense, Zhang Luna refrained from asking further questions. However, the corpses of these alien beings possessed little worth, as their organs were utterly incompatible with those of the Blue Star inhabitants. It could be said that the two races were of entirely different kinds. In summary, the aliens were nearly devoid of any utility, lacking even the qualification to serve as mere test subjects. Thus, Zhang Yong'an and the students meticulously searched house after house, concurrently collecting the alien bodies into their storage rings. After scouring several dozen residences, Zhang Yong'an keenly detected fluctuations of energy emanating from a large mansion ahead, accompanied by several distinct presences. He promptly signaled the students to remain vigilant. Instantly, the students tightened their grips on their weapons, entering a state of readiness. Zhang Yong'an was the first to kick open the mansion's door, honing in on the source of the energy fluctuations and identifying the room where the presence lingered. The students steeled themselves, bracing for what lay ahead. Upon kicking the door open, startled gasps echoed from within the room. Yet, Zhang Yong'an refrained from immediate action, for he heard the familiar sound of Mandarin. "Don't kill me." Zhang Yong'an fell silent, and the students behind him trembled, seemingly unable to believe what lay before them. The scene before them etched itself into their minds. 3 emaciated Chinese women stood within the room, shackled by iron chains, their martial foundations dismantled, rendering them incapable of resistance. These were the Blue Star female warriors captured by the alien fighters for exploitation. "Are you Chinese?" A voice filled with surprise emerged as one of the women, the most composed among them, spoke first. The other 2 clung tightly to her, their eyes filled with hopeful anticipation as they gazed towards the open door. In the moonlight, a figure clad in a black leather jacket stood at the entrance, flanked by a dozen or so warriors donned in combat attire. At that moment, they appeared as saviors. Zhang Yong'an nodded and then produced several oversized garments from his storage ring, stepping back out of the door. He beckoned to the tardy Zhang Luna. "Luna, save them." Zhang Luna sheathed her weapon, advancing into the room to free the female warriors from their shackles and drape them in clothing. Meanwhile, Zhang Yong'an observed the students in the courtyard, still reeling from the harrowing scene they had just witnessed. Although these students had cultivated a mindset for combat, witnessing their compatriots suffering at the hands of these aliens filled them with indignation. Yet, more than that, they were gripped by fear, having never encountered such a scene before. Zhang Yong'an spoke in a calm yet poignant tone. "Our compatriots are bought for pleasure by these alien civilians or warriors, confined within dark rooms, their bodies exposed, devoid of any semblance of human rights. This is the reality of war. In defeat, one faces only death or becomes the spoils of others, destined for their enjoyment. Like pigs or sheep, like livestock, they are left to be slaughtered." His words cut through the hearts of the students like a sharp blade, etching the harsh reality into their consciousness. These were lessons steeped in blood and tears, lessons they ought to remember. "Now, do you still feel any guilt over the slaughter of alien civilians?" The crowd collectively exclaimed, "No." Zhang Yong'an nodded in satisfaction. "Remember this day, when confronting foreign tribes, the gravest error is to exhibit excessive compassion. The adage, 'in times of chaos, slay the saintly,' holds true for today's lesson as well." After delivering his admonition, Zhang Luna emerged, leading 3 women whose countenances were severely distressed, their hearts burning with the desire to rend the foreign tribesmen into pieces. "These scoundrels! This place serves solely for the pleasure of those foreign men, where a mere low-grade blood crystal suffices to select a woman." They heard whispers that there might still be 1 or 2 newly acquired female warriors in the village, though their whereabouts remained unknown. They could only hope no harm befell them. Among those most incensed by this situation was Zhang Luna. The 3 women, draped in Zhang Yong'an's oversized garments, appeared disheveled, their disarray unlikely to be resolved in the short term. The woman who had spoken earlier stepped forward, her gratitude evident as she addressed Zhang Yong'an. "I am a senior at Jinling Martial Arts University. I came here with several classmates to hunt the foreign tribesmen, only to find ourselves ensnared by their warriors and sold here a month ago. Had you not appeared, we might never have escaped." The 2 accompanying her included a student from another martial arts institution and a civilian female warrior, both of whom had been here for a longer duration. Zhang Yong'an nodded. Jinling Martial Arts University is indeed a prestigious institution, ranking among the top 20 martial arts universities nationwide. However, even graduates from esteemed schools can fall prey to unfortunate circumstances at the hands of foreign tribes. "We cannot return to Jinling City just yet. You shall accompany us for a while. After about 7 or 8 days, we should be able to return together. During this period, safety should not be an issue." Upon hearing Zhang Yong'an's reassuring words, the 3 women were overwhelmed with joy, relieved simply to be alive. Their psychological resilience was commendable, as they had not succumbed to confusion. Yet, their martial foundations lay in ruins, and their paths in the martial arts realm were forever altered. Nevertheless, now was not the time for such thoughts. Survival was the priority. Zhang Yong'an instructed Zhang Luna to lead them to the village square to wait, while he retrieved some food and water from his storage ring. He then guided the students to continue their thorough search of each household. Having experienced the earlier events, the students were engulfed by a complex mix of emotions. Yearning to dismantle the foreign tribesmen. Anyone witnessing such a scene would feel a surge of indignation, especially the fervent youth. Zhang Yong'an aimed to instill in them the courage to confront foreign tribesmen, yet he did not intend to transform them into unfeeling killers. Thus, he carefully moderated their education to avoid any mishaps. Fortunately, the students exhibited commendable character, ensuring no issues arose. After more than an hour, Zhang Yong'an finally led the students toward the village square, now accompanied by 2 young women. Within the span of a little over an hour, they unearthed 4 to 5 dozen hidden alien civilians, each one dragged out and met with the students' blades. The lives of these otherworldly beings were deemed inconsequential. Among them were 2 young women, also liberated female warriors, whose appearances were quite striking, yet had been reduced to mere playthings for the village's powerful. Had they not encountered Zhang Yong'an and his companions, their fates would have been sealed. He regarded the students with a calm demeanor and stated, "The number of warriors entering and exiting the Jinling Star Gate daily is substantial, and the tally of those who go missing or perish in battle is equally high. The captured female warriors number no fewer than 800, if not 1,000. We lack the capacity to rescue each one across the various towns. Warriors must act within their means, first safeguard oneself, then attend to others. This is the guiding principle for survival on the battlefield against the alien races. Remember the lessons I've imparted. They will serve you well in the future." The students nodded in unison, deeply internalizing Zhang Yong'an's teachings. Valuable items from the village, including fine ornaments, furniture, blood crystals, and even low-level medicinal herbs, had been transferred into Zhang Yong'an's storage ring. It could be said that he was leaving no stone unturned. Every corpse of the villagers was also placed within his storage, soon to prove invaluable. He then quickened his pace, leading the students towards the village square. In the square, Zhang Luna tended to the 3 women, while the female student from Jinling Martial Arts University initiated a conversation with her. "Teacher Zhang, are you here to guide your students through training?" Zhang Luna nodded, revealing nothing. The student, relieved to have survived, grew chatty. "Which school do you represent?" "Surely, your students must be from a prestigious institution. They resemble elite martial warriors, likely 3rd or 4th year students. Unfortunately, my martial foundation has been shattered, so I cannot gauge their strength. However, their formation is orderly, their discipline strict, and the aura of killing intent is palpable. I've only seen such attributes in some upperclassmen from the military martial arts who frequently pass through the Star Gate." Zhang Luna glanced towards the figures emerging from the street, casually remarking, "The school is nothing special, merely a martial arts college. Those students are just freshmen, inexperienced in bloodshed. The principal brought them here to broaden their horizons." "Is that so?" The smile of the female student froze, as if she could hardly believe her ears. She turned her gaze towards the approaching figures clad in combat attire, their postures rigid, their weapons stained with blood, each exuding a palpable aura of menace. To suggest that these students were mere first-year students from a vocational college was utterly incomprehensible. Even graduates from prestigious institutions seldom possessed such terrifying intent to kill. Yet, the reality was indeed as Zhang Luna had described. She chose not to elaborate further. These individuals required rest, not idle chatter. As she observed Zhang Yong'an's return, she hastily moved to greet him, her eyes also catching sight of the 2 rescued female warriors within the group. Zhang Yong'an commanded, "These 2 are students from the Martial Arts University near Jinling. Take those 3 over there as well, and find a place where they can bathe. Allow them to clean themselves and change into fresh attire. Let them rest without disturbing us. We shall likely remain here for a few days." Zhang Luna nodded, refraining from inquiring about the reasons behind these instructions, and subsequently took several sets of clean garments from Zhang Yong'an. These clothes, once belonging to Zhang Yong'an, were of various lesser-known brands, yet they had been meticulously washed. Now that Zhang Yong'an possessed several exquisite outfits, these old garments, which had long been stored in his storage ring, finally found their purpose. As Zhang Luna guided the 5 female martial artists towards a cluster of nearby rooms, Zhang Yong'an turned his attention to the remaining group. "Form a line," he declared. At the sound of his command, everyone immediately aligned, standing in 5 rows side by side. Qin Zhan and Li Jianhao positioned themselves at the forefront of the students. At ease, the group's gaze shifted to Zhang Yong'an, uncertain of what he would instruct next. Zhang Yong'an surveyed the surroundings of the square and nodded silently. He then spoke, "You may wonder why I have brought you to this desolate place. What purpose could it serve in enhancing your abilities? Let me clarify. Beneath your feet lies a formation. A wave of confusion washed over the group, but Zhang Yong'an continued, leaving them no room to voice their thoughts. Years ago, I stumbled upon this site, discovering it to be a village sacrificial formation. Here, when children reach a certain age, they are led by the village elders to sit within these stone pits. At this moment, the group noticed a circle of stone pits in the center of the village square, perfectly sized for a person to sit cross-legged. Subsequently, the village's young martial artists would stand at the edges of the square, cut their palms to allow their blood to flow, mixing it with the water in the depressions, channeling it along the formation's patterns towards the center of the square. Simultaneously, the village chief would activate the formation with blood crystals, which would refine the blood of the young martial artists into pure power for the children seated in the stone pits to absorb. Thus, the children could swiftly ascend to the ranks of martial artists. Among the foreign tribes, this practice is referred to as bloodline foundation. The group listened, captivated, with Qin Zhan and Li Jianhao, seasoned martial artists, having never encountered such knowledge. It was evident that Zhang Yong'an possessed a wealth of information. This was only natural, as Zhang Yong'an led an exploratory team, while the other two were part of a combat unit. Their knowledge of the foreign tribes limited compared to that of the exploration squad. Zhang Yong'an's voice resonated once more. Of course, such village sacrificial altars have their drawbacks. For instance, the young martial artists must consume copious amounts of precious herbs to recover after releasing their blood, requiring significant time for recuperation. Excessive blood release may even result in a decline in their martial arts realm. However, for the sake of enabling the village children to become martial artists and ensuring the family's lineage, the martial artists of the clan must make such sacrifices. This is precisely why the number of martial artists in this village far exceeds that of ordinary settlements. The village derives its strength from the formation beneath their feet. To prevent discovery by outsiders, they have deliberately distanced themselves. However, this also conveniently allows Zhang Yong'an to carry out his plans without anyone noticing, let alone calling for reinforcements. Yet, Zhang Yong'an's words stirred excitement in Qin Zhan and his companion, as they realized that such a formation could potentially enhance the students' powers. If this were the case, it would be magnificent. Their faces brightened with smiles as they began to comprehend Zhang Yong'an's motives for collecting those corpses. However, Zhang Yong'an's subsequent words doused their enthusiasm with cold reality. He continued, there is a significant drawback. Generally, such formations can only allow blood from the same lineage to be absorbed by their kin. After all, for the bloodline to merge, even the vital essence must share the same origin. Upon hearing this, the smiles on Qin Zhan and his companions' faces froze. This meant that the students would be unable to absorb the vital essence, rendering their visit pointless. Nevertheless, Zhang Yong'an had a contingency plan. However, I possess a solution, a stroke of luck, indeed. Indeed, Zhang Yong'an had discovered a remedy. After uncovering such a formation years ago, he had pondered the matter incessantly, even consulting a professor from his martial arts university, a seasoned warrior of the 6th rank. This individual, knowledgeable about the customs and formations of foreign races, took only a day or two to find a solution within the ancient texts of these alien cultures. Such texts had been acquired over the years by martial artists from Huagua during their raids on foreign towns. To conquer the enemy, one must understand their history. Thus, books can often be more valuable than resources. Returning to the point, Zhang Yong'an had the solution in his possession. Li Jianhao and Qin Zhan leaned forward, eager to listen. Zhang Yong'an began to elucidate. This involves utilizing the high-grade spiritual herb, bone-eroding grass. Contrary to its name, bone-eroding grass does not merely possess toxic properties. It also has a destructive capability. It can dismantle the kinship bonds within the blood of the same lineage, purifying the martial artist's essence and allowing everyone to absorb the vital energy. In Zhang Yong'an's understanding, it is akin to a bomb that obliterates everything into nothingness, and that nothingness can be absorbed by individuals. This was the very purpose behind Zhang Yong'an leading them across treacherous mountains into the heart of the foreign territories. Had he not acquired bone-eroding grass from the storage ring of the high-grade dragon, this precious land would have been rendered utterly useless. Zhang Yong'an had merely etched the memory into his mind due to its significance, never anticipating it would prove so valuable. Bone-eroding grass, worth millions. Finally, Qin Zhan could not contain himself and remarked, "Isn't this somewhat extravagant? Using such high-grade resources on the students seems a waste." The students were instantly taken aback. Even if they were urged to take up arms against alien civilians, their expressions would remain unchanged. Yet now, they were utterly astonished, unable to close their mouths. A value in the millions, what does that even signify? It could very well purchase their lives. Xinjiang spoke nothing but the truth. High-grade resources have always been exceedingly precious, let alone the uniquely potent bone-eating grass. Zhang Yong'an cast a cold gaze in their direction. Whoever dares utter the word waste before me again shall no longer remain in this school. Upon hearing this, the crowd fell into a hushed silence. For them, physical reprimands and verbal insults were bearable, but being expelled from the school was tantamount to a death sentence. The most merciless words from Zhang Yong'an to them were those few. Do not remain in the school. Once silence enveloped the group, Zhang Yong'an continued, our time is limited. We must strive to return to the magic capital 2 days prior to the exchange competition. Therefore, I shall grant you half an hour to adjust your state. During this time, I will prepare the formation. He commanded, the 2 teachers shall assist me in drawing blood. Let us commence. Zhang Yong'an's words brooked no refusal, and the students hastened to the edge of the square, sitting in meditation to regain their strength. Having swept through the area, they had exhausted considerable energy and needed to recuperate. Zhang Yong'an, meanwhile, began to retrieve a large number of corpses and blood from his storage ring, arranging them in a complete circle around the square. It could be said that he had constructed a circle of bodies. By carefully controlling the flow of the alien blood, he aimed to direct it all into the grooves of the formation beneath the square. Utilizing the strength of the aliens to enhance his own power, though somewhat brutal, was entirely justified. After all, the increase in power for the Huagua side would fortify their resistance against the alien foes. Previously, Zhang Yong'an had witnessed a scene where approximately 100 martial artists simultaneously released around 200 milliliters of their vital blood, which then merged into the water in the formation's grooves. This time, Zhang Yong'an required no water. He would use a vast quantity of blood. This contained a wealth of martial artists' essence, including several of the 4th and 5th ranks, ensuring an abundance of vitality. Even Zhang Yong'an could absorb some of it. However, he could not release the blood of the master-level flood dragon. The two must not be mixed, as the efficacy of the bone-eating grass had not reached a point where the blood of demons could be conflated with that of humans. For utmost safety, it was best to utilize solely the vitality from these alien martial artists or civilians. Beyond that, the bone-eating grass would indeed lose its potency. Once Zhang Luna had settled several individuals and taken a brief respite, she stepped out of her room and onto the square, only to feel an unsettling flutter in her eyelids. There, in the square, lay a circle of alien martial artists' corpses, a sight of tremendous impact. Even as a battle-hardened warrior emerged from a sea of corpses and blood, she felt a twinge of trepidation. Yet, upon noticing Zhang Yong'an's presence, her heart found a measure of reassurance. She hurried to the square, sought out Xinjiang, and after inquiring about the situation, she was left astonished, her mouth agape. Goodness! It's overwhelming. Such an immense reservoir of vital energy, even after accounting for depletion, would significantly enhance the strength of the students if they were to absorb but half of it. Zhang Yong'an's voice echoed, instructing, you all should enter and absorb the vital energy. It will benefit you. Zhang Luna opened her mouth, seemingly ready to inquire further, but Zhang Yong'an anticipated their questions. Rest assured, I shall partake in some of it as well. He did not require an excessive amount. The energy absorbed by the students would ultimately reflect upon him, allowing him to revel in the sensation of increased power later on. Thus, when Zhang Yong'an mentioned waste, it was far from an exaggeration. Indeed, there was little to squander. What he provided to the students would eventually return to him, and even stronger. There would be no time for lamentation, only laughter. Before long, the formation was set. The previously unremarkable village square now revealed intricate patterns, illuminated by blood. From a bird's-eye view, one could discern the vast array of the formation, feeling as if all energies were gradually converging towards the center. Gather, commanded Xinjiang, summoning the students who were resting at a distance. The students, having been prepared, swiftly assembled at his call. Discarding their combat attire, they promptly took their places in the designated pits. Half a minute passed, and the group comfortably settled into the smooth stone surfaces of the pits. Zhang Yong'an addressed them. The teachers will also participate. Once I activate the formation, absorb the vital energy within as swiftly as you can. There is an abundance of energy sufficient to catalyze your transformation. Whether you emerge as a dragon or a mere worm depends entirely on your fortune. Everyone nodded in agreement, fully aware that Zhang Yong'an's efforts were no small feat. Thus they dared not squander the principal's kindness. Zhang Luna and her companions seated themselves in the remaining pits, while Zhang Yong'an paid little mind to the few vacant ones. He refrained from allowing the rescued female warriors to absorb this energy, as they were still strangers to him. His resources were reserved for his own students. As the group entered a meditative state, Zhang Yong'an approached the core of the formation, where several indentations awaited. By placing medium-grade blood crystals within these recesses, he could activate the formation. Frankly speaking, this was merely a low-level array, and activating it with medium-grade blood crystals was commendable. It was said that some high-level formations required superior-grade crystals for activation, which would be rather extravagant. A single medium-grade blood crystal was worth a small automobile. Yet Zhang Yong'an pressed them into the indentations without a flicker of hesitation, subsequently infusing them with vital energy. Boom! The formation sprang to life at its core, and the blood coursing through the intricate patterns began to shimmer. Without a moment's hesitation, Zhang Yong'an crushed the prepared bone-corroding grass into powder and sprinkled it into the core of the formation. In an instant, the essence of blood coursing through the intricate patterns of the formation began to bubble vigorously, with strands of pure and potent vitality being extracted. The few individuals at the center of the formation silently observed this phenomenon, feeling the surging life force emanating from the depths of the pit. Without further contemplation, they immediately commenced absorbing this overwhelming vitality. Under the night sky, above the village's sacrificial formation, 13 individuals sensed the powerful life force radiating from the pit, and without a moment's hesitation, they swiftly began to absorb this energy. Zhang Yong'an discreetly surveyed the formation's intricate designs. The blood of the alien beings still flowed within the patterns, and there were numerous low-tier warriors among them. The principle of accumulation by small means was at play. Such a vigorous life force could indeed benefit even a late-stage 6th-tier powerhouse like Zhang Yong'an. After another inspection of the formation, Zhang Yong'an stepped into one of the vacant stone pits. He too needed to absorb the life force, for the sheer volume of energy available could not be consumed entirely by just the 13 of them. At the same time, they had to be cautious not to absorb too much, lest their bodies become overwhelmed. During the process of absorption, vigilance regarding their surroundings was paramount. It was not sufficient to eliminate all the warriors in the village to ensure safety. The arrival of outsiders could still pose a threat. Thus, Zhang Yong'an could only absorb the energy while simultaneously safeguarding the others. The students and teachers absorbed the life force at a remarkable pace, and Zhang Yong'an could feel the rapid transformation occurring within their bodies. As time passed, the vitality on the ground remained abundant. The continuous sounds of breakthroughs signified their swift enhancement in strength. 12 hours elapsed. Zhang Yong'an opened his eyes and checked the heap of accumulated corpses, moving aside the drained alien warriors. Rising from the pit, he scanned the gathered individuals, a faint smile gracing his lips. Indeed, this method of cultivation resulted in astonishingly rapid progress. Almost everyone had advanced by 1 or 2 minor realms. As their internal vitality ascended, so too did their combat prowess. He could foresee that when these individuals stepped onto the competition stage in the future, they would undoubtedly astonish all. It was not to say that students from other institutions lacked opportunities for training. Rather, the effectiveness of their endeavors likely paled in comparison to that of Zhang Yong'an. Few universities would dare to send first-year students into the perilous depths of the alien territories. They typically relied on resources within the safety of their campuses for cultivation, avoiding any significant safety concerns. Rare were those like Zhang Yong'an, who directly led a group of freshmen into the heart of the alien domain. One could surmise that even some of the top-tier universities would subject their students to rigorous training. Whether they could compete with Zhang Yong'an's students remained to be seen. Zhang Yong'an had previously been but an ordinary university student. At his former institution, he had not even qualified to participate in exchange competitions, as first-year students with second-tier strength were already considered exceptional. Having performed admirably, Zhang Yong'an assessed the concentration of life force within the formation, estimating that these students could continue to absorb energy for over 20 additional hours. It remains uncertain what heights their abilities may reach by then. Simultaneously, at the Shanghai Mountain River Martial Arts Academy, it happens to be the designated time for a midday break. However, even during this recess, none of the students have forsaken their training. They dare not squander the nurturing provided by Zhang Yong'an, seizing every fleeting moment to hone their skills. With graduation looming next year, they ponder what level of mastery they might attain by then, feeling a deep reluctance to part ways with their beloved school. Lu Zilong, while diligently refining his vital energy, mused on these thoughts. The students, teachers, and the principal of the academy are all figures worth cherishing in memory. Regrettably, graduation is just around the corner, and this contemplation filled Lu Zilong with a sense of nostalgia. At that moment, a few students paused their training to engage in light conversation. They quietly discussed rumors they had heard from some teachers, mentioning that Principal Chu had seen materials regarding the school's elevation to an undergraduate institution. Is that so? If true, our academic system will become a 4-year program. Just as I wish to remain here. One exclaimed. But wait, the upgrade to an undergraduate institution will only introduce additional undergraduate programs, affecting the incoming class, while we will still graduate with a diploma from a 3-year program. Lu Zilong nodded in agreement. The speaker had a point. Even if the school transitioned to an undergraduate institution, they would still be classified as specialized students within that framework. Nearly all undergraduate institutions offer specialized programs alongside their undergraduate degrees, with specialized programs lasting 3 years and undergraduate programs spanning 4. It mirrors the structure of a prominent martial arts university in Shanghai, which accommodates both undergraduate and specialized students. The students' qualifications would not magically elevate to undergraduate status simply because the institution itself had transitioned. In that moment, Lu Zilong sighed in resignation. The initial speaker, sensing the group's impatience, urged, "Can you all let me finish?" Upon hearing this, the others leaned in attentively, eager for more news. The speaker continued, "Once the school transitions from a specialized to an undergraduate institution, we will have the opportunity to take the specialized to undergraduate examination. If we succeed, we can remain at our school for an additional 2 years." Lu Zilong's heart brightened at this revelation. Indeed, every region has examinations for transitioning from specialized to undergraduate status. If they could pass the exam, they would be able to stay at the academy for 2 more years. But there's more. The speaker had not yet concluded. Following the elevation to an undergraduate institution, and upon passing the Ministry of Education's assessment, a graduate school could be established. If we were to gain admission to the Master S program at our school, we could continue studying for approximately 3 more years. Furthermore, if any of the faculty members are master-level experts, they could apply to become doctoral advisors, thereby allowing the institution to offer a doctoral program. If we gain admission to the doctoral program, we can remain close to the principal. The group buzzed with excitement, and Lu Zilong found it increasingly challenging to focus on his training. If this were indeed true, it would be wondrous, setting aside the prospects of master's and doctoral studies. Simply being able to participate in the specialized to undergraduate examination would allow them to extend their time at the academy. Lu Zilong opened his eyes and, with a hint of confusion, inquired, "Wang Teng, how do you possess such profound knowledge?" Wang Teng, standing with a casual air, declared, "It's time to lay it all bare." The crowd responded with bewilderment. "Wake up. If you were a billionaire, you would attend the Martial Arts University in Magic City." Wang Teng, unfazed, retorted, "The Martial Arts University in Magic City? Not even a dog would consider it. Wherever the principal is, that's where I shall be. To speak candidly, Principal Chu is my uncle. I've inquired privately. Look at our school, it's undergoing extensive renovations, and my uncle is supervising the entire process. The blueprints he holds include plans for a Master S and doctoral program." Instantly, the classroom erupted in excitement. They initially believed they would only remain at the school for a year, but now it seemed they could stay for several more years. It was nothing short of monumental news. However, just then, a student sitting in the corner, engrossed in his phone, stood up. "Oh no, someone is calling us trash." This revelation stirred a wave of agitation. The crowd, previously lost in elation, was doused with cold water. Lu Zilong turned to inquire, "What is happening?" The student gestured toward his phone, stating, "I joined a freshman forum. It's a platform created for exchanging information about the competition. I thought I could gather some intelligence about our rivals so that junior sister Xiaowei and the others could be informed in advance. But instead, I was ridiculed. Bai Xiaowei was quite renowned within the school. As a freshman, her strength was nearly on par with Lu Zilong's, showcasing her extraordinary talent. Had it not been for Zhang Yong'an's intervention, such a prodigy would likely have been overlooked. Of course, there were many other talented freshmen, and it was only at this moment they realized it wasn't a matter of lacking talent, but rather the scarcity of martial arts resources. Even among the third-year students, several possessed commendable talent, with a few reaching the late stages or peaks of the first rank. It was worth noting that previously, even upon graduation, only a handful managed to break through to become martial artists. Lu Zilong glanced at the student's phone, where the forum was buzzing with activity. In the Magic City Freshman Exchange Competition forum, one post read, "Let us be honest, your vocational school is merely a stepping stone for us. What are you complaining about?" A group of societal misfits who couldn't even get into the undergraduate Marshall University, resorting to shouting in the comments. "If you have the guts, face me in reality. I'm a freshman and already at the late stage of the first rank. How many of you freshmen have become martial artists? I've heard that most vocational martial arts schools see their students break through to the first rank only in their second year. And there's one particularly dismal school that brings shame upon us from the Magic City. It's something like the Shanhua Martial Arts Vocational College. The second to last in the national rankings of martial arts institutions. No, I misspoke. It's the absolute last. Only a few managed to break through to the first rank by graduation." The post continued, "When these individuals step onto the stage for the exchange competition, aren't they merely our doormats?" Lu Zilong, reading this post, felt a surge of indignation. Yet, the poster was merely using a pseudonym and had not registered with their real name, leaving Lu Zilong with no outlet for his frustration. The few third-year students surrounding Lu Zilong were equally incensed. Who is this foul-mouthed individual? Although our school was once at the bottom, that is no longer the case. Our strength has significantly improved, and we have long since shed that title. How infuriating. At this moment, the forum was still ablaze with posts. "You little brat. If you have the guts, come out and spar. I'm a third-year student from Linheim Martial Arts College, and my peak first-grade skills would send you scrambling for your teeth. Linheim Martial Arts College is quite a respectable private institution, and it is said that third-year graduates can break through to become martial artists. In the past, this college was indeed an unattainable existence compared to the Shanhua Martial Arts Vocational College. However, times have changed. Lu Zilong has already reached the early stage of the second grade." The provocateur continued, "No wonder you're a martial arts college student. You've trained yourself into a fool, truly brainless. How embarrassing for a third year to engage with a first year. If you have courage, let your first-year students come out. I say, all of you first-year students from the college are nothing but cowards. Not one dares to step up and challenge." Another user, proudly identifying as a student from a prestigious martial arts university, replied, "Of course they don't dare. A bunch of college students whose strength doesn't even match high schoolers. They lack the prowess of true martial artists. Practice more if you're weak. It's not that I'm against martial arts colleges, but the truth is what it is. You're simply lacking." The provocateur retorted, "Indeed, a bunch of trash. And you still want to silence the critique. It's our martial arts undergraduates who represent the future of martial artists. The martial arts college merely trains a few strong individuals. They will only end up doing menial jobs in the lower strata. Do they really think that being part of a martial arts college qualifies them as university students? How delightfully naive. Haha." Some students from the martial arts college attempted to retort, but the truth in the provocateur's words left them without much footing. Lu Zilong seethed. "Can't we report this to the Ministry of Education in Modu? After all, this forum is under their jurisdiction." A classmate replied, "We reported it, but there has been no response yet. However, it shouldn't take long for the staff to intervene." Everyone was seething with anger. But the foul-mouthed young man had a point. Engaging in a dispute between a third year and a first year is indeed quite humiliating. Fortunately, the posts in the forum began to be deleted en masse. It was evident that the staff had expelled the individual who had been speaking out. "Dear students, please refrain from engaging in educational discrimination. If this happens again, we will revoke the qualification for interschool competitions." With staff intervention, the excitement dissipated. Everyone felt a sense of helplessness, and Lu Zilong sighed. "Now we can only hope that junior sister Xiaowei and her peers can restore our honor. Speaking of which, I've heard the principal is going to subject them to rigorous training. I wonder if junior sister Xiaowei can break through to the second grade. Even if she can't defeat those prestigious school students, she can still uphold our school's reputation." In the dormitory of the first-year students at Tiananmen Martial Arts University, Li Chang, the young man who had previously entangled with by Xiaowei, looked at the notification informing him of his expulsion from the forum with disdain and remarked, "A bunch of trash, and they want to even let me vent a little. How amusing. Having vented my frustrations, I find myself surrounded by a group of underachievers from vocational colleges, their martial prowess inferior to ours. and their insults falling short against our retorts. Chen Wei, seated across from me, sighed. I too have faced the wrath of the administrator. He continued, did we not unleash our curses a tad too harshly? Have you been demoralized by that by Xiao Wei? At the mere mention of her name, fury ignited on Li Chang's visage, the humiliation he endured days prior still vivid in his memory. He snorted disdainfully, I have conducted my research. The principal of that institution was fortunate enough to stumble upon the carcasses of 2 demonic beasts, allowing each student to obtain a share of their flesh. It seems Bai Xiaowei's talents have been recognized, and she has been vigorously cultivated. Otherwise, how could her strength have escalated so swiftly? Nonetheless, while consuming copious amounts of demonic beast flesh may rapidly elevate one's rank in the early stages, it also highlights the severe deficiencies of their original physique. Once these deficiencies are remedied, any further advancement will naturally decelerate. Look at us. It has taken the 500,000 provided by our families for us to reach the late stage of the first rank. Bai Xiaowei will undoubtedly participate in the competition. Her strength will likely peak at the first rank. Chen Wei remarked. A first-rank peak is formidable indeed. Our captain and vice-captain are both at that level. The two of us, at the late stage of the first rank, barely qualify for the main team. Li Chang's expression darkened. I invested 100,000 in a combat suit. Its defensive capabilities are maximized. I could easily overwhelm her and trample on her face. I'll demonstrate that wealth is the true reality. In the Star Gate of the alien village in Jinling Town, though the exchange competition of Huagua has yet to commence, it has already begun generating buzz online. However, Zhang Yong'an remains indifferent to these distractions. Calculating the time, it has been 3 days and nights since the formation was activated. The blood within the intricate patterns beneath his feet has long since dried. The alien essence and bone-eroding grass have been entirely depleted, yet the results have been exceptional. Rising to his feet, Zhang Yong'an silently assessed his own strength. At the pinnacle of the 6th rank, he is but a step away from the 7th rank master level. Indeed, transcending into the master realm is exceedingly arduous. The energy required to traverse the gap between the 6th and 7th ranks is monumental. Countless 6th rank peak experts remain stagnant, unable to ascend, for the 7th rank signifies the pinnacle of human combat prowess, representing a vast chasm between mid-tier and low-tier martial artists. As previously stated, the 6th rank peak still lies within human limits, while the 7th rank master can soar through the skies, endowed with immense vitality and mental fortitude. Thus, transitioning from the 6th rank peak to the 7th is undeniably challenging. Zhang Yong'an absorbed this life force and, through daily consolidation, ascended from the late 6th rank to its peak in a short span. Subsequently, most of his energy was dedicated to breaking through to the master level. Yet he still finds himself just shy of that final step that would grant him entry into the master realm. Though somewhat regretful, it is of little consequence. A mere few days' wait is trivial, considering Zhang Yong'an's pace of advancement is already remarkably swift. Typically, a practitioner of the 6th rank in its nascent stage requires no less than 5 years to transcend into the realm of a master, even if endowed with exceptional talent. Yet, Zhang Yong'an achieved this remarkable breakthrough in scarcely a month. Indeed, in less than that. What more could one desire? It is truly unfathomable to contemplate how swiftly the students' capabilities will advance once the school is populated with more aspirants, and to what heights they may ascend. After pondering the future for a mere few seconds, Zhang Yong'an cast aside such thoughts. Others were gradually awakening as well. With only a modicum of vitality remaining in the formation, he deemed it unnecessary to compete for it. This trivial amount of energy would hold little benefit for him. It would be far more advantageous to partake in the daily vitality assessment. Furthermore, the students, being of lesser strength, could scarcely absorb much more vitality. Collectively, they could only siphon off half of the formation's energy. Any surplus would be rendered ineffective. The remaining half could then be allocated to Zhang Luna and her companions, ensuring nothing went to waste. The trio of teachers, Zhang Luna, Qin Zhan, and Li Jianhao, were among the first to awaken. They quietly attuned themselves to their newfound strength, feeling as if they had been caught in a dream over the past few days. It had been quite some time since they experienced such rapid enhancement in their abilities, a sensation that was undeniably captivating. Zhang Luna found herself at the mid-stage of the 4th rank, while Qin Zhan was similarly positioned. Li Jianhao had ascended directly to the pinnacle of the 4th rank, with an astonishing speed of improvement. All three had successfully transitioned into the realm of mid-tier warriors, no longer mere low-tier foot soldiers. In a martial arts university, the faculty's prowess must keep pace. Zhang Yong'an aspired to elevate the institution to an undergraduate level, contingent upon the competence of its teaching staff. A fundamental prerequisite for such an elevation is that all formal instructors must be mid-tier warriors. To attain the status of a prestigious academy, the quality of its teaching faculty must also ascend. Although resources are generously provided to students and teachers alike, they serve Zhang Yong'an's ulterior motives. By equipping the faculty with resources, the institution can flourish, ultimately transforming into an undergraduate establishment with a graduate school and expanded enrollment. The provision of resources to students is entirely for the sake of his own cultivation. Should Zhang Yong'an withhold any resources from the students, they would struggle to break past the 5th rank from the beginning of their studies, let alone reach the pinnacle of the 6th rank. There exists no such thing as a free lunch. The price has been paid in unseen ways. Zhang Yong'an must not only supply resources to the students, but also ensure they are of superior quality and quantity. This strategy will bolster his own strength. As for any concerns regarding the students developing a sense of entitlement, Zhang Yong'an would naturally address this in due time. Even if they were to rely solely on his resources for their cultivation, it would matter little. The vitality they absorb would ultimately contribute to his own development. The enhancement of strength is all that truly matters. Simultaneously, the students began to awaken in earnest. Having just transcended their ranks, their auras remained unrestrained. Coupled with the accumulated killing intent from their past endeavors, they now emanated a sharpness akin to unsheathed blades. Both keen and formidable. At this moment, Zhang Luna finally noticed the remarkable transformation of the students. Their enhanced abilities were nothing short of terrifying. The aura emanating from them made it seem as though they were an elite military unit rather than mere students. Zhang Yong'an spoke up, instructing, "Please report your levels of prowess in order." The group suppressed their joy and excitement, quickly forming a line. Bai Xiaowei was the first to speak. "Report, Principal. I am Bai Xiaowei, at the pinnacle of the 2nd tier." The pinnacle of the 2nd tier. Truly, she was the most gifted freshman. And Zhang Luna and her companions could not help but marvel, estimating that it wouldn't be long before she reached the 3rd tier. It is noteworthy that this is only the 1st year of university. They had only heard of such prodigies at the prestigious Kyoto Martial University and the Magic City Martial University. In fact, to be precise, even the geniuses from those top institutions could not rival Bai Xiaowei. While Zhang Yong'an's resources played a role in her development, the more critical factor was Bai Xiaowei's own astonishing talent. Had she not been overlooked, she would never have found herself in a mere vocational martial arts school. It could be said that a true phoenix has emerged from a chicken coop, a white phoenix. Zhang Yong'an nodded in satisfaction. After their initial astonishment, the others began to step forward in succession. "Report, Principal. I am Lu Yunhu, at the late stage of the 2nd tier." "Report, Principal. I am Chen Bingyuan, at the late stage of the 2nd tier." "I am Li Chaoyang, and this is Li Chaos Han, both at the mid-stage of the 2nd tier." The entire main team was at the 2nd tier. Zhang Luna understood that the power of the formation was indeed formidable. It had propelled her from the 3rd tier to the 4th. Yet, even though this was anticipated, she was still taken aback and could hardly close her mouth in astonishment. Is this truly a group of 1st-year students from a vocational martial arts school? "Report, Principal. I am Wu Daju from the 2nd team, at the early stage of the 2nd tier." "Report, Principal. I am Guo Yifan from the 2nd team, also at the early stage of the 2nd tier." The remaining 3 were all at the pinnacle of the 1st tier. It was unexpected that even the 2nd team had 2 members break through to the 2nd tier. Even the weakest among them possessed the strength of the pinnacle of the 1st tier. It could be said that everyone had significantly improved. All of this was made possible by Zhang Yong'an. Without his guidance through the Stargate, none of this would have been achievable. Zhang Yong'an was filled with emotion, fully aware that such success could not be easily replicated. Nevertheless, even so, it was sufficient. "All right, freshen up and bring your best spirit back to school." 2 hours later, the students stood in the plaza, donned in combat uniforms, each one standing tall. Simultaneously, the depth of their vitality was palpable, with the very air they exhaled imbued with energy. Their prowess had indeed seen a considerable enhancement. Beneath their helmets, the youthful faces of the students had transformed, now marked by a resolute demeanor. They resembled the most elite military unit imaginable. Zhang Yong'an was exceedingly pleased with their rapid growth. Not far away, Footsteps echoed as Zhang Luna led 5 female warriors, their gazes fixed upon the students. From Zhang Luna, they learned that this was merely a training group from a martial arts vocational school. Is it true that even first-year students have become this formidable? They found it surreal, yet it was indeed their reality. Particularly the female warrior from Jinling Martial Arts University, who gazed in astonishment at the freshman before her, her mouth agape. The aura emanating from these individuals was unparalleled, surpassing even the most formidable first-year students at her own institution. As a student of a prestigious school, she had always harbored a sense of superiority. However, the so-called freshmen before her, astonishingly powerful, were merely from vocational colleges, not even from an undergraduate martial arts academy. In just a few days, these female warriors had regained much of their strength, but their martial foundation was irreparably damaged, limiting their recovery. Although Zhang Yong'an possessed the precious golden dragon essence, he could not dispense it freely. The number of individuals in Huagua whose martial foundations had suffered was alarmingly high. He was no savior and could not rescue each one individually. Furthermore, the damage to these female warriors' martial foundations was severe, as the foreign warriors had no intention of allowing them any capacity for resistance. This was a different scenario from the damage sustained on the battlefield. Zhang Yong'an addressed them, stating, "We shall proceed swiftly. Each of you will be carried by one of the male students. This way, we can avoid burdening the group. Additionally, you must obey throughout our journey back. Otherwise, do not blame us for leaving you behind." His tone was stern, but in the chaos of battle, such firmness was necessary for effective leadership. The female warriors nodded, grateful for the opportunity to return, indifferent to other concerns. At that moment, considerations of propriety regarding gender were cast aside. Zhang Yong'an instructed the male students to carry the women one by one and began to lead them out of the village. He remained behind to ignite the village and the heap of corpses. Once Zhang Luna and her team exited the village, Zhang Yong'an retrieved several barrels of gasoline from his storage ring and doused the pile of bodies in the square. The sight of 600 or 700 corpses forming a small mountain was indeed shocking. His expression remained impassive. The demise of the foreign beings was of no consequence to him, as their deaths could fortify his own strength, rendering their existence not in vain. He then tossed a lighter onto the gasoline, igniting a fierce blaze before turning away, striding towards the village entrance. At the entrance, Zhang Luna and the others watched Zhang Yong'an approach, silhouetted against the blazing inferno, reminiscent of an elegant devil from the silver screen, captivating to behold. Li Jianhao shook his head inwardly, lamenting, "What a pity." Zhang Luna inquired, "What is so regrettable?" Li Jianhao did not divert his gaze and candidly replied, "It is a shame the principal is not clad in that suit. Against this fiery backdrop, he would be utterly dashing." Beside him, Qin Zhan chimed in, "What a pity that the figure emerging from the flames is not me." Li Jianhao nodded in agreement. "I share your sentiment." Zhang Luna pointed to a nearby open space, urging them to reflect on their own appearances. Li Jianhao and Qin Zhan exchanged bewildered glances. Zhang Luna smirked and remarked, "Go take a look at yourselves." The group erupted into laughter. After Zhang Yong'an reunited with them, he inquired with curiosity, "What has brought about such joy?" Zhang Luna quickly replied, "They cannot relieve themselves." Li Jianhao and Qin Zhan exchanged glances, and Zhang Yong'an cast a sympathetic glance at their waists, admonishing, "Exercise moderation." Li Jianhao covered his face, while Qin Zhan interjected, "It's not a matter of the waist. I'm quite." Zhang Yong'an turned away, denying Qin Zhan the opportunity to elaborate. "Form up, let us depart." Days later, Zhang Yong'an glanced at the date displayed on his mechanical watch, which also indicated the day of the week. These features remained unaffected even in foreign lands. They had quickened their pace along the journey, managing their time rather well. Zhang Yong'an addressed the group succinctly, "It is now October 29th. The opening ceremony will be on November 1st. However, we must draw lots on October 31st, which is not a cause for concern. Chu Zihong will handle the drawing. We still have time to spare. Once we return, there will also be time to relax." Ahead lay the Jinling Stargate. "Let us go," he urged. The group collectively exhaled a sigh of relief. Having spent half a month engaged in relentless combat, they were due for some well-earned relaxation. Despite being pressed for time, Zhang Yong'an did not forego the training of his students in combat. In just a few short days, 4 or 5 small teams of foreign adversaries had perished at their hands. The students, working in unison, had pushed back early-stage, third-tier martial artists with remarkable force. Only on the true battlefield could their combat experience be thoroughly unearthed. Simultaneously, Zhang Luna and her companions spared no effort in imparting the insights and techniques they had gleaned from the battlefield through practical experience. It could be said that these freshmen were now capable of rivaling seasoned veterans. Zhang Luna could hardly fathom the scene that would unfold when these students entered the exchange competition. It would undoubtedly be a chaotic slaughter. Even the talents of the magic capital Martial University would need to reconsider the strength of these individuals. They did not underestimate the geniuses of the magic capital Martial University. For the ordinary students, there were often county, city, or even provincial martial champions. Furthermore, the exchange competition would select the strongest among these prodigies. Their strength was certainly not to be dismissed. They quickened their pace, and soon after passing through the military martial artist checkpoint, they returned to the Jinling Town Star Gate. Upon stepping onto the soil of Huagua, several female martial artists in the group were overwhelmed with emotion, tears of joy streaming down their faces. At long last, they had returned alive. It was a day they had awaited for what felt like an eternity. Zhang Yong'an then instructed, "Teacher Luna, please guide them to the local military martial artists. Handing them over to them will suffice." Zhang Luna nodded, acknowledging that now back in Huagua, these individuals need not remain with them. After expressing their gratitude to Zhang Yong'an and his party, the female martial artists made their way toward the distant military martial artist office. Before long, Zhang Luna returned, and Zhang Yong'an did not linger in the area, leading the team outward. At this moment, he felt a slight tremor in his vital energy, and his heart swelled with excitement. In recent days, the settlement of vital energy has brought him close to reaching a higher tier, and it is anticipated that within a day or two, he will ascend to that esteemed level. On the flight back to the bustling metropolis, Zhang Yong'an felt the surge of vitality within him, a clear indication of the impending breakthrough in his mental prowess. Achieving mastery over his mental faculties would enable him to become a formidable force capable of flight. Gazing out the window, he observed the dusk settling outside, knowing that by the time they landed in the metropolis, darkness would have fully enveloped the sky. He fervently wished for time to hasten, as another round of vital energy settlement would assist him in transcending to that higher tier. The others were oblivious to Zhang Yong'an's peculiar state. In the days following their departure from the village, they had significantly solidified their own strengths, emerging as true warriors. Zhang Yong'an felt a deep sense of satisfaction with his students. Their relentless pursuit of cultivation would accelerate his own progress. Upon landing in the metropolis, the group finally felt a sense of returning home. Zhang Yong'an, willing to spend generously, led his students away from the airport, hailing several vehicles to head towards the Bund. The Bund was aglow with lights, a realm of opulence and indulgence. As the students alighted from the cars, they gazed in awe at the city's grandeur, yearning for the vibrant lifestyle it promised. However, they dared only to admire its splendor from a distance, lacking the confidence to partake in its luxuries. Zhang Yong'an guided them to the finest restaurant along the Bund, renowned for its stunning river views. A meal there could cost upwards of 200,000 to 300,000. In truth, this was not excessive. The consumption of the bone-corroding grass they had previously utilized could have sustained them here for an entire month. Upon arriving at the restaurant entrance, an observant waiter noticed the several storage rings adorning Zhang Yong'an's hand, an excellent introduction. The identities of those accompanying him were of little consequence. Two service managers quickly approached him. Zhang Yong'an stated, "I made a reservation in advance." The manager responded with a welcoming smile, "Mr. Zhang, please, right this way." Subsequently, several waitstaff escorted them to the upper level. Zhang Laona and the other teachers and students followed closely behind Zhang Yong'an, their eyes alight with wonder at their surroundings. They had seldom ventured into such upscale establishments. They were indeed village children experiencing the city for the first time. They no longer dared to suggest that Zhang Yong'an spend less money, fearing the displeasure of the principal. Indeed, they were concerned about incurring his ire. They understood that the best course of action was to obediently follow Zhang Yong'an's directives, disregarding any other considerations. In her heart, Zhang Laona thought, "I wish for a principal like this. I am grateful." Zhang Yong'an and his entourage took the elevator to the restaurant's terrace, which offered the most expansive view. Here, they could savor their meal while admiring the enchanting riverscape of the Bund. As everyone settled into their seats, Zhang Yong'an addressed them. As previously mentioned, after training, you shall have the opportunity to unwind. Tonight, indulge freely in food and revelry. The entire bill will be covered by the principal. At once, the group erupted in cheers. Having endured a prolonged period of restraint under the weight of their training, they were finally able to release the pent-up emotions within them. A group of freshmen, embarking on their university journey, must strike a balance between work and leisure, otherwise, they risk succumbing to the pressures of training. As delectable dishes are served, the students, oblivious to the prices, indulge heartily, creating a lively atmosphere. Zhang Yong'an, however, leans against the railing with a glass of wine in hand, savoring the cool river breeze while gazing at the vibrant neon lights of the metropolis. He relishes this moment of tranquility, choosing not to interrupt the students' revelry. Li Jianhao, having just fished out a cigarette, finds it swiftly snatched away by the quick-handed Zhang Luna. "What are you smoking in front of the students?" she scolds. Li Jianhao rolls his eyes at Zhang Luna and accepts a cigarette from Qin Zhan nearby, asserting that they are all university students, and smoking and drinking should not be an issue. It is merely that these students, lacking funds in their youth, never developed such habits. Zhang Luna attempts to dissuade Li Jianhao from smoking, but her weaker stance is easily dismissed as he pushes her hand away. Qin Zhan chimes in, "Indeed. What martial artist lacks a few quirks?" Frustrated, Zhang Luna stomps her foot and appeals to Zhang Yong'an. "Principal, look at them." Zhang Yong'an glances over and responds, "Put out the cigarettes. Do not ruin the ambience by the river. Smoke in your dormitory instead." Qin Zhan and Li Jianhao promptly extinguish their cigarettes. Zhang Luna chuckles softly, recognizing that while smoking may be permissible at times, it is inappropriate in front of students, especially during such a splendid banquet. Zhang Yong'an holds no objections to their habits, understanding that for martial artists, smoking and drinking have little impact on health and can even be considered quite healthy. After the gathering reaches its peak, Zhang Yong'an leads them back to campus. He frequently checks the time, eagerly anticipating the moment when they can conclude the evening, though half an hour remains, leaving him to patiently await the occasion. Upon arriving at the school gate, everyone disembarks, where all the teachers and Chu Zihong await their return. Having received advance notice from Zhang Yong'an, they had rushed to the entrance, neglecting their own rest. They were privy to first-hand information from Qin Zhan regarding the main team, comprised entirely of second-tier members, with the vice team boasting 2 second-tier members and the remainder at the pinnacle of the first tier. Such rapid advancement seemed almost unbelievable. Yet as they observed the students stepping out of the vehicle, they collectively gasped in astonishment. As Zhang Yong'an exited the car, he noted the teachers, led by Chu Zihong, leaning back in astonishment, as if the chill in the air had been siphoned away. Checking the time, he addressed the gathering. "Form lines. I have a few words." Instantly, all teachers and students aligned in neat rows before him. Without further ado, Zhang Yong'an proclaimed, "The special training has concluded, and the students have made remarkable progress. Now, prepare diligently for the freshman exchange competition. Make our school proud. Do not let me down." In unison, they replied, "Yes." "Very well. Chu Zihong, meet me in my office tomorrow morning." Dismissed. As Zhang Yong'an's words fell, the crowd remained momentarily stunned, only to witness the principal briskly making his way towards the office, leaving them bewildered in their place. Qin Zhan, ever consistent, remarked, "Principal, is this an urgent call of nature?" No sooner had he spoken than Zhang Yong'an's footsteps paused slightly in the distance, and his voice echoed back, "Qin Zhan, stand at the school gate until dawn." The crowd reacted with astonishment, while Zhang Luna simply stated, "Well deserved." Returning to the principal's office, Zhang Yong'an glanced at the time and silently began his countdown. At last, golden text flashed before him, and a look of joy crossed his face. Daily vitality settlement. Instantly, the golden text transformed into a surge of vigorous energy that coursed through his body. He tightly shut his eyes, feeling this torrent of power rush upward to his head. With a sudden, crisp sound, clarity enveloped his mind, and the vitality within him intensified at an astonishing rate, rapidly enhancing his strength. After a considerable moment, Zhang Yong'an finally opened his eyes, exhaling a breath of stale air, and with a joyful expression declared, "I have reached a higher tier. Martial arts master."